Chapter 73. A Struggle to Advance. The Battle Frenzy on Stage. The tattooed man opposite observed Ye Lin's apparent lack of a last-minute change in his spirit, and his laughter grew increasingly hearty. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the pokeball, and the bleeding Mareep materialized. Bah! Strength, Ordinary Tier 3. Potential Talent, Gym Leader Tier 1. Upon seeing the prompt, Ye Lin felt a surge of confidence. Although only the dregs of the characteristic ointment remained, the outcome was undoubtedly worthwhile. The tattooed man had no inkling of the treasure he had just relinquished. Ye Lin's mind raced, yet his expression remained inscrutable, leaving onlookers perplexed. However, the spectators could not ignore the sight of the slothful Sloth King sprawled on the arena. Many displayed expressions of pity, and some cast sympathetic glances at Ye Lin. How could such a thoroughly defeated individual possibly emerge victorious? A stark contrast emerged on the battlefield between the spirits. In comparison to the deep blue Mareep, enveloped in its fluffy pale yellow fur, the Sloth King lying on the ground appeared even more like a rag, a disheveled mix of brown and black stripes. The surrounding spectators grew increasingly skeptical of the Sloth King's chances. They noticed a peculiar change in Ye Lin's demeanor. What was once admiration had transformed into a perception akin to witnessing madness. They did not believe that a mere fleeting encounter between a trainer and his spirit could yield any significant change in the Sloth King. As reality would prove, they were indeed correct. Just look at him, sprawled out as soon as he entered the arena, still as lazy as ever. Hopeless. The referee subtly shook his head. After hearing the backstory, this examiner actually held a degree of admiration for the audacious young man, yet he felt he had misjudged the situation. Even if he had chosen a different approach, utilizing his own spirit in battle, it would not have led to such an embarrassing predicament. On the opposite side, the tattooed man couldn't help but smirk, the last remnants of his hidden anxiety vanishing entirely. A waste is a waste. Mud will never stick to the wall. His contempt for the Sloth King was palpable. Hearing this, the Sloth King, who had been lying down, suddenly raised his head, a chilling glimmer flashing in his eyes. The tattooed man was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of fear washing over him, prompting him to instinctively retreat a step. Upon regaining his composure, feeling somewhat humiliated, he returned to his original position, glaring with wide eyes and raising his hand in a menacing manner, gritting his teeth as he threatened, "Dare to stare at me? Just wait until I get back to deal with you." He was about to continue his tirade when a figure interrupted his line of sight. Ye Lin, his expression devoid of emotion and without uttering a single word, merely gazed coldly at him. Yet the tattooed man found himself involuntarily lowering his hand, awkwardly clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his unease, quickly diverting his gaze and feigning urgency as he addressed the examiner beside him. "Can we begin now?" "Good. The match begins." With a command, the tattooed man grinned maliciously, issuing the order. Mareep, charge with full force. His intention was not merely to win, but to obliterate. He aimed to humiliate the opponent utterly, making it clear that a waste would always remain a waste, unable to rise again. To oppose him would only result in a dismal outcome. However, just as his words fell, another command rang out. "Sloth King, grab it and slam it into the ground." The instruction was blunt and brutal, devoid of any tactical nuance, standing in stark contrast to the previous command. Yet, it was delivered from the lips of one individual. At the moment he heard the command, the tattooed man's expression soured drastically, his face darkening. This instruction, devoid of any technicality, was a blatant humiliation. What did it mean to slam it into the ground? Was it truly that simple? If battles were so straightforward and crude, what need would there be for tactical experts? Were they merely to be kept for idle sustenance? This was the ultimate insult to oneself. To issue such a command to the so-called waste Sloth King showed utter disregard. The tattooed man's anger caused the veins on his neck to bulge. His fists clenched tightly as he roared in fury. "Mareep, use thunder and take it down." "I refuse to believe this." The next moment, Mareep sprang into action, its hind legs powerfully pushing off the ground, crackling with electric energy, its fluffy fur standing on end. From a distance, it resembled a puffed-up ball of fur. In an instant, it launched forward like a cannonball, leaving behind two scorched black marks on the ground, a testament to its immense power and the intensity of the electricity. The onlooking trainers buzzed with chatter. "This is it. The Sloth King is finished. I thought his trainer would show leniency to his spirit, but this is a ruthless assault, no less than an enemy. Look, the Sloth King remains utterly motionless, and Mareep is about to strike. Alas, I had hoped for a miracle, just as everyone, including the referee, believed the battle was nearing its conclusion. The Sloth King sprang up from the ground. Indeed, he leapt. The spectators were left agape in astonishment. Yet what unfolded next rendered their minds blank, devoid of any capacity for thought. The moment the Sloth King leapt, it was as though he had transformed into an entirely different spirit. His entire demeanor was radically altered. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. The ordinary tier examiner was left dumbfounded. Is this still the Sloth King I know? Before he could ponder further, Mareep was already racing toward the Sloth King, closing the gap to merely 1 meter. Yet the Sloth King remained unyielding. As if dismissing the electrified fluffball entirely, he merely lifted his arms slightly. The movement was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. To the tattooed man, this scene seemed utterly surreal, for in past battles, the Sloth King had always acted sluggishly until the very end. But now, how could he be so swift? Ye Lin's lips curled into a smile, revealing a sense of mastery over the situation. The Sloth King's characteristic had shifted, yet the habits and personality cultivated over time would not change overnight, maintaining the Sloth King's inherent charging style. This ultimately gave rise to the distinctive style of the lazy old man, characterized by a stark contrast that garnered admiration from countless trainers. The Pokémon before and during battle embodied two entirely different personas, an arena-dwelling combat fanatic and a languid slacker offstage. Naturally, this is merely a prelude to later events. At this moment, although the tattooed man was taken aback, he was not overly astonished. He did not believe that the lazy old man could thwart the Mareep. Instead, he perceived Ye Lin's approach as one of reckless abandon. He had even assumed the pose of a victor, arms crossed, emanating an air of condescension with a lofty smile. However, the anticipated scene of the lazy old man being sent flying did not materialize. To everyone's astonishment, he disregarded the currents of electricity encircling Mareep, extending his fingers to grasp the curly tuft atop its head. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The most terrifying aspect was that such a seemingly simple action. Mareep found itself utterly unable to advance. It bleated in frustration, attempting to charge forward, yet the force emanating from above was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering it incapable of escape, as if ensnared by an invisible shackle, immobilized and powerless to move. Chapter 74. There are no useless Pokémon, only inept trainers. The Mareep bleated, yearning to charge forward, yet a terrifying force from above held it captive, akin to an invisible shackle that rendered it immobile. Fear etched across Mareep's face. The tattooed man gasped in disbelief, shouting, "How is this possible?" Mareep, unleash an electric shock. His earlier confidence had evaporated, replaced by a profound terror that flooded his eyes. At that moment, he finally comprehended that events had spiraled far beyond his expectations. The sloth Pokémon was visibly transforming in the grip of its adversary. Of course, he was not alone in this realization. The onlooking trainers were equally bewildered. Upon hearing the command, Mareep summoned its courage to gather electricity, aiming to strike the sloth Pokémon. However, when the electric current discharged, the sloth merely felt a slight tingling in its wrist, its fingers loosening momentarily. Just as Mareep thought it could seize this fleeting opportunity to escape, the grip above tightened once more, even more forcefully. For the robust sloth, such a jolt was insignificant, but Mareep felt a shuddering dread. If the sloth exerted even a fraction more strength, its skull would surely be crushed. This overwhelming power instilled a paralyzing fear within it, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the sloth Pokémon turned its gaze toward the tattooed man, its mouth curling into an endearing smile. The tattooed man froze, swallowing hard, and instinctively stepped back. In that instant, he was genuinely terrified. He averted his eyes, haunted by the moment. Now, came Ye Lin's voice, resonating like a devil's whisper. The tattooed man looked up in fear, opening his mouth. Yet no sound emerged as he could only watch helplessly as the sloth Pokémon seized Mareep by the neck with its other hand. In the next heartbeat, both hands exerted force, pressing down mercilessly. Mareep had no chance to resist and was instantly slammed to the ground. The tattooed man's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. Simultaneously, the onlookers were left speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. The referee, tasked with overseeing the match, wore an expression of astonishment and shock, his eyes reflecting utter incredulity. It seemed impossible to fathom the current situation. The arena fell into a profound silence, all present in a state of stupor. No one had anticipated this outcome before the match commenced. Whether they supported Ye Lin or deemed him meddlesome, they were rendered speechless, gaping at the sloth Pokémon, which toyed with Mareep as if it were a mere fish on a chopping block. Its sharp, glinting claws hovered threateningly over Mareep's throat, rendering the poor creature utterly paralyzed with fear. Strike it! Ye Lin's command remained succinct, as always. Flash! The sloth delivered a swift blow to Mareep, lifting it high with a fierce grip, its eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. Bang! The fist came crashing down. Mareep's body caved in significantly from the impact. Gasp! A stream of blood erupted forth. Yet the sloth showed no mercy, its claws forming a fist for another strike. The fist, as large as a sandbag, struck with the force of 1,000 tons. Mareep could endure no longer. Its eyes rolled back as blood flowed from its mouth. Throw it away! Ye Lin's voice rang out just as the command was completed. Flash! The sloth roared, hoisting the still bleeding Mareep high above its head before flinging it with great force. By sheer coincidence, the trajectory was aimed directly at the tattooed man. The man's astonishment was still etched on his face when, in the next moment, Mareep crashed down upon him. Thud! He fell to the ground, the back of his head striking the arena with no cushioning, plunging him into darkness as a sharp pain throbbed in his skull. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to push the incapacitated Mareep aside, finally gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Mareep lay with closed eyes, completely devoid of fighting spirit. From start to finish, it had endured merely 2 punches. The battle was over. This was not within a secret realm, and with so many spectators, Ye Lin had no intention of outright killing Mareep. He called off the sloth Pokémon, which ceased its assault and stood up, its eyes no longer droopy but sparkling with vitality, exuding an air of pride, as if reborn. The arena was suddenly engulfed in a deathly silence. The onlooking trainers were at a loss for words, their faces bearing expressions of sheer horror. These 2 punches not only struck Mareep, but also resonated deep within the hearts of all present, leaving everyone in a daze. Was this truly the same sloth Pokémon they had known? It seemed no longer lethargic, devoid of even an ounce of fatigue. Just by gazing into its radiant eyes, one could discern how remarkably different it had become. In a daze, some recalled the details of previous matches. This sloth Pokémon had indeed exhibited an unusual demeanor from the outset. Even while resting, it had not appeared as lackluster as before. It resembled a king of beasts taking a brief respite, merely dozing. Regrettably, these nuances had been overlooked until this moment of triumph, when they suddenly surged forth in a flood of realization. The astonished spectators gradually regained their senses. In the next moment, they erupted into a frenzy of jubilation. Oh, I kneel before it. Is this really the sloth Pokémon? It's a violent machine. Don't lie to me. It must be a divine beast in disguise. Brother, it may not be a divine beast, but it's certainly a near-divine entity. I'm losing my mind. How could this be? Just moments ago, it couldn't even pass a basic assessment in that man's hands. Yet now it dispatches a small Pokémon with 2 punches? This is astonishing. What kind of prodigy is this? The influence of trainers on their Pokémon is indeed profound. Amidst their shock, disbelief, and an almost frenzied curiosity, the gazes of all trainers upon the sloth Pokémon ignited with fervor. If the sloth could achieve such prowess, then the most celebrated starters would pale in comparison. Meanwhile, Ye Lin observed the sloth's back, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Ding! The sloth Pokémon has defeated Mareep, gaining 576 experience points. Detected a change in the sloth's mindset, breaking through its bottleneck. It is now beginning to evolve. In an instant, a dazzling light of evolution enveloped the sloth Pokémon. The frenzied crowd fell silent, all eyes widening in shock. The tattooed man, having just risen, felt his heart race with regret and pain. All present realized what was about to transpire. The sloth was on the verge of evolution. Within the radiant glow, the sloth's form expanded. Its previously frail physique now became robust. As the light of evolution faded, a strikingly white, brown-striped primate emerged, adorned with a tuft of red fur upon its forehead. In this moment of awe, Ye Lin declared, each word resonating with clarity. This proves that there are no useless Pokémon, only inept trainers. Chapter 75, The King of Primate Pokémon, Blizzard Shard. In this astounding moment, Ye Lin declared, each word resonating with conviction. This proves that there are no useless Pokémon, only inept trainers. Thud! The tattooed man trembled and stumbled to the ground, mouth agape as he gazed at Ye Lin, his expression one of utter despair, as if he had lost everything, unable to utter a single word. Though no words were directed at him, It felt as if each syllable personally called him out. Each phrase struck him like a series of unrelenting slaps across his face. As the statement concluded, the tattooed man felt as though the situation was no longer as trivial as it seemed. A thunderous rumble resonated within him, leaving him in a state of profound shock. He was left questioning the very fabric of his existence, overwhelmed by doubts. There are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. He muttered to himself, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. The beliefs he had held for so long crumbled in an instant. He clutched his head, his body curling inward. Feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his mental state shattered. In the audience, the hundreds of onlookers wore expressions of shock and disbelief. The atmosphere was eerily silent, so much so that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Countless individuals were stirred by Ye Lin's words, lost in contemplation. Indeed, they had always believed that a Pokémon's innate qualities dictated everything. Yet now it was evident that even the notoriously erratic Sloth King could unleash such formidable power in his hands. Was it the Pokémon that was lacking? Clearly, it was the trainer who was inadequate. Even the evaluators gazed at Ye Lin in astonishment, their faces reflecting deep contemplation. At that moment, Ye Lin remained unfazed by the shockwaves his words had created. Instead, he was intently focused on the notifications appearing before him. Ding! The Sloth King has successfully evolved. Rewards are now being distributed. Skill, Rock Lockdown. Hurl rocks to attack, immobilizing the opponent and reducing their speed. This can be utilized by the Sloth King. Regardless of type, proficiency will automatically reach 100. Luxury Ball X1. Blizzard Skill Fragment. Collect 3 identical skill fragments to absorb them for the Sloth King. The power will be doubled when absorbed by a Pokémon of the same type. Such rewards were utterly unexpected. He stared in astonishment at the Rock Lockdown and Blizzard fragments. Skills, undeniably, are critical determinants of combat prowess. As Pokémon level up, the potency of their skills escalates proportionately. On Blue Star, the higher the skill tier, the more arduous the learning process. Moreover, skills that are not innate or acquired through leveling up must be taught by stronger Pokémon. Thus, advanced skills are exceedingly rare. In his previous life, Ye Lin had never encountered skill learning devices or skill discs like those here. The distinction between games and reality was stark. It was implausible to rely solely on a machine to endow Pokémon with the ability to command the elements. Not to mention, Pokémon on Blue Star are exceptionally powerful. Once advanced skills are mastered, they can indeed reshape the very landscape. Therefore, acquiring skills fundamentally hinges on a Pokémon's innate comprehension, or perhaps the blessing of their ancestors. This is why certain prestigious families have persisted throughout the ages, possessing unparalleled skills that others cannot acquire. The fact that both Rock Lockdown and Blizzard could be learned by the Sloth King, with the system granting an automatic proficiency of 100, made his heart race with excitement. What did this signify? It indicated that the Sloth King could genuinely evolve towards a multi-type development. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and in that moment, it seemed there was an opportunity for it to materialize. The system rewards obliterated the barriers between Pokémon attributes, rendering everything conceivable. Previously, the Psychic Shard from Mutwo shattered the limitations of legendary Pokémon's exclusive skills. Now, the skill fragments were transcending elemental boundaries. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced at the Sloth King, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Pokémon, Sloth King. Nature, drowsy, conserving energy. Strength, elite tier 3. Ability, Strongman. A Pokémon with this ability has its attack power doubled in battle. Type, normal. Skills, Scratch, Sleep, Instant Amnesia, Desire, Headbutt, Double Return, Chi Punch, Water Pulse. Playful, Ice Beam, Thunderwave. Upgraded skills, Resurrection, Headbutt. Talent potential, Champion level. Friendship, 90-100. Remarks, a unique Pokémon trending towards multi-type development. After transforming into the Strongman ability, its body struggles to bear excessive energy burdens, necessitating the host to enhance its physical capabilities swiftly. Evolution, indeed, is the swiftest path to advancement. It soared 3 tiers, leaping from a mere tier 4 to elite tier 3. Furthermore, its talent potential had ascended to champion level. He had indeed made the right call. Ye Lin smirked. Yet, he did not overlook the latent dangers surrounding the Sloth King. The reason why the Sloth King's base stats were so elevated, despite its lazy ability, was largely due to its immense power, which necessitated constant rest to recover. This was clearly stated in the remarks. Currently, the Sloth King had not yet evolved into the Lazy King, and its energy was within manageable limits, at most. It approached a caution threshold, preventing any immediate collapse. However, Should it evolve into the Lazy King without a significant increase in its bodily fortitude, then the Sloth King would truly be in peril. Ye Lin was acutely aware of all this. When he replaced the lazy ability with the strongman trait, he had fully grasped the implications. After all, he would not act on uncertain matters. Ye Lin chose to accept the rewards. In an instant, 3 beams of light, visible only to him, emerged, 2 directed towards the Sloth King and 1 towards his backpack. In the next moment, the Sloth King gently shook its body, as icy blue and earthy yellow energies flickered around it. In that fleeting instant, 2 enigmatic energies began to flow within its form, invigorating it. Instantly, it mastered a new skill. The proportion of ice-type energy within its body also saw a slight increase, awaiting the complete assembly of fragments to truly activate Blizzard. Ye Lin could clearly see the burgeoning ambition and eagerness in the Sloth King's eyes. The evaluator's prompt to proceed with the handover awakened not only the referee, but also the crowd. Everyone emerged from their stupor, gazing at Ye Lin with expressions ranging from bewilderment to excitement, admiration, and enlightenment. The tattooed man offered no defense. He was utterly defeated, his spirit crushed. Ye Lin's final words lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. No matter how much he regretted or lamented, the tattooed man understood that in such circumstances, there was no recourse. He could only follow the evaluator, despondently completing the necessary procedures. Once the handover was finalized, the Sloth King was officially recognized as Ye Lin's Pokémon, accurately recorded in his personal information. Leaving the Alliance, he proudly bore his freshly minted Elite Trainer badge as he made his way to the Luo Hao family's breeding center. At noon, a video featuring an obvious hidden camera perspective surged onto trending topics. Chapter 76, The Man Who Changed the Rules with Strength. The video bore no title, and even the account of its origin was a mere jumble of characters, indicative of a casual post. Yet, it sparked a flurry of discussion and interest entirely disproportionate to its presentation. This was due to the video's content, which exceeded all expectations and shattered existing perceptions. Whether it was the young man's audacious wager, the dramatic reversals on the battlefield, the 2-punch victory, or the Sloth King shedding its laziness. Even the poignant words spoken by the youth at the end ignited profound contemplation. Each element, extracted individually, was a sensational highlight. Countless viewers were captivated. Not to mention, the convergence of so many explosive moments within a single video was nothing short of extraordinary. The fervor was palpable. The comments section was ablaze with excitement. The front rows were filled with exclamations and question marks, punctuated by waves of disbelief, clearly illustrating how language falters in the face of overwhelming shock. As time passed, the commentary surged, finally introducing remarks beyond the 3 primary themes. Who was this remarkable individual? When did the Sloth King become so formidable? Incredible, what a miracle. I am truly in awe of the great master. I have never so clearly recognized the chasm that separates me from exceptional trainers. It's maddening. Is Lazy Man Wing truly this impressive? I long to possess one. Those above awaken. Do you possess the means of a master? If not, it is wiser to train diligently. In your hands, Lazy Man Wang would merely be a lethargic fish. The reality is palpable. Alas, it makes me want to weep. Curse it. Once again it's my brother Yi, trending at least 3 times this week. He truly deserves the title of the Light of Bai Sun. What brother Yi? Call him Father Yi instead. If Lazy Man Wang can be transformed into a violent machine, I must admit, it's my first time witnessing such a ferocious Lazy Man Wang. It's as if he is a nuclear bomb, exploding and sending the internet into chaos, leaving a mess in its wake. Moreover, this time, it's not just in Ninghang or Zhujiang. It has ascended to the top of national trending topics. A rudimentary video, yet it has garnered over 100,000 shares, comments, and likes, not only on WeChat, but also on forums, in friend circles. The entire internet is shattering conventional beliefs, sending shivers down spines, and raising countless goosebumps. As the situation unfolds further, it's not just the netizens who are observing. Official institutions are taking note as well. Initially shocked by Lazy Man Wang, netizens eventually returned to the crux of the issue. They no longer fixate solely on Lazy Man Wang's might, but rather on the loopholes in the Alliance's regulations. The incidents of Pokémon abuse have escalated alarmingly in the past couple of years. The tattooed man is not the first, nor will he be the last. This is a truth well understood by all. But what is it that emboldens these abusers so brazenly? Finally, netizens are focusing on the core of the issue: the loopholes in the Alliance's regulations. Discussions are ongoing, yet they fail to dominate the discourse. Terms such as loopholes in Alliance regulations, anonymous reporting, and the root cause of abusers' arrogance, are gaining traction. The Ninghang Alliance branch has been closely monitoring public sentiment. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the Alliance leader understood that this was not a matter he could resolve alone and immediately began reporting it. Soon after, on the 7th floor of the branch, representatives from Beijing, Shanghai, and Ninghang convened for an internal video conference. What shall we do now? Amend the regulations? A man in his 30s, wearing a white glove on his left hand, casually said while adjusting his sleeve. Yet, in such a setting, nothing is truly casual. Every gesture and expression is meticulously calculated. The Alliance is not a monolith. Various factions are entangled. The varied appearances of each participant in the video conference reveal that it is not only comprised of individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, but also faces from other nations. Even if the numbers are few, they are present. Furthermore, prominent families are also involved. Nonetheless, the Alliance remains the most impartial institution for trainers. A fact that is beyond dispute. It is precisely due to the multitude of powers and their mutual restraint that a limited situation can exist. Sitting below, Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes as she regarded the man in the white glove. She recognized him, Wang He, the chief physician at the Pokémon Center in Shanghai. Renowned nationwide for his masterful sewing skills, which have restored numerous disabled Pokémon to combat readiness. Xiao Xiao was aware that in such circumstances, her voice would not be heard. She bowed her head, refraining from offering any opinions. Wang He's remarks garnered both agreement and dissent. Some wished to ignore him entirely. Currently, the public discourse indeed urges for the closing of loopholes, but over time, people tend to forget. Yet this issue is urgent. If the Alliance disregards the sentiments of the majority, its credibility will undoubtedly plummet. Ye Lin's lazy man Wang stands as the most compelling evidence. Will you continue to remain blind? He is merely an elite trainer. It is only when he truly becomes a quasi-champion that he will possess the qualifications to serve as the strongest evidence. Indeed, we have never lacked for geniuses. How many truly persevere until the end? As the meeting drew to a close, the high-ranking officials, separated by screens, engaged in a heated debate, voices raised in fervor. Each side held steadfast to their arguments. Ultimately, it was the elder at the very top, who had remained silent throughout, who finally spoke, issuing the final ultimatum. Draft the supplementary regulations and call for a vote. 10 minutes later, upon seeing a 60 voting ratio, the elder smiled slightly. It is now time to issue the announcement. Should anyone wish to speak further, the elder shook his head, silencing them. There was a moment of hesitation, but the individual ultimately closed their mouth in resignation. Thus, Ye Lin's name truly entered the upper echelons of the Alliance's awareness. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in light of the recent heated discussions surrounding the video, serious deliberations have been conducted among the various factions of the Alliance, culminating in the issuance of an announcement. Supplementary regulation. In the event of overt abuse of Pokémon, the discoverer may submit an anonymous report along with relevant evidence, such as images or videos. The newly added regulations are extensive, addressing not only the loopholes in Pokémon abuse, but also making adjustments to other related issues. Ye Lin, the driving force behind the Alliance's reform of regulations, has become an exemplar for countless young trainers. The New Star Cup has yet to commence, yet his fame has soared, making him a household name in Ninghang. In the breeding house, Luo Hao's father, the head of the Luo family, stared wide-eyed as if he had heard the most unbelievable news. Trembling, he asked, "What did you say?" Below, the researcher, with tears in his eyes, stammered. The testing report indicates that the newly formulated energy cubes contain an exceptionally pure energy, surpassing the efficacy of any known stamina replenishing products on the market today. And as time progresses, they can completely eliminate fatigue without any side effects. Chapter 77. The head of the Luo family's excitement. The launch of the new energy cube? The testing report indicates that the newly formulated energy cubes contain an exceptionally pure energy, surpassing the efficacy of any known stamina replenishing products on the market today. And as time progresses, they can completely eliminate fatigue without any side effects. When consumed by a Pokémon whose stamina is fully depleted, it is estimated that they can return to normal within 30 minutes. Furthermore, if multiple energy cubes are consumed, this duration can be dramatically reduced. As he spoke, the researcher nearly shouted, unable to contain his inner excitement. As a researcher, he is acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages of energy cubes available on the market. Energy cubes with minimal side effects have already been priced exorbitantly. Yet, without any side effects, currently, only top-tier energy cubes can achieve this. However, the newly formulated energy cubes not only have a cost far lower than that of top-tier energy cubes, but their efficacy remains uncompromised. They differ from known energy cubes as they specifically enhance and break through the attributes of the Pokémon themselves, embarking on an entirely different path. Restoring stamina. Reducing time. The head of the Luo family understands what this signifies. As a trainer, he knows all too well how invaluable time is to them. The greatest challenge in Pokémon training is not the methods or tactics, but time. After all, Pokémon are corporeal beings. They are not machines and cannot operate indefinitely. This is impractical. Thus, the training duration for a single Pokémon within a day is limited. Otherwise, excessive training would only lead to even more dire aftereffects and irreparable mental trauma. In the early days of the agreement between humans and Pokémon, trainers were ignorant and, in pursuit of strength, subjected their Pokémon to frenzied training, the consequences of which are vividly recorded in the annals of history. 80 to 90 years ago, people remain oblivious to the injuries wrought by frenzied training, mistakenly believing that reaching the elite levels signifies the pinnacle of achievement. A whole generation passed without a single Pokémon breaking through to the elite tier. How astonishing and almost unimaginable this seems in retrospect. Yet, it indeed transpired, enduring for over a decade. It was not until researchers published their findings and various nations revised their policies, correcting the misconceptions held by trainers, that Pokémon began to experience a renaissance of breakthroughs. Concepts such as gym leader tier and quasi-champion tier emerged. However, the lessons learned were etched deeply into their very bones. Contemporary trainers, haunted by the memories, dare not recklessly consume even the plethora of stamina-restoring items available. After all, physical injuries may heal, but the fatigue of the spirit lingers indefinitely. Presently, the energy blocks available not only restore physical stamina at a rate exceeding that of comparable products by more than tenfold, but they astonishingly also alleviate mental fatigue. What is more, there are no lingering side effects. It is well known that many trainers, on the eve of evaluations, resort to last-minute intensive training for their Pokémon. Consequently, major stores are bustling with activity prior to assessments, with a massive consumption of various stamina-restoring items and energy blocks. The most sought-after products are those with minimal side effects, yet none can boast complete absence of adverse effects. Most users, even if they manage to endure the evaluations, subsequently endure a period of weakness, rendering them incapable even of consuming food. In severe cases, some may find themselves incapacitated for a month or longer as they recover. The head of the Luo family could easily envision the tremendous uproar that would ensue if this energy block were to be released. His excitement caused his hands to tremble. He abruptly stood up, hastily instructing his butler, "Quick, summon Mr. Ye Lin." In his tone, there was no longer the casualness reserved for a son's friend, but rather a newfound respect intertwined with familiarity. At this moment, Ye Lin appeared to him as a glimmering mountain of gold, a treasure trove without end. He could almost glimpse the commercial empire that was soon to be established. Once the butler departed, the head of the Luo family remained in a state of daze, as if floating in the clouds. How fortunate my son is to have such a friend. What immense fortune has he accrued? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. As he pondered, he pinched his thigh sharply. A sudden, intense pain jolted him, causing him to grimace. Yet he felt an unprecedented lightness and exhilaration within. Their family had previously dealt in energy blocks, but those were merely the most common types, available in nearly every store. The finest energy blocks were reserved for the more luxurious malls, such as the Junlin Weiye of the Wei family in Modu, the Wangguang of the Hua family in Jinling, and the Maoshang of the Feng family in Jing City. They possessed exclusive formulas, and each sale was met with overwhelming demand. Other merchants could only purchase the finished products at exorbitant costs, yielding pitiful profits. Thus, the head of the Luo family had always refrained from venturing into this territory, fearing a loss that would leave him with nothing. However, the current testing report instilled him with unprecedented confidence. Head of the family, Mr. Yi has arrived. The butler rushed in to report, bowing respectfully. The head of the Luo family was taken aback. Yet his movements were sincere as he immediately stood and hurried to the entrance to greet him. Seeing this, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, pondering that the head must have realized the uniqueness of his energy blocks, thus saving him considerable effort. Indeed, the head of the Luo family quickly approached him, his excitement still palpable in his eyes. In a fit of fervor, he grasped Ye Lin's hand firmly. "Child, tell me honestly, how many of these energy blocks can you provide at most?" "At most?" "Yes. How many can you prepare from your initial stock?" Ye Lin pondered for a moment, calculating the timeline for the upcoming Star Cup, excluding training for Pokémon. Approximately 500 blocks. 500? The head of the Luo family was left speechless. An energy block of such potency could be produced in such quantities? Yes, but I will need a week's time. If you wish to sell immediately, I can provide a maximum of 80 per day. The energy blocks Ye Lin spoke of were, in fact, the simplest type from the intermediate cultivation book. They were remarkably easy to make and could be mass-produced, with the raw materials being quite common, such as ordinary fruits like orange and citrus. Not only in various secret realms, but even during his passage through the Luo family orchard, Ye Lin had heard hints about the orange fruit. The greatest challenge in producing the new energy blocks lies in the precise formulation and timing, a feat he alone can accomplish. As he reaches the critical steps in production, the system provides immediate prompts, ensuring that the energy blocks cannot fail, with a success rate of 99. The remaining one occurred only when Ye Lin happened to be asleep and missed the prompt. Thus, he felt confident enough to claim he could provide 80 blocks daily. Upon hearing this, the head of the Luo family took a deep breath, pausing for a few seconds before his voice trembled as he said, "If you can deliver 50 blocks now, we will commence sales tomorrow. I will have people spread the word and create anticipation for our new energy blocks." "Certainly, but I must first visit your orchard." The head of the Luo family, thrilled by Ye Lin's swift agreement, nodded vigorously. "Yes, please take whatever you desire. By the way, do you require a closed environment for production?" The head of the Luo family noticed that many cultivators were quite particular and never allowed others to observe their production process. He assumed Ye Lin would have the same need. "Not at all," Ye Lin surprisingly declined. "Just ensure that I am not disturbed." He was not concerned about the potential leak of his production secrets. After all, the formula existed solely in his mind. Even if others observed the entire process, they would still be unable to replicate it, as only he could control the intricate details. "Of course, I will ensure no one disturbs you. Not even that rascal Luo Hao." Ye Lin chuckled as he followed the butler to the orchard. The head of the Luo family quickly summoned several subordinates, urgently convening a meeting. "Your task is to prepare the stores in advance and disseminate the news about the impending release of the new energy blocks. You go online and utilize public opinion to create momentum. Remember to emphasize 2 points. First, that there are no side effects, and second, that recovery time is significantly shortened, just 30 minutes. Have the lawyer draft a contract. As for pricing, I will consider that later." The Luo family sprang into action, swiftly removing old banners from their related shops in Wuwang Square and replacing them with announcements regarding the imminent release of the new energy blocks. Simultaneously, Ye Lin arrived at the Luo family orchard. The butler bowed at the entrance before taking his leave. Ye Lin gazed at the bountiful orchard, which was far larger than he had anticipated, covering approximately 5 acres and reportedly yielding thousands of pounds annually. Although this quantity might be modest compared to other orchards in Ninghong, it sufficed to supply their own stores. Ye Lin first retrieved the production device from his spatial backpack, followed by releasing his Pokémon, Dragonite, Riolu, Aipom, and Curlia. As soon as the Pokémon emerged, they began to explore eagerly, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Curlia and Aipom were particularly animated, while Dragonite moved with a touch more caution. Riolu, however, remained unfazed, indifferent to external distractions. However, the darting eyes betrayed his inner turmoil, revealing that he was not as composed as he appeared. "You all play for a while, but do not disturb the orchard." The few sprites nodded in a human-like manner and immediately dashed towards their desired targets. Before long, they were seen indulging in various fruits with great delight. Yet, Ye took but a single bite and promptly spat it out in disdain, her expression one of disappointment. Liu Lu and Biao Fei Long shared a similar look, having grown accustomed to the exquisite dishes crafted by Ye Lin, as well as the energy cubes. These ordinary fruits had become difficult to swallow. Only the hyperactive monkey relished the fruits as if they were gourmet delicacies, his face radiating sheer joy. Ye could hardly bear to watch. Liu Lu, however, showed a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. Having endured similar experiences, they felt a profound empathy for the hyperactive monkey. Surely, he had never truly been satiated. The 4 sprites were not far from him. Ye Lin also noticed the monkey's expression and paused in his action of picking the orange fruits. He retrieved a previously crafted energy cube. "Hyperactive monkey, come here." Upon hearing this, the monkey immediately set down the fruit he had been holding, his eyes reflecting a deep reluctance, yet his speed did not wane. In the blink of an eye, he was by Ye Lin's side, obedient and docile. "Here, eat this." A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and the monkey's eyes sparkled with desire as he blinked. When he accepted the white energy cube, disbelief flickered across his face. It was only when Ye Lin nodded encouragingly that he cautiously placed the food in his mouth, his movements careful, as if walking on thin ice. Yet, the moment the energy cube touched his tongue, The monkey's bleary eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered a true delicacy. The whole monkey was overwhelmed by the experience. Hyperactive monkey affection, level 1. Although he could not speak, his astonished expression conveyed the sentiment. Such exquisite flavor truly exists in this world? Ye Lin couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. The demeanor of the other 3 sprites also softened imperceptibly. Observing their harmonious interaction, Ye Lin couldn't help but smile as he continued to pick and prepare. Orange fruit and Winyu fruit ratio configuration completed. Reached 1527. Machine flame temperature is at 371 degrees. Not yet optimal for combustion. Please continue to adjust. Beep. Temperature meets standards. Please maintain current status and continue merging. Stirring angle needs to deviate by 30 degrees. The first batch of new energy cubes is about to be successfully produced. Please prepare for countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a beep, Ye Lin immediately opened the outer glass cover. In an instant, 10 crystal-clear, crystalline energy cubes emerged. Yet Ye Lin remained vigilant. He retrieved a bottle of thick, pale pink juice from his spatial backpack. It was the energy sweetener. He picked up a dropper, gently extracted a drop, and, while the cubes were still fresh, squeezed the drop of sweetener into the center of the machine. With a hum, the 10 crystals simultaneously plunged into the concave base of the production device. Following this, the drop of viscous pink liquid cascaded down, propelled by rapidly spinning blades, transforming into countless minuscule molecules, all of which slid into the cubes below. Beep! Congratulations to the host for developing a new energy cube formula. Sweet Cube. Sweet Cube. When consumed by sprites, physical stamina will be restored within half an hour, completely eliminating fatigue, and they will experience genuine feelings of joy and happiness, with a certain probability of enhancing intimacy with their trainer. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled. He had casually experimented, and to his astonishment, it had indeed succeeded. Moreover, it had seamlessly integrated the advantages of both the energy sweetener and the new energy cube, merging them into a singular entity. Beep. Detected that the host qualifies to become a true nurturer, receiving a designated prompt. To his surprise, there was a designated prompt. The distinct sound of the notification immediately captured Ye Lin's attention. This was the first time since acquiring the system that he had encountered a designated prompt. It invigorated him instantly. Furthermore, the conditions for unlocking this designated prompt were rather extraordinary. Had he not whimsically developed the new energy cube, it might have remained undiscovered for a lifetime. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Ye Lin clicked on the designated prompt. Suddenly, the fragment of the evolution keystone is located at the intersection of Road 121 and Road Jingwei 120 in Ninghong City, to the southeast of your current position, 79 kilometers away. In the next moment, a shimmering point of rainbow light appeared in his field of vision, precisely indicating the direction specified by the prompt. Chapter 79, Mega Evolution, The Terrifying Prophet. A point of rainbow light continued to hover in his sight, unceasingly illuminating the path to the southeast. Moreover, this light did not fade away. As Ye Lin rose, the light also floated upward. When he turned, the light instantly shifted direction. Goodness! Was this not an automatic navigation system? Ye Lin felt a rush of exhilaration. He had gained a deeper understanding of the designated prompt. It seemed that not only were the items indicated precious, but even the positional display was remarkably considerate, as if it feared he might go astray. Previously, it had only been text. Now it was rendered in 3D. Unfortunately, such occurrences were still rather infrequent. Ye Lin sighed, his gaze earnestly fixed upon the light. His mind was consumed with the words evolution keystone fragment that the prompt had just revealed. While he dared not make assumptions about other matters, the designated prompt undoubtedly differed from ordinary notifications. It surely held significance. He believed that this so-called evolution keystone fragment was far from ordinary. It could not simply be a standard keystone, as a single evolution stone could only correspond to one keystone. To achieve a sprite's mega evolution, one would need to gather a complete set. Its value was exorbitant, potentially reaching millions. However, those capable of facilitating a sprite's mega evolution would likely have the means to afford such prices. After all, at this stage, as long as it could enhance a sprite's strength, money was of little consequence to them. Mega evolution, as the name suggests, allows sprites to unleash their hidden potential in a short time, significantly boosting their overall strength. Moreover, Pokémon that inherently possess formidable abilities, upon undergoing mega evolution, exhibit terrifying power, rivaling even legendary Pokémon. This is one of the reasons why the starter Pokémon are so highly sought after. After all, many starter Pokémon meet the basic requirements for Mega Evolution. Of course, the actual probability of achieving Mega Evolution remains 1 in 100. To undergo Mega Evolution, 2 items are essential. One is the Evolution Keystone, and the other is the corresponding Evolution Stone for the specific sprite. For instance, Blastoise requires the Blastoise Mega Stone, while Venusaur necessitates the Venusaur Mega Stone. The Evolution Stone must be held by the sprite. In Blue Star, only those at least at the near champion level can reach the step of Mega Evolution, and even then, only in the later stages. This showcases the allure and difficulty of Mega Evolution. Ye Lin couldn't help but feel tempted, especially as the rainbow-hued light seemed to beckon him, floating enticingly before him, urging his heart to race towards Road 121. Alright, let's finish this quickly. With the allure of the Keystone Fragment, Ye Lin's movements became less leisurely. Whether he was squeezing the fruits or blending and stirring, his pace quickened exponentially. As Ye Lin worked, the notification sounds grew increasingly frequent. This time, the time was shortened to 20 minutes. Ye Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands moving without pause. Approximately an hour passed. 50 crystalline energy cubes appeared in Ye Lin's hands. He had only crafted the sweet-flavored cube on his first attempt. Subsequent creations were new types of energy cubes made in haste. Once completed, he stored the hyperactive monkey in the luxurious ball obtained through evolution, summoning the other 3 Pokémon in turn. With alacrity, he departed the orchard. Upon returning to the hall, Ye Lin encountered the drowsy head of the Luo family. Thud, thud. Hearing the footsteps, the family head blinked awake, momentarily startled upon seeing Ye Lin. Was there an issue? He naturally did not perceive that Ye Lin had completed his work in such a short span of time, assuming the young man had matters to attend to. However, the moment he witnessed Ye Lin unveil the contents of his backpack, he was left dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. The family head doubted his own eyes, rubbing them for clarity. Yet, upon reopening them, the crystalline energy cubes remained. You finished, he gasped, nearly straining his back as he sprang to his feet. Ye Lin, seemingly oblivious to the shock he had just induced, urged, when shall we sign the contract? Wait a moment, I'll summon someone right away. The family head, noticing Ye Lin's anxious demeanor, though still somewhat bewildered, waved for the butler to fetch assistance. Little did he know, Ye Lin was about to drop another bombshell. He retrieved one of the cubes from his backpack, spinning it under the sunlight, and the family head watched in awe as the cube emanated a soft pinkish-white glow. It was breathtaking. Gasping, he immediately pieced together its significance. This is... Ye Lin, pressed for time, did not keep him in suspense. This is a sweet-flavored cube. In addition to the effects of the new energy cubes, it can induce feelings of joy and excitement in Pokémon, with a certain probability of increasing their bond with trainers. The family head was left speechless, stammering for words. When he finally regained his composure, he found himself at a loss for what to say. He had thought Ye Lin was merely on the 3rd tier, yet here he was, soaring to the stratosphere. This was simply astonishing. He could hardly fathom what to express. Had he not known Ye Lin since childhood, he would have suspected the young man was deceiving him. Increasing bond? Wasn't that a feat reserved for the highest grade energy cubes? And let us not even mention the fact that even the best energy cubes didn't guarantee a 100 increase in affection. The family head's breaths grew heavier. You need to give me a moment. He waved his hand, sinking back into his seat, his expression dazed. Yet, even without a testing report to validate it, he understood that Ye Lin could not be lying. If he claimed such effects existed, they were certainties. How many of these do you have? The family head swallowed hard, his throat dry. 10. 10 will suffice. Slumped in his chair, he was nonetheless mentally racing with thoughts. He almost immediately conceived a marketing strategy. After a moment of emotional settling, at that precise moment, the lawyer entered, presenting 2 contracts before them. My dear boy, the specific selling price will be decided after gauging the market tomorrow, but I can assure you, the profit will be split 80-20 in your favor. And I will unconditionally supply the raw materials. Anything available from our orchard is yours to take. The family head stated decisively. This was his own child, and he would never take advantage. Were it not for the orchard's annual costs exceeding $1 million, he would have proposed a 90-10 split. After all, in his eyes, this new type of energy cube was entirely Ye Lin's achievement. It was only through their acquaintance that he could acquire such remarkable items. There was no need to await market reactions. Once launched, the new energy cubes would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar, leading to astronomical profits. At that moment, Ye Lin was taken aback. He had initially thought of a 70-30 split, yet the family head was so agreeable. Truly, he had chosen the right person. He smiled, glanced over the contract, and affixed his signature. Ye Lin stood up, and noticing his urgency, the family head kindly assured him, "You need not worry about the forthcoming matters. Leave everything to our Luo family. After the sale tomorrow, I will transfer your share of the profits. This is today's deposit." As the family head prepared to retrieve another card, Ye Lin quickly interjected. He already possessed sufficient cards. "No need, uncle. Just give me a transfer once I provide you with my card number." "All right, I will transfer the deposit to you now." Simultaneously, Ye Lin received a notification of a 100,000 credit transfer. "Well then, Uncle Luo, I must be off. Allow me to escort you." He immediately halted the family head's forthcoming words. "No need, just lend me a flying Pokémon. Xiaoyi, haven't you sorted out your pass yet?" Seeing Ye Lin nod, the family head patted his chest confidently. "How about this? Since Luo Hao also needs a pass, I can assist both of you together. Just send me your trainer ID number." All right. To obtain the flying permit, they needed to go to the Pokémon Center. Ye Lin was eager to search for shards and continue training his Pokémon in preparation for the new Star Cup. With the family head's offer, the process became much simpler. Ye Lin promptly provided his ID number. Shortly thereafter, the butler brought out a Pidgeot, giving Ye Lin several flying commands. He memorized them all. "Mr. Yi, once you reach your destination, you need not worry, it will return on its own." "Understood," he responded, stroking Pidgeot's head. Once it crouched down, he swiftly mounted it. Pidgeot. With a cry, it spread its wings, generating a gust of wind. The butler squinted, and upon reopening his eyes, Pidgeot had already soared 10 meters away, leaving behind a mere speck. According to the navigational data, he was 79 kilometers away from the evolution keystone fragment, approximately a 20-minute drive. However, upon checking the ride-hailing app, Ye Lin found no vehicles available. The map was entirely blank. He grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Yet, without the flying permit, he could not simply walk there, which led him to request the use of a flying Pokémon from the family head. Seated atop the professionally armored Pidgeot, Ye Lin marveled at the difference professionalism made. On Pidgeot, he felt none of the dizziness he had previously experienced. With ample flying experience, Pidgeot maintained a smooth flight, allowing him to enjoy the scenery along the way, presenting a breathtaking view of the vast landscape below. The protective armor shielded him from the stinging winds, though the air howled around him. The armor transformed it into a gentle breeze, merely refreshing. Once the flying permit was secured, he resolved to acquire one for his Dragonite as well. Reflecting on his experiences in the secret realm, he sighed deeply. He had to admit, while riding Dragonite had been exhilarating, he had often felt apprehensive, fearing he might fall off. It was clear that professionalism held its own advantages. Pidgeot was impressively swift. Within minutes, it landed at the destination. Ye Lin gazed at the dark, foreboding mine entrance, furrowing his brow. The rainbow light points continued to hover before him, their target unmistakably leading into the depths of the mine. Advance 13 meters to acquire an evolution keystone fragment. No wonder the map bore no markings. It turns out this is the Li family's mine. Indeed, the prominent symbol above the mine entrance unmistakably signifies the exclusive emblem of the Li family. The cave before him is clearly their private property and thus does not appear on public maps. However, it seems this mine has been abandoned for quite some time. The iron sign above has become corroded with rust. The lower half of the appears to be on the verge of falling off, with screws entirely missing. But then again, if it weren't abandoned, his precious BB wouldn't even be able to enter. Without hesitation, Ye Lin stepped into the mine. The entrance was shrouded in cobwebs, which he meticulously brushed aside. Retrieving a flashlight from his backpack, the cave was instantly illuminated. It was evident that this place had been extensively excavated, with uneven patches scattered throughout. He had to be cautious with every step he took, otherwise, he might easily trip. The rainbow-colored gleam grew larger. Soon, evolution keystone fragment is 10 meters beneath your feet. What? 10 meters? That would leave the underground hollowed out. At last, he understood why this fragment had remained undiscovered until the mine's abandonment. It was buried far too deep. More importantly, none of his Pokémon possessed the digging skill. Riolu met the criteria to learn it, but unfortunately, had yet to master it. As for the hyperactive monkey, it was indeed evolving toward a multi-type Pokémon. But it had only just begun and naturally lacked this skill. Ye Lin found himself at a loss for a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since this was a mining area, it must be home to numerous Pokémon that dwell underground. The instant this notion formed, beep, 50 meters ahead on the left, a family of Digletts has been discovered. A family of Digletts. Ye Lin's eyebrows lifted in delight, invigorated by the news. How fortuitous. Just as he pondered how to dig underground, a group of expert burrowers appeared. Who could be more adept at tunneling than the Diglett family? Their underground nests were all crafted by themselves. Ye Lin marked the spot beneath his feet and quickened his pace toward the indicated direction. Before long, he noticed the telltale signs of raised soil, with the surrounding earth feeling notably loose, yielding beneath his feet like freshly tilled land. Almost there, continuing deeper, Ye Lin discovered that the mine was unexpectedly vast. Though the entrance was narrow, its interior resembled a colossal subterranean world. Moreover, the traces he observed did not appear to be man-made. They lacked the precision of machinery and seemed more like the handiwork of Pokémon. He had found it. He crouched down, feeling a handful of freshly turned earth, and his spirits soared. Typically, locating Digletts is quite a challenge. They only expose their upper bodies. And due to their natural penchant for digging, they are constantly expanding their subterranean domain. Consequently, even the prompt had not specified an exact number. It merely indicated the presence of a family nearby. However, Ye Lin was confident that if he were to produce a certain item, all the Digletts would be drawn to him, allowing him to capture the entire family and enlist their help in digging. Chapter 81. Match any evolution stone, universal key. Ye Lin had unwavering confidence. If he presented a particular item, all the Digletts would undoubtedly be attracted, enabling him to ensnare the entire colony and recruit them for his excavation. That item, of course, was none other than the energy sweetener. What could be more enticing to Digletts than sweets? Not to mention that the energy sweetener was an enhanced version of ordinary sweets, the very source of sweetness. In terms of flavor, efficacy, and even the aroma it exuded, it was tenfold that of regular confections. It was the quintessence of dessert. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin produced the sweetener, uncorking the bottle with one hand. In the next instant, a delightful, sweet aroma filled the entire underground mine. The fragrance was so rich that merely inhaling it evoked a sense of bliss that lingered in the air. It wafted farther with each breath. In a heartbeat, just a meter ahead, the little Diglett that had initially hidden upon hearing the commotion cautiously peeked its head out. Its brown, cylindrical head, pink nose, and eyes the size of black beans were visible, while the lower half of its body remained concealed beneath the earth, most of it nestled in the soil. It was clear that it was being cautious. However, the enchanting scent in the air momentarily made it forget everything else. Upon noticing it, Ye Lin halted his steps, ready to extend goodwill as a Pokémon friend. Sure enough, his assumptions proved correct. This Diglett was a scout of the colony. After he radiated warmth, swish, 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 swish. The sound of soil being loosened echoed as one after another, Digletts and Dugtrios emerged from deeper underground. Under the light of the flashlight, the densely packed Diglett colony came into view, dazzling to behold. The sheer number was staggering, enough to induce a sense of panic in those with a fear of crowds. Ye Lin was equally taken aback. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he hadn't anticipated the numbers to be so vast. Just within his line of sight, there were probably over 1,000. In an instant, the thought of forcibly capturing them dissipated. With so many Digletts and Dugtrios in such a small area, the entire underground mine must contain tens of thousands, if not over 100,000. While he was not afraid, provoking even one would incite the entire colony. The consequences would be akin to poking a hornet's nest. Just imagining it made Ye Lin's scalp tingle. Wasn't he worth it? What? You suggest using Charizard to battle? Wouldn't he that be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Even if he succeeded, what satisfaction would it bring? It would merely waste time and invite trouble. That was a last resort. Until the very last moment, Ye Lin refused to resort to such measures. Therefore, since a direct assault was not feasible, Ye Lin decided to entice them. He stepped forward, relaxing his hands to display goodwill, and thanks to the effect of being a Pokémon friend, the Digletts did not retreat at the sight of his gesture. Instead, they looked on with curiosity and intrigue. Sensing that the Digletts bore no animosity, Ye Lin knew he was one step closer to success. I would like to discuss something with you. The scout Diglett gazed up at him, its small black bean-like eyes blinking obediently, seemingly signaling that it was indeed listening intently. The other Digletts blinked in unison. This scene inexplicably warmed Ye Lin's heart. He got straight to the point. I need your assistance to dig down 10 meters at that spot, and in return, this. He twirled the energy sweetener in his hand. In an instant, the aroma wafted toward the colony of Digletts and Dugtrios. Will be your reward. His tone was resolute. Ye Lin had no doubts, for the sweetener he held was a small vial, less than 10 milliliters, extracted from a larger bottle. It was just the right amount to serve as a reward for these Digletts. As soon as he finished speaking, the Digletts twitched their tiny pink noses, their eyes lingering on the sweetener vial. Some peered curiously, and murmurs erupted from the depths of the earth. It was evident that they were engaged in an internal discussion. Ye Lin's lips curled into a confident smile. He was certain that this group of Digletts would not refuse. Among all Pokémon, Digletts were among those who held goodwill toward humans. Moreover, in this present moment, the presence of a steadfast bond with the sprites, coupled with the allure of energy sweeteners, renders their refusal rather peculiar. Moreover, endowed with extraordinary abilities, it possesses heightened mental perception. Even in the absence of audible discourse among the Gophers, it is acutely aware of their aspirations towards its suggestions. As anticipated, within scarcely a minute, the cacophony subsided, returning to a serene quietude. The reconnaissance Gopher, dispatched ahead as a representative, gazed upwards, its tiny, ebony eyes blinking in a display of apprehension, seemingly fearing that the human before it might not comprehend its intentions. It even tilted its little head in a playful manner. Ye Lin couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Let us go," he said, illuminating the path with his flashlight as he retraced his steps. Behind him, the rustling sounds persisted, the soil shifting in a rhythmic dance. If one were bestowed with a divine perspective, the entire mind would reveal itself in motion, stirring up clouds of dust. Moments later, he found himself at the very spot he had previously marked. Indeed, this was the place. Behind him trailed a substantial throng of Gophers, with the reconnaissance Gopher leading the way. Upon his halt, the rustling ceased instantaneously. Countless tiny heads emerged from the mounds of earth, tilting in unison to observe the location Ye Lin indicated. The leading scout Gopher circled around thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. Subsequently, it gave a slight flick of its brown head, prompting the rest of the brigade into action. As Ye Lin shifted his position, they surged forth in a fervent rush, eager and zealous. He beheld a blur of Gophers, their speed creating afterimages as they surfaced and disappeared repeatedly. The land where the evolution keystone fragments lay sank noticeably beneath their fervent digging. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In less than 5 minutes, they unearthed an elongated subterranean tunnel. The surrounding soil remained remarkably firm, rivaling that of human construction. Ye Lin shone his flashlight into the tunnel, revealing a glimmering, rainbow-hued fragment. His heart raced with excitement. "It's here." The Gophers, upon hearing him, promptly retreated in unison. He grasped the tunnel's edge, descending into the depths below, his feet gliding swiftly, his back brushing against the earth. Upon finally touching down, he was greeted by the fragment's notification. Evolution Keystone Fragment. 1-4 collecting all pieces will yield a complete evolution keystone, compatible with any sprite evolution stone. A universal compatibility with any evolution stone. The distinct notification was indeed extraordinary. Ye Lin was elated. Currently, in Blue Star, the super evolution mechanism permits only one evolution stone to correspond with a single keystone, akin to a lock requiring a specific key. This had confined them to a rigid framework. However, the discovery of a master key capable of unlocking countless locks was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 82. The Affection of the Gopher Clan and the Shenado Evolution Stone. He had indeed uncovered a universal key. Ye Lin promptly picked up the keystone fragment, dusting it off gently, rotating it to reveal its dazzling brilliance in the light. He carefully placed it into the compartment of his spatial backpack, exhaling a sigh of relief. Raising his gaze, he found innumerable pairs of inky black eyes fixated on him from above the tunnel entrance, unwavering and intense. The glow emanating from their depths appeared particularly eerie in the dimly lit cavern. Yet, Ye Lin felt no fear, for within his powerful psychic perception, the only emotions he could discern from the Gophers were anticipation and eagerness. This little band seemed to be brimming with impatience. Utilizing his psychic ability, Ye Lin retrieved climbing gear from his backpack, equipping himself with hooks and claws. In a matter of moments, he ascended to the tunnel's mouth. Wasting no time, he directly handed a vial of energy sweetener to the reconnaissance Gopher. The scout gingerly burrowed into the mound to accept it. Chirp! In a surge of excitement, it couldn't suppress a joyful squeak. The other Gophers, unable to contain their eagerness, rushed forth. In the blink of an eye, the entire colony gathered, filling every nook and cranny, their eyes wide with expectation. The little Gopher nudged the cork with its nose, releasing the sweet, rich aroma into the air once more. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Accompanied by a chorus of excited sounds, Ye Lin distinctly felt the underground mine resonate with a formidable hum, akin to a tremor of great magnitude. Immediately thereafter, an entire legion of Gophers surged toward the vial of energy sweetener. Due to their overwhelming numbers, Ye Lin's vision was obscured, swallowed by a sea of brown. At that moment, notifications chimed in. Ding, 3 Gopher Intimacy level 25. Ding, Gopher Intimacy level 30. Ding, Gopher Leader Intimacy Level 10. Ding. The incessant beeping left Ye Lin momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Time slipped by, perhaps 10 minutes passed, before the notifications finally ceased. As the multitude of gophers gradually dispersed, revealing gaps, he noticed that the vial had been utterly depleted, leaving only an empty shell scattered on the ground. Not a drop of the sweetener remained. The interior licked spotless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a remarkable intimacy boost with 999 gophers. Reward: affection from the Gopher Clan. Affection from the Gopher Clan. Any gopher will regard the host with special favor, always maintaining a friendly disposition, and will assist as much as possible when requested. Oh, such a thing exists? Ye Lin was taken aback. This was the first time he had garnered the favor of an entire sprite clan. Moreover, as the explanation stated, despite their diminutive stature and their life in the dark recesses of caves, seemingly unremarkable in strength, their utility is undeniably significant, whether in agriculture or as foundational infrastructure. These gophers are unparalleled in their expertise. Many farmers specifically raise gopher colonies to maintain fertile soil and yield more aesthetically pleasing fruits. As for construction facilities, gophers navigate their subterranean pathways with ease. Their digging capabilities are extraordinary, allowing them to traverse even volcanic terrain with remarkable speed. It could be said that each of these little gophers is truly a diligent worker. Detected Host has conquered the Gopher Clan, now receiving the second specified notification. His eyes brightened once more. The first specified notification pertained to the evolution keystone fragment. So, what would the second one reveal? Upon exiting the mine, proceed north for 378 meters, then turn right for 15 meters to locate the Shinado Evolution Stone. The Shinado Evolution Stone. Instantly invigorated, Ye Lin exited the mine, beginning his search according to the indicated direction. However, the area was riddled with mines, the undulating mountains obscuring any clear landmarks. Realizing this was under the jurisdiction of Li Wei's family, he remained cautious and advised the following reconnaissance gopher. You all stay close to me, don't worry. I won't stray too far from here. The little gopher nodded vigorously, and shortly thereafter, a dozen or so more gophers and 3 gophers emerged from the cave in eager succession. The others lagged behind, their human-like expressions reflecting regret and disappointment. Ye Lin couldn't help but smile knowingly. Finally, he understood just how advantageous the favor of an entire clan of sprites could be. Exercising caution, he refrained from summoning his sprites, opting instead to allow these stealthy little gophers to accompany him, even in an abandoned mine. Given it was still the Li family's property, one could never be too careful. Ye Lin leaped silently from the mine, stealthily proceeding northward. After traversing approximately 300 meters, the number of mine shafts dwindled significantly, and the surrounding environment abruptly transformed into a desolate and eerie landscape. The ground was overrun with wild grass, and trees lay severed, sprawled haphazardly across the earth. There were also indistinct, dark remnants on the soil, resembling blood yet ambiguous in nature. Ye Lin struggled to discern their true nature as dusk had stealthily descended, casting only the faint, cold glow of the moon. The sense of foreboding intensified in the atmosphere, accompanied by the mournful wailing of the wind, akin to a lamenting spirit. In any case, Ye Lin's ominous premonition grew increasingly potent, and before he could approach his destination, he cautiously enveloped himself with his supernatural abilities, striving to isolate his presence. Upon reaching a distance of 378 meters, he suddenly halted, his reflexes sharp. He swiftly concealed himself in the shadow of a nearby tree. Given the dimming light, no one could perceive him. Not far to his right stood a wooden cabin, neither too large nor too small, yet it appeared strikingly out of place and unsettling in this desolate mining area. A multitude of thoughts surged through Ye Lin's mind in that instant. Just then, a breeze carrying faint human voices reached his ears, tinged with an unsettling familiarity. He furrowed his brow but refrained from acting hastily, fearing to startle the unknown. After all, what benevolence could one expect from someone residing in such a remote and peculiar cabin? Thankfully, his increasing proficiency with his abilities, coupled with his formidable mental strength and keen senses, ensured that he could hear even the faintest sounds from several meters away. Suddenly, a small, brown cylindrical head emerged from the grass beneath his feet. There, can you help me see how many people are there? The reconnaissance mole seemed to sense Ye Lin's serious demeanor, its beady eyes reflecting a newfound caution. In the next moment, it vanished once more, replaced by small mounds of earth that rose and fell on the grass. After several minutes, the little mole returned, ready to speak, only to realize that its words were incomprehensible to the human. It tilted its head and emitted a soft sound. Chapter 83. Infamous Dark Blood Moon. The Blacklist? The mole, noticing that its words were lost on Ye Lin, tilted its head and made a faint sound. Suddenly, Ye Lin watched in astonishment as 4 more little moles popped up before him. Initially bewildered, he soon realized that the reconnaissance mole was vigorously shaking its head towards the 4 little moles. In an instant, enlightenment struck him. There were 4 individuals present? A flicker of joy lit up the mole's beady eyes as its body leaped slightly in excitement. What about the surroundings? Are there others? The mole's movements shifted from up and down to side. Ye Lin grasped the situation immediately. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly devised a plan and discreetly pressed the button on his waist, summoning his elegant and beautiful Curlia. Ye Lin remained silent, opting for telepathic communication. Listen to my instructions. For now, conceal your presence and form with your abilities, and do not allow yourself to be detected. Curlia nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. A glimmer of determination flashed in its eyes, and its otherwise charming demeanor took on a hint of menace and bloodlust, sending chills down Ye Lin's spine. Having grown accustomed to such transformations, Ye Lin felt no discomfort. He recognized this as Curlia entering battle mode. After all, it had emerged from the depths of the Black Factory, and despite its benign appearance, it had witnessed enough bloodshed to rival even the most ferocious of dragons. Thus, Curlia's ruthless attitude was entirely expected. Ye Lin crouched down and began to approach the wooden cabin step by step, the designated marker drawing ever closer. When he was merely 3 meters away from the cabin, he halted, for at this distance, he could concentrate his mental energy to capture the discussions within the cabin. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, his hands slightly clenched. In the next moment, the supernatural energy enveloping him began to surge and thin, pouring into his ears. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. This precise control over his mental faculties was taxing. Ye Lin found himself straining, for he needed to conceal his presence while amplifying his hearing, a monumental endeavor. Nevertheless, despite the throbbing pain in his head, he grit his teeth and persevered. Finally, as the voices grew increasingly distinct, every word ringing clear, Ye Lin knew he had succeeded. A slight smile began to form on his lips. In the next instant, a male voice interjected mockingly, "Young Master Li Wei, if you wish to reach an agreement with us, you'll need to show some sincerity. Our organization is not akin to your subordinates, whom you command at will." Ye Lin's attention sharpened as he caught the name Li Wei. His eyes narrowed, a glimmer of malice flashing within. Inside the cabin, Li Wei remained oblivious to the fact that his scheme had been exposed. His throat tightened as he nervously licked his lips, hesitating, for the Shinado Evolution Stone was a precious treasure recently acquired by his father. He had exerted tremendous effort to obtain it, intending to exchange it for a Pokémon of quasi-divine potential. Yet, he could not swallow this indignation. Why should Ye Lin bask in such glory? Why should he confidently participate in this year's New Star Cup, adored by the entire school? Meanwhile, he found himself reduced to a mere rat in the gutter. He should be a failure, a worthless being. How could someone so impoverished overshadow him? But now, as he approached by Sun, he was forced to face countless piercing gazes and the judgment of strangers. He, Li Wei, a scion of one of the most esteemed families in Ninghang, a grand young master of the Li family, destined to be adored by all. He should be looking down upon all the impoverished trainers with disdain. Yet everything was the fault of Ye Lin. He had compelled Li Wei into his current predicament, to the point where even his father was on the verge of abandoning him. The thought of his father's disappointed gaze from yesterday, coupled with the sigh before leaving, made him clench his fists tightly beneath the table, the pressure so intense that his nails dug deep into his palms. With every trending topic involving Ye Lin, there were always those eager to drag him out and deliver a beating. Memories of ridicule and the piercing comments from the internet flooded his mind. The humiliation was vividly etched in his memory. Li Wei gritted his teeth, the taste of blood rising in his mouth. Ultimately, he withdrew the Shinado Evolution Stone he had clutched tightly, now soaked with sweat. It was primarily white, adorned with 2 swirling, pastel green patterns. Fresh and beautiful, just like the impression Shinado left on one. Upon seeing him produce the Evolution Stone, the 3 men finally displayed satisfied smiles. The leader, a man with a scar across his eye, exhibited an insatiable greed. Trembling, Li Wei placed the Evolution Stone on the table, glancing nervously at the fierce, notorious trio. Though he feigned bravado, this is the Shinado Evolution Stone. If you help me eliminate Ye Lin, it will be yours." His words stumbled, but his hatred for Ye Lin had already surpassed his fear of the infamous Dark Blood Moon. In that moment, all he could think about was revenge. He was willing to pay any price for it. The little leader among the three raised an eyebrow. A smile that was more sinister than mirth tugging at the corners of his mouth, and the scar on his eye twisted grotesquely, resembling a repulsive worm. Disgusting and terrifying. Young Masterly, how could you possibly say such a thing? Do you still doubt the capabilities of our Dark Blood Moon? Indeed. No one who has made it onto the blacklist has ever escaped. However, what you possess seems insufficient to warrant such a distinction. Perhaps you should add a little more? The other two joined in with mocking laughter, their words dripping with disdain, completely disregarding Ye Lin. Their discussion revolved solely around the rewards. While Li Wei's target for revenge was merely an ant beneath their feet, easily squashed, Li Wei was equally convinced of this, for they were the Dark Blood Moon, a notorious international poaching syndicate, ranked among the most nefarious organizations on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list. Their infamy was well-deserved, with murder and arson as routine as breathing. Elves were merely tools for their financial gain. They viewed trainers as nothing more than obstacles to their profit, where defiance led only to death. Countless trainers trembled at the mere mention of the Dark Blood Moon, unable to sleep at night. One of the reasons for their notoriety was the blacklist of Blood Moon. Any trainer, regardless of their identity or status, who appeared on the blacklist would inevitably vanish without a trace. Some bodies were discovered, while others were lost forever. Before long, the prized Pokémon of those trainers would surface in the underground market, fiercely contested and auctioned. All of this was made possible by the core leadership of the Dark Blood Moon, a total of 10 individuals, with rumors suggesting that 9 of them had reached the quasi-king level of strength. The true mastermind behind it all remained shrouded in mystery, their power still undetermined. As Li Wei observed the three, who showed no sign of backing down, even the evolution stone for Shinado failed to entice them to act with full force. His gaze darkened, becoming increasingly ominous. Yet, the trio remained unafraid, looking down upon him with a sneer of contempt. When Li Wei's eyes met those of their leader, he couldn't help but swallow hard, hastily averting his gaze. Cowardice. In the next moment, an idea struck him, and his eyes gleamed. Ye Lin possessed a salamence. Wouldn't that be enough to compel you to act with all your might? Unsurprisingly, the 3 official members of the Dark Blood Moon exchanged astonished glances, their eyes sparkling with evident excitement. Li Wei noticed the insatiable greed in the leader's gaze, which startled him. He quickly lowered his head, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Ye Lin, let us see how you meet your demise now. Outside the wooden cabin, Ye Lin listened to the conversation among the 4, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Especially when Li Wei mentioned the salamence. His eyes turned deep and cold, devoid of warmth. If looks could kill, Li Wei would have been cut to shreds long ago. Even now, as he glanced at the individuals inside the cabin, he regarded them as lifeless entities. He was well aware of the Dark Blood Moon's reputation, but he never anticipated encountering them in such a manner. However, rather than fear this nefarious group on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list, Ye Lin felt an intriguing thrill rising within him, eager to test his mettle. After all, every official member of the Dark Blood Moon was on the bounty list in the Dragon Kingdom, with core leaders fetching rewards nearing 10 million. Even the lowest-ranking members would not have a bounty less than 500,000. In that moment, all thoughts of evil organizations and quasi-king villains faded from Ye Lin's mind. In his eyes, the 3 individuals had become synonymous with wealth. If he could eliminate them, wouldn't he at least walk away with 1,500,000? Ye Lin licked his lips, already filled with anticipation. Since they regarded him as prey, why not turn the tables? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Without hesitation, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he swiftly commanded Kairu Lien, use hypnosis powder. Ye Lin did not utter a word, communicating through thought alone. In the next instant, Kairu Lien levitated gracefully, swiftly approaching the wooden cabin. The cabin was not entirely sealed. The gaps beneath the door and around the windows were substantial enough to ensure the smoke could infiltrate and take effect immediately. It was a perfectly orchestrated environment for hypnosis. Kairu Lien elegantly spun in midair, releasing the yellow hypnosis powder from beneath its ballet skirt. The powder, though not fast, began to envelop the entire cabin, converging from all directions. Due to the tightly shut windows and doors, only a small portion seeped through, but Ye Lin had anticipated this. Remaining unfazed, he pressed the button on another luxury ball. With a resounding crash, a crimson figure descended, and Ye Lin shouted, "Fire at the hypnosis powder." As soon as he finished speaking, Salamance's belly swelled slightly, concentrating all its energy in its mouth. Its jaws widened to the limit, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames towards the direction Ye Lin indicated. The hypnosis powder ignited upon contact with the intense heat. Thick smoke billowed forth, forming a serpentine cloud that began to intensify within the cabin, spreading further. All the hypnosis powder was carried into the cabin through the smoke. Such a commotion did not escape the notice of the four inside. They were not fools, and as their expressions shifted, they prepared to counterattack and summon their Pokémon. However, before they could act, the smoke filled the entire cabin, infiltrating every crevice. The scarred man among the trio noticed the hint of yellow mingled with the smoke. His expression shifting dramatically, panic flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "This smoke is wrong. Cover your noses." But he was ultimately too late. The other two, upon hearing his warning, attempted to cover their noses, but it was already too late. Caught off guard, they inhaled a substantial amount of smoke. The hypnosis powder surged into their nasal passages, the acrid taste overwhelming them. Just as their brows furrowed, they were overtaken by an uncontrollable wave of fatigue, succumbing to drowsiness. Li Wei was the first to collapse. Caught entirely off guard, this was his family's abandoned mining property, and few knew of this cabin's existence. It was precisely for this reason he arranged to meet with the Dark Blood Moon here. After all, if the League discovered his collusion with an evil organization, not only would he be doomed, but his father and the entire Li family would face dire consequences. Thus, he had not anticipated the presence of others. Leaving him completely unprepared, he fell victim first. In contrast, the three official members of the Dark Blood Moon were accustomed to ambush tactics. Even if Li Wei claimed no one lived within a 5-mile radius, the scarred man maintained his guard throughout. Otherwise, he would not have risen to such a position within the organization. Realizing he had been ambushed, he cursed vehemently. To stave off the overpowering urge to sleep, he drew a dagger and slashed it across his own arm. With a swift motion, he inflicted a deep 10-centimeter gash, blood spraying forth. It splattered onto the scar near his eye and the corner of his mouth. He extended his tongue to taste the distinct metallic flavor, revealing an evil grin that accentuated the ferocity of his scar. The intense pain jolted him awake instantly. Among the remaining two, one closest to the door had already collapsed to the ground. The other, in a daze, observed his leader's actions and, imitating him, plunged a knife into his own body. However, having inhaled a considerable amount of hypnosis powder, his nerves were slackened and his muscles weakened. As he struck down, a mere scratch traced across the arm, breaking the skin without drawing blood. Who could have foreseen that in the next moment, the leader would kick the fallen Li Wei aside and deliver a vicious slash across his prostrate back? A piercing scream tore through the air, and the pain jolted her back to consciousness, dispelling the haze of slumber. The leader, unrelenting, turned his attention to another comrade lying nearby. With a swift thrust, he struck again. The unfortunate soul grimaced in agony, feeling the renewed throbbing in his recently lacerated arm. Meanwhile, blood rapidly soaked the sleeves of the unconscious companion. Unfortunately, he had inhaled too much of the soporific powder. Even as his brow furrowed in distress within the depths of his dreams, he struggled to awaken. The scarred man's expression darkened. What a useless wretch. With that, he dismissed the individual as though he were a discarded object, striding past without a backward glance, and kicked open the tightly shut wooden door. Chapter 85. The First Drop of Blood, the Jewel of Life. As he discarded the comrade, a flash of white light flickered at his waist, heralding the arrival of a grotesque, bat-like creature. Its sharp fangs glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Ye Lin observed intently, noting with horror the strands of congealed flesh entangled between its teeth, an unmistakable harbinger of malice. It was clear this creature was no benign entity, its origins a mystery of savagery. Accompanying it were a formidable beedrill and a dark corviknight, both unusually large specimens, towering over their kind. As the duo from Dark Blood Moon kicked open the door, the thick smoke dissipated, revealing nothing beyond. It was as though the entire encounter had been nothing more than an illusion. The scarred man cast a rapid glance around, yet found nothing amiss. A bloodthirsty rage surged within him. He barked an order. Zubat, use supersonic. Instantly, a piercing wave of sound erupted from Zubat, its echolocation probing the surroundings for any echoes that might reveal their target. Within mere seconds, Zubat's ears perked up, and it screeched towards a tree several meters to the south. The scarred man's lips curled into a sinister smile. Little mouse, I found you. But just then, a figure emerged from behind the tree, stepping boldly from the shadows. Before his appearance was fully registered, a command rang out. Simeon, Rock Tomb. With a terrifying roar, a multitude of boulders tore from the ground, levitating and hurtling towards the two men at the cabin's entrance. The scarred man's menacing grin froze in place. He swiftly dodged, propelled by the dark Corviknight, veering away from the cabin's threshold. Yet the stones were remarkably adept. He evaded one, only to be confronted by another, leaving him with no avenue of escape. On the other hand, the unfortunate comrade fared even worse. Having inhaled a significant amount of the soporific powder, he remained dazed even when forcibly awakened. Bloodshot eyes clouded with confusion, his reactions were sluggish compared to his usual agility. In that fleeting moment, the simian seized its opportunity. With a wild howl, it propelled itself off the ground, gathering momentum, and leapt skyward, arms raised high, wielding a boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds. Crashing it down upon the hapless man, the unfortunate soul felt darkness envelop him. In the next instant, splat, the colossal stone crushed him, silencing any cries, reducing him to a gruesome pulp, buried beneath the weight of the rock, leaving no trace of a whole corpse. The scene was grotesquely bloody and brutal. The simian, however, remained oblivious, merely rubbing its sore arm, then casting a triumphant glance towards Ye Lin. As the scarred man struggled to extricate himself from the rock's confinement, he beheld this horrific tableau, his pupils dilating in dread. He glared venomously at the youth. Upon recognizing his features, he was taken aback. "You are Ye Lin?" He had envisioned countless scenarios, even speculating that someone from the organization might seek to usurp his position. Yet he had never anticipated facing a mere fledgling student. "You possess remarkable audacity. Do you comprehend the consequences of crossing paths with us of the Dark Blood Moon?" Despite the tremors of fear coursing through him, the scarred man sought to intimidate Ye Lin. Yet Ye Lin remained indifferent, dismissing his words as mere folly. Was there not a saying that the villain perishes from excessive verbosity? Let the battle commence without unnecessary dialogue. Catching a glimpse of a shadow overhead, Ye Lin smiled faintly and waved towards the sky. The scarred man sensed impending doom, glancing up to witness a shadow magnifying in his sight. Beads of cold sweat broke upon his brow. "Hydreigon, it's your turn." In an instant, as if a primordial crimson specter descended from the heavens, it descended with unparalleled force. Akin to an unstoppable meteor, humanity felt insignificant before its might. The scarred man had never anticipated the presence of a Pokémon above him. "Corviknight, Beedrill, protect me," he commanded frantically. The two Pokémon attempted to deploy their defenses, yet fear radiated from their very beings, their wings and tails quaking uncontrollably. With a deafening roar, Hydreigon disregarded their feeble antics, finding them laughable. The terrifying draconic energy coursed through its body, and with a powerful dive, it tore through the air, creating a sonic boom that shattered the atmosphere. A resounding crash echoed. Hydreigon barreled through the combined defenses of Beedrill and Corviknight, shattering their barriers without a hint of resistance. The two Pokémon were swept away by the overwhelming force, blood splattering everywhere. In that moment, the scarred man finally grasped the essence of fear. His sinister grin faltered, replaced by evident panic and dread. In the Dark Blood Moon, he had always known that individuals like him, who toyed with the edge of the blade, did not have long to live. Yet he never anticipated that death would loom so swiftly. He wished to plead for mercy, but sheer terror constricted his throat, rendering him mute as he beheld the ferocious Hydreigon bearing down upon him, unable to utter a single word. Both Hydreigon and Ye Lin were resolute in their intent to silence him. Soon, under the immense weight of the assault, he felt his insides compress, bones dislocate, and flesh tear apart in excruciating agony. Blood erupted from his mouth as his limbs twisted grotesquely, fractures exposing stark white bone. In a brief moment, consciousness fled, and he closed his eyes for the final time. The man who had so boldly threatened Ye Lin moments ago was now but a puddle of mush upon the ground, trampled under Hydreigon's feet. In his final breath, he uttered not a sound. As for Hydreigon, it merely stepped through the remnants of the scarred man, splattering a few drops of crimson upon its claws, even finding time to sneeze. Ye Lin unleashed his power without reservation, showing no mercy. The Pokémon responding to his command unleashed their full strength, thus concluding the skirmish with remarkable swiftness. Yet he understood that this victory was largely due to the element of surprise, catching the trio of Dark Blood Moon off guard, ensnared by chilling soporific powder. The scarred man may have appeared to regain his senses, but the lingering effects of the powder dulled his reactions, leading to his ill-timed commands and decisions. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily dispatched. After all, these were bloodthirsty desperados, their methods far surpassing those of mere students or ordinary trainers. Ye Lin took a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating a formal member of the Dark Blood Moon, completing the first Blood Clue mission, now issuing rewards. Life Gem. Upon seeing these 4 words, Ye Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be the item he had envisioned? As he stood in a state of uncertainty, the complete information about this item gradually materialized before him. Life Gem, originating from the supreme deity Arceus of the Pokémon realm. It symbolizes the ultimate treasure of creation. It contains the powers of 5 attributes: electric, water, grass, ground, and dragon. Long-term exposure may allow Pokémon to comprehend the power of rules, break through their own limits. Indeed, it was the Life Gem. He gazed at the glimmering emerald orb with sheer delight, cautiously extending his palm to cradle it. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of vitality coursed through Ye Lin's hand, flooding his entire being. He felt revitalized, as if his meridians had been abruptly unblocked, sweeping away the fatigue of the day, invigorating him to the point where he felt capable of taking on 10 foes. At this moment, regardless of how implausible it seemed, he was certain that the ancient gem radiating an aura reminiscent of primordial chaos was indeed the very artifact created by Arceus in the original Pokémon lore. As a devoted Pokémon enthusiast, he could not possibly be unaware of the significance of the Life Gem. The creation deity Arceus initially forged the world by obtaining the 16 tablets, thereby mastering the powers of 16 formidable world rules. The Life Gem was crafted using 5 of those tablets, specifically representing ground, water, grass, electric, and dragon, embodying incredible power. Although it was not a true tablet, it seemed that only Arceus could wield it. Yet this did not diminish its representation of one of the creative rules' authority, a power accessible only to divine beasts. Ye Lin's heart raced, his blood seemingly accelerating in response. He did not overlook the information in the notification. Long-term exposure could enable Pokémon to transcend their limits and comprehend the power of rules. Did this not imply that even ordinary Pokémon could possess the might of divine beasts? If one were to relate this to the Marvel Universe, was this not akin to the coveted Infinity Stones that everyone across the cosmos yearned for? Ye Lin inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions and maintain composure. Regardless, since the Life Gem encompassed the sources of 5 life attributes, Pokémon associated with those attributes would undoubtedly experience growth through prolonged contact and influence. Over time, they could grasp the rules and ascend to the qualifications of divine beasts. This was no mere fantasy. He firmly believed in the efficacy of the Life Gem. It was an item that, when silent, could astonish the world. Just then, he heard a faint whimper. Turning his head, he spotted the severely injured Zubat, which had been flung away by the aftermath of a dragon rush. Although its injuries were not as severe as those of Beedrill and Murkrow, it was nonetheless battered by the residual force of the dragon's descent. Its eyes were barely open, teetering on the brink of death. In a state of imminent demise, it had triggered an emergency mechanism, locking its life force in a desperate hold. Ye Lin had just witnessed it fainting moments ago. Now, how could it have suddenly awakened? He found it curious, yet failed to realize that the Life Gem in his palm was continuously emitting an invisible energy, mending the near-death Pokémon. Of course, those who had truly perished could not be revived. Watching the awakening Zubat, Ye Lin frowned, a hint of skepticism etched on his face. He took a step closer, and in that mere distance, Zubat's previously half-unconscious state began to improve, the gruesome wounds on its wings visibly shrinking. Instantly, Ye Lin halted, once again lowering his gaze to the Life Gem in his palm. He promptly stepped back, concealing the gem behind him. The healing speed of Zubat's wounds indeed slowed down. At this moment, Ye Lin was convinced that Zubat's revival was intrinsically linked to the Life Gem. It appeared that the gem possessed the ability to heal Pokémon injuries. His spirits soared, and he felt a newfound brightness in his gaze as he glanced at the unconscious Li Wei in the wooden cabin. However, he did not forget about the evolution stone for Shiny Curlia. As he made his way inside, his peripheral vision caught sight of several blades of grass quivering, prompting him to squint. Without pausing, he approached the source. The Dark Blood Moon member feigning death felt as though his heart was about to leap from his throat. Overwhelmed by anxiety and fear to the utmost degree, rendering him unable to control his trembling body. He was utterly terrified. Never had he imagined that their leader could die so easily, as if crushing an ant, effortlessly dispatching his 2 companions. He had barely regained consciousness when he was suddenly engulfed in a torrent of blood. Even now, he could not fathom how it had all spiraled to this point. Just moments ago, they had been strategizing on how to rob and eliminate others. Who could have predicted that they would become the victims? Only when faced with death did he grasp the despair felt by the trainers he had previously slain. It was a terror that reached the very depths of hopelessness. He incessantly prayed to the heavens, "Do not see me, do not see me." Suddenly, he sensed a shadow hovering above him. A gaze fell upon him. Instantly, He trembled even more violently. Fully realizing the gravity of the situation, his courage shattered. Then, a soft chuckle echoed from above. Shoo, if you're going to pretend, you might as well commit to the act. He had yet to comprehend the meaning of those words when he felt a sudden shift in his surroundings. He felt utterly miserable, yet as he contemplated the implications of the earlier statement, he forced himself to endure. Once Ye Lin had thoroughly searched the area, collecting pokeballs and items into his spatial backpack, he then departed. The individual felt as though his pants were nearly stripped bare, but during that entire interval, he managed to suppress any sound. After all, compared to lifeless objects, being alive was a blessing. Ye Lin then proceeded to scavenge the bodies of the other two individuals, yielding quite a few rewards. Finally, he stepped into the wooden cabin, making his way directly towards Li Wei, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. As Ye Lin approached, he could hear soft, barely audible snores. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he collected the shiny Curlia evolution stone from the table while casually rummaging through Li Wei like a lifeless pig. To his delight, in addition to cash, he discovered a gravity belt within Li Wei's spatial backpack. Gravity belt, an item that can regulate the weight of Pokémon, capable of reaching a maximum of 1,000 pounds. Beneficial for training powerful Pokémon. If this were to be used by his Ambipom, it would surely be the icing on the cake. Ye Lin felt elated as he placed it into his backpack. With Ambipom now possessing the huge power ability, in terms of attack power alone, it was already on par with Dragonite. With the training enhancement from the gravity belt, it would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. Chapter 87. Prosecutor, Petrified? With Ambipom now endowed with the huge power ability, in terms of attack power alone, it was no less formidable than Dragonite. With the training enhancement from the gravity belt, it would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. And with the life gem in his possession, his innate potential would certainly not be limited to the champion level. Once he comprehended the rules and possessed the qualifications of a mythical beast, ultimately evolving into the King of Leave, would it ever be conceivable for the hyperactive ape to deliver a punch to the sky-splitting Lugia or a kick to the formidable Groudon? Ahem. If a fist could make contact, wouldn't that be considered a strike? Regardless, indulging in fantasies is harmless, so why be overly meticulous? Surely, the more exhilarating, the better. However, to return to the matter at hand, possessing the life gem, which has the ability to heal injuries, alleviated his concerns regarding training, allowing him to increase the intensity. This would be significantly beneficial for his Pokémon training. He glanced down at his watch. It was likely almost time. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of wings flapping echoed from afar, accompanied by the tremors of the air. Ye Lin emerged from the wooden cabin, lifting his gaze to behold a large, bat-like, black-purple, flying Pokémon. Its immense wings were black on the inside and purple on the outside, with cyan wing membranes adorned by two crimson claws. Its mouth was slightly ajar, revealing two sharp fangs from its lower jaw as it descended gradually. Ye Lin also caught sight of the man perched atop it, adorned with a specially designed badge and clad in a stylish black coat over a uniform. The moment he spotted the badge, Ye Lin instantly recognized the individual's identity, an inspector. After hearing about the Dark Blood Moon, he had promptly sent an anonymous tip-off. This was also why he had spared that individual's life. After all, his testimony was invaluable, ensuring that his bounty would not elude him. In the Dragon Kingdom, it was not illegal for Pokémon to eliminate members of notorious organizations listed on the wanted list, as these infamous individuals had undoubtedly harmed countless Pokémon in the past. A death sentence would be more than justified. If in a secret realm, Ye Lin could even take matters into his own hands. It was precisely because he understood this that he acted with such decisiveness, a privilege afforded to trainers in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, members of the Dark Blood Moon never hesitated to eliminate witnesses, and the League's regulations were designed to ensure trainers' self-preservation. Of course, outside the secret realms, only Pokémon were permitted to execute such actions. Trainers themselves were forbidden from doing so, accompanied by a gust of wind that sent debris and dust flying. The Soundwave Dragon finally landed before Ye Lin. I am International Inspector Xiao Shu. Having received an anonymous report indicating traces of the Dark Blood Moon organization in this vicinity, he declared. Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of several Pokémon and humans strewn across the ground, alongside pools of blood, and the unconscious member of the poaching organization within the cabin. His expression shifted dramatically, particularly when his eyes landed on the grotesque, twisted mass of a corpse beneath the foot of the blood-red dragon. Even Xiao Shu, accustomed to handling gruesome cases, felt a twinge of discomfort, his eyes wide with horror. He was rendered speechless, momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation before him. First, he glanced at Ye Lin, whose expression remained composed, and then at the imposing, regal blood dragon standing nearby, unable to suppress a gulp. He subtly shifted a few inches closer to Ye Lin. Even the Soundwave dragon mirrored this. Seemingly sensing the pressure from its lineage, its expansive bat wings retracted slightly, its gaze wavering. Xiaoshu was uncertain about the circumstances and worried that his words might provoke the blood dragon, so he chose to remain silent and observe the surroundings. As his eyes scanned the area, he noticed, in the distance, yet another hyperactive ape. Compared to the bloodthirsty blood dragon, this creature appeared harmless. Currently leaning against a massive stone, yawning and looking drowsy. This hyperactive ape is not what I remember. He exhaled a sigh of relief, only to recoil upon noticing the crimson and white substance seeping from beneath the large stone, along with glimpses of severed limbs. Hiss! He gasped in shock. His pupils trembled. WW8. Xiaoshu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, his mind in chaos. Is this still the hyperactive ape I know? The blood-red blood dragon could be considered an aberration, but how had that creature, which preferred lounging over standing and slumping over sitting, transformed into such a vicious entity? He remained stunned for a considerable time. Once he confirmed that neither of the Pokémon exhibited any murderous intent, his thoughts gradually settled as he attempted to piece together the chaotic scene. Could it be that the Dark Blood Moon sought to capture the blood dragon and the hyperactive ape, misjudged their power, and were consequently obliterated in retaliation? After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. He silently nodded, entirely overlooking Ye Lin, who stood at the entrance of the cabin. After all, he appeared exceptionally youthful, likely still a student. Even the seemingly composed expression that Xiaoshu observed was easily explained. As a student, encountering such a bloody scene for the first time, it was only natural to be rendered speechless, his mind surely blank, his nerves unresponsive. Once he regained his wits, he would undoubtedly be terrified. It was indeed a pity that, at such a tender age, he had to endure these horrors. One could only hope he wouldn't develop PTSD. With this thought, Xiaoshu's gaze towards Ye Lin softened with a hint of sympathy. His expression quickly became gentler. However, he remained vigilant towards the blood dragon and the hyperactive ape. Lowering his voice to a whisper, "Shu, do not be afraid. I will protect you. As long as you do not provoke them, they are unlikely to strike again." There was a tinge of uncertainty in Xiaoshu's words. He was not entirely sure of the Pokémon's disposition. Yet the immediate priority was to stabilize the young man's emotions. Should he scream, it would surely incite the wrath of those two formidable beasts. Xiaoshu's eyes darted about, exchanging glances with the Soundwave dragon while continuously observing the two Pokémon. He planned to seize the opportunity, while the two Pokémon were off guard, to swiftly escort this unwitting student away from the bloody scene. Meanwhile, the drowsy hyperactive ape felt itself succumbing to sleep once more. Suddenly, it recalled something and forced its heavy eyelids open, preparing to return to its master. Compared to the luxurious bed within the Pokeball, resting against the massive stone was far from comfortable. It yearned to return for a proper nap. With this in mind, the hyperactive ape began to amble towards Ye Lin. As it passed by the blood dragon, it cast a curious glance at the creature. Just as the blood dragon completed its patrol and confirmed there was no danger, it withdrew its gaze, noticing the hyperactive ape approaching Ye Lin, and refused to be outdone. This creature, though seemingly lazy, would not shy away from vying for attention. It could not allow itself to be overshadowed. Thus, the blood dragon strode forth with an imposing demeanor, deliberately radiating its dominance, walking with an air of confidence due to the comparison with the hyperactive ape. As the two Pokémon, fresh from annihilating members of a nefarious organization, advanced towards him, Xiaoshu's heart raced in disarray, and his composure faltered entirely. Chapter 88. The stupefied Xiaoshu, cooling down the blood dragon? Xiaoshu's heart raced chaotically, and he felt utterly unwell. He quickly stepped forward, sternly shielding Ye Lin behind him. "Quickly, follow me. Soundwave dragon, prepare." As he spoke, he pressed the emergency call button. It was evident that the situation was beyond his capacity to handle alone. However, just as he finished his call, he caught a glimpse of the student, only to find him frozen in place, as still as a pillar. Xiaoshu felt a surge of panic. "You must hide behind me. I cannot gauge the strength of these two Pokémon. Self-preservation is paramount. We must retreat." Yet, while he was frantic with urgency, the student behind him appeared oblivious, as if he had not heard a word, and boldly advanced towards the two Pokémon he perceived as killing machines. Xiaoshu felt overwhelmed. Throughout his missions, he had encountered disobedient children, but never had he seen one so recklessly courting danger. "Soundwave dragon, bring him back." Reluctantly, he issued a forceful command. After all, In the face of life-threatening circumstances, everything else paled in comparison. Roar. The Soundwave Dragon responded with a low growl, its bat-like wings slightly unfurling. Poised for action. Yet, in the next heartbeat, both it and its master stood frozen, dumbfounded by the scene before them. As the student approached, those two spirits, which appeared to be exceptionally brutal in Xiao Shu's eyes, capable of crushing a student with a single punch, surprisingly retracted their menacing aura. Xiao Shu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the hyperactive monkey crouching obediently, its massive claw, which had just lifted a boulder of immense weight, delicately extending a finger to gently tug at the student's clothing. Upon noticing the student's surprised expression, it immediately adopted an endearing, eager demeanor, utterly devoid of its previous menace. Even more astonishing was the violent dragon, which posed the greatest danger and had made Xiao Shu the most vigilant, acting as if a blood demon had descended upon the earth. As it neared the student, it suddenly recalled something. Glancing at its feet, it hastily wiped away the red and white substance that had splattered on the ground until its claws bore no trace of blood before cautiously approaching again. However, even as it drew near, its hind foot remained as distant from the standing student as possible, as if fearful of causing offense. Its head, which had been held high, only dipped slightly upon seeing Ye Lin, willingly submitting in a gesture of deference. Witnessing the two lethal machines behaving so docilely left Xiao Shu's mind in disarray. It felt as though his thoughts were a computer CPU operating at full capacity, exploding in a dazzling display of fireworks. In a matter of seconds, his mental state could be described as a tumultuous whirlwind, fluctuating from concern, fear, confusion, shock, to a complete upheaval of his worldview. No one knew the ordeal he had just experienced. Time passed unmeasured until that ordinary student turned around, finally directing his gaze toward Xiao Shu. It was then that Xiao Shu regained his senses, albeit still slightly dazed, his voice wavering. They are my spirits. I am Ye Lin. Prosecutor Xiao. Your timing is impeccable. Noticing the profound shock on Xiao Shu's face, Ye Lin added a comforting remark. However, at the moment Ye Lin acknowledged his identity, Xiao Shu could absorb nothing else. Instinctively swallowing hard, he stammered, "These two." He cast a glance at the gruesome remains behind him, his pupils shaking wildly as he struggled to suppress his scream, forcing himself to remain calm as he continued. "Are they your spirits?" "Indeed." Ye Lin nodded nonchalantly, his gaze tinged with sympathy. "What a fine prosecutor you are, looking quite distinguished. It's a shame you're so young yet hard of hearing. Is this a case of talent being envied by the heavens?" Oblivious to Ye Lin's internal musings, Xiao Shu's chaotic thoughts finally found a thread to follow at that moment. His mind cleared in an instant, and the name of the student he had just overlooked suddenly crystallized in his consciousness. He recalled that he was called Ye Lin. This name sounded strikingly familiar, as if he had just heard it not long ago. Xiao Shu's brow furrowed tightly as he struggled to remember. When he finally captured a fleeting image in his mind, he slapped his hand in realization. Of course, he had just heard it. The man who had recently stirred up the Reform Alliance regulations was a trainer named Ye Lin. Could they be the same person? Everything fell into place. Xiao Shu's astonishment was beyond words. The name Ye Lin had made waves in the Alliance. Everyone knew of a trainer who had just passed the elite level assessment. Someone who had even entered university, and who, through a single battle and a famous declaration that there are no worthless spirits, only worthless trainers, had altered regulations that had persisted for over a decade. Xiao Shu's expression transformed in an instant. He looked at Ye Lin with immense admiration, a flicker of barely perceptible envy flashing in his eyes, for he knew that a genius of such caliber would achieve greatness rivaling his own. His two lethal spirits were undoubtedly the best testament to that. "I have heard much about you. It is a pleasure to meet you." Xiao Shu extended his hand, and Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, reciprocating the gesture. "You've heard of me? Of course. Who in the Dragon Kingdom Alliance doesn't know you, especially here in Ninghong? Your reputation precedes you." Ye Lin was taken aback, but soon accepted the compliment graciously. Observing the hyperactive monkey's drowsy expression, he instructed, "Come back." No sooner had he spoken than a whoosh echoed as Xiao Shu sensed an unusual disturbance behind him, swiftly drawing his weapon in caution. "Who goes there?" Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a dazzling Cerulean, he stood there dumbfounded. "Prosecutor Xiao, no need to worry. Cerulean is also my spirit," Ye Lin reassured him. As he spoke, a dark red glow enveloped both Cerulean and the hyperactive monkey, returning them to their luxurious pokeballs. As for the violent dragon, it expressed a desire to continue playing a while longer. The luxurious ball was comfortable, but it relished the freedom of the outside world. Meanwhile, Xiao Shu stared at Ye Lin in astonishment, unable to utter a word. Neither he nor the sound wave dragon, who had honed its instincts through years of missions, had detected Cerulean's presence. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on his brow. At that moment, he had no doubt that if he harbored even a hint of malice toward Ye Lin, his identity as a prosecutor would merely be a facade, and he would surely meet the same fate as the members of the Dark Blood Moon organization. Watching Xiao Shu wipe his sweat cautiously, Ye Lin feigned ignorance. Prosecutor Xiao, is something the matter? Are you feeling hot? I could have the violent dragon cool you down. It often helps me with a breeze, very effective. And no, that's unnecessary. Xiao Shu subtly retreated a step, feeling as though he was sweating even more. I naturally sweat a lot. I'll be fine in a moment. He chuckled nervously, his inner turmoil threatening to overflow. Goodness, can someone please tell me why today as students are so terrifying? This is utterly frightening. Chapter 89. Who wouldn't be dazed? Taking the initiative, he laughed nervously, his inner frustration nearing a boiling point. Why are these fellows still not here? I can hardly endure this. Just as he finished speaking, a series of rapid footsteps grew nearer, and Xiao Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked toward the sound. He saw his fellow partners, clad in similar uniforms, galloping toward him on their unicorn rhinoceroses, Kentauros, and other spirits. To him, they appeared as saviors. For the first time, he felt that these companions, often ridiculed as mere online fanatics, truly embodied the shining heroes of rescue. He sighed in relief, realizing that he could no longer bear the pressure of facing such extraordinary talent alone. 7 or 8 prosecutors quickly approached, the leading 2-star badge prosecutor urgently commanding, all personnel, remain vigilant. The Dark Blood Moon organization has appeared. We must apprehend them without fail. Repeat, all personnel, remain vigilant. Before the 2-star prosecutor could finish, he beheld the horrific scene before him, instantly taken aback. After a moment of shock, all eyes turned to the lone menacing figure, the blood-red specter. The 2-star prosecutor's nerves tightened. He sensed that this terrifying creature, seemingly drenched in crimson blood, possessed extraordinary strength, and should it go berserk, he would not be adequately prepared. Just then, in full view of everyone, the blood-red creature spread its wings and unleashed a thunderous roar, its aura seemingly capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space. The expression of the 2-star prosecutor became exceedingly grave. A battle was clearly on the verge of erupting. Xiao Shu hastily interjected, Captain, this spirit is not part of the Dark Blood Moon. It belongs to Ye Lin, the very student standing there. Upon hearing this, the 2-star prosecutor, poised to strike, froze in place. The other 6 prosecutors were equally astonished. What had they just heard? Is this the student-S spirit? The 7 prosecutors, dazed and bewildered, displayed expressions of existential doubt as Xiao Shu briefly elucidated the events. After he finished speaking, several of them recognized Ye Lin. The atmosphere abruptly descended into an awkward silence. However, many prosecutors couldn't help but steal glances at the Dragonite, their eyes brimming with envy and longing. They alternated between admiring its razor-sharp wings capable of severing a neck and its talons that could rend a spirit to shreds. One was nearly drooling. This was the epitome of masculine romance. Who could gaze upon it without being entranced? It was simply magnificent. I recall that video from the Secret Realm, where the Dragonite crushed the Black Lugia upon its arrival. Just look at those muscular legs, so robust and powerful. My dream creature. For the first time, I find red to be so appealing. Recently, dyeing has become quite fashionable. Perhaps I should dye my Nidoking red too? Nidoking would indeed be a showstopper. It was akin to a grand pilgrimage. In that moment, all 8 prosecutors transformed into fervent admirers of the Dragonite, utterly captivated. The Dragonite, oblivious to the humans' reactions, found it curious that, despite just having tried to sneeze in frustration, these humans had suddenly frozen, their eyes fixed upon it. After a barrage of camera flashes, the Dragonite could no longer contain itself and let out a deafening roar. Several prosecutors jumped in surprise, one hastily stowing his phone away in his pocket, clearing his throat. At that moment, he felt the body beneath his feet stir unexpectedly. Startled, he looked down to see what he had thought was a corpse, the member of the Dark Blood Moon, lifting its head, its pallid face resembling that of a corpse. The prosecutor's heart nearly shattered. Holy hell, it's a zombie, he shouted, instantly capturing the attention of all the prosecutors. In the next second, his leg was seized tightly by the body, which wore a look of joyous recognition, as if it had encountered a long-lost relative before it began to wail. Wah! You've finally come. Please, take me away. I'll tell you everything. Just get me out of here. Tears and snot streamed down its face, as it clung desperately to the prosecutor as if he were a lifeline. The previously loud prosecutor was now utterly befuddled. He had encountered countless criminals, But this was the first time he had met one so proactive. It was almost disconcerting. Ahem, please let go of me. Wah, I want to let go. You must take me away. Regardless of the prosecutor's pleas, the Dark Blood Moon member was determined not to release him, especially when it caught sight of Ye Lin, who wore a bemused smile, causing it to tremble and hold on even tighter. It was resolute in its desire to escape. The second-star prosecutor pondered for a moment before deciding to let a few team members escort the body and the Dark Blood Moon criminal away first, while the remaining half of the team began to clean up the scene. As everyone commenced handling the incident, Xiao Shu approached Ye Lin. We will transfer the specific reward to your account after we tally everything. However, according to the DNA analysis, the 3 individuals are indeed registered wanted criminals, amounting to at least 1.5 million. As for the 2 spirit corpses, we will send them to the Ninghong Research Institute for dissection, which will also provide a portion of the reward, approximately 200,000. The Zubat is still alive, and if you factor in the various treatment costs, we can offer you an additional 500,000 if you are willing to entrust it to the Alliance. How does that sound? Ye Lin contemplated. The Zubat's potential was merely at the level of a gym leader, and its current strength had peaked. He found it unremarkable, selling it on the black market. Even in a near-death state, wouldn't he fetch more than 300,000? Thus, the offer from the Alliance was indeed generous. He nodded. Upon seeing his affirmation, Xiao Shu instinctively exhaled in relief. For some reason, despite being significantly younger, he felt a sense of reporting to a superior when facing Ye Lin, which made him inexplicably tense. Of course, to prevent retaliation from the Dark Blood Moon, we will temporarily keep this information under wraps. However, you must exercise caution. The Dark Blood Moon has extensive channels for information, and some members have even infiltrated several prominent families. We cannot guarantee how long we can keep this concealed. You must remain vigilant, Xiao Shu advised solemnly. The Alliance's composition is intricate, and its connections with powerful families are extensive. No one can assure what might transpire. Rest assured, this information won't leak during the New Star Cup period. Just focus on preparing for the competition. Sensing Ye Lin's unease, Xiao Shu added reassuringly. He could only suppress the situation for a limited time, at most 6 months to a year. I understand. Ye Lin said little outwardly, but internally he felt a stir. He had never been one to sit idly by. Now that he had made an enemy of the Dark Blood Moon, why not take the initiative? Chapter 90. A Jigglypuff that can cook? He had never been one to sit idly by. Now that he had made an enemy of the Dark Blood Moon, why not take the initiative? After the New Star Cup, his rise to fame was a certainty. By then, even if he wished to conceal it, news of his possession of a blood-red Dragonite and a Kairu Lien would inevitably spread. Even if the Dark Blood Moon couldn't ascertain who had killed their members, they would undoubtedly set their sights on him. During this period, the only maneuverable factor was the strength of the members they dispatched. Since Xiao Shu could guarantee that information wouldn't leak in the short term, the Dark Blood Moon's attempts to track down the perpetrator would likely result in mere suspicion. They wouldn't go all out and send core members to take action. This, in fact, presented an opportunity for him. As long as core members didn't intervene, he had little to fear from others, and he could leverage this to obtain a bounty. Of course, this required coordination with the prosecutors. Otherwise, his own information wouldn't be accurate. Ye Lin, here is my contact information. If there is any news, I will notify you promptly. Xiao Shu proactively added Ye Lin as a friend. He hadn't anticipated the layer of the New Star Cup. His primary motivation for leaving contact information was the notorious revenge instinct of the Dark Blood Moon. This was the survival strategy of evil organizations. If an organization shows no reaction when its members are killed or captured, other organizations will perceive it as weak. A soft target easily crushed. Other nefarious organizations would swarm in and devour it whole. Therefore, the existence of the Dark Blood Moon on such a grand scale rendered revenge almost inevitable. Xiao Shu was wary of this. While their prosecutorial agency wouldn't easily leak information, Ye Lin's spirits were too eye-catching. The Dark Blood Moon wouldn't be the first nor the last to take notice. Unless Ye Lin's strength truly reached a fearsome level akin to a champion, a mobile disaster, only then could he feel completely secure. After all, as a member of the Qiao family, Xiao Shu had encountered countless prodigies. Yet very few reached the final destination. The annihilation of evil organizations was one such reason. They even maintained a ranking list for these yet to fully mature, highly promising geniuses. The Blood Moon Blacklist originated from this. The greater the potential and the stronger the talent, the higher the ranking. Watching the distant Dragonite, a flicker of concern passed through Xiao Shu's eyes. Given Ye Lin's prowess, ascending to the Blood Moon Blacklist was merely a matter of time. which is why he hoped to establish contact, ensuring timely communication on any developments. These poaching organizations were hardly a match for the entirety of Dragon Country. Yet they scurried around like rats in a gutter. If they succeeded this time, it would likely be too late for their prosecutorial agency to react. The organization known as the Dark Blood Moon has long vanished without a trace. Their headquarters is perpetually shifting, disappearing at the slightest hint of disturbance. Each time the Dragon Kingdom dispatches troops for an assault, they can only capture a few insignificant mice, while the true core members remain elusive. Otherwise, they would not be so audacious. Xiao Shu is determined to prevent a tragic repetition. The fall of a genius would be an immeasurable loss, both for the Dragon Kingdom and the Alliance. Naturally, Ye Lin would not refuse. Setting aside other considerations, the connections of a dual-star prosecutor are extraordinary, and aligning with official channels would provide invaluable information that, despite its timeliness, would pale in comparison to the resources of an entire nation. Moreover, the second point is intrinsically linked to Xiao Shu's surname. Xiao. The Dragon Kingdom is synonymous with the Qiao name, and there exists only one family bold enough to adopt it. They are even one of the shareholders of the Alliance. They are the foremost cultivators, the behind-the-scenes founders of the Pokémon Center. Most importantly, the beloved Pokémon, Happiny, is virtually monopolized by the Qiao family. At the Pokémon Center, doctors almost always have one at hand. Yet in the outside world, true trainers who possess Happiny are exceedingly rare. Unless gifted by the Qiao family, they are seldom seen. In terms of rarity, they surpass even the starter Pokémon, only slightly trailing behind the dragon types. This is also related to Happiny's unique attributes. They excel in healing, producing eggs that are nutritious and delectable, regarded as top-tier ingredients, suitable even for human consumption, serving as nourishment and a base for energy cubes. Furthermore, top-tier Happiny cultivated by the Qiao family can even prepare meals for other Pokémon. What a marvel! A perfect caregiver that can nurture and cook, truly the Pokémon of Ye Lin's dreams. Upon discovering the Qiao family's Happiny on the forum, he found himself consumed by thoughts of it, even dreaming of acquiring one during his slumber, especially as he captures more Pokémon. Each day he grapples with the dilemma of feeding them. The notion of raising a Qiao family Happiny springs to mind. His captured companions are all voracious eaters. The Dragonite, for instance, is a clear case. Its size alone speaks volumes. The active Simisage, after transforming its ability, has an exaggerated appetite as it prepares to energize for the evolution of its new form. Meanwhile, Riolu is a meticulous eater, wasting not a single morsel. It consumes whatever is provided. Sharim is particularly gluttonous, always the first to emerge whenever a new dish is created. Currently, Ye Lin's daily expenditure on ingredients reaches 5 figures. This is merely the beginning. The most challenging aspect is the time it consumes. With such high potential and innate talent, these Pokémon cannot be fed carelessly. They require meticulously prepared meals, and he spends at least an hour daily cooking. Who can endure this? Energy cubes can sustain them for a while, but they cannot serve as a daily meal. Those are merely for restoring stamina and replenishing energy, not for regular consumption. Thus, Happiny emerges as Ye Lin's most urgent desire. After all, who wouldn't he want a Pokémon that can lay eggs, cook, and care for injured companions? With a twinkle in his eye, Ye Lin feigned a cough and casually inquired, Prosecutor Qiao, do you happen to know what the rewards for this upcoming New Star Cup are? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shu donned a contemplative expression. Now that you mention it, I do recall hearing from my uncle that this year's New Star Cup will provide sponsorship rewards of Happiny for city-level champions. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing his reaction, Xiao Shu realized the implications and couldn't help but smile knowingly. I can assure you that if you truly win the city-level championship in this New Star Cup, I will personally ensure my uncle sends you the most excellently cultivated top-tier Happiny. What do you think? Excellent. Ye Lin's voice rose significantly, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Xiao Shu smiled, and the last remnants of his wariness dissipated. It seemed his earlier suspicions were unfounded. Perhaps Ye Lin had genuinely forgotten about Sharim rather than employing it as a last resort, revealing a simplicity he had not anticipated. As Chapter 91 unfolds, the efficacy of scales leaves Longwei astonished. It seems he had overthought the situation. Perhaps Ye Lin had indeed overlooked Sharim, rather than possessing ulterior motives. He exhaled in relief, oblivious to the subtle smile playing at the corners of Ye Lin's lips. While he was undoubtedly interested in news about Happiny, there were countless ways to inquire. If worst came to worst, he could consult Principal Baisan, who is always forthcoming with information. Such trivial matters need not be mentioned. His nonchalant questioning of Xiao Shu was merely a tactic to dispel any lingering suspicions. endowed with exceptional abilities. His sensitivity to the emotions of others is 5 times that of an ordinary person. He certainly did not wish for Xiao Shu to regard him with excessive caution. Hence, he had chosen to display his emotions so overtly for the first time. The earlier expression had indeed been his authentic sentiment, but under normal circumstances, he would never reveal such vulnerability. Just then, Xiao Shu, come here for a moment, called a 2-star prosecutor, interrupting their conversation. Ye Lin glanced over as 4 prosecutors huddled around the unconscious Li Wei, their faces etched with concern. Isn't that the heir of the Li family? Side 1. Alas, it seems we must engage with the aristocracy again. I truly wish to avoid it. Despite his reluctance, they had no choice. It was imperative to inform him of his son's misdeeds, colluding with the Dark Blood Moon, bringing the Li family to this point. It's time to rein in the Li family. They've been far too rampant lately, and I've heard they're even involved in gambling Pokémon. Once the official announcement is made, the Li family's stock is bound to plummet. Listening to their stern tones, a smirk crept onto Ye Lin's lips. Li Wei had brought this upon himself. He could not blame others. One could easily imagine that the Li family's resources would be devoured by other noble families following their downfall, with the Luo family poised to rise. Compared to the Li family, he certainly preferred to see the Luo family dominate in Ninghan. After bidding farewell to the prosecutors, Ye Lin departed from the mining area, heading toward the outskirts of Jingwei. The map indicated the presence of a wild area where he could train his Pokémon. He was indeed eager to engage in Pokémon battles. But for him, it held little significance at this moment. The trainers in the battlefields mostly oscillate between the ordinary and elite levels. Compared to the bloody brutality of the Black Factory, where methods are ruthless, the Pokémon battlefields resemble mere childish play, far from being a true challenge. He had initially dared to venture into the Black Factory, let alone now. In the realm of Blue Star, strength reigns supreme. If one does not take risks and merely follows a mundane path, they cannot attain the achievements he currently possesses. The wild area, however, is entirely different. Although it is considerably less perilous than the secret realms, the wild Pokémon present are no mere illusions. They are cultivated by the state and the Alliance. Designed to hone trainers' survival skills in the wild. Hidden within are various items, determined only by who possesses the skills to uncover them. Nevertheless, due to this, wild Pokémon can only be defeated, not exterminated, as stipulated by regulations. Most trainers prefer the wild area over secret realms, as the casualty rate is remarkably low. However, to enter, one must possess at least a standard 3-tier qualification. This merely grants access to the periphery. Only elite trainers dare to venture further in. Ye Lin currently stands at the junction of Ninghan and Jingwei, not far from the outskirts. After walking for about 10 minutes, traces of Pokémon began to appear with increasing frequency, and the trees lining the path diversified, some rivaling those of the secret realms, lush and dense. As he continued deeper, upon reaching the entrance of the wild area, he encountered a man of mature age. The man sported a beard and wore sleeves adorned with an insignia that read Forest Ranger. Upon noticing Ye Lin, the forest ranger set aside his pruning shears and inquired, "Are you planning to enter the wild zone?" "Yes." "Then please hand me your ID card." Upon receiving the card handed over by Ye Lin, the ranger swiped it across his wrist. Beep, Elite Tier 3 Trainer. The display on the device revealed the identification, and the ranger's face registered a clear astonishment. He then scrutinized Ye Lin with renewed appreciation, his tone softening. "You may attempt to enter the inner region of the wild zone, but do remember to exercise caution." The ranger imparted his advice earnestly. As Ye Lin approached the entrance, the path ahead grew increasingly rugged and treacherous, devoid of the artificial paving evident at the entrance. The current trail was evidently forged by trainers' footsteps over time, with sparse grass swaying haphazardly. He selected a broad spot to halt. "Come forth." In the next instant, the crimson dragonite materialized amidst a burst of white light. "Here, take this." Without hesitation, Ye Lin tossed the dragon scale, which he had been unable to equip during the previous emergency. Now, he finally had the opportunity. The crimson dragonite let out a thunderous roar, its jaws slightly agape. Fortuitously, its teeth clamped onto the scale, absorbing the surging draconic energy emanating from it. Instantly, the dragonite's eyes glowed an even deeper red, its aura brimming with restless energy. In the next moment, it shook its head, and Ye Lin witnessed the scale, shimmering faintly, seamlessly embedding itself just below the dragonite's abdomen, precisely where the reverse scale lay. At the moment of embedding, he could clearly see the twisting luster of the dragon scale merging into the dragonite's being. Roar! The dragonite emitted a slightly hoarse cry, its eyes bloodshot. The creature collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, its body radiating an intense heat, exuding an astonishing energy. The oppressive force of its dragon lineage surged forth, plunging the area into an unprecedented silence. Where there had once been faint sounds, now there was none. Ye Lin furrowed his brow, recalling the description of the scale, an ancient dragonite. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he summoned all his psychic abilities, extending his mental tendrils to soothe the agitated dragonite. This technique proved remarkably effective, bolstered by the bond with his Pokémon, although the dragonite continued to pant heavily. Its demeanor visibly calmed. Before long, the brilliance of the dragon scale completely dissipated, fully integrating into the dragonite's form, leaving no discernible difference. However, the dragonite's state transformed dramatically. Even as its oppressive aura receded, it remained palpable. The lurking Lurantis in the thicket trembled in fear, some timid ones even frozen in shock, tumbling from the branches to the ground. The crimson dragonite, pleased with its newfound power, basked in the surge of energy coursing through it, its eyes narrowing in excitement. Ye Lin chuckled softly, then mounted the dragonite. He had little interest in the ordinary Pokémon surrounding them, opting instead to venture deeper into the inner region. In the wild zone, flight was unrestricted. With a swift motion, the dragonite unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. Just as Ye Lin was about to ascertain the specific location of the inner region, a familiar alert chimed. Chapter 92, collecting half of the keystone. The Gyarados approaches. Another familiar alert echoed. Beep. An evolution keystone fragment is located 819 meters to the northeast. Another keystone fragment. Ye Lin decisively instructed the dragonite to transport him northeast. The trembling Lurantis, witnessing the dragonite leave behind only a fleeting shadow in the air, finally exhaled in relief. In mere moments, he arrived at the indicated location. Disembarking from the dragonite, Ye Lin crouched down and gently sifted his fingers through the ground. Soon, a vibrant, glimmering fragment emerged. It was relatively small, refracting the sunlight into a dazzling array of colors, resembling the previous fragment, albeit with slight variations in the edges. Second one, he mused. Realizing that success in gathering the fragments was drawing near, Ye Lin placed the keystone fragment alongside the previous one. With a click, a miraculous scene unfolded. The two fragments fused together upon contact, forming half of a spherical shape. At the very center, a minuscule golden ring emerged, reminiscent of a marble. Its intricate patterns much clearer than before, resembling shattered leaf veins. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ye Lin's eyes. It appeared that the day of Mega Evolution was drawing closer. Not that he was particularly fixated on Mega Evolution, but it offered a remarkable enhancement during battles, elevating the overall stats by a staggering 100 points. Who could withstand such power? He recalled a documentary from Blue Star, showcasing a champion-tier Mega Charizard Y, which unleashed a firestorm that annihilated an entire city's structures, plunging it into a hellish inferno for a staggering 13 days. Of course, merely possessing the evolution keystone would not directly grant Mega Evolution. It also required a profound bond and understanding between the Pokémon and trainer. Yet, Ye Lin felt confident in this regard. His Pokémon all boasted intimacy levels exceeding 80, with Riolu being his most devoted companion. Moreover, serendipitously, among his 4 Pokémon, all but the hyperactive monkey possessed the capability for Mega Evolution, which he was particularly keen on. Even with the hyperactive monkey, who could foresee the future? After all, he was endowed with a system. Who knew when he might receive a designated prompt akin to before, or perhaps gain rewards unavailable on Blue Star, making the prospect of a Mega Evolution for the hyperactive monkey not simply a fanciful daydream. If that were to materialize, the hyperactive monkey's prowess would indeed become overwhelmingly formidable. With an already impressive base stat of 670, an additional 100 points from Mega Evolution would be nothing short of extraordinary. Could it truly rival Mega Rayquaza? The very thought ignited a rush of adrenaline within him, making it difficult to contain his excitement. However, it was worth noting that Rayquaza was the only Pokémon capable of self-evolving without requiring an evolution keystone. It possessed a unique organ that could store the energy from meteors consumed in the atmosphere. During Mega Evolution, this organ would resonate with the keystone, utilizing its innate abilities to achieve Mega Evolution. Such power would be cataclysmic. Even champion-level trainers would pale in comparison. Perhaps only legendary Pokémon could stand a chance against it. But Ye Lin was merely daydreaming at this point. Divine beasts felt exceedingly distant from his current reality. He shifted his focus to his surroundings, realizing he had entered the inner region of the wild zone. The trees here were significantly taller, obscuring much of the sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The temperature was considerably cooler than the outer region, and the forest's fresh aroma enveloped him. I must have entered the inner zone, he concluded upon spotting a nearby Venusaur. According to the information provided, that Venusaur was at Elite Tier 2. In the outer region, no Pokémon had exceeded the Elite level. Yet, with the Dragonite by his side, the wild Pokémon dared not approach. Merely observing from a distance, curiosity piqued. Furthermore, the population density of Pokémon had evidently increased. They no longer roamed alone. Even the walking grasses moved in clusters, seemingly intending to pass through the spot where Ye Lin stood. However, upon noticing the ferocious Gyarados, they quickly scuttled away like tree roots, kicking up soil beneath their feet, their forms gradually shrinking into the ground. Their upper bodies became increasingly shorter. As they chose to deter instead, observing their direction, Ye Lin felt a stirring in his heart. The walking grasses would not simply head towards a target without reason. Since the entire group was migrating together, there must be an alluring objective. Ye Lin exchanged a glance with Gyarados, and they stealthily followed behind the flock of walking grasses. Soon, they came upon a small stream. Water splashed up occasionally as a Kingler used Water Splash to dart past. Yet, curiously, the walking grasses rooted themselves several meters away from the stream, refusing to approach. They burrowed deeply into the soil to absorb moisture, as if sensing danger. Ye Lin frowned. Just then, a massive Kingler swam upstream in the stream, its enormous size causing other water-type Pokémon to shy away from provoking it. It swam leisurely, reigning supreme in the waters. But in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. As it passed through a narrow gap in the stream, a camouflaged reddish-brown rock on the bank erupted violently, revealing enormous pincers. With a sharp snap, it directly severed the massive Kingler, and a torrent of blood surged forth from the stream. The mortally wounded Kingler struggled, its torn tail futilely thrashing against the shore. The rock finally revealed its true form. 6 limbs and a protruding lower jaw, as it approached the weakening Kingler, mercilessly opening its jaws wide to devour it. In an instant, the gigantic crab gulped down what it could of the severed body. However, due to the Kingler's immense size, it could not consume it entirely. And other rocks revealed their true selves, as the swarm of crabs descended upon the Kingler, finishing it off completely. The sound of their sharp teeth grinding echoed ominously. Ye Lin witnessed this brutal and bloody scene of survival of the fittest, yet he felt no particular emotion. After all, this was the true essence of the Pokémon world, beautiful yet perilous. Ding! Gyarados is approaching. As the alert sounded, a deafening roar erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently, splashing water everywhere. The crabs feasting on the Kingler's remains displayed visible panic. Countless stones revealed their true forms, preparing to flee. The tremors intensified. Ye Lin gazed into the distance, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 93. The leader Gyarados, truly captured? Ye Lin's gaze darted toward the horizon, his eyes widening in incredulity. With a dragon-like form and a colossal blue body, exuding an aura of ferocity, it was indeed the immense Gyarados. Pokémon, Gyarados, leader. Nature, ferocious, mad, destructive. Strength, elite level 5. Ability, intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entry, causing them to hesitate and lowering their attack. Type, water, flying. Moves, hurricane, scary face, bite, tackle. Thrash, bounce, whirlpool, ice fong, water gun, dragon dance, rain dance, waterfall, hydro pump, and more. Potential, near champion level. Friendship, 10-100. Notes, the leader of the Kingler tribe, temperamentally volatile. To capture it, one must be stronger. This Gyarados possessed formidable potential. He never anticipated encountering such a high-caliber Pokémon in the wild. A thought instantly crossed his mind. Moreover, among the Pokémon he currently possessed, he lacked a water type. In comparison to Kingler and Squirtle, Gyarados indeed resonated more with his tastes, being known as the absolute ruler of the battlefield. A combat machine like Gyarados perfectly aligned with his strategies. The moment he laid eyes on Gyarados, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Furthermore, the notes were quite explicit. To acquire this Gyarados, one must resort to forceful capture, as gentle persuasion would prove futile. To distill it into a simple phrase, it responds to strength, not kindness. However, this was understandable. After all, it was the leader of an entire tribe. To attain such a position, it must be extraordinary, commanding respect through power. Trivial incentives would undoubtedly fail to sway it. With this in mind, Ye Lin refrained from making any rash moves, choosing instead to continue observing. He wished to ascertain the true extent of Gyarados' strength. Perhaps influenced by Gyarados, the sunlight suddenly vanished, and the sky darkened. An invisible storm began to gather in the clouds. Soon, flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder echoed. In such weather, Gyarados emerged like a terrifying boss, sweeping into action and arriving at the stream in an instant. With a powerful tail swipe, a fierce gale swept through, striking the fleeing Kingler with great force. Crack! The sound of thunder and wind roared, rivaling the gathering lightning above, sending shivers down the spine. The nearest 7 or 8 Kingler had their hard shells shattered, cleaved in two. Their fate was no better than that of the gigantic Kingler. Some even bore remnants of its blood on their pincers. Yet in the next moment, they too met their demise. The stream erupted into chaos as the Kingler, despite losing many companions, began to regroup, using their sturdy exoskeletons to confront Gyarados. Some Kingler plotted escape routes, employing a dual approach. After all, Gyarados had clearly come for revenge. Fleeing would only invite pursuit. It was better to strike back. Boom! Gyarados' tail swung fiercely again. However, this time the Kingler evaded swiftly. Their forms darted quickly, and the tail swipe caused the ground to tremor, shattering rocks into powder, leaving a long trail of mud along the bank. At that moment, the Kingler initiated their assault, releasing bubbles, their massive pincers raised high. Dozens surged forward. Burble, burble, countless bubbles floated up, dazzling Ye Lin's eyes. The battle continued. Yet Gyarados hardly regarded them, merely casting a disdainful glance before opening its enormous jaws, emitting a deafening roar that shook the nearby trees. Ye Lin, however, quickly steadied himself, unfazed by the commotion. Instead, his eyes shone with increasing brilliance, for he found himself increasingly satisfied with this Gyarados. The stronger it became, the greater its growth would be upon capture, allowing him to add a formidable ally before the upcoming New Star Cup. After the thunderous roar, an incredibly powerful torrent of water suddenly surged forth, cascading down. Water cannon attack. The immense water energy contained within erupted explosively, sweeping away dozens of attacking Kingler with no escape. The Kingler, already in flight, hastened their retreat, frantically waving their pincers, scuttling away with astonishing speed. Ye Lin was left agape, witnessing Kingler move with such agility. Seeing this, Ye Lin finally shed his hesitation, seizing the opportunity to command Gyarados. "It's your turn." Gyarados nodded. With a thunderous roar, it surged forward. The Gyarados, which had been fixated on the Kingler, ready to unleash another strike, lifted its head at the sound. The next second, the same tail swept through. Caught off guard, the violent Gyarados was unable to evade in time and was struck head-on. With a resounding crash, its entire body slammed into the ground, sending countless fragments of rock flying. Its massive form crushed several dead Kingler beneath it. Following the impact, the once furious Gyarados visibly weakened. Yet its temper escalated further, its whiskers bristling with rage. It let out a terrifying roar, thrashing its body violently as it glared ferociously at the instigator of its distress. Upon realizing it was a Dragonite, a shadow of darkness flickered across its features. At that moment, Ye Lin dashed forward, his psychic abilities activated in an instant, enveloping him in a protective aura. In the blink of an eye, he reached the vicinity of the battle. The distance shrank to nothing. Just then, Gyarados' fury peaked, overwhelming its senses. In its frenzy, it failed to notice the diminutive human approaching and could only focus on the Dragonite above. As it prepared to roar and ascend into the sky, Ye Lin seized the opportunity, forcefully tossing a high-grade Pokeball. Immediately, the Pokeball shimmered with radiant light. Gyarados, hearing a faint sound, hesitated momentarily in its ascent. Just a second, it turned its gaze toward the source of the sound, spotting an inconspicuous stone, no larger than a fingernail. Gyarados was momentarily puzzled, but its attention was only partially diverted. The small ball rolled to Gyarados' feet. What was this? It passed through a fleeting moment of doubt, but the next second, a dazzling white light erupted. In an instant, its figure vanished, captured within the high-grade Pokeball. At this point, Ye Lin finally revealed himself from his concealment, cautiously approaching the Pokeball, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Could it be that he had succeeded so swiftly? However, he refrained from acting recklessly, remaining vigilant and preparing to summon Dragonite before making any further plans. Chapter 94. Two Tempestuous Spirits, Gym Leader Level Battle. Yet he held back his impulses, keeping his wits about him, ready to call Dragonite over before proceeding with his next move. The high-grade Pokeball, adorned in yellow and black, ceased its motion after briefly shaking, having successfully captured Gyarados. Currently, the only two Pokeballs in Ye Lin's possession were the high-grade ball and a luxury ball. The allure of the luxury ball was undeniable, yet its capture probability was inferior to that of the high-grade ball post-capture. Dragonite swooped down, and once Ye Lin was near, he prepared to draw closer. Suddenly, the high-grade ball began to tremble violently. The intensity was exaggerated. It seemed on the verge of leaping out. Ding! The high-grade ball is struggling to contain Gyarados' fury. In 1 minute, Gyarados will forcibly break free. There is an 80% chance the high-grade ball will shatter. Damn! Ye Lin felt a surge of anxiety. In a flurry, he rushed to the high-grade ball, his heart racing. He understood that it would not be so simple to capture it. The high-grade ball was merely intended to temper Gyarados' ferocity, facilitating a more genuine capture thereafter. Little did he know, this Chief Gyarados was not to be trifled with. Breaking free was one thing, but damaging his high-grade ball was unacceptable. This small ball was worth a staggering 300,000. He certainly did not want to lose his investment. Without hesitation, Ye Lin pressed the button on the ball and channeled his psychic abilities into his legs, sprinting swiftly to Dragonite's side. In an instant, brilliance erupted. Gyarados' visage was a mask of fury as it leaped into the air. Its massive form, as the leader, blotted out the sky, casting a shadow over the surrounding area. Its face contorted with anger, teeth bared in a menacing snarl. It sought out the one who had confined it. Unfortunately, Ye Lin had long concealed his presence. Gyarados, in its blind rage, could not locate its target, only growing more incensed as it roared incessantly. The colossal roars echoed far and wide. By the stream, the wild grass that had anchored itself in the soil was startled awake, and even as the sun began to rise, it leapt out of the ground, fleeing in terror. Hundreds of meters away, the Pidgey flock took flight, scattering in fright. In an instant, the forest was filled with the rustling of falling leaves, and even the notorious Beedrill swarm was startled into the air, buzzing in alarm. Before long, apart from Dragonite, Gyarados, and Ye Lin, all other Pokémon had vanished from the stream. The Kingler had also seized the moment to escape, while Gyarados was preoccupied with the high-grade ball. The leader of the Kingler, a particularly vibrant specimen, cast a glance toward Ye Lin as it departed. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his ear. Kingler's affinity level, 30. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. This was an unexpected boon for him. After all, he had merely aimed to capture Gyarados but inadvertently saved several Kingler, earning their goodwill. This marked the emergence of a second amicable faction. Although not as significant as the Diglett, the notification sparked a thought in him. If he could garner the favor of more species in the future, would there come a day when he could rally them all to his side? Upon entering the secret realm, he would possess an innate layer of protection compared to other trainers. Thanks to his psychic abilities, Ye Lin's presence diminished to its lowest point, even severing the temporary link to the high-grade ball. Gyarados, unable to find its target, grew increasingly agitated. Its whiskers flared with rage, and its fearsome maw opened wide, teeth glistening ominously. In an instant, a powerful torrent of water erupted, transforming into a colossal jet that surged forth, its force formidable. It descended like a bomb upon the stream. In a heartbeat, it exploded, sending countless splashes in every direction. The rocks near the bank were instantly shattered. The edges of the waterline cracked, and the current surged outward. The once serene stream had become a massive crater. The destructive power was astounding. Gyarados, inherently hot-tempered, felt an immense frustration despite the high-grade ball having contained it for less than a minute. Its eyes bulged with blood vessels, consumed by the need to unleash its fury. Just as the water erupted, another massive figure emerged from the shadows, its presence seemingly rivaling that of Gyarados, perhaps even surpassing it. Gyarados halted its destructive rampage, turning its gaze toward the newcomer. Dragonite stepped forth, shedding its previous amiable demeanor when facing Ye Lin, now replaced by a gaze filled with fury. Its anger rivaled that of Gyarados. Dragonite was no pushover. When it came to temperament, it and Gyarados were among the fiercest in the Pokémon world. How could it tolerate another Pokémon throwing a tantrum before it? To Dragonite, this was not merely a tantrum, it was a blatant provocation. Did it think that if it remained calm, Dragonite would be perceived as foolish? An overwhelming surge of rage welled within. How could it endure this? Its notorious temper was already ignited. One was desperate to vent its frustrations, while the other was provoked to the brink. The two Pokémon stood poised for confrontation, their animosity palpable even before the battle began, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. Witnessing this, Ye Lin quietly retreated to a more concealed position. He intended to command only at critical moments, preferring to allow Dragonite to unleash its full potential. He did not wish for his presence to stifle the instincts of the Pokémon. When it came to an all-out battle, the only aspect he could control was the overall direction. Each command he issued would take precious seconds to articulate. In the time-sensitive arena of the secret battlefield, any delay would be a waste. On the other side, the Gyarados suddenly soared into the air, letting out a thunderous roar. Its massive body twisted gracefully as torrents of water surged from the deep crater created by its impact, coalescing around it. With a slight furrow of its brow, the crystalline water instantly transformed into sharp icicles. The temperature plummeted once more. The Gyarados' aura surged dramatically, elevating its power to a level that could rival even the Dragonite. According to Ye Lin's prompt, the Gyarados had attained the strength level of a gym leader. Although it bore the prefix pseudo, it was still a cause for admiration. Dragon Dance, or Hail. This was the first time Ye Lin had witnessed such a combination technique, and he felt a surge of delight. More importantly, the wild Pokémon in the wilderness had not undergone any trainer's training, yet they could independently master combination skills, demonstrating that this Gyarados possessed unparalleled combat experience and innate talent. His excitement grew, and he became increasingly determined to capture the Gyarados. At that moment, the Gyarados leaned its head forward ever so slightly, seemingly issuing a command. In an instant, a storm of ice shards rained down towards the Dragonite, leaving it with no avenue of escape. However, the Dragonite was not to be underestimated. Faced with the onslaught of icy spikes, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in its eyes. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a ferocious burst of flame. Wham! The Dragonite spun around, engulfing the incoming ice shards in a torrent of roaring fire, which instantly vaporized them into steam amidst the intense heat. Chapter 95. The Dispersing Tornado. Abyss of the Inner Zone. The Dragonite spun around, and the ice shards were swiftly consumed by the ferocious flames, transforming into steam that ascended into the air. Ye Lin nodded approvingly from the sidelines. The growth of the Dragonite since the beginning was unmistakable. It was truly his ace Pokémon. Meanwhile, the Gyarados, undeterred by its initial failure, squinted its eyes slightly as its overwhelming fury only intensified. With a deafening roar, it propelled itself skyward, twisting its body in a majestic spiral. From afar, it appeared as a blue ribbon ascending into the clouds. As the Gyarados coiled itself into a spiral, the surrounding tempestuous winds seemed to react, converging frantically. In an instant, a formidable tornado manifested before Ye Lin. With a diameter of several meters, it uprooted nearby trees and swept up debris. Yet, the Gyarados' movements did not waver. It continued to spin, encircling itself repeatedly. With each rotation, the tornado's reach expanded further. By the time the last spiral concluded, the tornado had grown to an inconceivable size. Ye Lin watched in awe, his jaw agape. Was this the true essence of a gym leader-level Pokémon battle? He began to feel that the previous encounters were mere child's play, overwhelmingly lopsided in favor of one side. Consequently, he had never witnessed the true strength of the Dragonite. Now, however, the Gyarados, which was nearly equal in power, finally unveiled the terrifying scale of Pokémon strength in Blue Star. The entire space was engulfed in a storm wrought by the tornado, resembling a natural disaster. Ye Lin had thought he had retreated far enough, approximately 200 meters away. With his psychic abilities, his maximum visual range was limited to this extent, beyond which everything became a blur. Yet now, the trembling trees and the vibrating ground caused him to furrow his brow deeply. At this moment, he gripped the trunk of a towering tree tightly, his hands bulging with veins as leaves fluttered down around him, some landing on his body while others fell to the ground. For safety's sake, he took a few steps back, clutching a massive tree, feeling a slight sense of relief as he gazed towards the center of the battle. There, with the Gyarados' final tail whip, a massive, shadowy tornado, spanning at least dozens of meters in width, erupted forth. It roared furiously towards the Dragonite. Wherever it passed, trees were uprooted, clouds of dust billowed, and streams were swept away. Even colossal boulders weighing hundreds of pounds were torn apart and integrated into the vortex. These elements only augmented the tornado's lethality. It is essential to note that sometimes, the terror of a tornado does not merely stem from the violent winds, but also from the debris mixed within it. Being struck by such objects is no trivial matter. However, the Dragonite's response was unexpected. Rather than evade, it charged headlong into the fray. In the next moment, the Dragonite did not enter the tornado. Instead, it began to circle around it in a counterclockwise manner. The turbulent air slammed against its body, yet it gritted its teeth and endured. Thankfully, its tough hide mitigated the damage, inflicting merely superficial wounds that resulted in countless tiny cuts. The pain only served to invigorate its spirit, fueling its resolve. The Dragonite reversed its direction. Initially, it did not seem effective, but as it accelerated, its speed reached an apex. The tornado began to shift its orientation. With a furious roar, the Dragonite's body spun wildly. its tail surrounded by a sharp stream of air that melded into the tempest. As the intensity grew, it surged into the tornado. Two equally formidable currents collided. In an instant, the tornado dissipated, producing a sound akin to an explosive sonic boom. Boom. Countless fragments of stone and timber plummeted to the ground, leaving chaos in their wake. Simultaneously, the Dragonite seized the Gyarados' tail within its grasp, its claws tightening resolutely, leaving no room for escape. Subsequently, riding the momentum of the opposing energy, it forcefully hurled the Gyarados towards the ground. The Gyarados, not to be trifled with, utilized the force to spiral upward, clinging to the Dragonite. With their massive sizes and the terrifying inertia from their collision against the opposing air currents and gravitational pull, they nearly struck the ground simultaneously. Boom. The earth trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. The unimaginable force of the impact caused the ground to fracture beneath them, creating a chasm that spanned several dozen meters, which began to expand throughout the inner zone. Dust billowed up in great clouds, rendering the two Pokémon invisible to the naked eye. Once more, Ye Lin concentrated all his energy into his eyes. With a swift motion, it was as if a veil of mist had been lifted, allowing him to see the Gyarados' eyes glowing with a crimson hue. Its expression twisted in a savage grimace. As it twisted its body, seizing the fleeting moment of the Dragonite's recovery, its tail broke free with a swift motion, revealing a visage of sheer ferocity. The fangs within its gaping maw glimmered ominously. The surrounding air was imbued with an inexplicable chill. In the next moment, howl! It lunged at the Dragonite beside it, aiming to bite down fiercely. Ice Fong. Ye Lin's expression turned grave, yet he harbored no concerns. Sure enough, although the Dragonite emitted a pained howl, its movements did not falter in the slightest. It sprang to its feet, thrashing its body wildly, even disregarding the frost forming around the bite site. Crack, crack! The frost shattered as the Gyarados, already reeling from the tremendous impact, could no longer maintain its grip and slackened its jaws. A bloody imprint appeared on the Dragonite's body. It vented its pain through a roar, its movements slightly sluggish, yet its gaze remained resolute. With a massive leap, it ascended into the air. The frenzied Gyarados, witnessing this, experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. It seemed to grasp something, just as it was about to evade. Yet, the furious dragon gave it no opportunity. The dragon god dove down. Accompanied by Ye Lin's shout, the soaring dragon resembled a colossal beast, its wings ablaze with fierce flames. The blood flowing from its wounds was instantly consumed upon contact with the fire. It gazed down at the Gyarados from a lofty height. That glance, though devoid of words, conveyed an abundance of meaning. Its form blurred into an afterimage as it descended upon the Gyarados like a mountain pressing down. The Gyarados, suffering from dual internal injuries, attempted to flee but was a step too slow. Surrounding the diving dragon, a robust dragon-like illusion gradually materialized, merging seamlessly with its true form. Both it and the Gyarados crashed down violently, embedding themselves deep into the ground. The fissures spread like a spider's web, the terrain fracturing in numerous places, leaving two massive craters, deep chasms. Chapter 96, Capturing Gyarados. Is a Master Ball a guaranteed capture? The fissures continued to expand, the ground cracking further, creating two colossal pits, each a daunting abyss. Dust and smoke obscured the view, leaving only two faint shadows visible. Ding! Gyarados has descended into madness, and the dragon is on the brink of insanity. Please resolve the situation swiftly, host. The prompt reappeared. Ye Lin remained composed. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. He understood the temperament of the dragon all too well. It was a creature of fierce temperament, and madness was inevitable. Hence, he had sent out the dragon. After all, to confront a madman, one must also embrace madness. As the saying goes, those unshod fear not the shoes. Both the dragon and Gyarados were unshod. The injured Gyarados would present a significantly higher capture probability, unable to struggle free from a high-grade ball. Reality was not a game. The notes made it abundantly clear that as a gym leader-level Pokémon, completely subduing Gyarados would be a formidable challenge. Even the dragon had only managed to capture it during its interrupted evolution. At that time, it had yet to evolve, its strength merely at the elite level. The chasm between elite and gym leader levels was indeed vast. I finally comprehended why only those above gym leader rank could be deemed exceptional trainers. Ye Lin lamented. It was his first time experiencing such difficulty in capturing a Pokémon. Although he had anticipated this, after such a prolonged battle, to finally glimpse a sliver of hope was entirely unexpected. After collapsing to the ground, the two massive forms continued to struggle. However, it was now purely a clash of brute force. They were locked in a frenzied battle, the dragon and Gyarados resembling two perpetual motion machines. Rolling in the mud one moment, crashing into the water the next, sending countless splashes into the air. The ground trembled incessantly. Even Ye Lin felt the reverberations from the two Pokémon's clash, his eardrums ringing. Observing the dragon gaining the upper hand, it rolled over, pinning Gyarados' neck with its left claw while its right claw, clenched into a fist, rained down blows upon its body. Beneath them, the massive pit continued to expand. Yet the two Pokémon seemed oblivious, intent on battling to the bitter end. The sound of flesh striking flesh caused Ye Lin, from a distance, to wince, narrowing his eyes slightly. As Gyarados was battered into a state of disarray, its strength waned. In a sudden move, he pressed down on another Pokeball at his waist, Kirlia. In an instant, Kirlia appeared, using Psychic on Gyarados. Kirlia's expression turned serious as it nodded toward Ye Lin. Then, in a flash, it teleported to the center of the fray. This area had become an unrecognizable battlefield, more terrifying than desolate ruins, as if it had been ravaged by meteor strikes. Upon Kirlia's arrival, the dragon sensed something. It lifted its head, its eyes flickering momentarily. The previously clenched fist halted, clarity emerging in its gaze. The two Pokémon had developed a rapport over their time together. Just a single exchange of glances seemed to convey understanding. The dragon swiftly evaded as Gyarados lunged in desperation. In the next moment, Kirlia's golden tendrils radiated with a dazzling psychic energy. It concentrated all its power, unleashing it with full force. Though not a complete fragment of Mutwo's signature move, even a fraction of a legendary Pokémon's exclusive technique was sufficient to overwhelm ordinary Pokémon. The psychic waves surged forth, erupting around Gyarados in an instant. Initially bewildered, Gyarados, even in its madness, found it strange that the dragon had ceased its movement. But the next second, a terrifying wave of psychic energy enveloped it completely. Kirlia's level fell short of Gyarados', yet the legendary skill transcended mere levels, producing a commotion that rivaled the earlier clash between the dragon and Gyarados. Moreover, Gyarados was already on its last legs, with its reason lost. Its mind was its most vulnerable point. As the psychic attack detonated, Ye Lin hurled a high-grade ball once more. This time, it was clearly aimed at Gyarados. The red light pulsed as Gyarados, in agony, clutched its head, feeling as if it were about to explode. Just then, it was struck by a small object. In its current state of throbbing pain, it was oblivious to the increasingly bright red glow. Initially, the ball circled cautiously, creating a stalemate with Gyarados. However, as Gyarados was affected by the psychic attack, its aura gradually weakened. The tides had turned. The red light intensified, further penetrating its body, binding it tightly. Simultaneously, 200 meters away, beads of sweat rolled down Ye Lin's forehead. A drop even dripped into his eye, but he had no time to wipe it away. Pain etched across his face as he clenched his teeth, his jaw muscles bulging, enduring the nearly explosive agony. At the moment the high-grade ball struck Gyarados, it inexplicably linked with his psychic energy. This was the reason for the stalemate. As time passed, Ye Lin's cold sweat ceased, his expression gradually returning to calm. Meanwhile, Gyarados' struggles diminished. With a resounding thud, under the dragon's powerful punch, it finally succumbed, clutching its head, and lost consciousness entirely. The red glow of the high-grade ball receded, and the ball wobbled twice in the air before plummeting to the ground. Ye Lin exhaled in relief. Then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for capturing the pseudo-gym leader-level Gyarados. Rewards are being issued now. 1 Master Ball. 2. Random Legendary Pokémon Gaze Extraction. Master Ball. 100 success in capturing Pokémon below the legendary level. The only Pokeball with a chance to capture a legendary Pokémon. My goodness. Ye Lin's heart nearly leaped from his chest. He never imagined that a Master Ball would be among the rewards. This was the Master Ball, an item of divine caliber that existed solely within games, guaranteeing the capture of wild Pokémon below legendary level. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of a Master Ball exceeds that of demigods, being just a notch below legendary Pokémon. Moreover, even so, this was relative. After all, the Master Ball was the only Pokeball capable of capturing legendary Pokémon. The level of these legendary beings could vary from rank 1 to rank 3. If luck were on his side, a rank 1 legendary was not out of the question. Ye Lin was overwhelmed with excitement. Although he had just captured Gyarados and was still mentally fatigued, his brain was now thoroughly exhilarated. He could hardly contain himself as he selected to accept the reward. In the next moment, a ball appeared, adorned in a gradient of purple and red, emblazoned with an character, and capped with a white sphere. It appeared to be no different from an ordinary Pokeball. However, once it was held in hand, An overwhelming aura of terrifying energy could be felt, profoundly enigmatic. He took a deep breath, carefully placing the Master Ball into the innermost compartment of his spatial backpack. Before turning his gaze to the second reward, the gaze of a randomly drawn legendary Pokémon. Chapter 97, Darkrai. A buff that suppresses evil-type Pokémon. He inhaled deeply once more, treating the Master Ball with utmost reverence, and shifted his attention to the second reward, the gaze of a randomly drawn legendary Pokémon. What kind of reward was this? It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Nonetheless, the mention of a legendary Pokémon compelled Ye Lin to focus intently. Legendary Pokémon signified extraordinary prowess. They represented the pinnacle of combat strength in Blue Star, albeit with varying tiers of capability among them. However, to be categorized as a legendary Pokémon inherently implied superiority over ordinary ones, even the weakest among them. Hence, Ye Lin regarded this reward with considerable seriousness. He drew in a deep breath and solemnly declared within his mind, "Begin random selection." With a beep, it seemed as though a mere blink had transpired, or perhaps a longer duration had elapsed. The temperature around him suddenly plummeted, although it was morning. With the sun just rising and the weather bright after capturing the Gyarados, the once vibrant sky, adorned with rainbows, darkened abruptly. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, and Ye Lin inexplicably felt as though he were being watched, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, a terrifying apparition emerged before him. It materialized from the shadows, shrouded in darkness, with hair swirling like murky fog that obscured much of its face, the only discernible feature being its hauntingly deep blue eyes. Around its neck, it bore a scarf resembling jagged teeth. Most strikingly, it had long, tattered black fabric draped over each shoulder, reminiscent of an hourglass. As it appeared, a plethora of horrifying and gruesome scenes inundated Ye Lin's mind, filled with an overwhelming malice that would instill nightmares with just a glance. Although the visions vanished swiftly, the impact on Ye Lin was monumental. Suddenly, those deep blue, inscrutable eyes turned towards him. Ye Lin felt as if he had been immobilized, his throat constricting, and a shiver coursed through him. It was as if an invisible hand gripped his very mind, rendering him tense and drenched in sweat. Yet, just as swiftly, the figure dissipated, as abruptly as it had arrived, leaving no trace behind. It felt as if everything had been a mere figment of Ye Lin's imagination. Nevertheless, the haunting image of those blue eyes lingered in his consciousness, refusing to fade. As the dark mist receded, the sensation of being watched dissipated. Ye Lin remained in his original position, yet the disconnection from his environment vanished, and familiar sounds flooded back into his ears. He exhaled a sigh of relief, grappling with the bewilderment of the moment. Congratulations, host. You have randomly drawn the gaze of Darkrai. Darkrai's gaze. Darkrai has glimpsed you across time and space, leaving its aura upon you, which will provide a natural suppression against evil-type Pokémon, reducing both the energy and skill power of their attacks during battle. Due to your acquisition of the Nightmare God's unique favor, Darkrai's intimacy level is now at 20. What an intriguing twist. Ye Lin finally felt his tension ease at this revelation. He wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had been perspiring profusely without awareness. Truly, legendary Pokémon were indeed formidable. Their intimidation factor was nothing short of extraordinary. A thought crossed his mind. He had not anticipated that this random selection would yield such a tangible benefit, as Darkrai, the god of nightmares, had bestowed upon him such advantages merely by crossing paths with him. A suppression against evil-type Pokémon. This was tantamount to acquiring an invincible buff against them. In battle, the troublesome tactics of evil-type Pokémon would be rendered virtually ineffective against him, their power significantly diminished. Darkrai's gaze was indeed remarkable. Ye Lin smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of regret. Darkrai, the god of nightmares, was impressive. However, he mused that it would have been even more advantageous if it were a Pokémon that could fly or that renowned alpaca. Yet, he felt a sense of contentment. After all, he had obtained a permanent buff, not a temporary one. In competitive scenarios, this was a considerable advantage. Additionally, the intimacy boost from the god of nightmares was something Ye Lin valued greatly. Although he had yet to encounter even a shadow of a legendary Pokémon, that did not preclude future possibilities. Perhaps one day, he might indeed meet Darkrai face to face. When that time came, the increased intimacy of 20 would serve as a significant boon, wouldn't it? Of course, it was premature to dwell on such thoughts now. However, Ye Lin had begun to see a glimmer of hope. At the very least, he had gained a clear understanding of the strength of legendary Pokémon in Blue Star. Indeed, many trainers spent their entire lives without ever laying eyes on a legendary Pokémon. Yet due to the system's intervention, he had made contact so soon after embarking on his journey as a trainer, truly a stroke of luck. He was not in a rush. As he grew stronger, he would inevitably realize his dream of assembling a team of legendary Pokémon. Furthermore, without sufficient strength, even luck would be of little consequence. One must forge their own path. Only by becoming the former could he truly succeed. Otherwise, merely catching a fleeting glimpse would be unbearable. Ye Lin was grateful for his psychic abilities, which had spared him from being utterly terrified by that fleeting gaze. The god of nightmares lived up to its name. The myriad of images he had witnessed coalesced into a surreal world of terror. However, it also bestowed upon him a newfound understanding of evil-type Pokémon. Returning to the present, Ye Lin noticed the sole advanced ball on the barren ground, a casualty of the battle. Its unique signal light had extinguished, indicating a successful capture. He approached and picked it up, a playful glint in his eyes as he spun the advanced ball in his hand. It must be said, capturing Gyarados had been the most laborious endeavor since he began his journey as a trainer. Yet, the outcome was undeniably rewarding. Whether it was the acquisition of Gyarados as a formidable ally or the Master Ball and Darkray's gaze, all were immensely worthwhile. Gyarados was still there, panting heavily and shaking its claws, seemingly feeling a bit sore from the exertion. Ye Lin observed the injuries it bore and paused for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he pressed the button on the advanced ball once more. A flash of white light engulfed the area, and Gyarados reappeared before Ye Lin, alongside the Gyarados and Kirlia. Gyarados bore far more severe injuries than Gyarados, who merely had superficial wounds and exhaustion. Gyarados looked rather pitiful, bruised and battered, with a gaping wound on its head. Bloodied and raw, the once proud Pokémon now appeared dejected and listless. Upon seeing Ye Lin, it merely lifted its eyelids slightly, casting a quick glance before lowering its head again, lost in thought. Initially, Ye Lin assumed it bore some resentment towards him for having been captured. However, upon noticing the intimacy level had risen to 65, he understood it was merely a creature of few words, somewhat awkward in its demeanor. After all, they had just been engaged in a fierce battle, and this sudden shift in status would understandably take some getting used to. He could empathize with that. Yet, Gyarados was another matter entirely. The two individuals had just engaged in a fierce battle, their tempers still ablaze. Upon encountering the indifferent demeanor of the Gyarados, their irritation only intensified, and they shot at an angry glare, bellowing in frustration. However, the Gyarados remained unresponsive, its head drooping as it stood motionless, resembling a mere statue. It seemed disinterested in interacting with other Pokémon, even ignoring the friendly overtures from a Kirlia. "You are quite stubborn," Ye Lin mused with a playful smirk. Noticing the slight twitch of the Gyarados' whiskers, which it feigned to ignore, he raised an eyebrow and retrieved a dragon-type energy cube from his backpack, tossing it in the direction of the Gyarados. With his keen hearing, Ye Lin distinctly caught the sound of the Gyarados swallowing. Its eyes were fixated on the energy cube, yet it maintained an air of mock disdain, as if refusing to accept charity. Ye Lin almost laughed in exasperation. "Fine, you won't eat it, huh?" A glimmer of mischief flickered in his gaze as a sly smile crept upon his lips. The next moment, he activated his phone's voice function and commanded, "Search for 10 cooking methods for Magikarp." In an instant, the Gyarados' head shot up, its proud facade crumbling in disbelief. It seemed to doubt its own ears. How could the trainer who had just captured it speak such words? Wasn't the usual approach filled with gentle coaxing and enticements? Yet here it was, facing a starkly different reality. Having lingered in the wilderness for so long, the Gyarados, despite lacking first-hand experience of being captured, had witnessed numerous trainers attempting to subdue Pokémon and had grown accustomed to the process. It had established itself as a dominant figure among its kind, indifferent to following a trainer, preferring to live freely. Furthermore, the few trainers capable of entering the wilderness area were exceedingly rare. Those who encountered it typically fled in terror. Many had attempted to capture it, but none had succeeded. The Gyarados, a formidable leader Pokémon with extensive battle experience and a repertoire of skills, could elevate its strength to that of a gym leader after executing Dragon Dance. Over time, its reputation had spread far and wide. While many aspired to capture it, the average trainer could only gaze enviously. True powerhouses showed little interest in the rebellious Gyarados, as taming it would require considerable time and effort. Everyone was well aware of the Gyarados' notoriously difficult temperament. Previously, a son of a champion had brought a plethora of exquisite food in an attempt to entice it, only to leave battered and bruised. Witnessing his fate had deterred others from trying. Yet now, the Gyarados found itself in a predicament it had never anticipated. However, it was reluctant to concede so easily, fearing it would tarnish its reputation as a leader. What if its followers were watching? even if this human possessed some skill. The Gyarados was determined to make it clear that it was a creature deserving of respect and would not be easily placated. It would not be as obedient as that detestable individual. In a moment of defiance, it cast a furtive glance at the Gyarados, its disdain momentarily flickering. But in the next heartbeat, its rebellious spirit froze on its face. What had it just heard? Cooking methods for Magikarp? As the mechanical female voice from the phone began to enumerate the various recipes, the Gyarados' expression shifted from confusion to sheer terror, trembling visibly. Its gaze towards Ye Lin was filled with dread, akin to that of a creature staring down a demon. Having evolved from a Magikarp, the Gyarados perceived those culinary instructions as a blatant threat, particularly that devilish smile. It sent chills down its spine. It swallowed hard, not out of hunger, but sheer fright, fearing it might meet the same fate as the Magikarp described in the voice. The Gyarados was on the brink of despair. Why was this human defying all norms? The trainers it had observed previously had never acted this way. Oh, how bitterly unfortunate was its existence. This human, why did he lick his lips while gazing at it? Was he truly contemplating cooking it? The more it pondered, the more it panicked, its once proud form now hunching in submission. It eagerly bowed its head and swallowed the energy cube it had previously scorned, tasting nothing. Then, it turned to Ye Lin, presenting a grotesque grin that reeked of sycophancy. It was a dragon beneath the eaves, forced to bow. Losing face was trivial compared to preserving its life. The Gyarados felt no shame in this humiliation and brazenly leaned closer, attempting to nuzzle Ye Lin with the three horns atop its head as a gesture of affection. Despite the wounds it had suffered in the earlier confrontation, it now appeared pitifully submissive. Ye Lin, at a loss for words, averted his gaze. How to describe this? It was simply unwatchable. He never imagined the Gyarados would turn out to be such a creature. The notes had indeed been accurate. It truly thrived under pressure. How ridiculous was this? Just as Ye Lin was lost in his thoughts, the Gyarados abruptly ceased its affectionate gestures, its expression turning blank. It sensed a warm current surging from its abdomen, enveloping its entire being. The pain it had endured began to subside significantly. It realized this was the effect of the crystalline energy cube. In an instant, the Gyarados' eyes reflected genuine gratitude, an unexpected warmth blossoming within its heart. Affinity with Gyarados. 5. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, but was suddenly struck by a metallic scent of blood. Looking up, he traced the source back to the Gyarados. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to summon both the Ambipom and the Riolu. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the Pokémon, he produced the life gem he had obtained earlier. As the emerald gem emerged, it radiated a vibrant life force, revitalizing the previously trampled grass surrounding them, restoring it to its former glory. Even the stream, reduced to a mere trickle, began to teem with life once more. Yet the most significant transformations were evident in the nearby Gyarados and Dragonite. Both Pokémon had sustained grievous injuries, and the gem's restorative powers were immediately apparent. Within mere seconds, their wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. The minor cuts sustained by the Dragonite during the whirlwind battle were completely mended, and even the more severe injuries left only faint traces. As the seconds passed, the remnants of those marks vanished entirely. An unceasing flow of life energy surged into the Dragonite, dispelling its fatigue and revitalizing its spirit. The life gem continued to nourish its body, seemingly an endless source of vitality. As for the Gyarados, due to its more profound internal injuries, its recovery was comparatively slower. However, in merely a matter of seconds, the Gyarados was tamed by Ye Lin, far less experienced than the Dragonite, which had seen much of the world. Its eyes were filled with astonishment, displaying a naivety that spoke of its sheltered existence. Simultaneously, it felt an extraordinary healing power, deepening its sense of wonder. Not only that, but following the external injuries sustained in battle, Gyarados sensed that the hidden wounds accumulated over years of fighting were gradually being mended. Its gaze towards the small gem shifted to one of incredulity. What was this miraculous object? It felt utterly unbelievable. After all, these hidden injuries were a common affliction among wild Pokémon, an unavoidable consequence for nearly all seasoned fighters. Yet now, Gyarados' eyes twinkled with excitement as it tentatively moved its joints and neck. The previous aches had vanished entirely. Its body had never felt this agile before. In a burst of exhilaration, Gyarados leaped skyward like a bolt of lightning. Ye Lin squinted as he observed Gyarados' speed seemingly enhanced, which was only natural. With the hidden injuries restored, its formerly sluggish body parts were rejuvenated, reaching peak condition and elevating its overall strength. Roar, Hoot, Chikorita. Several Pokémon encircled Ye Lin and the life gem in his hand, calling out in sheer delight. Although they bore no injuries, they relished the fleeting moment of peak physicality. The Aipom's eyes were blissfully half-closed in contentment. Even after the gem was stowed away, the 5 Pokémon remained in a daze, seemingly unable to shake off the enchanting experience. Gyarados affection level, 7. Aipom affection level, 1. Dragonite affection level, 2. Chikorita affection level, 1. The incessant notifications underscored the profound enhancement the life gem bestowed upon the Pokémon. As for Riolu, it was absent from the list, having already reached maximum affection. Dragonite and Chikorita were similarly close, with only a slight distance remaining. Only Gyarados truly showcased what it meant to experience something extraordinary, shedding the last vestiges of reluctance from its heart. Suddenly, a peculiar sound caught Ye Lin's attention. He turned to find Dragonite sheepishly sporting a goofy grin, scratching its head with its paw. Hungry? Then let us feast on some barbecue, Ye Lin remarked, glancing at the stream, where various water-type Pokémon floated with their bellies up. It was only then that he realized the implications of his words. Pausing momentarily, he looked towards Gyarados. The latter shivered at the mention, for it too had evolved from a Magikarp, and Ye Lin's comment brought back painful memories of being subjected to 10 different culinary methods. Dragonite, however, seemed elated. Upon hearing about the red-braised and sweet and sour preparations for Magikarp, it had been licking its lips in anticipation. Now, upon hearing the prospect of barbecue, it let out a thunderous roar, brimming with enthusiasm as it set its sights on an orange fruit tree, charging forward without a second thought. Boom! The ground shook as the orange tree toppled over. Dragonite, as if seeking praise, stared wide-eyed at Ye Lin, recalling how the last time they had barbecued in the wild, the master had used such trees as firewood. How fragrant! Just thinking of the delectable flavor made its stomach rumble even louder. The Aipom, having undergone a transformation in its characteristics, usually lazy, suddenly became invigorated at the thought of food, as if reverting to its original nature. Upon seeing the tree fall, it rushed forward, throwing a flurry of punches. In an instant, a tree trunk as thick as 3 men's embrace was severed into several pieces. Riolu joined in to assist. With its gleaming metallic claws, it swiftly dismantled the trunk into perfectly sized firewood, exuding the signature aroma of oranges. The teamwork among the Pokémon was seamless, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Gyarados watched in awe, its eyes wide open in wonder. Ye Lin, satisfied, then retrieved a barbecue grill from his backpack, placing some firewood inside. He glanced towards Dragonite. With just a look, Dragonite understood, nodding and stepping back. After gauging the distance, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a stream of orange-red flames, noticeably smaller than during battle, clearly controlled within a certain range. Intriguingly, Dragonite appeared even more cautious than in combat, fearful of inadvertently igniting everything in a blaze. Crackle, crackle. The roaring flames crackled, and at that moment, Chikorita returned, using its psychic abilities to place a myriad of ingredients onto the grill. Ye Lin followed suit, arranging the other condiments meticulously. As time passed, an incredibly rich aroma wafted through the air, invading the nostrils of every Pokémon, causing them to swallow in anticipation. Gyarados initially turned its head away in refusal. After all, these were its own kind. Even though some were sworn enemies, it couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, especially recalling the torment of the 10 culinary methods. It turned its head away in pride. Gyarados would rather starve than consume its kin. Such an act would strip away its dignity as a leader. However, as the enticing scent permeated the air, Gyarados' heart wavered for the first time, caught in a struggle. Well, it did smell quite delightful. Perhaps it should give it a try? Yet Ye Lin remained oblivious to its internal conflict. All right, let us eat. At his command, 4 Pokémon surged forward, indulging ravenously. Akin to ferocious beasts, Dragonite, in particular, opened its mouth wide, devouring an entire skewer in one go, while Chikorita's eating was much more graceful, though just as swift. The Aipom, donned in a gravity belt, exhibited no hindrance in its movements. Riolu's speed was so rapid it left afterimages. Within a minute, the mountain of barbecued delicacies visibly diminished. Gyarados was left in shock. By the time it realized what had happened and lunged forward with a cry, only scraps remained. Hesitantly, it picked out a relatively intact piece of fish, gazing at its enticing patterns and colors when an unseen little hand suddenly shoved against its back. Gulp! The fish instantly vanished into its mouth, the nearly perfect, rich flavor captivating Gyarados in an instant. When had it ever tasted something so exquisite in the wild? Its own kin could be this delicious? What had it been missing all along? Soon, every last morsel of barbecue was devoured. Gyarados, caught in the throes of enjoyment, discovered that there was nothing left. Looking up in bewilderment, it saw Dragonite reclining leisurely under a massive tree, patting its belly and using its claws to pick its teeth. Gyarados' teeth itched at the sight. It was clear to it that this creature had consumed the most food, without even chewing. Indeed, the notion that one must know their adversary through combat was a fallacy. It simply could not tolerate this Dragonite. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the gentle push, Chikorita, quietly basked in the glory of its victory over Gyarados. Observing Gyarados on the verge of pulling out its own whiskers in regret, Ye Lin decided to spare it further teasing. He retrieved the crafting device and, recalling the breeding guide in his mind, began to create water-type energy cubes. With practice comes proficiency. Ye Lin could complete the energy cube crafting process with his eyes closed. Even though the types varied, for him at that moment, they were all child's play. Under Gyarados' curious gaze, the water-type energy cube was finally produced. Beep. It has detected that the host has created more than 5 types of energy cubes, and a designated hint has been obtained. Would the host like to use it now? Another designated hint? Ye Lin's mind raced. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose not to use it immediately. After all, this was the first time the system had asked if he wished to use it right away. The previous 2 designated hints had been time-sensitive, and this time was evidently different. Moreover, Ye Lin did not wish to leave the wild zone just yet. Aside from the secret realms, this was the optimal place to train his Pokémon. With the new Star Cup fast approaching, there were less than 5 days remaining, and he needed to intensify his training. Ye Lin was determined not to let his hard-earned perfect caretaker, Blissey, slip away. The ensuing days were filled with the chaotic integration of Gyarados into Ye Lin's little group, as well as rigorous training. He tirelessly developed the Inner Zone with his 5 Pokémon. With Gyarados on his team, many of the Inner Zone's hidden territories were thoroughly explored. Throughout this process, each Pokémon utilized its strengths to challenge various clans. They even encountered Gyarados' nemesis, the leader of the Kingler clan, the giant Kingler. Each leader of the clan was formidable. This style of combat was also referred to among trainers as wild hunting. However, with Ye Lin's nurturing and the supply of energy cubes, his 5 Pokémon fought with relentless vigor. Out of a 24-hour day, excluding time for sleep and meals, they spent nearly 14 hours engaged in battle. Despite this high-frequency training, the Pokémon showed no signs of fatigue or hidden injuries, thanks to the Life Gem, which instead invigorated their spirits. Kyrillian advanced further. The hyperactive Apom, wearing a gravity belt, could leave its opponents bruised and wailing throughout the Inner Zone. Riolu was on the brink of evolution, having reached the pinnacle of Elite Level 4. As for Gyarados and Dragonite, they exhibited a competitive spirit, always eager to take the lead against formidable foes. Their strength grew rapidly. Initially, they competed over who could defeat stronger enemies more swiftly, but through repeated training, the 2 Pokémon developed an unspoken synergy, transitioning from mutual disdain to cooperative combat. Although they still verbally challenged each other during battles, one would always take the lead while the other provided support, complementing each other's strengths. Gyarados had now transcended the status of a mere pseudo-gym leader, becoming a true gym leader. At the Ninghong All-Purpose Mall, the entrance to the Luo family shop was bustling with people. The queue stretched across the entire 3rd floor of the mall, continuing to extend downward. Every face was a mixture of tension and excitement, brimming with exhilaration. The weariness of queuing was entirely overshadowed by their eagerness. The discussions among the crowd were incessant. I've been queuing since 6 this morning, and I'm still so far back. This is absurd. I heard some people arrived at dawn. Look at that guy next to the water turtle. He has been here since yesterday and hasn't even gone home. Wow. Is the new energy cube really as outrageous as they say online? Of course. My uncle knows the head of the Luo family. Before the new energy cubes went on sale, they even sent him a sample, claiming it was a test product. Guess what happened? The young man left a tantalizing pause. Others in line turned their heads, intrigued, eager to hear more. Don't keep us in suspense. The people behind urged impatiently. They had heard countless surprises about the new energy cubes recently, but each new tale drew their full attention. Seeing so many eager eyes fixed on him, the young man felt a rush of vanity and cleared his throat to amplify his voice. After my uncle's Vulpix consumed the test product, it evolved directly into a Ninetales. You should know, my uncle's Vulpix had been stuck on the verge of evolution for a full decade. The Pokémon Center had even deemed it eternally unable to evolve. A wave of astonishment rippled through the trainers queuing around him. They gained a clearer understanding of the miraculous nature of the new energy cubes and felt an even greater urgency to obtain one. Alas, it's a pity that they sell so few each day. It's simply not enough. Just as he finished speaking, the loudspeaker at the Luo family shop announced, We apologize, everyone. Today's supply of new energy cubes has been sold out. Please come back tomorrow. A chorus of long sighs emanated from the third floor. Although they had grown accustomed to this outcome in recent days, disappointment still lingered, especially for the brother who had been first in line. He sat down abruptly, tears streaming down his face. I've queued for 3 days. And just when I get to this point, how can I be so unlucky? The sales associate from the Luo family shop expertly assisted him, guiding him to a sofa inside the shop and offering him a cup of tea. With a gentle tone, she reassured him, "Don't worry, sir. Tomorrow, with your queue number, you can purchase directly without waiting in line." Really? The burly man's head shot up in surprise. The sales associate nodded, and the man finally felt relief, though tears still lingered in his eyes, this time from joy. Chapter 101. The ancestors are smiling down. The new Star Cup begins. The man finally felt relief, tears still glistening in his eyes, now from overwhelming happiness. The trainers who had initially sympathized with him turned their gazes away, their expressions returning to indifference. After all, compared to this fortunate individual, they were far worse off, as they still had to continue queuing for the opportunity to purchase the new energy cubes. Meanwhile, inside the shop, the head of the Luo family, seated in the VIP room, smiled so broadly he could feel the chill on his teeth. He had anticipated that the new energy cubes would become a sensation, but he never imagined it would become this popular. His original marketing strategy involved distributing some samples to various prominent families to garner a few favorable words for promotion. However, who could have predicted that the very next day after sending out those samples, these families would frantically call him, desperately inquiring if there were any extra energy cubes available. The head of the Luo family was initially baffled, but, upon understanding their intentions, felt a rush of excitement, his calm demeanor completely vanishing. The 50 new energy cubes he had planned to sell were swiftly snatched up by various prominent families in Ninghong, each paying between 20 to 30,000 for a piece, causing his sale date to be postponed by a day. However, this delay resulted in an unprecedented surge of sales on the actual day of release, fueled by countless rumors surrounding the new energy cubes. Over the past few days, all the trending topics in Ninghong revolved around the new energy cubes, and even other cities had caught wind of the buzz. The number of people queuing to buy them increased exponentially. Each time the shop opened, a massive crowd surged in, and every new energy cube was gone in a heartbeat. Among the crowd were many familiar faces, belonging to the elite families of Ninghong. Initially, the Luo family had given them preferential treatment, but they soon had to join the rest in queuing for in-person purchases due to the overwhelming demand. The major families were not lacking in funds. Thus, the cultivation of their Pokémon was their utmost priority. The significance of the new energy cubes was evident, allowing the heirs of those families to solidify their foundations or strive for higher tiers, cementing their status as prodigies. For them, money was no object. The new energy cubes were nothing short of treasures. They wouldn't flinch at spending 20 or 30,000, even 100,000. The head of the Luo family could not help but feel immense gratitude for his collaboration with Ye Lin. It was undoubtedly the wisest decision he had ever made. Even on the very first day of the energy cube sale, that evening, he hurried to the ancestral temple, bowing deeply and burning incense, convinced that smoke was rising from his ancestors' graves. Over the course of the past week, he had come to realize that as long as the new energy cubes were available, the Luo family would not falter. There was already a subtle trend emerging that suggested they were poised to become the leading family in Ninghong. He would never forget that all of this was thanks to Ye Lin. With a sigh, the head of the Luo family mused, "The new Star Cup is about to commence, and surely your name will resonate throughout Ninghong after tomorrow." The following day, in the heart of Ninghong City, stood the Grand Sports Arena. This area was the most bustling part of Ninghong, surrounded by prestigious high schools and universities. The arena, an architectural marvel, presented an impressive elliptical structure, a collaborative endeavor between the city government and the alliance, costing over $1 billion to create. It served as a symbol of Ninghong, showcasing its prestige. Numerous large-scale events were held here, and even in the entirety of Zhejiang province, this arena ranked among the finest, particularly at night. The arena's unique illuminated wall structure, under the brilliance of concentrated lights, transformed into a dazzling diamond, casting its glow over the entire city, a truly enchanting sight. Consequently, major competitions were often scheduled for the evening to enhance the atmosphere. The arena was not only magnificent in appearance, but also boasted an impressive interior space of nearly 150,000 square meters, accommodating thousands of spectators simultaneously. At this moment, the arena was teeming with excitement, bustling with crowds, as today marked the inaugural day of the new Star Cup. A new generation of trainers was about to embark on their legendary journeys, and the audience would witness the birth of fresh talents. Not just in Ninghong, but across the nation, the new Star Cup commenced simultaneously, progressing from city to provincial, and ultimately to the national level. Naturally, this phase would extend over a considerable duration, contingent upon the speed of the event selection and the caliber of the trainers. Outside the Ninghong Sports Arena, throngs of people filled the area, the atmosphere vibrant and noisy. The entrance was inundated with attendees, making ingress and egress exceedingly difficult. Opportunistic vendors had seized the moment, setting up stalls in the queue, their calls incessant. Come and see. The latest homemade feed developed by the Ninghong Research Institute will surely capture the hearts of your Pokémon, fostering an unbreakable bond. Refreshing drinks, small fans, and nutrient solutions were readily available, ensuring that even waiting in line could be an enjoyable experience. The hottest new energy cube is now available. Just as the vendor completed his announcement, a multitude surged forward, their eyes fixed intently on him, their gazes as piercing as daggers. The vendor, taken aback by the sudden influx, internally acknowledged the truth in his predecessor's words. Indeed, the new energy cubes were in high demand, and not capitalizing on it would be a missed opportunity. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Brothers and sisters, the new Fire Energy Cube is now for sale. Feel free to take a look." However, upon hearing that it was a counterfeit, many turned on their heels and departed. Yet, a few youthful faces lingered hesitantly. A group of boys exchanged glances, and one, taller and clad in a hoodie, spoke first. "This new fire is just one word off. Shall we give it a try? After all, the new energy cube sold out long ago, and we couldn't buy any yesterday. Perhaps the rumors surrounding them are not as exaggerated as the Ninghong locals claim." Another boy, slightly overweight, nodded in agreement, wiping sweat from his brow. A girl in their company remained silent, her expression contemplative. She sensed that things might not be so straightforward. The efficacy of the new energy cubes had been elaborately touted in Ninghong, and there might be an element of embellishment involved. Yet, purchasing a counterfeit would undoubtedly be futile. Furrowing her brow, she prepared to voice her concerns to the boys. The vendor, overhearing their conversation, felt his enthusiasm plummet. With an impatient wave of his hand, he declared, forget it. You outsiders wouldn't understand. I refuse to sell to you. Just move along." The vendor, though he considered himself a shrewd businessman, did not wish to tarnish his hometown's reputation. These students were clearly here for the competition, and deceiving them would be pointless. Such actions would only bring shame to the vendors. The hoodie-clad boy noticed the vendor's disdainful expression and felt compelled to argue, but he was promptly restrained by the quiet girl. Thus, the three of them returned to the queue, heading towards the competitor's passage to enter the arena. This small episode did not go unnoticed, as all three were participants in the competition, traversing the designated path. Today, all competitors were in the spotlight, and marketing accounts had already documented the trio, intending to use their story as a source of amusement once they achieved fame, thereby driving traffic to their platforms. Within the exclusive passage, some trainers, whether to flaunt or attract attention, released their Pokémon. Whenever one of the starter Pokémon appeared, it would elicit gasps from the crowd in other passages. At such moments, the trainers would proudly lift their heads, reveling in the attention. Nevertheless, amongst the plethora of competitors, Dragon-type trainers remained exceedingly rare. Up to this point, none had been spotted. This rarity could be attributed to two factors. First, true Dragon-type trainers possessed exceptional skills and were indifferent to such attention-seeking tactics. Second, they sought to retain their trump cards, not wishing to reveal them prematurely. After all, the media war surrounding the new Star Cup had commenced 3 days prior. Countless popular competitors had been thrust into the limelight. In this edition of the new Star Cup, Ninghong had been ranked among the top 10 most notable locations, alongside major cities like Magic City, Beijing, and Shenzhen. Consequently, every citizen of Ninghong sensed the distinctiveness of this year's event, not only in terms of participation numbers and enthusiasm, but, most importantly, the substantial increase in media presence. Numerous self-media outlets were eagerly awaiting the competition's commencement, poised to craft engaging articles. A glance at the scene revealed a sea of cameras and microphones, each one trained on the leading competitors, as if afraid to miss any emerging trends. At that moment, Ye Lin navigated through the crowd, entering the exclusive passage. Wearing a cap, he initially attracted no attention. However, the rotund boy from the earlier trio, having nothing to occupy his gaze, inadvertently glanced back and, upon recognizing Ye Lin's face, was instantly taken aback. This visage, he had nearly grown weary of it over the past week. How could he forget? His mentor had meticulously analyzed this rising star from every possible angle. He could recite their dialogues by heart. Ye Lin, the boy exclaimed, shock and excitement evident in his voice. After all, seeing a face he had watched for an entire week suddenly materialize before him was bound to induce a sense of surrealism. Yet, upon uttering the name, he quickly realized the potential faux pas and awkwardly covered his mouth. Unfortunately, his voice had not been quiet, and the media, ever vigilant for a scoop, swarmed upon hearing his exclamation. Cameras and microphones immediately converged on Ye Lin, flashes erupting like fireworks, capturing the moment as if it were a scene from a grand spectacle. Even the onlookers on both sides were momentarily dazzled, each lamenting their plight, yet harboring immense curiosity, directing their gazes towards the direction called out by the portly figure. Simultaneously, the procession moving along the dedicated corridor came to a sudden halt, as if a well-oiled machine had unexpectedly stuttered. The competing trainers collectively turned their heads. Upon recognizing Ye Lin, their expressions varied widely. Some were astonished, others bewildered, some curious, some disdainful, and even a few exhibited a provocative eagerness. Regardless of their sentiments, Ye Lin undeniably became the focal point of the crowd. Even those who were initially oblivious soon grasped the situation after being enlightened by those around them, leading to an even greater curiosity. The media was abuzz with excitement. Ye Lin had recently emerged as the most unexpected dark horse in Ninghan, with topics and entries related to him numbering in the thousands. Each of these garnered millions of views, showcasing his significant influence. The journalists could hardly let this opportunity slip by, lamenting their missed chance for a pre-match interview with Ye Lin. Now, seizing this moment felt akin to wolves catching sight of fresh meat, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ye Lin, why did you forego a pre-match interview? Are you afraid someone might challenge you beforehand? Ye Lin, what are your thoughts on Dingzhi's assertion that you are merely a figure of renown? Ye Lin, do you have confidence in securing what position in this municipal New Star Cup? An avalanche of questions surged forth. Ye Lin, upon hearing these inquiries, merely raised an eyebrow. It could be said that these media representatives truly relished fanning the flames, each question more sensational than the last. He was confident that, regardless of his responses, they would embellish his words extensively. Yet, would Ye Lin be intimidated? A smirk graced his lips as he turned to face the multitude of dark lenses. His right hand raised slightly. This exceedingly simple gesture rendered the previously fervent media silent, plunging the venue into an extraordinary stillness. They were perplexed. Despite their extensive experience with seasoned trainers, the seemingly youthful Ye Lin exuded an aura that rivaled even that of seasoned champions. This left them momentarily speechless. First, I have no time. Second, whether I am merely a figure of renown will be revealed on the battlefield. Third, he deliberately paused, leaving the media and spectators momentarily stunned. The reporter in the front row could not suppress a few nervous swallows, torn between anticipation and trepidation, uncertain of what Ye Lin would articulate, especially the reporter who posed the question, whose heart raced with excitement. Regardless of what Ye Lin might say, he had already envisioned a sensational headline. Astonishing. Ninghan's hottest dark horse seems destined for victory. Ultimately, for them, it sufficed to capture attention and achieve the highest visibility. What Ye Lin actually said was of little concern. As long as he responded, there would be no turning back. Alas, he was still too young. The media representative mused triumphantly. In the next moment, he heard Ye Lin, with a playful expression, raise a single finger and shake it at the camera, simultaneously declaring, runner-up? Not even a dog would want that. Countless individuals were rendered speechless by this audacious proclamation, their eyes wide with disbelief. The reporter who had posed the question was left blank-faced, his expression frozen. The nearest plump onlooker was dumbfounded, gazing at Ye Lin as if he were a peculiar phenomenon, utterly astonished by such a response. Runner-up? Not even a dog would want that. Who would have thought someone could be so brazen, so arrogant? This was simply outrageous. They began to question whether their ears were malfunctioning. The most animated reactions came from the other trainers in the dedicated corridor. Having anticipated Ye Lin's arrival, they were already somewhat curious about his responses. Thus, hearing this particular answer struck them like a thunderclap, leaving all competitors stunned and reeling. They had envisioned countless possible responses. After all, dealing with the media typically followed a predictable script, either engaging in verbal tai chi or providing vague answers, ensuring no traps were laid. Yet Ye Lin's reply was astonishingly straightforward. Was this even permissible? Moreover, what did he mean by not even a dog would want it? Being a runner-up was still commendable, as it qualified one for provincial selections. How could Ye Lin disdain it so? In truth, they were somewhat inclined to accept it. As the crowd's thoughts swirled, their gazes towards Ye Lin transformed, many astonished to the point of dilated pupils. More than a few perceived him as excessively arrogant. Even if he possessed genuine prowess, such statements would only serve to place him squarely in the spotlight. After all, this was a proclamation made in front of all media. Should he fail to secure the championship, this video would undoubtedly be replayed repeatedly, becoming fodder for countless trainers' mockery. Within the dedicated corridor, many competitors fancied themselves the creme de la creme. Yet now, those who previously strutted about with their noses in the air wore expressions of rigidity. This was disastrous. They had encountered a true wolf among sheep, someone even more arrogant than themselves. The media, finally snapping out of their shock, felt their adrenaline surge, eager to broadcast the moment live. Meanwhile, the official live stream had already commenced, initially intended to introduce the iconic Ninghong Sports Complex. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the earlier scene was captured in its entirety. Ye Lin's final words echoed clearly through the official broadcast. The host was visibly stunned, unable to continue with the scripted introduction. Viewers who had casually tuned in to pass the time now found their sentiments dramatically transformed. In an instant, the online viewership skyrocketed from 10,000 to 20,000, then to 30,000. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 100,000. Such an unprecedented surge was astonishing. After all, this was the kind of viewership typically reserved for the opening ceremony. Yet now it had been easily achieved due to Ye Lin's singular remark. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Wow, he really dares to say that. Oh, it's Ye Lin? Then it's all good. Arrogance defined. Youthful exuberance must be tempered by circumstance. Can one truly speak so freely? He is so bold. I can't help but love it. Facepalm. Hey, can you girls stop judging by appearances? His attitude is outright disrespectful. Upstairs, I smell jealousy. How sour. Haha. With the competition so close, I hope he doesn't get eliminated in the first round. That would be utterly humiliating. I told you. Ye Lin has been boasting too much lately. I wonder where he crawled out from, and now his true colors are showing. When one rises to fame, it's easy to become inflated. He seems unaware of his limits. The comments were a mixed bag, largely due to Ye Lin's identity. Had the individual who made such a declaration been an obscure trainer, they would have been trampled into oblivion. Even with Ye Lin's popularity, few believed he could secure the championship, as it was too uncertain. Unless his strength was overwhelmingly dominant, one should not speak so freely. Countless arrogant trainers had been humbled in the past. What right did he have to be so confident? If only he could exhibit a modicum of humility and merely assert a position within the top 8. The crowd might mutter a few words in private while outwardly cheering him on. However, his arrogance knows no bounds. This segment of the live broadcast was clipped, and, as time passed, it began to resonate with an escalating fervor. More viewers flocked to witness the spectacle. Regrettably, after Ye Lin had spoken, he swiftly made his way into the passage, leaving them with nothing but the elegant silhouette of his departure. All their grievances remained unvoiced, stifled within. Meanwhile, as Ye Lin merged into the throng entering the venue, a wave of confusion washed over him. Prior to his arrival, he had heard Principal Yin mention that she would bring supporters, yet he saw not a single familiar face. Just as he was scanning the area, an alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. In the next instant, he felt a warm touch upon his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find the familiar figure of Yin Xia before him. Her attire was markedly different from the usual professional garb she donned for classes. She had adopted a more casual style, complemented by a subtle application of lipstick that rendered her lips soft and inviting, as if beckoning for a gentle kiss. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Ye Lin's gaze inadvertently wandered downward, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Teacher Yin was clad in black stockings. The figure that had been concealed beneath her professional attire was now revealed, igniting a spark of desire within him. Even Ye Lin could not help but steal a few glances. After all, he was a man, and who could resist such allure? However, his gaze remained respectful. Unlike the lecherous stares of passers-by, Yin Xia sensed his scrutiny, momentarily taken aback. Her toes curled within her nearly invisible high heels. Though it was Ye Lin who was bold, she felt a rush of bashfulness. A faint blush tinged her ears, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes. In an effort to shift the topic, she exclaimed, "Ye Lin, a fifth of our school's students have arrived. They are over there." Following her gaze, Ye Lin spotted a massive white banner being held aloft by Luo Hao and several other students. Upon noticing Ye Lin's direction, they waved excitedly, their cheers erupting spontaneously and drawing curious glances from other spectators. Though there were students from Baisun participating, they were not from the same cohort as Ye Lin. Most were nearing graduation, hence the substantial turnout to show their support. Shortly thereafter, a staff member adorned with a professional badge approached Ye Lin, requesting, Please present your ID and submit your fingerprint for electronic registration. As the words left his lips, an electronic wristband was offered to Ye Lin. He pressed his fingerprint onto the screen, updating all pertinent information. When the competition commenced, the results, rankings, and even the detailed adjudication process would be displayed on the wristband, an initiative aimed at ensuring fairness. Upon entering the arena, Ye Lin was met with the sight of an immense central stage, its expanse seemingly limitless. A row of judges' seats could be seen, roughly 5 in number. Even more daunting were the omnipresent cameras. Below the stage, 10 dynamic capture devices were operational, with a flurry of staff busily adjusting the machinery. These devices, known as the ultra-high-speed tracking camera system, boasted a peak speed of 17 to 18 meters per second, capable of accurately capturing every movement of the sprites. Thus, they were dubbed the eyes of the divine beast. Should spectators or participants contest the results, the eyes of the divine beast could be consulted to ascertain the final verdict. Chapter 104. The Undisputed Champion Below the King. Ye Lin vs. Ding Zhe. As the last of the contestants entered, the clock struck 8 in the evening. The lights blazed to life, illuminating the gymnasium with a brilliance that seemed to reach every corner of Ninghang. Subsequently, the judges took their seats. A mix of middle-aged and youthful faces, spreading across both sides of the table, leaving a central position vacant. The arena was filled to capacity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man with a buzz cut, his side shaved into the league's distinctive handshake symbol, strode confidently onto the stage. His gaze was as sharp as a sculptor's chisel, silencing the previously boisterous audience. The people of Ninghang recognized him instantly. Yu Cheng, the head of the League's branch and the chief judge for this competition. He was universally acknowledged as the foremost individual beneath the King of Dragons, possessing the strength to overpower all those at the Quasi-King level. Even a 7th-tier Quasi-King would only delay their defeat in his presence. Yet, he seldom graced the arena with his presence, burdened by the complex responsibilities of overseeing the League's operations in Ninghang. Had it not been for directives from headquarters, urging a grand celebration of the New Star Cup to uplift the spirits of the populace, he would not have assumed the role of chief judge. The other 4 judges were equally formidable. Among them were 2 familiar faces to Ye Lin, the 2-star judges and representatives of the Qiao family, Qiao Shu. Additionally, there was Ling Ji. Ye Lin was taken aback upon seeing her. Since the incident at the Wuhuang ruins, he had not encountered her again. Although they had exchanged a few messages to ensure each other's safety, she had not intruded further. This was understandable, as she too was a Quasi-King level trainer, indeed qualified to adjudicate at this municipal New Star Cup. However, following her misstep at the World Championship, her appearances had garnered significant public scrutiny, prompting her to avoid the limelight. It was curious why she was present this time. The remaining 2 judges were unfamiliar to Ye Lin, but their accompanying sprites indicated that they had reached the late stages of gym leader status, certainly not to be underestimated. In such a setting, no one dared to be careless. The malevolence of unscrupulous organizations remained an ever-looming threat, thus safety was paramount. As Yu Cheng meticulously introduced each judge, the mechanisms around the stands emitted a series of clicks. Soon after, 6 large blue screens ascended, ensuring no angle was overlooked for optimal live broadcasting. At this moment, the screens illuminated with Yu Cheng's solemn visage. Following his brief self-introduction, the audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the fervor echoing even to the campuses beyond the gymnasium. Each spectator was filled with excitement. The official live broadcast captured this synchronized uproar, with online viewers reaching an astonishing 1 million. This figure was staggering, considering the entire population of Ninghang was merely over 4 million, indicating that nearly every household was tuned in to this event. Such enthusiasm underscored the fervor and significance that the citizens of Blue Star placed upon sprite battles. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a dense fog, effectively obscuring Yu Cheng's face. "Aw, it's finally starting. So exhilarating. Ninghang New Star Cup forever. If only I had managed to snag a ticket, I would love to experience it live. I can't take it anymore. I'm getting goosebumps." With Yu Cheng, the undisputed champion beneath the king, as the chief judge, this New Star Cup holds some serious weight. Have you heard? This New Star Cup is purportedly going to be grander than ever, with rewards that have doubled. I sense something exciting is on the horizon. By the way, where's that boastful trainer? I can't seem to find him. The atmosphere upstairs is somewhat sardonic. Why not simply state the name directly? Doghead. This New Star Cup promises to be a spectacle, featuring not only the son of a king, but also the champions of various universities. It remains uncertain who will be fortunate enough to claim the unwanted runner-up title. Sincere little yellow bean. To those ahead, the psychological warfare has begun. I find myself genuinely concerned for the runner-up, especially since this year's third-place contender seems superior. Enough with the puns, let us commence. In the audience, Luo Jingjing anxiously observes the barrage of comments on the large screen, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. She quietly whispers words of encouragement towards the competitors backstage. Meanwhile, within the Fire Dragon Villa area, Master Bai's eyes are glued to the television screen. A flicker of anticipation crossing his gaze. Winning the championship is your first step towards proving yourself. I hope you will not disappoint me. Regardless of external reactions, Yu Cheng glances at his watch, confirming the time, and suddenly throws a pokeball. In an instant, a deafening roar reverberates throughout the venue, followed by the emergence of a towering, robust figure, a Pokémon entwined with flames around its neck. The Flame King. It lets out a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfs the area. In a moment, the section previously cleared by the organizers is transformed into a sea of fire, leaving the nearby spectators' faces painted crimson. The inferno rages on, echoing relentlessly. This spectacle ignites the atmosphere, sending the audience's emotions into a frenzy. At this juncture, Yu Cheng begins to announce the competition rules. This new Star Cup is a solo competition, employing a knockout format. Each knockout match determines victory or defeat, while the second round of the advancement matches will be 3v3. 3 Pokémon may be deployed, with a time limit of no more than 2 hours. Otherwise, the match will conclude automatically. Now, I shall announce the detailed regulations. Firstly, once a Pokémon from one side loses its fighting capability, the victors may not pursue relentlessly nor continue to utilize high-damage skills. Secondly, if a trainer concedes, the result is finalized at that moment. Thirdly, during the battle, no hidden weapons or interruptions to the match's progress are permitted. After reciting approximately 10 rules, Yu Cheng concludes. However, Ye Lin does not perceive these as constraints. This is a formal competition with minimal lethality, designed to ensure that trainers can conserve their strength without affecting future developments. After all, they represent the future of Longhua, and the country does not wish to witness excessive internal strife among trainers. Now, the Ninghong New Star Cup officially commences. Ah, roar. In an instant, the audience erupts in exuberance, while 6 blue-lit screens begin to display detailed profiles and images of each contestant. Soon, the random draw results are revealed. First round, Ye Lin vs. Ding Zhe. Chapter 105, a peak start. The fortunate ones with millions of shares. Ye Lin vs. Ding Zhe. Upon witnessing these two competitors face off, all spectators widen their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that these two popular contenders would meet in the very first match. The outcome is exceedingly unexpected. The scene resembles a pressure cooker boiling over, with a wave of applause crashing forth, nearly lifting the roof of the sports arena. Both are top-tier geniuses. One is a recent dark horse, while the other has long held the title of Ninghong's foremost genius at Mingyang University. Who will emerge victorious? Countless media representatives buzz with excitement, akin to bees attracted to sweet nectar. They had presumed that the city-level competition, divided into 2 formats, would see the first round's eliminations as mere prelude, with the second round showcasing the true spectacle. After all, the final advancement matches are crucial in determining the top 8 and the ultimate spots for the provincial competition. Genuine contenders would only reveal their prowess in the final moments. Yet, no one had anticipated that in the very first match of the first round, these two would clash. One could only wonder if it was fate or mere misfortune. Moreover, Ding Zhe had recently made veiled remarks about Ye Lin, openly stating in a pre-match interview that certain recent dark horses are merely puffed up with empty fame. True trainers disdain to employ such media tactics for self-promotion. Ding Zhe did not name names, but his words were so pointed that they might as well have been directed at Ye Lin. Anyone from Ninghong would immediately connect his comments to that individual. Even those from outside the region, if they had kept up with trending news, would not be unfamiliar with the man who single-handedly changed the law. Before Ye Lin, Ding Zhe had dominated the title of Mingyang University's top contender for 4 consecutive years. In any school league, as long as he was present, the title of Ninghong's best would not stray to another. Even in the previous school league, it was his prowess that led the school to secure 3rd place in Zhejiang province. Thus, he is widely recognized in Ninghong, known among the youth. Previously, whenever the topic of Ninghong's acknowledged geniuses arose, he would undoubtedly be named, maintaining his position at the forefront. However, the recent emergence of Ye Lin has slightly altered that ranking. When these two face off, it will undoubtedly be a clash of titans, an unprecedented spectacle. For the media, this is a tremendous opportunity. They need not even craft a news story. Merely placing the names of these two together would trigger a trending topic in the city. Hurry, hurry, be swift, lest others steal the limelight. I was initially concerned about completing the task assigned by the editor this year, but with these two, the KPI will undoubtedly be met. Goodness, how is it that these two main attractions are facing off right from the start? Please, organizers, may such coincidences abound. Before the match has officially begun, the journalists can hardly contain their excitement, swiftly jotting down notes on their notebooks or phones. Each one transforms into an octopus with 8 limbs, fearing that they will lag behind their peers and be overshadowed by other writers. This live event is a hot topic. The news content will be largely similar, but what matters is the timeliness. Naturally, the quicker, the better, with a surge of marketing shares. The details of the first battle of Ninghong are quickly unleashed online, igniting public discourse. I have reason to suspect that the organizers are manipulating things behind the scenes. Damn, the stakes of this match are too high. It's blinding my eyes. One is a 4-year reigning genius of Ninghong, the other an absolute monarch on the battlefield. I can hardly contain my anticipation for this year's Ninghong City New Star Cup. Wow, is it really that exciting? The Beijing City New Star Cup, forgive me, but I must watch Ninghong first. The Shanghai New Star Cup, wait for me. I hope you don't mind if I get lost in the Ninghong New Star Cup for a moment. I've heard there's a heavyweight match here. Let me take a look. The barrage of comments floods in, akin to droplets hitting hot oil, sizzling and popping. The audience's response is equally fervent. At this moment, Principal Bai San, witnessing the results, abruptly rises from his sofa, a piece of melon he had just bitten into falling to the ground. My goodness, this melon has come to my own home. He paces anxiously in front of the television, his heart heavy with concern for Ye Lin. This outcome is one that Principal Yin had hoped to avoid. Both are formidable contenders and deserve a place in the final 8, competing in the Provincial New Star Cup. Yet, fate has dictated that they must face each other immediately. One can only say, it is a cruel twist of destiny. On the other side, sitting at the judging table, Ling Ji's expression shifts as she gazes at the icons of the two competitors above, biting her lip in apprehension. She is well aware of Ding Zhe's reputation, having brought glory to the school for 4 years among the younger generation of trainers. The Alliance harbors intentions of incorporating the Youth Grand Plan for cultivation, and the current period serves as a critical assessment phase. Ye Lin, can you rise to the occasion? She pondered quietly. Unbeknownst to her, despite commenting on both individuals, her inner scales had already tipped, a realization she herself remained oblivious to. The commencement was nothing short of a zenith. Ye Lin and Ding Zhe inherently drew attention, leading to an unprecedented surge in live broadcast viewership, surpassing a new milestone with an increase of 300,000, now progressing towards 1,500,000. Ninghong. Every social media platform buzzed with discussions about the duo, WeChat, moments, and even forums. Wherever Ninghong residents congregated, the names Ye Lin and Ding Zhe were omnipresent. The black market even initiated bets, discreetly launching a gambling pool. The odds were closely matched, with Ding Zhe holding a slight edge due to his 4 years of renown. On WeChat, marketing accounts started polls to gauge public support for either contender. The results would randomly award a pokeball to those who guessed correctly. Initially, this was merely a spontaneous endeavor by a marketing account known for its lavish giveaways, aiming to garner traffic. With the current fervor, how could a Ninghong local miss out? Thus, he joined in the excitement. Astonishingly, his post was subsequently shared by the Ninghong Official Research Institute's Blue Verified account. Accompanied by a comment, winners can receive the Institute's new Pokémon delicacies, with a supply for 3 months. This ignited a trend, with other Blue and Red Verified accounts eagerly following suit. Monthly supply of dairy from Big Milk Can Beverage Company. 30 pounds of tree fruits, generously provided by Big Needle Orchard. 100,000 in prize money from Divine Beast Technology Company. As time went on, the rewards escalated, leaving netizens awestruck and frantically clicking to share, dreaming of becoming that rare fortunate winner. In a sense, this lucky individual would receive accolades comparable to those of the top 8 in the current city-level Star Cup. Undoubtedly, the trending topic swiftly surpassed 1 million, with aspirations for 2 million, rapidly climbing the ranks to appear as the 35th most discussed topic nationwide. Chapter 106, Behind-the-Scenes Manipulation, Awaiting the Right Moment. The trending topic swiftly surpassed 1 million, with aspirations for 2 million, rapidly climbing the ranks to appear as the 35th most discussed topic nationwide. The surge in attention drew in viewers from afar, who, upon uncovering the backstory, promptly abandoned their local Star Cup in favor of watching Ninghong's official live stream. After all, the competitors in their opening matches were of merely elite caliber, offering little allure compared to the extraordinary talents of Ninghong's duo. The black market's bets represented a clash between capital and aristocracy, while public voting was bolstered by official support. This confrontation was truly unprecedented. Public opinion began to polarize, igniting considerable controversy. Ye Lin's arrogance, declaring that she would rather forego second place, led many to rally behind Ding Zhe, championing the value of humility among Dragon Nation citizens, finding her boldness unappealing. Oh, humility? Have you forgotten the embarrassment we faced at the World Championships? Precisely. It is due to our long-standing failure to sufficiently praise and encourage victors that, after the departure of Master Bai and others, the Dragon Nation has been left without successors. Why should formidable individuals not display confidence? They ought to occupy the highest echelons. Strength is paramount. I, for one, am all in for Ye Lin. I detest pretense. Ding Zhe, despite his established fame, is merely a seasoned player in the game. TCH, Ding Zhe may speak eloquently, but from his position of seniority, he casts judgment on other trainers. How hypocritical. The comments section erupted into chaos. Some even proposed offline confrontations, planning to meet for a showdown. The tension was palpable. Just as Yu Cheng returned to his seat, barely settling in, he was startled by an urgent report from the staff, shocked to see the trending topic on his phone. He had not anticipated the immense buzz generated by these two individuals, which in turn granted the Ninghong Star Cup unprecedented attention. His emotions were indeed complex. Naturally, he wished for the Final Eight to consist solely of Ninghong's finest talents. However, witnessing two top-tier geniuses face off was not something he relished. On the other hand, he recognized this as an opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, this match would surely give rise to a true prodigy, the victor among Ding Zhe and Ye Lin. If seizing the moment, could soar to greatness through this Star Cup. On the other side of the judges' table, Xiao Shu sat quietly, observing the unfolding events with a slight smirk. As a member of one of the four great families of the Dragon Nation and a representative of the prosecutorial body, he had conferred with Ye Lin and other prosecutors and resolved to take decisive action. By creating a sensational opening, they aimed to propel her to prominence. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Given that the Star Cup was destined for fame, it was preferable to let Ye Lin ascend to the highest point, with every move scrutinized by the public eye. This way, even malevolent organizations would think twice before acting. The prosecutors would lie in wait, ready to safeguard Ye Lin's safety at all times. The prosecutorial body had already regarded her as one of their own. Thus the plan received their full endorsement. Moreover, following the unexpected defeat at the World Championships, national confidence had waned, prompting the alliance and government to seek to establish exemplary figures. Initially, Ye Lin had not been included in this initiative. However, after the legal framework was upended, leading to a series of changes, her name finally entered the higher echelons radar. Yet, much remained to be done to gain recognition. This time, the Ninghong Star Cup featured the son of a king, who was also a contender. If Ye Lin lacked the requisite prowess to clinch the championship and attain this unprecedented notoriety, all attention would inevitably shift to that royal offspring, leaving her entirely excluded from contention. The plans of the malevolent organization would continue, but Ye Lin would lose her qualification for collaboration with the authorities, relegated to merely being a protected, ordinary individual. This was a test devised by the alliance's upper echelons and the prosecutorial body. If Ye Lin truly possessed exceptional abilities capable of bearing such a significant reputation, they would spare no effort in supporting and safeguarding her, successfully designating her as a nationally protected figure. This maneuver was exceedingly discreet, known only to a select few within the alliance, leaving even Yu Cheng, the chief judge, entirely unaware of the orchestrated opening. Consequently, this also elucidated Ye Lin's atypical stance during the interview. As for Ding Zhe, he was merely a stepping stone in this grand scheme. Should Ye Lin falter against him, the entire plan would unravel, necessitating a search for a new trainer. You wouldn't let me down, would you? Xiao Shu murmured, gazing at the large screen. Meanwhile, in the competitors' backstage lounge, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The other contestants lowered their heads, glancing at the results on their wristbands, astonished as they turned their attention towards the individuals seated on the sofas and chairs, contemplating deeply. Sitting on a chair was Ding Zhe, his dark skin clad in a casual shirt, displaying his robust arms. However, his physique was not exaggerated, but rather the kind that elicited envy with well-defined biceps. Upon noticing the results of his impending duel with Ye Lin on the wristband, he abruptly lifted his head, astonished by the suddenness of this moment. It was utterly unforeseen. Yet soon enough, after perusing the overwhelming comments flooding the internet, an unparalleled fervor ignited within his eyes, accompanied by a glimmer of surprise upon his countenance. Although he had been heralded as the foremost talent of Ninghong for 4 consecutive years, he now faced the impending reality of graduation and the consequential choices that lay ahead. He felt that his visibility remained insufficient, lacking the favor of the relevant authorities. His pre-match declarations were motivated not only by disdain for Ye Lin's conduct, accompanied by a tinge of jealousy, but also aimed at crafting a narrative to garner attention for himself. In this era, the adage that good wine needs no bush has become antiquated. Everyone vies for trending topics and public opinion. Mastery over the narrative equates to dominion over discourse. Dingzhou aspired for a broader audience, and with Ye Lin emerging as the recent dark horse of popularity, he was determined to drag him down. Contemplating this, a triumphant smile graced his lips as he rose from his seat and strolled leisurely towards Ye Lin. In the expansive contestant waiting area, silence reigned, save for the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Ye Lin, taking a moment to rest, was one of the few unperturbed by the anticipated outcome. Thus, he had no inclination to check his wristband and was prepared to step onto the stage directly. However, as he lay there, an inexplicable sense of discord in the atmosphere jolted him awake, and he opened his eyes to see Dingzhou merely 3 steps away. The latter paused and stood still, his grin widening, radiating an air of provocation. Ye Lin, your prowess is commendable. I hope you can endure a bit longer, otherwise, you might find yourself with scant screen time, Dingzhou remarked, his words devoid of politeness. Since they were natural adversaries, there was little point in feigning camaraderie. The greater the conflict, the more riveting the match would become. After all, his motives were rooted in the pursuit of attention and public discourse, should he emerge victorious. His earlier provocations would not be seen as arrogance, but rather as guidance from a senior to a junior. In this world, strength reigns supreme. At Dingzhou's words, Ye Lin merely raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying no emotion as he scrutinized Dingzhou from head to toe, despite one standing and the other seated. The expected dominance in aura was inverted, leaving Dingzhou inexplicably unsettled under Ye Lin's gaze. His previous bravado waned as he furrowed his brow. In the next moment, the youth on the sofa spoke with indifference. I hope your strength is as formidable as your tongue. Though his tone was not aggressive, it exuded an innate pride that seemed to dismiss Dingzhou entirely. Dingzhou's expression darkened, fury surging within him as he stepped forward, intending to seize Ye Lin by the collar. However, for reasons unknown, upon locking eyes with those deep, dark orbs, his footsteps halted abruptly, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. He averted his gaze first, feigning dominance as he declared, all your flowery words are futile. We shall see the truth on the battlefield. The tension between them was palpable, leaving the other contestants apprehensive, fearful that a single spark could ignite an explosive confrontation. Just then, the loudspeaker in the contestant area announced, please summon contestants Ye Lin and Dingzhou to the stage. Prepare for the first match. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin rose unhurriedly, purposefully ignoring Dingzhou as he exited the waiting area. Dingzhou glared at Ye Lin's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as he followed closely behind. As Ye Lin emerged onto the arena floor, he was met with a cacophony of cheers. Ye Lin, Ye Lin. The fervor of the crowd caught him by surprise. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he had not anticipated his burgeoning fame to have reached such heights. Once Ye Lin positioned himself on the platform, another round of enthusiastic cheers erupted. Go Dingzhou, bring glory to Mingyang University. The audience had clearly divided into 2 factions, each side fervently supporting their chosen contender. Now, let each side summon their Pokémon. The countdown commenced. 3, 2. With a commanding shout, 2 beams of white light shot forth, revealing a Scizor and a Riolu. In this formal competition, contestants must release their Pokémon simultaneously upon the countdown's conclusion. Otherwise, should one side dispatch a Pokémon that possesses a type advantage over the other, it would be deemed unfair. Of course, there are large-scale competitions where simultaneous releases are not mandatory, but those come with their own set of rules, such as drawing lots or predetermined Pokémon. As the commentary resonated throughout the arena, it became evident that the Pokémon selected by the 2 contestants did not favor Ye Lin based on type advantages. Scizor, with its bug and flying types, held a 4-fold resistance against fighting types. It was unfortunate indeed. The murmurs of the audience revealed their thoughts. They had anticipated an evenly matched battle, only to find themselves confronted with a 4-fold disadvantage. What did this mean? Double damage. Riolu would only inflict a quarter of the damage, while its opponent would deal double. This indicated that as long as the opponent drained 50 of Riolu's strength, victory was assured. Dingzhi clearly shared this sentiment, as his earlier frustration vanished, replaced by a derisive smile. TSK, is that all? His voice, although low, was amplified by the microphone at his chest, silencing the audience momentarily. The students from Inxia and Baisin wore expressions of concern, while those who had supported Ye Lin earlier now felt a pang of disappointment. Why isn't Ye Lin sending out that Dragonite? It could crush the competition, someone lamented. Not necessarily. That Scizor has been gaining popularity recently, and the outcome is unpredictable, but it must be stronger than what we see now. Alas, I misjudged. A fourfold disadvantage. It's a foregone conclusion. Who could argue otherwise? The audience sighed in unison, their enthusiasm waning. Only the students from Baisun retained a glimmer of hope. For unlike others, they were quite familiar with Riolu. As the pride of Baisun, the school had repeatedly shown footage of his matches, including one where Riolu triumphed over the elite nightmare Xiao Xiao. However, they could also see the barrage of negative comments flooding the big screen. Is this all Ye Lin has to offer? I'm losing interest. I thought the Ninghong New Star Cup would be thrilling, but it seems victory is already decided. If only I had not wagered my entire fortune on him. Might I not face financial ruin? Most comments were rooted in despair. A handful defended Ye Lin. Yet they were merely a minority. In the public's perception, two evenly matched opponents had been rendered unequal by type advantages. The match commenced. Yu Qing's brow furrowed as he issued commands. Instantly, Scizor, a flash of electric light, surged forth. Its verdant form, with arms akin to scythes, prepared to strike with alarming speed. Both Pokémon excelled in speed, positioning themselves similarly as swift attackers. Dingzhi's Scizor had reached Elite Level 3. Its scythe-like limbs moving with astonishing rapidity, carving a green afterimage in the air. The audience below could barely keep pace with Scizor's velocity, only hearing the sound of it slicing through the air. Witnessing this scene, Luo Jingjing in the room shut her eyes in worry, unable to continue watching. Underneath the stage, Xiao Shu furrowed his brow, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Although this battle was a test for Ye Lin, his personal desire was for him to triumph and ascend to the status of a national-level protected figure. However, at that moment, the flying mantis was mere inches away from Lulu. Without hesitation, Ye Lin seemed to have anticipated this, seizing the moment to issue his command. Thunder Wave Missile. Instantly, Lulu closed his eyes, gently bringing his palms together before his chest. As he spread his hands apart, a cerulean sphere of energy materialized, the size of a basketball, and it continued to swell. Even more astonishingly, crackling currents of electricity coiled around it, resembling an enormous ball of lightning, teeming with unimaginable tempestuous power. The flying mantis sensed the distortion in the air, momentarily halting its movements. Dingzhi's smile froze on his face. Chapter 108. The opening scene, Evolution of Lucario. Dingzhi's expression was one of disbelief. He clearly recognized something was amiss. How could an ordinary Lulu unleash a wave missile? It was known that even his evolved form, Lucario, did not possess this ability with absolute certainty. Furthermore, this wave missile was distinctly unusual, seemingly infused with a hint of electric power. But how could that be? Lulu was merely a fighting-type Pokémon. It could not possibly wield electric-type moves. It was entirely inconceivable. Dingzhi desperately tried to convince himself, knowing that if what he was witnessing was true, his earlier confidence would be rendered a farce. Electric-type moves could indeed counter flying types. The situation was about to reverse entirely. Dingzhi was reluctant to admit it, but at that moment, he was fraught with panic. Quick, use Protect. Upon hearing this, the flying mantis abruptly snapped out of its stupor, instinctively obeying the command, and swiftly waved its sides in front of itself. But just as it completed half of the motion, the opponent's lightning ball was hurled towards it, exploding like a colossal bomb. Everything transpired too quickly for a reaction. The audience had barely witnessed the formation of the massive thunderwave missile when a resounding boom echoed. The crackling electricity buzzed around them. The flying mantis's Protect was utterly ineffective against such a formidable wave of energy and electric power, leaving it powerless to resist. The overwhelming force detonated, instantly tearing the flying mantis's body apart, subjecting it to excruciating pain. Then, the powerful shockwave cascaded down, forcefully sending the flying mantis crashing back. It was dragged along, leaving a spiderweb of fissures across the arena. The front-row spectators, close to the stage, were nearly toppled by the aftershock. Whether by coincidence or fate, moments later, the flying mantis came to a halt mere centimeters from Dingzhi. He stiffly lowered his head and beheld the flying mantis, already unconscious, its body charred from the electric assault, with no chance of continuing the match. Silence. The arena, filled with thousands, fell into an eerie hush. Everyone was stupefied. The outcome was utterly unforeseen. Whether it was the ineffectiveness of Protect or the electric-infused wave missile, this was a massive shock for all. It had barely been a minute since Yu Cheng had declared the match to commence, and the conclusion had already been reached. It must be noted that this was the New Star Cup. All these competitors had undergone rigorous selection, none of them were lackluster. Thus, they had naturally assumed this match would last at least half an hour, especially given that the two sides were evenly matched. Even if Ye Lin faced a disadvantage due to type weakness, it was implausible for the battle to conclude within 10 minutes. Consequently, many viewers and online spectators had prepared snacks such as sunflower seeds and peanuts, ready to munch while watching. Who would have guessed that this battle would leave over 1 million spectators dumbfounded? The shells of sunflower seeds fell to the ground. It was all too swift. What had just transpired? Was that it? Yu Cheng, being the foremost among the kings, accustomed to the tempest of competition, was the first to regain his composure. He approached the flying mantis and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. As the countdown concluded, the flying mantis remained motionless. Ding's complexion had turned ashen, alternating between green and white, his face devoid of color. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng stood upright, a smile gracing his face as he looked admiringly towards Ye Lin. The flying mantis has lost its ability to battle. Congratulations to Ye Lin for securing victory in his inaugural match. This proclamation was akin to a thunderclap, instantly awakening millions of online viewers and live spectators. The venue erupted into a thunderous cheer. The intensity of the sound waves seemed capable of collapsing the entire arena. Yin Xia felt a buzzing sensation in her mind, an instant surge of goosebumps enveloping her. She let out an involuntary scream. Beside her, Luo Hao echoed her excitement with a shout. Yet, at that moment, no amount of shouting could be heard above the collective roar. As they joined the crowd in a euphoric frenzy, at the judges' table, Ling Ji and Xiao Shu exchanged incredulous glances. Even though they recognized Ye Lin's exceptional talent, they had not anticipated such an extraordinary display, living up to the moniker of the King of Assassination. In the backstage resting area, a young man, previously half awake, suddenly widened his eyes. Fixated on the screen, his gaze ignited with boundless fighting spirit. Ye Lin, he repeatedly murmured those two syllables, shaking off his previous languor. Now wearing an unprecedentedly serious expression, imbued with hidden anticipation and excitement. Ye Lin has not disappointed his reputation. This is the first time in my 20-year commentary career that I have witnessed such a rapid conclusion to a match. This competitor is nothing short of incredible. I believe that from this battle onward, he will truly achieve widespread acclaim. He proved himself. Before top-tier strength, type advantages, and other objective factors are merely ancillary conditions. The commentator's voice trembled with fervor. Yet, all the spectators were oblivious, as their own emotions mirrored his, even more fervent. His impassioned tone elevated the atmosphere to new heights, plunging the audience into a state of delirium. The annihilation was truly as deserved. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming power, everything else pales in comparison. This was the true embodiment of a great demon king. My goodness, my scalp is tingling. This is the most explosive opening of the New Star Cup I have ever witnessed. I have a premonition that this inaugural match will surely become famous. No kidding. You don't need to say that. The internet is already ablaze. Brother Yi is on a killing spree. The opening scene is legendary. Is there anyone else to challenge? Countless voices erupted in exclamations. The excitement in the comments was no less fervent than that in the arena. The screen was initially filled with question marks and ellipses, followed by exclamation points. Finally, a chorus of praise flooded in. They had just witnessed the birth of a new monarch. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone knew that this match would undoubtedly propel Ye Lin to newfound fame. Annihilating the flying mantis, that was the very foe that had prevented them from reaching the semifinals in the recent World Championship. At that time, the opponent had been a Scizor. Thus, the Dragon Nation held a complex sentiment towards the pre-evolution of the flying mantis, filled with both love and hate. Their emotions intricately tied. Yet now, Ye Lin had managed to obliterate this flying mantis. Although it was not a Scizor, it nonetheless invigorated countless internet users from the Dragon Nation. They seemed to glimpse a day when Ye Lin would annihilate the Scizor. He provided the netizens with a glimmer of hope, precisely the kind of hope that resonated deeply with them. With a resonant chime, the message echoed. Riolu has triumphed over the flying mantis, earning 2,901 experience points, and the proficiency of Thunderwave Missile has ascended to 50. Evolution commences. As the prompt faded, a brilliant white light enveloped Riolu's form. The cacophony of roars and shrieks abruptly ceased, as if the universe itself had pressed the pause button. All eyes were riveted in astonishment. When the radiant glow dissipated, a towering figure emerged. Lucario, exuding an aura of authority and an insight into the very fabric of existence. Chapter 109. A Solid Backbone, the Birth of a Genius. As the light faded, Lucario stood tall, possessing an imposing stature and a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veil of reality. The newly evolved Lucario radiated an undeniable majesty, towering over its predecessors at an impressive height of 1.7 meters. This remarkable growth could be attributed to the ample nourishment provided by Ye Lin, who had nurtured it with energy blocks sourced from an advanced cultivation manual. The restorative herbs had further rectified any deficiencies. At this moment, Lucario resembled a humanoid Pokémon, its penetrating gaze inciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Ye Lin scrutinized its attributes. Pokémon, Lucario. Nature, commanding and resolute. Strength, Gym Leader Tier. Ability, Inner Focus, increases speed upon flinching. Activated hidden ability, Justified Heart. Justified Heart, when struck by Dark-type moves, its righteous spirit amplifies its attack power. Types, Fighting Steel. Skills, Quick Attack, Endure, Feint, Metal Claw, Revenge, Motivational Boost, Rock Smash, Rapid Defense, Thunder Wave Missile 70, Life Drop, Insight, Force Palm, Trick, Power-Up Punch, and Sharpen. Evolution Skills, Metal Sound, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Bone Rush, Fire Kick, requires proficiency. Talent Potential, Champion, Affinity, 100/100. Remarks, exhibiting formidable willpower and talent, it is unwavering in pursuit of its goals, learning at an astonishing pace, with unwavering loyalty to its master. Lucario exemplified a dual-attack Pokémon, boasting a physical attack of 110 and a special attack of 115, with this particular Lucario evidently surpassing those benchmarks. Moreover, the paramount aspect was that Lucario was capable of Mega Evolution. Post-evolution, Lucario would experience a qualitative leap, achieving a base stat total of 625, rivaling that of legendary Pokémon, truly astounding. Furthermore, the notes indicated Lucario's rapid learning capability, a fact Ye Lin had also discerned. Even the notoriously difficult Thunder Wave missile had reached a proficiency level of 50 before evolution, showcasing its extraordinary aptitude. If given the opportunity, Lucario would undoubtedly master countless skills, emerging as the unrivaled master of martial arts. Additionally, Ye Lin was thoroughly impressed by the activation of the hidden ability. Justified Heart was particularly advantageous against Dark-type Pokémon, complementing the prior acquisition of Darkray's Gaze, which inherently countered Dark types. Employing Lucario against such foes would yield a remarkable dual buff. Thus, unless faced with a formidable adversary akin to Darkrai, the majority of Dark-type Pokémon would prove to be easily vanquished. Lucario approached Ye Lin, each step resonating with the collective heartbeat of the audience, whose hearts raced in sync with its movements. Upon reaching a halt, the once mighty creature softened its gaze upon seeing its master, positioning itself a mere step behind him, its eyes fixated on his back, as if oblivious to all else. Embodying an unyielding pillar of support, this poignant scene was etched into the memories of countless spectators. Even long after, when Ye Lin's name was mentioned, Lucario's unwavering loyalty would instantly come to mind. The arena erupted in a frenzy. The deafening cries nearly shattered the eardrums of those present. Yet, they could not be silenced. Ye Lin, Ye Lin, Ye Lin. In that moment, the crowd united in a thunderous chorus of his name, their enthusiasm shaking the very foundations of the venue. Spectators rose from their seats, unable to contain their excitement. Ye Lin had orchestrated an unprecedented opening act, successfully facilitating Lucario's evolution. Before the match, the divided factions of support had coalesced into a singular force, rallying for one individual. The audience was utterly captivated. Principal Ian, observing the fervor, was momentarily lost in thought, unable to resist the urge to slap his thigh in disbelief. The sudden pain jolted him, and he winced, only to break into laughter reminiscent of a jovial heavyweight. This young man had hidden such prowess, rendering his prior worries futile. Though Principal Ian had faith in Ye Lin, the anxiety surrounding a high-stakes event inevitably lingered, fearing he might falter under pressure. Yet, it had become evident that any objective concerns paled in comparison to Ye Lin's overwhelming strength. Amidst the enduring screams, discussions erupted. He evolved. Isn't it notoriously difficult for Riolu to evolve? It's said their evolution rate is below 30. Yet, in front of the great Demon King, what is impossible? Laughter ensued. Look at Dingzhi's face. It's as dark as a pot bottom. His misfortune is palpable. Why provoke anyone when he could have challenged someone less formidable? Now he has embarrassed himself. Dingxia's fans were likely the most humiliated. Having previously declared their idol a senior, criticizing Ye Lin for his perceived disrespect. The swiftness of this rebuttal was almost comical. Curiosity arose about how Dingxia would exit the stage. The students from Mingyang University appeared dejected, shrinking in their seats like quails, desperately trying to diminish their presence. However, Bai Sun seized the opportunity to mock them relentlessly, each remark laced with barbs that left the Mingyang students unable to lift their heads. All of this was well-deserved, as they had previously boasted of their school's superiority over Bai Sun, adopting a condescending attitude. It was a clear case of poetic justice. Under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes, Dingxia's expression could scarcely be described as anything but anguished. Grinding his teeth, he tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, unable to fathom the outcome. How could his ace Pokémon, the flying mantis, have fallen in less than a minute? This must be a nightmare. His legs weakened, and he staggered back, only to be steadied by Yu Cheng, who appeared all too familiar with the situation. With fluidity, Yu Cheng assisted him, prompting Dingxia to snap back to reality, his expression fraught with apprehension. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "I concede." As the words left his lips, his spirit seemed to evaporate instantly, leaving him in a state of despondency. However, at that moment, no one paid him any further heed. For a true genius had been born. Through sheer determination, he had etched his name into the annals of history, captivating the attention of thousands of spectators and millions online. Simultaneously, the broadcast studio was stunned, watching the viewership numbers soar to an unprecedented high of 2 million as Lucario evolved. Chapter 110. The Lucario Evolution Stone. The Blood of Scizor? At the moment of Lucario's evolution, viewership reached an all-time high of 2 million. Ye Lin stood as a maestro conducting an unforgettable symphony. He played a symphony that belonged solely to him, leaving Yu Cheng utterly astonished. It was as if he beheld a new star ascending into the heavens. As the foremost individual beneath the celestial monarch, he naturally possessed a clearer perspective than others. The recent lightning missile was a force even he dared not confront head-on. This Lucario was not merely remarkable in speed and strength. Its elemental prowess reached a terrifying zenith. To the audience, it may have appeared that Lucario was the true powerhouse. Yet he understood that all this was made possible by Ye Lin. He was not only an unequivocal king in battle, but also a prodigious talent in nurturing Pokémon. In comparison to sheer strength, he found Lucario's unwavering loyalty to Ye Lin even more astounding. After all, despite having spent a decade with his own ace Pokémon, he had yet to achieve the same level of synergy and atmosphere that they shared. This left him in awe. If one were to gauge intimacy, it was likely nearing its peak. Yu Cheng's gaze narrowed slightly. He found it hard to fathom what a Pokémon with a perfect intimacy level of 100 would evolve into in the future. Just as the chief referee was lost in thought, a hesitant voice interrupted him. Yu Cheng turned to see Dingxia, dejectedly pointing at his own Scizor, exuding an air of hopelessness. Realizing, Yu Cheng then shifted his attention to the entirely forgotten Pokémon. He hurriedly waved his hand, prompting several medical personnel to rush onto the stage to carry the Scizor, trapped in a pit, onto a stretcher, accompanied by a Chansey. Ye Lin's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the Chansey's abdomen. He licked his lips, causing the Chansey to inexplicably feel a chill, cautiously looking back, yet perceiving nothing amiss aside from the bustling crowd. Confused, it turned back and followed the medical staff to the vehicle. Goodness, with torn tendons and several protruding bones. That Lucario was truly formidable. Indeed, a single strike had resulted in severe injury. Remarkable. Had Ye Lin not shown restraint, that Scizor would have been obliged to rest for at least a year. Who could argue otherwise? The new Star Cup was destined for a transformation. Meanwhile, Ye Lin remained oblivious to the medical personnel's astonishment. Upon returning to his private resting area, he acknowledged that after winning the match, the organizers had promptly upgraded him from the public lounge to a personal suite. It was worth noting that such treatment typically required a hefty fee to obtain. Yet Ye Lin deemed it unnecessary. However, now that the organizers had extended a goodwill gesture, he graciously accepted. Just as he settled down, a notification chimed. Detecting that Lucario has completed its evolution, with an audience focus reaching 1 million, rewards are now being issued. Lucario Evolution Stone, a miraculous superstone that allows Lucario to mega-evolve in battle when carried. Blood of Zamazenta, the legendary blood of the valiant warrior Zamazenta. Bestowing it upon Lucario will incite an extraordinary transformation. Goodness gracious! Ye Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood that the system typically granted rewards following a Pokémon's evolution. Over time, he had deduced this concept. Moreover, one of the reasons he had delayed Lucario's evolution was due to his inference from previous rewards. It seemed that the more exposure one had in crowded environments, the more substantial the rewards. Of course, in challenging scenarios, even solitude yielded generous rewards. Thus, he had remained vigilant, even with intimacy and experience maxed out. He refrained from allowing Lucario to evolve immediately, and now, witnessing the astonishing rewards before him confirmed that his deductions were indeed correct. The Lucario Evolution Stone was a coveted prize for Ye Lin. The day he gathered all the Mega Stones would mark Lucario's true Mega Evolution. What intrigued him even more was the second reward, the blood of Zamazenta. Zamazenta. This was the legendary hero from the Galar region within the original narrative. It was said that even fully armed, it could easily withstand attacks from Dynamax Pokémon, delivering enough force to penetrate their colossal forms and inflict life-threatening damage. Its destructive power could topple mountains towering thousands of meters high. Most importantly, it could rebound any attack, earning it the title of the Shield of the Fighting King. If Cinderace was the sharpest blade, then Zamazenta was the most steadfast shield. Ye Lin's heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. He swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the moment. Accepting the rewards, he watched as both items floated before him, extending his left hand. The crystalline stone with blue-black patterns effortlessly glided into his palm. Meanwhile, a single drop of blood radiated an unparalleled aura of strength. Unlike the enigmatic and elusive aura of Darkrai, this presence bore the weight of a mountain. At that moment, Lucario's eyes fixated on the floating drop of blood. Though it was merely a tiny droplet, it ignited an overwhelming surge of energy within its being. Lucario could sense the immense power contained within that droplet of blood, a power it deeply yearned for. Its body trembled with an uncontrollable urge. Yet, Lucario valiantly restrained its desire, instead gazing eagerly at its master. Ye Lin felt its intense gaze and smiled, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry, this is for you." A flicker of uncontainable joy flickered in Lucario's eyes as it eagerly awaited the blood. Ye Lin gently waved his hand, and in an instant, the drop of blood entered Lucario's forehead. It closed its eyes, and moments later, Lucario collapsed onto the ground, curled up beside the sofa, succumbing to slumber. Lucario is absorbing the blood. 1, 2. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow and pressed the button on the luxury ball. In an instant, a red light flashed, and Lucario vanished from sight. It seemed that the complete absorption would take some time. As Ye Lin exited the arena, the match continued. The audience remained entranced, struggling to come to terms with the recent battle. Compared to the earlier confrontation, the current duel between the two contenders appeared dull and uninspired. After a few glances, they resumed their discussions about Ye Lin. Clearly, in the face of overwhelming strength, even a fourfold elemental disadvantage became a mere jest. Before the Dark Lord, anything was possible. Who could have anticipated that Lucario could withstand a fourfold disadvantage? This was not merely enduring, it was a display of dominance. To be honest, even though my face was bruised, I relished such a decisive victory. A swift defeat. Now that was the true romance belonging to a man. On the internet, numerous influencers chimed in. A plethora of accounts that had previously vocally supported Ding Zhou abruptly pivoted to extolling Ye Lin. Chapter 111. No regrets in supporting Ye Lin. The son of the champion? A multitude of accounts that had once openly championed Ding Zhou were now scrambling to praise Ye Lin. These marketing accounts were refreshingly honest. In the face of sensational strength and popularity, no one could afford to maintain their pride. After all, who would choose to stand against fame and fortune? At this moment, any mention of Ye Lin's name would result in a surge of traffic for the account, attracting a throng of viewers, the majority of whom hailed from Ningguang, with a considerable number also from Zhejiang province. Simultaneously, the blogger who had previously sparked a massive controversy with a lottery post released a microblog stating, "Ye Lin has emerged victorious. The draw is now underway." Due to the overwhelming excitement from watching the Dark Lord Ye's match, the blogger has decided to add an extra 200,000 in prize money. The internet in Ningguang erupted into a frenzy. Ye Lin's fame skyrocketed once more, while the black market found itself polarized. Haha, I have truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. I have no regrets in investing in Ye Lin. Lucario shall forever be revered as a deity. Friends, I am already drafting my resignation letter. Who could have anticipated that wealth would come so swiftly overnight? Ding Zhou, how dare you? Before the match, you boasted about being a person of substance, yet in reality, you are worth nothing. You couldn't even endure for a minute. I am genuinely embarrassed for having placed my bets on you. Ding Zhou, return the money. The contrast between the two was striking. For every exaggerated claim made by one side, the other retorted with equal ferocity. It was reminiscent of the uproar following a certain team's defeat. While the online community buzzed with fervor, the audience within the stadium wore expressions of disinterest. Even those who had just witnessed a spectacular annihilation battle found the looming prospect of a prolonged standoff, often lasting several tens of minutes, utterly draining. It was akin to being served a plain congee after a sumptuous feast of oil-braised prawns. One could not say it was unpalatable, yet it lacked the essence of excitement. After all, the city-level competition encompassed the crème de la crème of the city's youth. The quality was undeniable. The number of viewers on the live stream began to dwindle, returning to mere hundreds of thousands. A portion of the audience that had flocked in was indeed drawn from other cities. The New Star Cup in other cities could not possibly rival the captivating opening of Ninghong. As it stood, none had yet emerged to do so. Moreover, it appeared that none would, as all city-level competitions across Dragon Country had commenced. However, nothing had yet created a sensation akin to that of Ye Lin. Finally, as the elimination rounds progressed into their latter stages, the atmosphere within the arena shifted dramatically. Accompanied by the excited shout of the commentator, "Let us welcome Chu Yun." The audience erupted into applause, their faces suddenly animated with long-lost excitement. Even from the backstage, Ye Lin could hear the roaring cheers. The commotion upon his entrance was almost indistinguishable from that of his initial arrival, a testament to his soaring popularity. Chu Yun, the son of the king, perhaps? Based on the information provided by Qiao Shu, he understood that Dingzhu was merely a litmus test. His tone had suggested a lack of concern. This indicated that the prosecutorial body had other candidates they favored more. Ye Lin squinted, staring at the television screen in the lounge, realization dawning upon him. The answer was glaringly evident. Meanwhile, the trainer facing Chu Yun appeared pallid. After all, the name of his opponent was even more illustrious than that of Ye Lin prior to the match. Trainers participating in the New Star Cup had all heard of him. He was indeed the son of a king, raised by a prestigious family, with dedicated breeders for nurturing Pokémon. Even energy cubes were considered a basic necessity. Trainers were essentially the product of accumulated wealth. The resources available to this son of a king were unfathomably more abundant than theirs. The opponent appeared cultured and refined, clad in a tailored suit, yet the pride inherent within him was unmistakable. The trainer opposite him could feel it deeply. He sighed heavily, issuing a command. "Come forth, Huli." With a swift flash, a robust Pokémon appeared in the center of the arena. It was a green, muscular Huli adorned with red stripes. It sported a massive belt around its waist, resembling a pair of triangular shorts. Its musculature was impressive, with hands and feet akin to those of a human, each boasting 5 fingers. The bulging veins on its arms testified to the strength of its upbringing. As the green Huli emerged, the atmosphere shifted peculiarly. After all, everyone knew that currently, the most renowned luminous Pokémon in Ninghong was Ye Lin. Yet, Chu Yun's luminous Huli had never before been revealed. It seemed meticulously prepared for today's New Star Cup. Numerous spectators exchanged glances, particularly the students from by Senator. They were more familiar with Ye Lin. Their initial impression being that of the oath ceremony, where he had decisively outclassed Li Wei's affluent Larvitar. Initially, they were unaware that it was a shiny Pokémon until experts confirmed it, revealing that Larvitar could indeed be shiny. Furthermore, it defied the conventional notion of Larvitar being frail. As Ye Lin's Larvitar shattered those stereotypes. Later, the blood-red Dragonite emerged, even prompting Bai Sun to hold a special lecture on the topic, questioning whether Ye Lin's physique attracted shiny Pokémon. Thus, upon witnessing the shiny Huli, the students from Bai Sun exhibited expressions of profound peculiarity. Even Ye Lin backstage raised an eyebrow. The opposing trainer dispatched a masquerade. Before long, the whistle blew. "Huli, use explosive punch." Chu Yun's command was a decisive strike. With an element of testing, should the opponent suffer damage from a single blow, he would proceed to overwhelm them. Moreover, his gaze subtly drifted towards the backstage. Chu Yun sought to prove that, apart from Ye Lin, he could also achieve a swift victory. Huli, the shiny Huli, upon hearing the command, felt its muscles swell with energy, blood surging through its veins. With a resonating roar that echoed across the arena, it charged forward like a freight truck. Masquerade. Use bubble beam. Ga. Masquerade, with its rounded spiraled abdomen, began to pulsate. Soon, bubbles coalesced, and as the green Huli approached, numerous floating bubbles materialized, gradually forming a circular shape. The bubble beam cascaded forth, causing the arena floor to become slick and treacherous. Huli, affected by the slippery surface, found itself unable to halt its momentum. However, the speed of its punch was hampered by the bubble beam, and a flicker of panic crossed Hu Li's face. Chu Yun's expression darkened. He realized that emulating Ye Lin's ability to swiftly incapacitate an opponent was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. Hu Li, focus your energy. Since a quick victory was unattainable, he opted for a more stable approach. Upon hearing the command, Hu Li delivered a resounding punch onto the arena floor. Its uncontrolled sliding body came to an abrupt halt as it crouched down, inhaling deeply. Its eyes suddenly sharpened with clarity, the target coming into sharper focus. The opposing trainer, noticing this shift, paled slightly, realizing the urgency of the situation. He hastily commanded Masquerain to retreat and unleash Water Gun, attempting to disrupt Hu Li's concentration with a flurry of water bursts. With a resounding clash, the two Pokémon met again, one attacking and the other defending, resulting in an extraordinarily intense battle. Chapter 112, the second round of the elimination matches, the entry of the Mytena. The two Pokémon clashed once more, one attacking while the other defended, the battle raging with fervor. Numerous influencers began to predict the final outcome. Chu Yun had evidently ascended to a higher level. Approximately 10 minutes later, Masquerain's eyes transformed into spirals, and it collapsed to the ground, having lost its fighting capability. The commentators' astonished exclamations resonated. Truly worthy of being the son of Chu, his strength is indeed formidable. His tone, in comparison to other matches, was markedly more enthusiastic. However, compared to the raucous cheers that accompanied Ye Lin's earlier entrance, the disparity was vast. The fleeting smile that had graced Chu Yun's face swiftly vanished. Replaced by a straightened mouth, he could no longer muster a smile. He had harbored thoughts of competing with Ye Lin, yet now he felt overshadowed. Even upon hearing the congratulations, he felt no joy, merely offering a perfunctory smile when the camera panned his way. His previously refined demeanor now appeared overly contrived. The audience's cheers, while relatively fervent compared to earlier, did not resonate with Chu Yun. Ultimately, he left the arena with a forced smile. Soon, the second round of elimination matches commenced. With only one match remaining, the 200 competitors qualified for the city-level competition had been whittled down to a mere 100. After this round concluded, there would be a day of rest before the true advancement matches began. However, as the competition progressed into the second round, the contestants found themselves ensnared in fatigue, their performances naturally not matching the vigor of the first round. Moreover, it just so happened that I had pulled an all-nighter. Some trainers were in an even worse predicament, with only one ace Pokémon. The second round commenced without any respite. The outcome was, as one might expect, rather grim. However, this was yet another trial of the city-level competition. To aspire to be a trainer, one must not only possess the capability to command and nurture Pokémon, but, more importantly, one's physical constitution must be exceptional. The Pokémon on Blue Star vastly surpassed those in the original narrative. The early stages might be manageable, yet as one progresses, many competitions serve as a trial for the trainers themselves, which is why numerous champions possess extraordinary abilities and physical prowess. The New Star Cup, being a grand event, naturally continues this tradition. The first round of the knockout stage had just concluded, and the second round was upon us, leaving no time for anyone to rest. The only considerate aspect was that the order of appearances adhered to the first round sequence, allowing the competing trainers a moment to adjust. The clock had struck the early hours of the morning, shortly after 3. The once spirited audience had now succumbed to drowsiness, with some even dozing off in their seats. Wrapped in their garments, the sounds from the stands had dwindled to a mere whisper. Even the judges appeared to be suffering from fatigue, rubbing their temples while stifling yawns. Ling Ji's beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and she quickly wiped them away, taking advantage of the camera's absence. The most egregious sight was in the stands of White Forest University. Several hours had passed since Ye Lin's opening battle, and Luo Hao had long since surrendered to lethargy. Slumped in his seat as though paralyzed, his slumber was so profound that drool escaped his lips. Suddenly, the commentator's impassioned voice reverberated throughout the stadium. The second round of the knockout stage begins. Let us first welcome contestant Ye Lin to the stage. With a resounding boom, the previously listless crowd sprang to their feet. As if doused with a bucket of cold water on a sweltering summer day, instantly awake, Luo Hao leapt up, nearly straining his back. With a pained groan, he hastily glanced towards the contestant passage, not even pausing to wipe his mouth. Though his actions would typically elicit laughter, no one paid him any mind at that moment. The entire arena's attention was suddenly captivated, all eyes fixated on the passageway, a collective expression of anticipation evident. Seconds later, When the young man's tall figure emerged from the shadows, thunderous applause erupted within the arena, jolting countless individuals from their slumber. Bewildered, they sat up, disoriented and questioning the commotion. It wasn't until someone pointed towards the stage that realization dawned upon them. Ah, it's Ye Lin's turn. No wonder. Concurrently, the official live stream's comments surged dramatically, from a mere trickle to a flood. Although not as exaggerated as when Ye Lin had triumphed. The screen was filled to the brim with messages. The great Ye Lin has finally arrived. I truly couldn't endure any longer. I could have ascended to Grandmaster status in cultivation by now. Ah, my brother Ye. I wonder who will take the stage this time. I'm somewhat hoping it's the newly evolved Lucario. Can I just say, since the first round, I've been contemplating that Crimson Dragonite? Come now. How long until brother Ye wins this time? With the great King's prowess, it should be brief. I bet on 3 minutes, no more. Hey now. How can a man say brief? Surely 5 minutes at the very least. Goodness, can this path even be traversed? Do you look down on my Ye? I'll give a number. 60 seconds. I pray for the psychological shadow area of the opponent. The young man with the doll-like face was indeed in a dire predicament. Standing on the stage, he felt like crying, his expression more sorrowful than a bitter melon. During the random selection of contestants, he should have, like several other trainers, knelt in prayer, hoping to avoid encountering Ye Lin. He had hesitated for a moment out of pride, and who could have foreseen that he would be the one chosen? The youthful face truly wished to weep. Given another chance, he would prostrate himself, anything to avoid facing Ye Lin. At this moment, all contestants tacitly acknowledged a singular truth. Even facing the son of the champion, Chu Yun, was preferable to encountering this demon king. At least there would be a glimmer of opportunity, sparing them from utter disgrace. Battling Ye Lin meant losing all semblance of dignity. His title as the Demon King had long since become legendary among the competitors, firmly affixed to him. Impossible to shake off. Unbeknownst to Ye Lin, the anguish within the doll-faced youth was profound. He merely found it curious that the young man's complexion resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. Was he perhaps unwell? Just then, the judge took the stage. Regarding Ye Lin with an expression full of admiration, wholly devoid of the strictness from earlier. He glanced at the clock and declared, "Both sides, please send forth your Pokémon." The expression of the doll-faced youth shifted abruptly. The bitterness faded from his countenance, replaced by a serious demeanor as he cast forth his Pokeball. Even in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, as a trainer, he would not dishonor his identity. He had to put forth his best effort. With a flash of white light, a formidable creature materialized on the stage. A large bear with brown fur let out a commanding roar. Its abdomen adorned with a yellow circular pattern. It was the evolved form of the baby bear, the circle bear. On the opposite side, with a resounding thud, a white long-armed monkey appeared, its brown face reminiscent of a ghostly visage, with a tuft of red hair atop its head. Seemingly dyed, it looked quite nonconformist. Yet, under its robust arms, such thoughts were only whispered inwardly. With a heavy thud, as the hyper monkey made its entrance, the ground beneath its feet cracked with numerous fine fissures. Chapter 113. The Power of One Palm. Terrifying indeed. The camera captured this moment precisely, projecting it vividly onto the blue screen. The audience was left speechless. Is this hyper monkey? They exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring confusion. Though they struggled to articulate their thoughts, anyone who had followed recent trending topics understood the implications. The screen was soon inundated with a flurry of comments. Is there only a trainer of waste, not a Pokemon of waste? Yes, I was just about to say that. Isn't this the hyper monkey that gained notoriety in Ye's legendary battle? There were more than a few keen observers. If at first, the creature appeared merely familiar, it now struck a chord of recognition. Others, previously unaware, quickly grasped the situation. On the stage, the circle bear dismissed the hyper monkey entirely, releasing an imposing aura as it advanced with confidence. After all, in terms of size, it towered over the monkey, believing itself far superior. Yet, the hyper monkey paid no heed to the provocation. Its gaze swept dismissively, mirroring its master's disdain, treating the opponent as unworthy of consideration. However, in a surprising turn of events, the once arrogant circle bear faltered at the mere exchange of glances. Its bravado diminished as it averted its gaze first. The doll-faced youth furrowed his brow, noting this shift. Nonetheless, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. He could not falter now. He had but one objective: to endure 3 moves at the hands of Ye Lin. If he could achieve this, he would not be a laughingstock. The determination in the youth's eyes intensified, and the online viewers, unaware of his thoughts, were nonetheless impressed. No wonder he made it to the city-level competition. His mindset is commendable. Indeed, if I were in his shoes, I would have crumbled long ago. I fear I may concede defeat outright. However, the odds in this black market betting are utterly absurd. Wagering on Ye Lin's victory offers no profit whatsoever, resulting in the bookmaker dissolving their operation. As the crowd fervently engages in discussion, the whistle blows. The hyperactive ape, the circle bear, they both spring into action simultaneously. The youthful figure with the doll-like face, relying on the robust physique of the circle bear, intends to crush the hyperactive ape with sheer physical power. Clearly, he is not well acquainted with that previous match, having likely never viewed the complete footage, merely having heard whispers about it. Thus, he deduces the outcome based on logic alone. Upon hearing the command, the circle bear charges at the hyperactive ape with a violent fervor, each of its landings reverberating through the arena with a thunderous resonance, highlighting its immense strength. Yet, the hyperactive ape is even swifter. With a forceful push from its legs, it propels itself off the ground like a springboard. With a resounding boom, the surface beneath it shatters, the previously intricate patterns fracturing and flying into the air as the hyperactive ape leaps forth. The spectators' gazes instinctively follow its ascent, their heads tilting upward slightly. Though the hyperactive ape appears cumbersome, it exhibits an unexpectedly agile grace. It soars high, then descends heavily, covering several meters in a single stride. Each rise and fall stirs up a cloud of dust, obscuring the camera lens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them diminishes rapidly. Alarm bells ring in the minds of the onlookers. Circle bear, move aside. The doll-faced youth pales in shock, filled with regret as he realizes his strategy may be flawed. The circle bear obeys, halting abruptly, yet it is too late. It leaps high, positioning itself directly above the circle bear. In that instant, the hyperactive ape strikes without mercy. Its claws raised, muscle coiled, it descends with unrelenting force directly toward the circle bear's face. A single blow, an onslaught of frantic strikes. The doll-faced youth, paralyzed by fear, turns pale, his mind a blank slate, instinctively uttering commands as if through muscle memory. Hearing this, the circle bear lets out a suppressed roar, raising its heavy brown paw high. In the next moment, razor-sharp claws glimmer with deadly intent. Strangely, neither the hyperactive ape nor Ye Lin offers any indication of retreat. The referee, Xiao Shu, is baffled, yet Yu Cheng's frown suddenly eases, as if he has grasped a revelation, his expression transforming to one of clarity. Xiao Shu grows increasingly curious. A hush falls over the arena, as every breath is held in suspense. The descent of the hyperactive ape appears to slow, stretching out the moment infinitely. Closer, even closer. Miraculously, the paws of the circle bear and the palm of the hyperactive ape collide, one ascending, the other descending. Before the audience can comprehend, a colossal crash resounds. The air quakes with terrifying force, emanating from the point of impact, spreading like wildfire. From above, it surges through the circle bear's body, reverberating down to the ground. Crack! The specially designed flooring, intended to withstand powerful attacks, crumbles like tofu. Unable to withstand the earthquake's wrath, trembling and fracturing in spiderweb-like fissures. The circle bear's paw tingles painfully, its eyes wide in disbelief. Having always prided itself on its strength, it is the first time it encounters such overwhelming pressure. The force pressing down feels less like an opponent and more like an insurmountable mountain, rendering it insignificantly small. The circle bear feels utterly powerless. Its palm, numbed from the impact, loses all sensation, blood vessels bursting in its eyes. As it raises its arm, a crack is heard, its bone fractures. Yet, the hyperactive ape continues to exert pressure. Sensing its opponent's unwillingness to yield, it reveals a sinister grin. At that moment, Ye Lin's calm voice cuts through. Enough playing around, let us finish this swiftly. The doll-faced youth, perplexed by the meaning of this, is flooded with an ominous premonition. Most of the audience remains in the dark, though a few astute trainers seem to have pieced together the unfolding events, their eyes widening in disbelief. Stuttering, they murmur, "No, it can't be." In the next second, the mockery vanishes from the hyperactive ape's visage, replaced by an escalation of its already titanic strength. The circle bear is left stunned. Wasn't that just now its full power? Swiftly, it has no time to ponder. In its despair and dread, all it can perceive is the terrifying hand descending once more, the ground beneath it forming an enormous pit. The tumult continues. The circle bear's arms droop lifelessly, its eyes closing. With a resounding thud, the hyperactive ape, akin to crushing a mere green caterpillar, slams its paw onto the circle bear's shoulder, fully submerging it into the pit. The might of a single strike is fearsome indeed. The doll-faced youth is left in a state of shock, while Yu Qing hastily exclaims. Barely finishing his sentence, the circle bear is unable to continue fighting. Congratulations to the hyperactive ape for its victory. He fears that if he delays any longer, the hyperactive ape might truly bury the circle bear, leaving nothing but its head above ground. Is it not evident that a significant portion of the circle bear is already entombed? Such events must never result in casualties. Certainly, not the lives of Pokémon. This is not an international match. There is no need for excessive losses among one's own kind. Indeed, as soon as his words escape his lips, Ye Lin commands the ferocious hyperactive ape to halt. Yu Cheng wipes the sweat from his brow, relieved. Meanwhile, the hyperactive ape leaps from the pit, returning to Ye Lin's side. As it walks, it brushes off the dust from its paws, its demeanor reverting to its usual laid-back attitude. Upon reaching Ye Lin, it unceremoniously sprawls out, closing its eyes. Mere seconds later, the camera clearly captures its rhythmic breathing, slumbering in an instant. Countless spectators are left dumbfounded. Even Yu Cheng appears astonished. How is it that it seems as though a battle was merely a prelude to a nap? When did competitions become as simple as eating and drinking? A complex array of emotions fills the crowd. Although they recognize that Ye Lin's hyperactive ape is unlike any other, distinct from the conventional perception of an energetic Pokémon, they never imagined it would unfold this way. The audience is left in awe, and even the online commentators fall silent, the barrage of comments ceasing for the first time. The doll-faced youth is momentarily taken aback. Even with prior preparation, the reality of being unable to withstand a single move feels utterly humiliating. Ye Lin is terrifying, and his Pokémon embodies that terror. The doll-faced youth feels an inexplicable sense of grievance, his eyes welling with tears. With his delicate features and doe-like eyes, he possesses an air of pitiable innocence. Then, he speaks, his voice trembling. I am not playing with you anymore. With that, he turns and runs, abandoning even his own Pokémon, tears streaming in the wind. Ye Lin smirks, what a crybaby. Yu Cheng, recovering from the absurdity of the moment, interjects, is it possible that they are actually a little girl? What? Ye Lin is taken aback. This is the first time he has experienced such emotional fluctuations. His hair is even shorter than mine. Are you suggesting that he is a girl? Just a jest to lighten the mood. Ye Lin rolled his eyes. Yu Cheng chuckled briefly, but soon adopted a serious demeanor. However, there is a grain of truth in it. He is indeed quite young, still underage, and is a representative sent by the Yao family from Beijing. Can someone underage participate in a municipal competition? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. To Yu Cheng, who exuded an air of superiority towards others, it felt more like a peer-to-peer exchange with Ye Lin. He specifically came all the way to Ninghong to train him. Ye Lin nodded in silent understanding. So he is just a little kid. No wonder he can't handle the slightest grievance. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so merciless. However, such is the nature of an energetic individual. Once he starts, he will not relent until he achieves his goal, unless he himself calls a halt. It is quite ruthless. In this aspect, his Pokémon, Kairu Lien, bears some resemblance to him. Once Yu Qing finished explaining, he directed the staff and medical personnel to extract the circle bear from the pit. This was quite a substantial undertaking. Before long, a dozen individuals had gathered around the arena, sweating profusely as they labored to dig. These workers had not anticipated that their first encounter with an emergency situation would be of this nature. With everyone toiling and drenched in sweat, the atmosphere on site became eerily silent as dust swirled around the blue LED screen. It was only when the circle bear was finally unearthed, its arm grotesquely bound with a splint and lifted onto a specialized steel stretcher for transport to the ambulance, that the strange ambience gradually dissipated. In its place emerged an escalating murmur of discussion. What a display of power, truly a small knife to the rear, an eye-opener. Another decisive kill. What manner of prodigy is Ye Ge? He annihilated the Demon King without granting a single opportunity. The poor child was brought to tears. This energetic individual possesses an astonishing strength. I only recall them being full of vitality, not remembering such formidable attack power. Now I'm even tempted to raise one myself. Wake up. Can you compare yourself to the Demon King? It's a wonder if you can even manage a lazy Pokémon without getting frustrated. As the voices grew louder, it seemed the crowd finally came to a realization. Unbeknownst to who took the lead, the arena once more erupted with the synchronized chanting of Ye Lin's name. The mingling of boys' and girls' voices sounded like a cheer that encompassed the entire world, and just hearing it made one's blood surge with excitement. The fervor was palpable. Ye Lin relished the post-victory celebration, smiling and waving at the camera. Below, the crowd erupted once more into a cacophony of screams that threatened to shatter the roof. The judge, Ling Ji, had a glimmer of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. In just 2 matches, Ye Lin had single-handedly transformed a municipal competition watched by thousands into his own stage. Every movement he made tugged at the strings of tens of thousands of spectators. Such prowess was truly unprecedented. A flicker of longing and desire crossed her gaze, one she did not even perceive herself, before she quickly averted her eyes in melancholy. She recalled her own disgraceful performance at the World Championships. Her fair hands instinctively clenched tightly. She bit down on her lower lip, glancing back at Ye Lin, her eyes suddenly igniting with a fierce brilliance. If it were him, perhaps there was hope. Simultaneously, the late-night online comments exploded like a deep-water bomb cast into a pond, sending ripples everywhere. This match had awakened countless night owls. People marveled at Ye Lin's unparalleled strength, while simultaneously anticipating his face-off against the son of the king, Chu Yun. These two were undoubtedly the frontrunners for the championship. But if this continues, if Ye really wins the championship, what about the runner-up? How can you start a sentence and not finish it? That's just unethical. Ahem, let us just say we know, no need to voice it aloud. What riddle are you all trying to solve? My Demon King's pre-match declaration. How can so many still be unaware? I command you all to watch this immediately. From now on, any trainer who thinks themselves formidable must rise to this level. Goodness, utterly deranged. When it comes to arrogance, who dares to rival Ye? Well, I'm starting to worry for the runner-up. This year, the happiest will be the 3rd place. At least they'll still be a person. The netizens wasted no time in their unrelenting mockery, reveling in the humor. Meanwhile, in the backstage resting area, all the trainers who had advanced to the knockout rounds exchanged glances as they read the online comments, their expressions resembling that of constipation, as a palpable tension filled the air. No matter what, they could not afford to be mere dogs. 3rd place. They had already secured it. Chapter 115. The potential of a king? One individual capable of rivaling the royal family. They had already secured it. The knockout rounds continued until noon the following day, officially concluding and granting everyone a day to rest and recuperate. The final rounds would commence the next evening at 8. As anticipated, the announcement of the qualified participants sparked fervent discussion. However, aside from Ding's shocking elimination, the outcomes were largely in line with public speculation. If there was one surprise, it was undoubtedly Ye Lin. While netizens had predicted him to be a contender for the championship, none had expected his prowess to be so formidable. In 2 knockout matches, he achieved swift victories, obliterating his opponents with overwhelming force, leaving them utterly defenseless, regardless of their backgrounds. The sole word that could describe their encounters with Ye Lin was annihilation. Thus, the most resplendent name emerged at the Ninghong Rising Star Cup, with an exceptionally commanding presence. He burst forth before the citizens of Ninghong, eclipsing the radiance of the other competitors. Not only in Ninghong, but as videos of Ye Lin's 2 knockout matches circulated online, his name captured the attention of all corners of Zhejiang province, indelibly marking its significance. The most agitated among the prominent families was undoubtedly the Chu clan. At this moment, within the Chu family building's conference room, a group of individuals wore grim expressions, their complex emotions reflected as they gazed at the projection above. A battle was currently being showcased. The distorted sound of Ye Lin's voice echoed through the speakers, yet it did not hinder others from comprehending his words. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a beard slammed his hand on the table, rising in astonishment. He exclaimed, He has created his own technique. Pokémon, upon reaching a certain level of strength, can learn inherited moves through evolution and leveling up. But some exceptionally gifted ones can create their own techniques or master combination moves ahead of others. Well-known moves can be learned through specialized classes available on the market. If you have the money, you can acquire sufficient skills. These are innate moves, passed down through generations of Pokémon. However, those labeled as self-created moves are entirely developed anew from this foundation. Their effectiveness varies, and most self-created moves do not match the power of original techniques. Nevertheless, countless trainers pursue them fervently. The mere ability to create a self-developed move signifies that the Pokémon has transcended the realm of ordinary Pokémon. As long as they do not diverge onto a misguided path, they can carve out their own destiny. Even if their ultimate strength only reaches the elite level, they will still be highly sought after. Even classes teaching such moves would be the most popular. People believe that trainers with self-created moves possess boundless potential. In this context, the value of self-created moves is self-evident, especially when showcased at the Rising Star Cup. It is crucial to recognize that this is the public perception of the younger generation. Yet they displayed their self-created moves during a municipal competition, which undoubtedly left a profound impact on the Chu family. The conference room fell into an uncanny silence. As a family of kings, it was evident to the discerning. Not only he could see the implications, they discovered that this was not merely a self-created technique, but an exceptionally refined skill that far surpassed its original form. In the midst of a profound silence, the man seated at the head of the table was the first to speak. This skill is developed from Lucario's wave bomb, following a completely different trajectory from the wave power. What is most astonishing is that it actually contains the power of lightning. How is this even possible? Upon hearing this, the remaining family members exchanged glances, silently pondering. Even the king is unaware. How could we possibly guess? However, they only dared to voice these thoughts internally. Yet, they unanimously felt that Ye Lin was indeed a considerable nuisance. Chu Yun had originally intended for this new Star Cup to serve as a stepping stone, propelling him to the pinnacle of the young generation's martial prowess. He aspired to be the name that would be synonymous with the new generation of trainers. But now, the reality was in stark contrast to his plans. The true focus of everyone's attention was Ye Lin. It was he who sparked fervent discussions, and even the reigning champion was tacitly acknowledged to be him. In comparison, Chu Yun appeared like a firefly in the presence of the full moon, his flickering light hardly daring to compete with the moon's resplendence. The positions of the two had completely reversed. Otherwise, the Chu family would not have convened an emergency meeting. However, it seemed that King Chu did not require their answers. His expression darkened as he murmured, "Yunner has made a misstep this time." His tone was not harsh, yet none of those present dared to speak. All heads bowed, adopting a demeanor of submission. Who among them was unaware of how long King Chu had strategized for this new Star Cup? He had begun to build momentum for his son, Chu Yun. 3 years ago, over the years, King Chu had sensed his own strength waning, with subtle signs of fluctuation suggesting he was on the brink of descending to the late quasi-king stage. This was the consequence of recklessly pursuing immediate success in his youth, ignoring the foundational aspects of his Pokémon while venturing into advanced secret realms. In his younger days, the effects were not apparent, but as the age of his Pokémon increased, the accumulated hidden injuries erupted all at once. His physical condition deteriorated day by day, aging far more rapidly than ordinary Pokémon. After a single battle, he might require rest ranging from a week to a month. It was only then that King Chu realized the gravity of the situation. This was also the reason for his recent retreat from the spotlight. Yet, even if he sought to make amends, it would be futile. He had expended vast sums of money, even enlisting the renowned Wang He from the capital city, only to achieve results that merely delayed the aging of his Dragonite without curing it. He had fallen into despair. Until his son Chu Yun exhibited extraordinary talent as a trainer, he finally understood something and suddenly found renewed vigor, pouring all his efforts into his son. However, he soon discovered with disappointment that his son, while indeed a prodigy, was merely an ordinary genius, not the kind of extraordinary figure he had hoped for. In this era, as long as there was sufficient publicity and public opinion to ferment, the creation of a legend was merely a matter of convenience. Thus, the son of the king was born. The origin of this claim was during the secret realm competition a year prior, when King Chu personally declared, "My son Chu Yun possesses the potential of a king." The homophonic play on words was evident. Subsequently, Chu Yun showcased remarkable strength in the school league, and this reputation naturally spread. Under the orchestrated efforts of the Chu family, it escalated further. Indeed, resources began to flock, and the Chu family found themselves with an increasing array of secret realms to choose from. Having reaped the benefits, they were unwilling to settle for less. Chu Yun was elevated to his current position, but all of this underwent a transformation with Ye Lin's sudden emergence. The build-up that the Chu family had previously orchestrated now felt as though they were sewing garments for another. If Chu Yun were to fail, the consequences were all too clear. All prestige would shift to a single individual. The alliance had already begun to engage with Chu Yun, yet during this period, their communications had suddenly grown vague. The reason was well understood among the Chu family. If Ye Lin were to triumph, he alone would seize the prestige of an entire lineage. One person's strength could rival that of a royal family. In an age where strength was paramount and aristocratic families controlled the vast majority of resources, having a commoner usurp prestige would place the Chu family in an exceedingly awkward position. Chapter 116. The Unchanging Stone, Second Round of Elimination Matches. In this current era, where strength reigns supreme and aristocratic families hold the majority of resources, a commoner seizing prestige would undeniably place the Chu family in a remarkably precarious situation. The members of the Chu family wore grave expressions. King Chu pondered for a while, a hint of bewilderment crossing his features as he murmured, "It seems we must compel Yunner to resort to his final measures." Chu Yun was also feeling quite distressed. He had always considered himself a favored child of destiny, endowed with exceptional talent as a trainer. Although his father claimed that his genius was somewhat exaggerated, he had never taken it to heart, believing his father's words to be a humble attempt to temper his pride. However, during this New Star Cup, after witnessing Ye Lin's prowess, specifically, the moment when a wave bomb sent a Scizor soaring into the skies, and when a Monferno struck a Beartic into the ground, he suddenly realized his father's words had been true. In the presence of genuine talent, he was but a mere shadow. A scion nurtured with the full resources of his family had been bested by a commoner with nothing to his name. Before the New Star Cup commenced, he had regarded Ye Lin with disdain. Yet now, for the first time, he found himself engulfed in confusion, a fleeting glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. Can I truly claim the championship? He was uncertain. His confidence had been severely shaken. Particularly as he observed the online fervor surrounding Ye Lin, his doubts materialized, causing him great distress. Alone in the vast lounge, Chu Yun gazed up at the opulent chandelier overhead, lost in thought. Meanwhile, by the West Lake, Ye Lin was taking a leisurely stroll along the lakeside. Hint: the unchanging stone is located 13 meters to the right. The unchanging stone? He raised an eyebrow. As the name suggests, the unchanging stone serves the opposite purpose of an evolution stone. Once carried, it prevents Pokémon from evolving, maintaining their original state. While it may seem a rather redundant item, its market value can reach up to 1 million. There are indeed many trainers who prefer to prevent their Pokémon from evolving. Some are young ladies who cherish the charming, petite forms of their Pokémon before evolution, unconcerned with their power growth. Others are trainers whose Pokémon, after evolution, may actually be weaker than before, such as Metapod, Kakuna, and other weaker Pokémon. A well-known example is Raichu from the original anime, where the protagonist refrained from allowing Pikachu to evolve. After all, with the Thunderstone item, Pikachu could unleash its full power without fear. The same applies to Metapod from Caterpie's evolution. While not evolved, it's acknowledged as weak, at least capable of using String Shot and Tackle. Evolving simply adds a cocoon shell, rendering it utterly useless, unless Caterpie maxes its experience and transforms into a world-shattering Rayquaza. Its evolution direction bears little difference. Without hesitation, Ye Lin proceeded towards the location described by the system. Although the unchanging stone is not particularly valuable in the marketplace, it is relatively rare due to the low demand. If one were to seek to purchase it, they might find it nearly impossible. His interest was piqued by thoughts of the pink devil, Chansey. This championship reward was a Chansey from the Qiao family. Given Xiao Shu's influence, the Qiao family would undoubtedly provide him with a Chansey of exceptional qualifications. Its rare attribute resistances, along with its high special defense and ample HP, were immensely appealing to Ye Lin. Moreover, who could resist a Chansey that could cook? Although it is the second form, Chansey does not necessarily grow stronger with evolution. When equipped with the evolutionary stone, its overall attributes significantly surpass those of Happiny. Upon its transformation into Happiny, not only does its power fail to increase, but its physical endurance diminishes as well. The moment Ye Lin laid eyes on the Everstone, he was immediately reminded of Chansey. He had never doubted his potential to become a champion. With Chansey firmly in his grasp, the Everstone was undoubtedly the most suitable item for him. Before long, he arrived at the designated spot by the West Lake, where there were no railings. Merely a pile of large stones stacked together. Nestled between two boulders lay a perfectly round stone. Everstone, when carried, the Pokémon remains in its original form and does not evolve. This must be it. Ye Lin stepped forward, extending his arm into the crevice to retrieve the Everstone. Just as he placed it into his space backpack and was about to depart, the next moment, the Everstone is 1 meter to your lower right. Another one? Ye Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. He continued to gaze at the position indicated earlier, only to discover that there was indeed another identical stone hidden beneath the gap. Ye Lin crouched down to reach for the stone, attracting the attention of two passing children who began to chatter. What is that big brother doing? I don't know. Maybe he likes playing with stones like Xiao Foam. How childish. However, Ye Lin was oblivious to their remarks, as his focus remained solely on the task at hand. Having just unearthed one Everstone, he was astonished to find another concealed beneath. Could this item be mass-produced? Ye Lin could not suppress the thought that he might have stumbled upon a nest of Everstones. How else could such a small crevice conceal so many? One might assume someone had buried them here deliberately, yet the weathered marks nearby suggested they had been here from the very beginning. After extracting 5 Everstones in quick succession, Ye Lin felt numb to the experience. When he finally lay down on his bed to rest, he suddenly recalled an extraordinary tactic employed by a gaming expert in his previous life. He sat up abruptly, He remembered that this individual, a master of the Pokémon series, had a peculiar strategy of using the Everstone to suppress Pokémon strength. Strangely, once his Pokémon broke through the limitations imposed by the Everstone, they would soar to unprecedented heights, as if shattering some invisible shackles, with attributes and base stats far exceeding their peers. They effortlessly vanquished every boss they encountered. What could be applicable in a game might not be impossible in reality. Ye Lin did not consider himself fanciful. After all, research papers on the internet had already proven that the Everstone indeed suppressed the energy within Pokémon, forcibly halting evolution. If one could utilize the limitations of the Everstone to establish a checkpoint in the evolution process, then once they break through, it would be akin to a dragon leaping from the abyss, transforming quantitative changes into qualitative ones. The potential transformations that could occur were beyond imagination. Moreover, his Pokémon possessed extraordinary qualities. The suppression of the Everstone would merely delay the inevitable, without leading to irrevocable regrets. However, this matter required careful deliberation. The immediate priority was to secure victory in the New Star Cup and advance to the provincial competition. On the following evening at 8 o'clock at Ninghong Sports Center, as Ye Lin stepped inside, he was nearly overwhelmed by the deafening atmosphere. Thousands of spectators jostled together, their voices rising in a cacophony of cheers, almost frantically calling out for Ye Lin. Chapter 117. Reaching for the moon, gold can be seized. Thousands of troops rally for Ye Lin. The fervor of the crowd astonished Ye Lin. Though he had mentally prepared for this moment, he did not anticipate such an electrifying atmosphere. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Lin had become a sensation at the Ninghong New Star Cup, while the audience in the earlier elimination rounds had been mostly casual onlookers. After 2 exhilarating matches, the majority of those now entering were fervent fans, specifically here to support him. Tickets for the advancement rounds had skyrocketed in price, and it was nearly impossible to find scalped tickets in the Ninghong black market. Everyone longed to witness Ye Lin's commanding presence on the battlefield. Even through the veil of a screen, the live experience could not compare to the palpable excitement in the arena. The chants for Ye Lin continued unabated until his figure vanished from sight, entering the backstage area. Only then did the cheers subside, as the audience gradually settled down. Yet their hearts remained ablaze with fervor. Heavens, I finally saw the great Demon King. Surely, we'll get to see the Dragonite in the advancement rounds. I've been eagerly awaiting this. Indeed, those competitors were no match for Ye Lin. They were merely playthings for him. Backstage, the atmosphere was starkly different. It was unusually quiet. Trainers moved about cautiously, as if fearing they would disturb someone's concentration. They dared not make a sound. From the fleeting glances that occasionally drifted towards him, one could see a young man with closed eyes reclining on the largest sofa, exuding an aura that set him apart from the rest. Within a 3-meter radius, no one dared to approach him. Some even silently criticized the organizers. Why cancel the personal restrooms? They claim it's to eliminate barriers among competitors, friendship first and competition second. Yet we are now forced to share the same space as the great Demon King. Despite their inner grievances, they remained frozen in place, embodying the very definition of timidity. In another corner, Chu Yun kept his head down, concealing his expression. Boom. The heavy chime resonated. Yu Chung appeared on the big screen, and the previously boisterous sports center fell into silence. Without further ado, I shall now announce the rules for the advancement rounds. The format has changed to 2v2, with the remaining rules unchanged. Now, we will begin the random draw. As his voice faded, blue lights illuminated the 4 corners of the arena, displaying avatars and subtitles. Soon, 2 names appeared on the screen. The audience issued disappointed boos. They had hoped for another miraculous performance, to witness another exhilarating opening match. However, they quickly adjusted their mindset. If that were the case, they would likely suspect backstage manipulation. The chief judge, Yu Chung, did not preside over every match. Instead, the 5 judges each took turns. As time approached 9 o'clock, the random drawing commenced once more, and the audience began to experience aesthetic fatigue. At that moment, Ye Lin's name flashed prominently on the big screen. The audience immediately perked up, their anticipation palpable. The official live stream's chat began to explode, with enthusiastic messages flooding in. Raise the flag for the great Demon King. The great Demon King has arrived. All unauthorized personnel, step aside. Reaching for the moon, gold can be seized. Thousands of troops rally for Ye Lin. In an instant, the chat transformed into a grand scene of adoration, the frequency of messages dazzlingly rapid. It was sheer madness. Backstage, a sudden thud echoed. The participating contestants turned in astonishment to see a young man with blue hair, his face pale, collapsing to the ground. His eyes brimmed with despair and fear. I don't want to. He pushed himself backward with trembling hands, his lips quivering. The contestants' expressions shifted instantly, their eyes flickering with sympathy and shared understanding. A hint of subtle relief washed over them. As long as it wasn't them, they felt fortunate. The 2 elimination rounds had firmly established Ye Lin's formidable reputation, and no one wished to face this ominous fate. After all, even the sons of kings were dimmed in the shadow of his brilliance. Like a star plummeting from the heavens, the blue-haired youth was decidedly averse to experiencing the briefest battle in history. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. After all, he was merely a courier for Ye Lin. As he pondered this, his expression gradually returned to normal, akin to one who has suddenly achieved enlightenment. Then, in a singular leap, he vaulted over Ye Lin and made a beeline for the exit. At that moment, a desperate shout reverberated back. I forfeit. I would rather die than face Ye Lin, he bellowed as he approached the arena. The backstage fell into a profound silence, trainers exchanging glances. This individual was indeed formidable. His decisiveness was commendable. To abstain from battle preserved some semblance of strength, whereas entering the arena would mean not only risking his Pokémon, but also enduring the humiliation of being counted among the minions of the great villain for merely a few fleeting seconds. A lesson learned. The eyes of the trainers backstage began to gleam with newfound understanding. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Ye Lin remained motionless throughout, his eyes barely open. Upon hearing the commotion, he closed them once more, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he silently mused. It appears my turn to take the stage is not yet upon me. The blue-haired youth's fervent cries echoed throughout the gymnasium, his body drenched in sweat. Upon reaching the judges' table, he was too breathless to catch his breath. Leaning heavily on his knees, gasping, I forfeit. He reiterated his previous declaration. The 5 judges exchanged glances filled with surprise. Yu Cheng pondered for a moment, his countenance grave. Are you certain? The blue-haired youth nodded vigorously, eager to avoid any potential complications. He nodded with such fervor that one might fear he was trying to signal to the heavens. Yu Cheng sighed deeply, an inexplicable wave of nostalgia washing over him. Very well, you may leave. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired youth immediately relaxed, only to realize his limbs had grown weak and his back was soaked with cold sweat. He had sprinted too hastily, injuring his knee in the process, and descended from the stage with a noticeable limp. After a moment of silence in the gymnasium, a cacophony of murmurs erupted like a swarm of agitated bees. Wow, is that even possible? That was a move I never anticipated. Ye go for the win. Could this be the art of vanquishing foes without shedding a drop of blood? Truly admirable. The great villain lives up to his reputation. As the atmosphere within the gymnasium grew increasingly chaotic, a commanding voice rang out. Ahem, the competition shall resume. With this decree, the blue screen flickered back to life. Yet this time, Ye Lin's image remained static, with only his opponent being selected. Backstage, most trainers clasped their hands in prayer, murmuring, Please, do not choose me. I vow to eat vegetarian for a year. I beg of you, mighty Rayquaza, grant me your protection. Groudon, deity of the earth, if I can escape this fate, I promise to honor you. Almost every legendary Pokémon was invoked by these trainers. Were the deities truly listening? They might have expressed their gratitude for such fervent supplicants. The big screen ceased its rotation, accompanied by the familiar sound of a thud. However, this time, the youth clad in a tank top displayed a slightly better mental fortitude. Just as he was about to topple, he managed to steady himself against the table, barely maintaining his balance. Upon noticing the gazes directed his way, he forced a painfully grim smile, evoking sympathy from all who witnessed. He exhibited a semblance of composure, even offering a slight bow to Ye Lin before departing backstage. Yu Cheng, observing this calm demeanor, instinctively sighed in relief, but soon realized that perhaps he had exhaled too soon. I forfeit, came the unwavering declaration. The audience fell into stunned silence once more. 2 consecutive forfeits. Surely a third was not on the horizon? As the screen began to spin again, the spectators' expressions turned peculiar, as though they were not witnessing a random selection, but rather awaiting the next unfortunate soul to be chosen. Mere moments later, a youthful boy appeared, his complexion ashen. A wave of recognition surged through the crowd. As anticipated, the boy hung his head, his voice barely above a whisper. I also forfeit. The venue erupted into chaos. The great villain was indeed fearsome. This was no mere reputation, but a legacy of terror. I'm not exaggerating. This generation of trainers seems rather cowardly. If you're so capable, why not step up? All I wanted was to witness a match featuring Ye Go. Why is that so difficult? Even Ye Lin began to question his own fearsome reputation. Was he truly that intimidating? He had shown restraint, considering the scale of the competition. Had this been the secret realm, his foes would either be slain or gravely injured. Mere survival would be the only consolation. The most vexing predicament fell upon the judges. Yu Chung felt a headache coming on at the boy's words. How could the competition proceed under such circumstances? When had there ever been so many contestants who surrendered without a fight? As the person in charge, it would be utterly embarrassing to disclose this. Though Ye Lin's fearsome reputation preceded him, not competing also fell short of a trainer's duty. His brow furrowed deeply. The first hint of displeasure etched upon his face since the competition began. Observing this, Xiao Shu and Ling Ji hastily suggested, "Why not select others first? It's already the third time, let us rotate." "Sigh, I suppose that's the only course of action," Yu Chung conceded, permitting the organizers to redraw. As the two avatars again rolled across the screen, many trainers backstage exhaled in relief. Yet one maiden halted in her tracks. Her gaze fixed intently on Ye Lin's silhouette, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Simultaneously, the big screen displayed two names, Yu Longjing versus Bian Hongsheng. The adorable girl who had been fixated on Ye Lin's back emerged from the crowd. Although her appearance was youthful, her demeanor was strikingly contrasting, exuding an air of aloofness. Ignoring the astonished gazes surrounding her, she strode purposefully toward the stage. As she approached, her opponent also made his entrance. Bian Hongxing was instantly taken by her striking beauty and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Bian Hongxing." Yu Longjing briefly lifted her gaze. And despite her shorter stature compared to her opponent, a single glance seemed to pin Bian Hongxing in place. Bian Hongxing's smile became rigid, and he could only awkwardly retract his hand, feeling a twinge of displeasure within. Yu Qing took to the stage, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. At his words, both of them simultaneously hurled out their pokeballs. With a swift motion, a deep blue, bipedal cane turtle, adorned with a shell, materialized before Bian Hongxing. Came. The cane turtle bellowed imperiously at the girl. The audience below suddenly had a remarkable change of heart towards the young man, as he had summoned one of the starter Pokémon, showcasing considerable strength. However, as their gaze shifted towards the girl, they were abruptly taken aback. What was going on? Where was Yu Longjing's Pokémon? No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than a thunderous crack echoed from the heavens. The crowd gasped in astonishment, instinctively looking upwards. They beheld flickering white light in the sky, as dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and a figure soared forth like a dragon. Bian Hongxing's heart constricted, and he instinctively swallowed hard. A dragon-type Pokémon? In the next moment, the cane turtle, which had just been taunting the girl, suddenly whimpered and trembled slightly on its legs. This was a primal instinctual suppression. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Their eyes were glued to the sky, not daring to blink. In an instant, someone dazedly wiped their face, their palms dampened. It was as if localized rain had begun to fall. Who was capable of influencing the weather? Ye Lin, slumped on the sofa, straightened slightly, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully as he stared intently at the screen's white light. Finally, the radiance dissipated. A sinuous, serpentine body glided through the downpour, splashing water all around. It was adorned with sapphire-colored scales, a bright white underbelly, and its black, lustrous eyes radiated a haughty superiority. A small white horn protruded from its forehead, with two diminutive wings on either side of its head, and three crystalline blue orbs, shimmering even in the night, adorned its body, one beneath its neck and two at the tip of its tail. It was none other than the illustrious Haxorus. Chapter 119. The Strategic Reserve of Dragon-Type Demigods. In the blink of an eye, all eyes in the arena were riveted upon it, and the audience could not help but express their admiration, especially those sitting nearby, who felt a lingering dread from the aura emanating from the dragon-type Pokémon. Bian Hongxing's expression changed dramatically. He now understood why the girl remained so composed and proud. That palpable indifference exuded from her very being, as if she were utterly unconcerned with all matters. It was not arrogance born of superiority, but rather a disdain for opponents unworthy of her attention. Even as Haxorus made its entrance, eliciting gasps of awe, she remained as cold as ice. Not a single muscle in her brow twitching, seemingly deaf to the reactions of others. Backstage, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of realization crossing his gaze. Indeed, anything that could be deemed a variable by Xiao Shu was remarkable. It was worth noting that Haxorus's final evolution was none other than Dragonite. Dragonite was the dream Pokémon of nearly all flying-type trainers. It was a demigod Pokémon, capable of both flight and combat. Aside from a slightly larger physique, it could be described as perfect. In the Blue Star, demigods held immense value, akin to a strategic reserve Pokémon, representing the military might of a nation. In the Secret Realm competition, the number of demigod Pokémon, alongside the presence of the champion, determined the pivotal moments of battle. Even among demigods, Dragonites stood at the pinnacle. With dual advancements in special and physical attack, once evolved into Dragonite and elevated to the 5th tier of quasi-champions. A single move like Hyper Beam could devastate half a city. However, nurturing a Dratini into a Dragonite required resources and effort far exceeding those needed for ordinary Pokémon. Such endeavors were beyond the reach of non-aristocratic families. Ordinary individuals, even if they were to deplete their fortunes, could at most manage to raise a Haxorus. This limitation stemmed from the constraints of familial heritage. Hence, it was not that commoners lacked the desire to transcend their class, but rather that the costs associated with such leaps were insurmountably high. At times, even substantial wealth could not procure certain advantages, such as learning Dragon-type moves. Some inherited skills could only be awakened by the Pokémon itself, or taught by an elder of the same species, making mastery impossible otherwise. Those who had elders to instruct them were predominantly from families that specialized in raising Dragon-type Pokémon. Ye Lin squinted, recognizing that this was the first appearance of a Dragon-type demigod since the Ninghong Rising Star Cup competition, especially when considering the variable mentioned by Qiao Shu, which also referred to his Dragonite. He couldn't help but feel that Yulong Jing was somehow targeting him. In the face of this demigod Haxorus, the Came Turtle, representing the starter Pokémon, was evidently inadequate. The audience's attention was now wholly fixated on the girl. As the whistle blew, the Came Turtle unleashed Water Gun. In an instant, the Came Turtle's gaze sharpened, and it shot forth a stream of blue water, nearly half a meter in diameter, akin to a miniature waterfall cascading forth. With a rush, it moved at high speed. Yulong Jing remained remarkably composed, showing no fear in the face of the torrent of water. It was only when the attack was nearly upon her that she issued her command. Haxorus, responding to her call, vanished in an instant. Bian Hongxing sensed something amiss. Came Turtle, quickly retreat, he shouted, but his words were left unspoken. Haxorus suddenly appeared behind the Came Turtle, and in the next moment, it charged fiercely towards the turtle's back. Fortunately, the Came Turtle reacted swiftly, curling its limbs and head into its shell just as the fierce wind of Haxorus approached. In the split second before Haxorus could make contact, a brilliant blue light erupted from the Came Turtle's shell, and countless water-type energies enveloped it, forming an invisible yet palpable shield that encased it tightly. With a resounding crash, Haxorus collided with the Came Turtle. The Came Turtle was sent flying, unable to withstand the force, and the water-type shield shattered, transforming into streams that flowed back into the Came Turtle's body. The Came Turtle was hurled several meters away, landing on the ground for a few seconds before shaking itself off, extending its limbs, and standing upright. Though it bore no visible wounds, Ye Lin, observing from backstage, shook his head, slumping back down onto the sofa. The outcome was already decided. Nearby trainers, curious but hesitant to disturb Ye Lin, silently redirected their gaze to the screen. However, upon looking, their eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, the confrontation between the two Pokémon had entered a fever pitch. The Came Turtle had just executed a headbutt move and was in the process of gathering energy, while Haxorus's influence over the weather had reached its zenith. The dark clouds loomed ominously, and the arena was thick with the scent of an impending storm. Just then, the girl's lips curved slightly as she softly uttered 3 words. Hurricane. Her voice was not loud, yet Haxorus heard her every word distinctly, accompanied by a roar. Haxorus's eyes glowed with an ethereal blue, and the air currents within the stadium intensified dramatically, visibly swirling. Suddenly, a small tornado materialized, whether by coincidence or design. A thunderous boom resounded from above, and rain began to pour down from where the clouds had gathered, drenching the central arena. Fortunately, the audience remained unscathed, as the massive skylight above the stadium was opened during the match, ensuring that the seating area was beyond the reach of the downpour, a precaution taken to prevent any interference with the Pokémon battles. Summoning storms was no mere boast for certain powerful Pokémon. The rain, as it approached the tornado, was entirely absorbed, merging into a singular entity. From a distance, it appeared as a tornado conjured from thin air, swirling with torrents of water, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. The commentators could not help but express their awe and admiration. The audience displayed expressions of sheer astonishment as the tornado transformed into a columnar vortex reminiscent of a waterspout. With a fierce roar, Haklong seized the opportunity, swiftly sweeping in as Kame Turtle prepared to retreat into its shell once more. Terror flashed in Kame Turtle's eyes. Its limbs had barely begun to retract when the watery vortex descended upon it in an instant. With a thunderous crash, Kame Turtle was ensnared within, completely engulfed by the torrent. Being a water type, it struggled valiantly to assert control, but after a minute of futile resistance, exhaustion set in. Beyond the force of the water, the accompanying tempest was akin to a blade, carving deep gashes into Kame Turtle's body. Kame! It cried out in desperate anguish, seeking its master's aid. Yen Hongsheng furrowed his brow, his fists clenching and then relaxing. Finally, as Kame Turtle's cries grew fainter, he shouted, his face contorted with concern, "Wait, I concede." Yulongjing cast a serene glance towards Haklong. In that moment, with a resounding thud, Kame Turtle was hurled to the ground, utterly incapacitated, and the tornado dissipated into nothingness. Xiao Shu completed the countdown and then stepped forward to announce, Kame Turtle has lost its fighting capability. Congratulations to Haklong for winning this round. At the proclamation, a fleeting smile illuminated Yulongjing's face, akin to the melting of winter's frost under the gentle caress of spring. She turned towards the camera and silently mouthed a declaration. Ye Lin immediately narrowed his eyes. Chapter 120. The girl's embarrassment and confrontation. Ye Lin's eyes narrowed. Though the young girl did not utter a sound, he comprehended her message. Ye Lin, you are next. A chuckle escaped him as he cast his gaze downward, amused. He had not been mistaken. Yulongjing was indeed targeting him. However, was it not rather frivolous for a young lady of Beijing's elite to traverse to Ninghong solely to challenge him? Little did he know, Yulongjing had long set her sights on him. She had serendipitously witnessed Ye Lin's Dragonite obliterating an entire Nura clan single-handedly. As a scion of the Yulong family, she harbored an insatiable curiosity for all dragon-type Pokémon, particularly Ye Lin's, which was so extraordinarily unique. Bathed in crimson, brimming with power, and exuding an aura of dominance. That video had been downloaded onto Yulongjing's phone, replayed countless times, and she found herself infatuated with Dragonite's formidable presence. Her greatest aspiration was to engage in battle with it. Thus, her sudden arrival in Ninghong was no mere coincidence. She had easily persuaded her family with a simple rationale. The Beijing Star Cup was teeming with skilled competitors, and it would be more advantageous to enter a second-tier city where there was at least a chance to contend for the championship. Her parents, finding merit in her argument, exchanged resources for a direct entry into the advancement rounds. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she descended from the stage and returned backstage. Yet, standing at the door, an inexplicable anxiety gripped her. Close to home, she felt bashful. Previously, while resting in the backstage lounge, Ye Lin had been oblivious to her presence as he meditated. But now, he must have heard my words, she pondered anxiously, wondering how he would respond. Yulongjing took a deep breath, maintaining an icy demeanor. With a creak, the door swung open. In the next moment, Yulongjing froze, for she discovered that Ye Lin remained in the same position he had been in before her departure, unchanged. As if he had not opened his eyes at all. A wave of inexplicable fury surged within her, reddening the young girl's cheeks. The indifference in her eyes was replaced by fiery indignation, rendering her large eyes sparkled with intensity. Yulongjing felt on the verge of exasperation. It was her first experience of being so thoroughly disregarded after provoking someone. As she passed by the sofa where Ye Lin sat, she deliberately slowed her pace and let out a disdainful huff, fearful that he had not heard her. Once she angrily plopped down on the opposite side. Ye Lin's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of triumph. As the advancement rounds progressed into the latter stages, the top 24 competitors had been determined. Due to the consecutive forfeits of 3 contestants, Ye Lin, having no match, advanced directly to the second round. Continue. With Yu Cheng's command, the blue-lit screen began to scroll once more. The first avatar appeared, strikingly familiar, none other than the Dark Horse, Ye Lin. The audience collectively gasped in surprise. Their emotions a tumultuous blend of hope and anxiety. They yearned to witness Ye Lin in action, yet the previous 3 consecutive forfeits left them apprehensive, fearing yet another withdrawal from his opponent. The trainers backstage wore the most disconcerted expressions, history seemingly repeating itself as they began to pray once more. When the second avatar appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What the? Thousands of spectators erupted into chaos, for it was none other than the son of the champion, Chu Yun. To encounter such a formidable contender so soon, this was a clash of titans, and the excitement was palpable. I love randomness. This is simply spectacular. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting what was set to be the most thrilling match of the Ninghong Star Cup. The discussions grew fervent, and the atmosphere crackled with excitement. The 2 camps had formed. Chu Yun, having long been famous, was at the zenith of his popularity in Ninghong. In many minds, His overall strength was undoubtedly superior to Ye Lin's. However, in terms of pure talent, Ye Lin had the edge. In the waiting area, Luo Hao rushed over. Drenched in sweat, he observed Ye Lin, who remained as tranquil and unyielding as a mountain, rendering him speechless. Although I have long grown accustomed to the temperament of this friend, witnessing his unwavering composure still makes it difficult for me to maintain my own. Ever since I discovered Ye Lin's extraordinary talent, I have been striving diligently to bridge the gap between us. However, it must be acknowledged that the innate brilliance of a genius sets them apart from the ordinary. If this continues, I fear I may forever remain in the shadows of Ye Lin's brilliance. Alas, why do I find myself sighing in despair? Is it not because your progress has been so rapid that I can hardly keep pace? By the time I participate in the New Star Cup, you may very well be engaged in the King S battle. Luo Hao felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly regained his spirits. Rest assured, while I may not be of assistance in this regard, the business of energy cubes has been a collaborative effort between my father and me. Thanks to your influence, our Luo family ascended to the pinnacle of the aristocratic rankings last month. Luo Hao rejoiced, his exuberance palpable. Chapter 121, The Flashing Power of Might. Is the myth about to be shattered? Brother, please do not disturb Ye Lin Gidge, a youthful, anxious voice interjected. It was Luo Jingjing, who had accompanied her brother, Luo Hao, to this competition. Upon hearing her words, Luo Hao regarded his sister with a knowing glint in his eyes, teasingly commenting, "Sister, it seems you are quite concerned about your Ye Lin Gidge." This sister, still unmarried, was already leaning towards his friends. If she were to become involved with his peers, what would become of their conversations? At her brother's playful jibe, Luo Jingjing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, flustered and unable to meet Ye Lin's gaze. Unrequited love, after all, is a tumultuous affair for one's heart. Ye Lin, however, remained oblivious to the subtle dynamics between the siblings. As he was soon called to the stage by name, Chu Yun fixated on him, his dark pupils shimmering ominously, the facade of elegance shattered. His true nature was laid bare. How audacious to step onto the stage and issue a challenge. Chu Yun's face was expressionless, his gaze cold and predatory, akin to a bloodthirsty hunter stalking its prey. Unexpectedly, Ye Lin burst into laughter, not a mere smirk, but a raucous, unrestrained guffaw, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. The match had yet to officially commence, and thus the audience could only observe Chu Yun's utterance followed by Ye Lin's sudden, boisterous laughter. It was the first time they had witnessed such overt emotion from Ye Lin, piquing their curiosity. At that moment, Ye Lin abruptly ceased his laughter, scanning Chu Yun with an evaluative gaze, as if he were appraising an object rather than a person. Chu Yun's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with a malevolent glint. Then, he heard Ye Lin's voice, calm and resolute. "Declare you? You are not worthy." The succinctness of the 4 words resonated with an unfathomable humiliation for Chu Yun, who, as the son of a king and a prodigy in his own right, had never before encountered such audacity in conversation. A flash of resentment flickered in his eyes as he glared at Ye Lin, who seemed utterly dismissive of him. How dare he? How dare he? For a fleeting moment, Chu Yun's visage twisted into a snarl, but he quickly masked it, regaining his previous facade. Yet, Ye Lin observed all. Such hypocrisy, Ye Lin scoffed, dismissing him with a glance. He spoke nothing but the truth. He had seen the flashing power before. The potential was indeed remarkable, but the one directing it was woefully inadequate. He firmly believed that the caliber of a trainer dictated the prowess of their Pokémon. Even a Pokémon with kingly potential under an elite trainer could falter without the right guidance. In his view, Chu Yun's greatest asset was his fortunate lineage, enabling him to reach such heights. Thus, even if Chu Yun possessed some hidden trump card, Ye Lin felt no trepidation. In his eyes, even a king-level Pokémon would merely be on par with a mid-level gym leader under Chu Yun's command. Such a person was hardly deserving of his regard. Chu Yun's gaze turned venomous, the fleeting doubt in his mind solidifying into unwavering resolve. Today, he would make Ye Lin recognize his true status. How dare a commoner challenge the son of a king? This was an affront he would not tolerate. He glared at Ye Lin with an intensity that suggested he would relish in his annihilation. Luo Jingjing, who was nearby, observed the tension between the two, her heart sinking with apprehension. As the atmosphere thickened with hostility, it became increasingly palpable. Ahem, Yu Chung interjected, sensing the escalating conflict. If he did not intervene, this Pokémon battle might devolve into a brawl between humans. As his voice rang out, a hush fell over the venue. Clearly, Ye Lin had garnered quite a following. For as soon as he entered the arena, a multitude of banners unfurled below, and the official broadcast even cut to a close-up. The audience erupted with fervor. My Ye Lin is truly on fire. His popularity rivals that of the greatest prodigies in the capital. I have been a trainer for over 20 years. Yet I have never received such treatment. It is truly humbling. I hope to witness the Dragonite today. My ticket will be worth it. It seems the great Demon King will not be able to secure a swift victory. The myth may very well be shattered. Simultaneously, the excited commentary resonated throughout the arena. Since the Ninghong New Star Cup, this promised to be the most prestigious duel yet. Both competitors were the pinnacle of talent, each capable of headlining any event. It was a match comparable to a championship clash, an anticipation soared. The commentator elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, with thunderous cheers echoing throughout the venue. Now, let us invite both sides to summon their Pokémon. In the next moment, Chu Yun's eyes glimmered. As he unleashed the premier ball, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A muscular, strikingly green-skinned Machamp emerged, exuding an aura of power and beauty in its muscular form. Its limbs accentuated its monstrous physique, and one could easily imagine the sheer force of its sweeping kick. Wait, when did Chu Yun's Machamp evolve? This is going to be thrilling, a flashing Machamp. My confidence in Ye Lin has waned somewhat. I knew Chu Yun had a trump card up his sleeve. The outcome has become even more unpredictable. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. Their expressions varied. Amidst the surrounding praise, Chu Yun's expression shifted from cloudy to clear, his eyes gleaming with provocation and pride. However, his triumph was short-lived. Before Ye Lin, amidst the shimmering light, a colossal and terrifying silhouette materialized, its intense crimson hue unmistakable even in the blinding light. In an instant, the world dimmed, leaving countless spectators utterly speechless, their eyes fixated on that imposing figure. Roar! The blood-red demon finally emerged, towering in the sky, casting a long shadow over all living beings. It seemed to command an army with a single roar, its presence awe-inspiring. The deafening roar sent shockwaves through the crowd, compelling thousands to cover their ears, even those separated by a screen. The audience collectively experienced a disconcerting pressure on their eardrums, an unsettling sensation that lingered until the roar faded away. Only then did they slowly lift their heads, revealing a dragon-like specter. Its hues so rich they appeared to be steeped in blood. Its robust limbs seemed capable of shattering mountains with a mere step, while its claws gleamed with a chilling brilliance. With a single swipe, it could reduce foes to mere fragments, leaving no remains to be recognized. Chapter 122. To deal with you, it suffices to be on the ground. Its imposing 3-meter length was neither excessively large nor small. However, it seemed to obscure the sun, casting a shadow over the entire sky. At that moment, it opened its gaping maw, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs, having surely consumed countless lives. Despite the absence of any tangible scent in the air, both the audience and online viewers perceived a metallic tang of blood, an aroma birthed from the depths of a sea of corpses. As the aura descended, draconic energy enveloped the arena, surging forth incessantly. The overwhelming presence of a top-tier predator bore down upon all, causing every breath to hitch. The air felt inexplicably heavier. Particularly affected was the solitary sprite on the stage. The flashing mighty, whose previously imposing 2-meter stature seemed to shrink under the weight of the dragon's presence. One stood in the heavens, the other on the ground. The mighty could only look up in awe, while the vicious dragon gazed down with disdain. Their relative positions had seemingly predetermined the outcome of this contest from the very beginning, though they were merely a meter apart in height, for reasons unknown. The flashing mighty appeared as a mere child in the face of the fearsome dragon. Its once explosive musculature now lacked any semblance of intimidation. The instant the dragon made its entrance, the mighty instinctively lowered its head, its bloodline suppressed, compelled to bow in submission. Yet, as it descended halfway, it abruptly realized this was a battle and straightened rigidly. It forced itself to look up, just as the dragon cast a casual glance its way. In that fleeting moment, the mighty's pupils constricted, its gaze averted in terror. Despite years of combat experience, it was the first time it truly faced such an overwhelming sense of crisis. It felt as if continuing to gaze would lead to its demise. An uncontrollable fear surged within the mighty, likening itself to a bug ensnared by a predator, knowing that a single step from the dragon could reduce it to mere dust. As a trainer, even without the ability for telepathic communication, Chu Yun had long since attuned to his sprite's emotions. He realized with stark clarity that his sprite was afraid. How could this be? Chu Yun murmured in confusion, his eyes filled with ire. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Ye Lin, he wore a grim expression. After a brief silence, the audience erupted like a nuclear explosion, exclaiming in amazement, Wow, the presence of the dragon is truly extraordinary. It is magnificent. The overwhelming intimidation left many gasping for breath. Ah, I can't believe I'm finally witnessing the dragon. Ye Lin, you are my idol. Let us seize the day. This dragon truly lives up to its legendary status. The crowd roared, their enthusiasm palpable. The previously divided factions of supporters swiftly shifted allegiance, falling for the dragon's allure. Its majestic form and terrifying aura quickened the blood of all present, with many already clamoring to form a fan club for the dragon. Even those indifferent to Ye Lin found themselves bowing beneath the blood-red dragon's might. Online, the viewership numbers surged dramatically, climbing into the millions, nearing the entire population of Ninghong City. The statistics were astonishing, leaving the production team in awe. Despite having anticipated such a turnout, the sight of the dragon on camera was breathtaking beyond imagination. Countless viewers, gazing through their screens, wore expressions of rapture. The atmosphere in the venue was electric. At the judges' table, Ling Ji was visibly astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. It took her a good 10 seconds to regain her composure, her eyes sparkling with excitement and an enchanting smile gracing her lips. Ye Lin, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Her heart raced with exhilaration, though she was unaware if it was the dragon's might or the calm demeanor of the young man that captivated her. Yu Cheng glanced upward, eyes wide, throat tightening as he swallowed hard. The youth is formidable. I am truly aging. As a top-tier trainer, his keen perception allowed him to discern that this sprite's strength was undoubtedly above that of a gym leader, perhaps even higher. Yet, Ye Lin was barely 20. What had he accomplished at that age? Perhaps he had just begun to explore a small secret realm, battling a Rattata, while his own trump card bore injuries. The most discontented of all was Chu Yun. Before the dragon's appearance, he had been brimming with confidence in his mighty. Yet he had hardly paid attention to the earlier footage. The moment he laid eyes on Ye Lin, discomfort washed over him, leading him to disregard the video entirely. He never anticipated encountering him so swiftly, nor did he expect to find him as a formidable obstacle on his path to greatness. As Chu Yun's resentment grew, Ye Lin unexpectedly beckoned, and the once monstrous dragon immediately descended, obediently standing to the side. The ground beneath the arena reverberated with a thunderous sound upon its landing. Yu Cheng furrowed his brow in confusion. Logically, battling in the air would yield a clear advantage for the mighty, who excelled in close combat. After all, the dragon could fly, making it virtually untouchable. Ye Lin, why did you bring the dragon down? The commentators posed the same question, mirroring Yu Cheng's bewilderment. The audience glanced on in curiosity. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all, Ye Lin smirked, fixing his unwavering gaze on Chu Yun. To deal with him, my dragon suffices on the ground. The impact was minimal, yet remarkably insulting. The camera, whether by design or coincidence, zoomed in on Chu Yun, revealing the once gentlemanly figure seething with rage, his eyes fixated on Ye Lin as if he wished to flay him alive. Suddenly, the whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Yu Cheng sensed impending doom and hastily issued commands. The audience erupted in a deafening cheer, the atmosphere soaring to new heights as emotions ignited to their fullest. The battle was about to commence. Mighty cross-chop, the mighty swung its massive hands, unleashing gusts of wind that sliced through the air like blades, severing the banners at the edges of the arena. The newly repaired surface bore visible marks from the impact, startling the front-row spectators into exclamations of shock. Yet, amidst the chaos, Ye Lin remained unperturbed, as steadfast as a stone. An almost imperceptible layer of psychic energy enveloped him, shielding him from all disturbances. In the next instant, the flashing mighty had gathered its strength, its arms raised high, muscles bulging, veins coiled like serpents, protruding fiercely as it prepared for battle. Chapter 123. Tactics may be unscrupulous, but the heart must remain pure. Veins coiled like serpents, protruding fiercely as it prepared for battle. As an inexhaustible surge of power welled forth, the fervor within the shining Macamp dispelled the fleeting shadows of fear. As the undisputed ace Pokémon, it had always known but one path, to charge forth with unyielding resolve. Its expression abruptly hardened. With a resounding thud, it leaped into the air, its four hands forming two opposing crosses in the sky. These crosses, emanating from four directions, effectively barred the enemy's escape, leaving them no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Aim for the eyes. Chu Yun growled, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. There was no trace of the regal demeanor of a prince amongst champions. Even the camera seemed to instinctively pull back, fearing the sight might terrify the audience. Upon hearing Chu Yun's command, Shining Macamp waved its hand, and the camera panned to reveal a blinding sight. countless spectators nearly blinded by the brilliance. From the gaps between its fingers emerged glistening, razor-sharp needles, exuding an ominous chill. So keen were they, it seemed they could sever flesh with a mere touch. Many in the audience, upon hearing Chu Yun's directive, were already aghast. The sight of those 4 hands wielding 20 needles left them gasping in horror. Toxic. Such a technique was insidiously malevolent. The cross-slash was one thing, but to thrust needles into the eyes with such force was an invitation to mutual destruction. Ling Ji furrowed her brow. Xiao Shu's lips pressed into a thin line, and Yu Cheng narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. The judges, clearly aware of what Chu Yun's command entailed, understood the gravity of targeting the eyes, the most vulnerable point. One misstep could result not only in blindness, but potentially in death. Even when employing an attack, one must exercise caution, let alone concealing needles within one's palms. Such underhanded tactics surpassed even those of underground fighting rings. In that moment, the audience found themselves questioning their surroundings. Was this truly the new Star Cup they had known? Attack the eyes? Surely, I must have misheard. Chu Yun has lost his mind. He is ruthless, but does he not fear the repercussions? As long as he can win, who cares about the rules? Don't be sanctimonious. No poison, no man. I've become a fan of Chu Yun. I previously thought he was rather pretentious. But now his true character is revealed. If one cannot break through the defenses of the Shining Dragon, then attacking its fatal weakness is a sound strategy. The barrage of comments erupted, yet opinions were sharply divided. Some trainers deemed the tactic excessively treacherous, akin to the methods of a nefarious organization. Conversely, many believed that victory justified the means. It was merely a strategy. Meanwhile, renowned tactical expert Zhang Rui furrowed his brow, his expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, he shared his thoughts on social media. Initially, I favored Chu Yun in his confrontation with Ye Lin, given his experience and past displays of strength, which seemed to give him an edge. However, I have since changed my stance. In the wilderness, facing poachers, Chu Yun's approach might be commendable. I might even shout, "Well done." But this is the new Star Cup, and everyone understands what that signifies. It is a showcase of the prowess of the younger generation, aimed at highlighting the strength of our nation's youthful heroes. Thus, the regulations are far stricter than those of large-scale competitions or international events. The objectives differ. Chu Yun's tactics contravene this purpose, mark my words. Even if he wins this match, it would be a hollow victory. One may employ unscrupulous tactics, but one's heart must remain pure. Zhang Rui's remarks, once published, garnered numerous shares and comments, instantly igniting various discussions. The topic of tactics may be dirty, but the heart must be clean rapidly ascended the trending charts. For the first time, Zhang Rui eschewed objective analysis and instead expressed a subjective disdain for Chu Yun, subtly revealing his support for Ye Lin. The online sentiment shifted markedly. As the renowned tactical expert, willing to risk his reputation to endorse Ye Lin, swayed many viewers. A segment of the audience, who had previously praised the notion of no poison, no man, fell silent, while Ye Lin's supporters began to gain the upper hand. In the arena, as Shining Macamp, empowered by a tempestuous force, approached with its needles, countless supporters of Ye Lin could no longer contain their anxiety. They sensed that Macamp was exerting its full might. At such intensity, even a small hill would crumble under the impact. Moreover, this power was concentrated, transforming from a broad force into the minuscule tips of the needles. Even a single needle could potentially penetrate the nervous system, wreaking havoc and causing catastrophic brain damage, leading to death. They involuntarily cast glances towards Ye Lin, who appeared with a lowered brow, the wind generated by Machamp's force ruffling his dark hair. His deep, dark eyes locked onto Chu Yun, resembling a vortex of shadow, a harbinger of judgment. Emotionless, yet when he spoke, it was a decree of death. As Chu Yun's sinister smile faded, a shudder coursed through him. He swallowed hard, unnerved by the intensity of Ye Lin's gaze. His face betrayed a flicker of urgency. The audience, feeling the tension, found themselves hesitant to watch the impending confrontation. What transpired next caught everyone off guard. As Macamp closed the distance to within a mere foot of the Shining Dragon, the dragon finally made its move. Dragon Dance. As the words left his lips, the bloodline of the Crimson Shining Dragon surged in response, a torrent of draconic energy erupting forth like a tempest. Its momentum escalated, its physical attack speed reaching an unprecedented zenith. An invisible force shifted the atmosphere, stirring up sand and wind upon the platform. Realizing the peril, Chu Yun's face paled as he cried out, "Macamp, retreat." Alas, Macamp had already expended all its energy. It was impossible to halt its advance now. It was too late. Hearing its master's command, its attack faltered for a brief second. In that fleeting moment, Ye Lin issued his final ultimatum. Shining Dragon, Dragon Claw. At this command, the Shining Dragon's gaze descended. Having executed Dragon Dance, its power surged once more, causing those present to instinctively bow their heads in trepidation. Chu Yun's face was a mask of terror, his pupils constricting. An indescribable fear spread within him. Macamp was equally alarmed, lifting its gaze to meet the bloodthirsty, savage eyes of the dragon. Shining Macamp trembled violently, struggling to maintain its grip on the needles, overwhelmed by fear and pressure. The Shining Dragon, towering above, unveiled its gaping maw, revealing a grin that bordered on grotesque. In the next instant, the dragon claw was raised high, channeling an immense force, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Chapter 124. You are merely paralyzed. It has sustained injuries even to its claws. The dragon claw was lifted high, unleashing tremendous power. The terrifying aftermath resonating through the air in concentric waves. The air roared as it descended. With a thunderous crash, a vortex of terrifying air surged outward from the center of Machamp's head, as if seeking to rend the very fabric of the arena. Shining Macamp let out a wail of despair, feeling as though the dragon's claw was not merely an attack, but the very sky collapsing upon it. Unable to resist, it couldn't even raise its head. A distinct crack echoed as its neck snapped, and the four supporting arms twisted and broke with a series of sickening snaps. The monstrous strength, with its four arms appearing dislocated, made contact with the claws of the Dragon of Fury, resulting in immediate skin ruptures, torn tendons, and the proud muscles bursting forth, causing a torrent of blood to spout forth. Thud! The expression of the creature contorted in agony, the unimaginable pain forcing it to kneel upon the ground, from its mouth erupting a copious amount of blood. Viewed from a distance, the shimmering beast knelt, its limbs and head twisted grotesquely, blood cascading onto the arena, spreading downward. Before long, even the ground beneath its feet became saturated with blood. Despite its eyes being obscured by crimson, it gritted its teeth, desperately resisting against the giant claw. On the arena where the beast knelt, the freshly repaired ground once again succumbed to cracks, and with the Dragon of Fury continuing to press down with its claws, the pit beneath the creature's knees further deepened. Observing the creature's struggles, a murderous intent flickered swiftly within the crimson eyes of the Dragon of Fury. Immediately thereafter, its claws descended once more. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, impossibly heavy. The beast's four arms completely lost their functionality, twisting into a grotesque spiral at an unnatural angle. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yun felt as though his heart would rupture. In that moment, all his pride was abruptly shattered. The Dragon of Fury towered over the pitiful creature, akin to crushing a mere insect, looking down upon the defenseless sprite. As the claw lifted slightly, a glimmer of hope sparked in the beast's eyes, believing it had finally escaped that terrifying oppression. Yet, in the next instant, no. Accompanied by Chu Yun's desperate cry, the lifted claw came crashing down. Ye Lin showed no intention of halting the assault. If the opponent was dirty, then he had no qualms about being ruthless. With a sickening thud, amidst the beast's abrupt wail of despair, it was completely flattened into the abyss. The arena's structure groaned as two of its supporting pillars shattered. When the Dragon of Fury raised its hand, the creature below gasped for air, spewing blood, its bones shattered beyond recognition, lying limp and lifeless, its eyelids fluttering. Struggling to breathe, it was on the brink of death. Drip, drip, drip. Blood cascaded from the dragon's claws, merging with the beast's flowing blood. Winding down the sloped arena, the Dragon of Fury stood amidst the chaos, its bloodthirsty gaze sweeping the surroundings, resembling a contemporary demon. The stadium was eerily silent, akin to a stagnant pond. In this peculiar atmosphere, Ye Lin's calm voice suddenly resonated. A courteous exchange, no need for thanks. He turned toward Chu Yun, his lips curling into a slight smirk, a smile that exuded a chilling dread. Your beast is merely left with a high-level paralysis, still clinging to life, while my little dragon's claw has merely chipped a bit, and it pains me greatly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's fury boiled over, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face contorted in rage, resembling a malevolent specter. He was too incensed to utter a word, glaring daggers at Ye Lin, wishing to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. The barrage of comments at this moment was utterly blank. Suddenly, words that pierced the heart. A silent kill, Ye Go is truly magnificent, erupted like a bomb dropped in still waters. The official livestream was instantly set ablaze. The audience on-site reacted with a deafening uproar of terror-filled shouts. Oh my god, that was too audacious. Ye's words have a hint of green tea flavor. What wrong has our little dragon of fury done? Even if it has, it is because you provoked its anger. A taste of one's own medicine. Truly deserving of the title of Demon King. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Though, is it a bit excessive? Saints begone. If it weren't for my Ye's dragon of fury being exceptionally strong, empowered by the Dance of Dragons, granting it such attack power that the beast stood no chance of retaliation, would the dragon of fury still be alive? Exactly, this is called tit for tat. The audience who had just expressed their opinions were now drenched in verbal backlash, hastily fleeing the scene, fearing that remaining any longer might lead to someone confronting them. Meanwhile, the online discourse escalated into a fierce battle of insults, filled with endless memes. From now on, don't call him the Demon King, call him the Tea King. For when it comes to tea speak, my Ye is second to none. I'm dying of laughter. How does Ye manage to say such things with an icy demeanor? Is this what they call a contrast cuteness? I truly believe Chu Yun is about to be driven to his demise, his forehead darkening. Ha ha ha, and you still claim to read faces? True violent aesthetics can only be found in my Ye Baba. Yet another one-hit kill, I've grown accustomed to it. Amidst the fervor both online and in the venue, the Chu family found themselves engulfed in silence. King Chu bowed his head, while others exchanged furtive glances, none daring to speak. They were all struck by Ye Lin's formidable prowess. Even though they had seen the Dragon of Fury before, it was only upon facing it directly that they comprehended the true extent of Ye Lin's might. Chu Yun, as the heir, possessed considerable strength within the family, rivaling more than just a handful within the arena. King Chu's expression darkened, reflecting his extreme displeasure. He had never anticipated that the creature he had nurtured, the shimmering beast, would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Even with the Dance of Dragons enhancing its power, it should not have been this vulnerable. Now that Yun had unleashed his trump card, the Chu family had some grounds for justification, yet he held a deep-seated resentment toward Ye Lin. Upon hearing King Chu's sarcastic words, laden with implicit threat, his subordinates involuntarily shivered, swallowing hard. Their breathing turned shallow, fearful of provoking him at this moment. The outsiders were oblivious, but they were acutely aware that their clan leader was far from amicable. King Chu was irked. He felt as if his family's reputation had been utterly tarnished. Since he ascended to kingship, he had not experienced such humiliation in a long time. Eyeing the screen, he narrowed his eyes. Ye Lin, I hope you tread carefully and do not cross my bottom line. Ding. Congratulations to the Dragon of Fury for defeating the Shimmering Beast. Gaining 7,316 experience. Level up to Gym Leader Level 5. Reward skill. Destructive Death Ray, Ultimate Impact. Listening to the notification, Ye Lin's face lit up with joy. The Destructive Death Ray, a true one-hit kill ultimate move. In these battles, Ye Lin often achieved decisive victories. Yet it was not solely due to the skill's power, but rather the inherent strength of the sprite itself. For instance, the Dragon of Fury could unleash such effects due to its immense power and the boost from the Dance of Dragons, rendering its attack capacity unfathomably high. Even an ordinary dragon-type move could yield 100-fold efficacy. However, the Destructive Death Ray was widely recognized as a finishing move, often seen in World Championships or higher-level king battles. At the very least, during the New Star Cup, no sprite had ever mastered such a horrifying skill. As its name implies, once unleashed, it annihilates all vitality. Even if there is a disparity in levels, if wielded proficiently, it can inflict damage beyond one's rank. This is the true power of a finishing move and the reason why, in this world, the higher the skill level, the rarer it becomes, often requiring unimaginable sacrifices to acquire. For a sprite to master, it is nearly impossible. It demands immense resources for training and considerable time investment. Even specialized skill training workshops do not include the Destructive Death Ray among their offerings. Thus, Ye Lin was undoubtedly elated. The level of joy was second only to the moment when Kairu Lian acquired the exclusive move of the mythical Pokémon, Mutuo. The ultimate impact was also included in this triumph, particularly advantageous for a physically powerful Pokémon like Dragonite. It required the full force of the body to strike the opponent. Although the after effect rendered the user immobile in the subsequent turn, the truth remained that very few could maintain combat capability after executing such a move. Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Dragonite's eyes burst forth with a blinding brilliance, as if it had experienced an epiphany. Instantly, two techniques and their energy flow processes appeared in its mind, and, thanks to the system's reward, its proficiency reached maximum capacity. Dragonite was visibly eager to unleash its newfound abilities. Observing this, Ye Lin smiled and said, "When the opportunity arises, unleash it freely." Dragonite eagerly nodded. Showing no trace of the battlefield's ferocity, resembling the docile little dragon Ye Lin fondly referred to it as. Yu Cheng watched in astonishment. Seeing the blood of the shiny Machamp flowing profusely from the pit, he quickly announced, "The shiny Machamp has lost its combat capability. The victor of the first round is Dragonite." Ye Lin, Ye Lin, Ye Lin. A thunderous chorus of cheers erupted. The audience was exuberant, their joy surpassing even their own triumphs. Ye Lin's reputation as a formidable master grew ever stronger. After all, what had been anticipated as a fierce struggle between dragons turned out to be a dramatic one-sided affair, with the tiger revealed to be nothing more than a paper tiger. Easily crushed, it was unimaginable for anyone that a shiny Pokémon could be so decisively overpowered. Online, Zhang Rui's comments resurfaced, and discussions about the notion that tactics can be dirty, but the heart must remain pure surged to the top of trending topics. Clicking in, the first post was Zhang Rui's prediction. Renowned as a tactical expert, his fame only soared higher after this event, garnering him countless admirers online. Such foresight truly justified his title as a master. Zhang Rui remained unchanged, his words golden. It was amusing how many had previously mocked him, claiming that the legendary master would fall to mere words, yet now the truth was evident to all. Indeed, those who supported Ye Lin would not falter. One could always place their faith in the great Demon King. Other tactical masters, observing the online discourse, felt envious. Unfortunately, despite their desire to partake in the glory, they hesitated to jump to conclusions during the match, fearing damage to their own reputations. Thus, even as they envied Zhang Rui's rising popularity, they could only mutter about his good fortune in silence. Little did they know that Zhang Rui himself was even more bewildered by the live results. Heaven knows, he simply could not abide the hypocritical behavior of Chu Yun. Moreover, he had always held a grudge against the Chu family. His remarks were motivated not only by a desire to protect the exceptional talents of the younger generation, but also to vex the Chu family. Who would have thought Ye Lin could truly win, and with such decisive force, without any controversy? His heart surged with admiration as he watched Ye Lin on the screen. Subsequently, he pinned a post on his social media. "You can always believe in Ye Lin." With the post, accompanied by the moment Dragonite struck down the shiny Machamp with a single blow, the video rapidly climbed to the top of the Ning-Hang charts. Strength had truly become synonymous with Ye Lin. Countless netizens believed that the New Star Cup was merely the beginning, and he was destined for an even grander stage. After the shiny Machamp was carefully bandaged and transported with a breathing apparatus to the nearest hospital, its injuries were beyond the treatment capabilities of the event organizers. In the black market, Ye Lin's name began to spread, especially among bounty hunters who had begun to fixate on Dragonite, practically salivating at the prospect. For these poachers, Dragonite represented an unparalleled prize in their careers. Acquiring it would guarantee a lifetime of wealth and a life of luxury. Inside the sports arena, the match was now at halftime, lasting around 10 minutes. This brief respite allowed trainers only a moment to catch their breath. However, this was the nature of the competition. It was still better than the World Championships, where no break was afforded and battles commenced immediately. After announcing the match results, Chu Yun appeared increasingly agitated. With his head bowed, he muttered incessantly. Had he lifted his gaze at that moment, one would have noticed that his eyes were bloodshot, and the malice on his face was evident. What mattered now was not his image or the dignity of being the son of a king. He had no time to ponder anything. All he knew was that he wanted Ye Lin dead. Meanwhile, the official live stream was experiencing a surge in popularity, with online viewers reaching 500,000, a staggering figure considering the entire population of Ning-Hang. This data indicated that the showdown between Ye Lin and Chu Yun had attracted not only locals, but also a growing influx of outsiders. This was evident from the regional IP data of the videos circulating online. Following Ye Lin's heartfelt words for the little dragon, netizens reveled in creating memes and reaction images galore. Many shared screenshots of the contorted Machamp, captioned, "I really can't take it," while another image depicted the Machamp kneeling in agony, supporting Dragonite's claw, with the caption, "Oh my goodness, the sky is falling." The most amusing, however, was Ye Lin's calm demeanor juxtaposed with a completely contrasting statement. "Unlike you, I can only feel sympathy for the little dragon." Furthermore, the Ning-Hang trainer community was stirred into a frenzy, replaying Ye Lin's battle video frame by frame. While they could only express their deep sympathy and pity for the shiny Machamp that had been thoroughly dominated, the students of Baisun High School were elated, their principal grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 126, Chu Yun's Secret Weapon, Boscodora. The students of Baisun High School were jubilant, their principal's smile revealing his gums. He had never felt such happiness before. Coincidentally, today was the day of the monthly meeting held by the Education Bureau. Once the meeting paused for discussion, Ye Lin's video appeared on the large screen. Upon hearing the gasps of astonishment from those around him, Principal Yin could not help but puff out his chest. Especially when the Education Bureau chief remarked, "This is a freshman from Baisun School. May other schools take Baisun as an example." Principal Yin's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, nearly overflowing. He barely managed to hold back his emotions. However, as the other school principals cast incredulous glances his way, he felt as if he could soar to the heavens. Among them, Principal Jia exhibited the most drastic change in expression upon seeing Ye Lin on the screen. As though he had swallowed something foul, his complexion shifting between green and white. After Dragonite's overwhelming strike, his expression softened a little, revealing a contemplative look. Once the video concluded, his demeanor returned to calm. Several principals cast subtle, scrutinizing glances his way. Aware of the incident where Jia had previously attempted to provoke Ye Lin, only to end up with a bruised face, something everyone present had witnessed. The Education Bureau chief had just pointedly addressed Principal Jia several times during the meeting, completely devoid of his earlier amiability. They were all secretly observing the interactions between Principal Jia and Principal Yin. Although Principal Jia's vice principal had been dismissed following the friendly exchange match, the animosity between the two schools had been firmly established. Even during the recent meeting, they had exchanged barbs, their rivalry palpable. Curiosity abounded regarding Principal Jia's current stance towards Baisun, especially given that Baisun had produced a remarkably talented individual, with victory in the New Star Cup seemingly within reach. Surprisingly, Principal Jia suddenly approached Principal Yin amidst the collective gaze of the crowd. His aged visage, reminiscent of an orange peel, suddenly illuminated with a gentle smile, the skin stretching with it. Principal Yin was left perplexed, his brows furrowed tightly. What scheme is this old rascal concocting? Let me remind you, my ace has not been brought into play for quite some time. He's rather stiff and in need of some loosening up. Care to test your mettle? To this, Principal Jia responded not with anger, but with a widening grin, his lips curling into an almost obsequious smirk. You see, my dear fellow, you simply love to jest with me. Our two schools are bound to support one another. Principal Jia proclaimed with a tone that suggested a genuine sentiment. Principal Yin was momentarily flummoxed by this old trickster. However, after a few seconds of confusion, a glance at Principal Jia's slightly trembling hands brought him to a sudden realization. It appeared this old fellow had been intimidated by Ye Lin, taking the initiative to bridge the gap between their institutions. After all, no one wishes to confront such a formidable rival. Ye Lin is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. While it remains uncertain whether he will ascend to the pinnacle, it is certain he will become a quasi-king. A sense of pride welled within him. Yet, on the surface, his expression subtly shifted, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes radiating a hint of cunning. Support one another? What can you offer in return? As a principal, he must consider the welfare of his students, especially with Ye Lin exhibiting such prowess. This old man cannot afford to lag behind. Resources are scarce within the school. Thus, he must find ways to extract benefits from elsewhere. Whatever he can procure will be allocated to Ye Lin as a token of gratitude for elevating the reputation of Baisun. Principal Yin wished to convey to Ye Lin that the light of Baisun is not merely a hollow declaration. They all take pride in him. The essence of Principal Yin's words was unmistakable to those who heard them. Forgive and forget? Perhaps. But what price are you willing to pay? Naturally. Principal Jia discerned the unspoken implications of Principal Yin's statements and cursed inwardly at this old rogue for being so brazenly extortive. Yet, in light of Ye Lin's presence, he could only swallow his indignation. He had no desire to foster a quasi-king or an even more formidable rising star for Jia. Gritting his teeth, Principal Jia declared, "Our school possesses 2 admission slots for the illusory spirit secret realm. One can be yours. Is that all?" Principal Jia's brow twitched. He repeatedly reminded himself that suffering losses could lead to fortune, and through gritted teeth, he added, "There's also the focus mirror. What else? You old scoundrel. Don't push your luck." Principal Jia was incensed, yet across from him, Principal Yin remained all smiles. That old face was infuriating in its smugness. He suppressed his anger, swallowing his pride, and after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "There is also a fossil that enhances water-type powers, though I doubt your Ye Lin could make use of it." A glimmer of triumph flickered in Principal Jia's eyes, as if he had finally regained some ground. Principal Yin pondered for a spell, ready to respond, when suddenly, The large screen in the conference room blared with Yu Cheng's inquiry. Chu Yun, do you wish to forfeit the second match? It was a routine question, given that the advancement matches followed a 2v2 format. Unless one side conceded, only a tie would lead to a tiebreaker. Upon hearing the question, Chu Yun abruptly snapped back to reality, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with ferocity. Forfeit? Why should he yield? He still had his trump card to unleash. Since Ye Lin had pushed him to this point, he should prepare for regret. Just wait. Your grandfather has been waiting all along. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, uttering a remark designed to infuriate. Chu Yun felt an urge to spit blood. Very well, let the match continue. Arise, Bashikadora. Chu Yun glared as he hurled the pokeball, all his fury erupting into a roar that resonated throughout the arena. In an instant, the pokeball burst open, a radiant white light flashing forth as the ground trembled slightly. Yu Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly struck by a premonition of impending doom. It seemed that this arena was also at risk, especially after the previous venue's collapse. The two had now moved to a backup location. The moment this thought crossed Yu Cheng's mind, an enormous metallic beast materialized before the eyes of the throngs. Bathed in moonlight, the beast's armor shimmered with silvery glints. Its size rivaled that of a dragonite, and most terrifying of all, its head was shrouded in silver armor, with 3 protrusions atop its skull, 1 large and 2 small. Its limbs were encircled by iron rings, and its gaping maw revealed serrated teeth, capable of effortlessly devouring opponents along with their flesh. Before Ye Lin, information regarding Bashikadora materialized. Pokémon, Bashikadora. Nature, ferocious, highly aggressive. Strength, Quasi-King level 1 pseudo. Ability, sturdy, cannot be knocked out in a single hit, regardless of opponent's attack. Type, steel rock. Moves, tackle, harden, metal claw, rock tomb, roar, head smash, protect, rock slide, iron head, metal sound. Potential, Quasi-King. Note, forcefully evolved through a certain secret method, possesses internal risks and poor stamina. A forceful evolution through some secret method? Ye Lin pondered. At the same time, Bashikadora let out a deafening roar, its terrifying sound wave reverberating throughout the venue. The audience was left bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't Chu Yun's Pokémon the Qixi? Chapter 127. The Chu family goes mad? Prosecutor's office intervenes. What is happening? Wasn't Chu Yun's Pokémon the Qixi? Goodness, it's actually Bashikadora. I sense that the Dark Lord is in a bit of danger. Chu Yun remains the same Chu Yun. As the son of a king, he is indeed exceptional. And this Bashikadora seems to be of a high level. Why does it feel a bit off? I've never heard of Chu Yun having a Bashikadora. Where did it come from? Perhaps it has been meticulously trained. After all, the royal family of kings must have some hidden trump cards. This match just became exhilarating. Bashikadora versus Dragonite. What a spectacle. This caliber of competition could easily hold its own at the World Championships. The audience's reactions varied widely, but suddenly, a wave of anticipation surged for this match. Initially, it seemed evenly matched, but with Ye Lin dominating Chu Yun, the excitement had waned. However, upon witnessing Bashikadora, that anticipation was reignited, even intensified. Chu Yun's fans rallied again, their fists instinctively clenching, eager to see him turn the tide. Ye Lin's supporters also ignited with fervor. What of Bashikadora? To our Dark Lord, it is merely a larger insect to crush. Indeed, this encapsulates the mindset of Ye Lin's fans. They were even more audacious than the protagonist himself, brimming with confidence, as if they truly regarded Ye Lin as a deity. Their fervor rivaled that of a top-tier Star Trainer-S fan club. Meanwhile, below, Xiao Shu scrutinized the imposing Bashikadora, his brow instinctively furrowing. His expression turned increasingly serious. He was indeed astonished by the strength Ye Lin exhibited. However, this astonishment was one of delight, reinforcing his confidence in the plans between the two. After all, the more powerful Ye Lin appeared, the stronger his ability to protect himself, which in turn made them more assured in engaging in deep collaboration, sharing some undisclosed secrets of their alliance. In contrast, Chu Yun, despite being a scion of a prominent family, had not grown up alongside them and did not mingle in the same circles. However, they had all heard of the reputed prowess of the Chu family's kingly offspring, which, in truth, was not as formidable as they claimed. It is crucial to note, when the king of Chu was at the pinnacle of his power, he was on the verge of rivaling the foremost families of the Magic City and the capital city, even audacious enough to challenge the Yulong clan. However, for reasons unknown, he suddenly faded into the background, opting for a more discreet approach. The king of Chu himself declined to participate in various competitive events or large arenas vying for resources. Thus, while still referred to as a royal family, Their resources and assets had long since dwindled, merely a facade of grandeur. It was said that they could not even compare to a third-rate family. Yet, in the past 2 years, the king of Chu unexpectedly took part in a contest for a secret realm, and soon thereafter, rumors of his son possessing royal talent began to circulate widely. Chu Yun emerged like a comet in the sky. The Chu family re-entered the sight of various clans. Nonetheless, some super families discerned the hidden intricacies within, though they refrained from taking any drastic actions. At most, they accused him of boasting a tad too much. Naturally, they could not voice their objections, choosing instead to turn a blind eye. The Chu family capitalized on this, amplifying the momentum of public opinion. Chu Yun became an illustrious figure among the younger generation, adored by countless trainers. However, just recently, this myth was poised to be shattered, and Xiao Shu evidently welcomed the prospect. After all, the Chu family's actions had indeed earned his disdain. Yet now, Xiao Shu fixed his gaze upon the Boscodora, his lips forming a straight line. The Chu family had breached the rules. As a dual-star prosecutor, he possessed keen insight. It was evident that Chu Yun's Boscodora had reached the pinnacle of gym leader level, currently a half-step away from qualifying as a king. And it was likely that only one final opportunity stood between it and true elevation. However, this realization led Xiao Shu to conclude that this Boscodora could not possibly have been nurtured by Chu Yun himself. Having had prior encounters, he was well aware of this young man's capabilities. How much substance could there be to the praise surrounding Chu Yun's genius? Could he truly have cultivated a half-step king? That was a jest. If he possessed such ability, why was he still participating in the New Star Cup? He should have been competing in this year's World Championship alongside Ling Ji, given that he was not far from the age limit for the New Star Cup. Whether in command, combat, or psychological resilience, he was unworthy of leading a half-step King Boscodora. Thus, Xiao Shu swiftly reached a conclusion. This was undoubtedly not a product of Chu Yun's cultivation, but rather an external aid summoned by the Chu family. Lacking a talent as extraordinary as Ye Lin, the Chu family was attempting to conjure one from thin air. This was sheer madness. The Boscodora revealed their all-in strategy. They were betting everything on Chu Yun's complete rise to fame. The Chu family had truly lost their senses. Did they not understand the consequences of being discovered? Xiao Shu shook his head, his brows knitted tightly. To dare to engage in such actions during the New Star Cup, their appetite had certainly grown over the years. With a cold smirk, he immediately dialed a number. The Chu family has breached regulations. Chu Yun has openly invited external aid at the New Star Cup. Commence an in-depth investigation immediately. The prosecutor on the other end, receiving the directive, hesitated slightly. After all, this was a royal family. To initiate a search without explicit evidence could lead to dire consequences if they were mistaken. Noticing the silence from the other end, Xiao Shu's expression darkened. What? Does my word no longer carry weight? Is the Qiao family not qualified? Suddenly, the prosecutor jolted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this was a dual-star prosecutor, the heir of the Qiao family. He merely needed to follow orders without overthinking. Understood, I will mobilize personnel right away. As Xiao Shu hung up, his gaze returned to the battlefield, sighing softly. Even if an investigation commenced, this battle could not be halted. Ye Lin, I hope you can endure this match. Everything Xiao Shu was doing remained unbeknownst to the two combatants on the stage, especially Chu Yun. He was oblivious to the perceptive prosecutor who had already seen through everything and was instead lost in fantasies of Boscodora annihilating Ye Lin, his visage twisted with glee. Ye Lin, I want you dead. This declaration was not vocalized through the microphone, but rather articulated through his lips, syllable by syllable, fearful that Ye Lin might not notice. His eyes glaring fiercely at his opponent. In that moment, he was devoid of any other thoughts. His singular obsession was to render Ye Lin's existence a living hell. As for the detestable Dragonite beside him, it need not die, but must be utterly incapacitated. He yearned to obliterate it. Observing this, Ye Lin merely lowered his gaze slightly. His expression remained unchanged, looking down upon Chu Yun as if he were a ludicrous clown, dismissing his provocation entirely. After all, who among humans would concern themselves with the bite of a passing ant? Pain. It was likely they would feel nothing at all. In Ye Lin's eyes, Chu Yun was that very ant. The Boscodora was indeed formidable, but that depended on who wielded it. In Chu Yun's hands, it was merely a sturdy stepping stone, just adequate to sharpen Dragonite's scales. Otherwise, that fellow had been riding high on the waves of fortune lately, his arrogance surpassing even Ye Lin's. Ye Lin nodded to himself. He had carefully scrutinized the information provided by the hint system. This Boscodora's king level was a facade, not a true king, and it was noted to have been forcibly elevated. Within resided hidden dangers, and its endurance was exceedingly poor. What was so terrifying about that? Unlike Chu Yun, who cowered and spoke in coded messages, Ye Lin regarded him with indifference. A falsehood is a falsehood, and it would never transform into truth. At this moment, Yu Cheng in the arena suddenly grasped something, casting a contemplative glance at the Boscodora. Most of the audience, however, remained bewildered, displaying expressions of confusion. Luo Hao tilted his head in puzzlement, asking his younger sister, what does ego mean? Is he trying to defeat his opponent psychologically? Perhaps, Luo Jingjing replied, even more curious than her brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Inxia furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but it appeared too quickly for her to seize. On stage, as Chu Yun heard the words, his pupils dilated abruptly, instinctively taking a half-step back. Realizing there were cameras present, he forcibly suppressed the urge to retreat, turmoil raging within him. The disbelief in his eyes flickered momentarily. Could Ye Lin possibly know? Impossible. How could he know? He must be bluffing. Yes, indeed, this was the deepest secret of the Chu family. Aside from his father, no one else knew. He was surely trying to deceive me. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, desperately persuading himself. Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, his throat tightening as he swallowed repeatedly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, Yu Cheng issued a command, and the whistle echoed throughout the vast stadium. Under the weight of fear, Chu Yun felt an overwhelming urge to silence Ye Lin's mouth. His eyes darted with uncertainty, and he hastily commanded, Boscodora, Metal Claw. With a roar filled with unrestrained fury, the Boscodora wasted no time, its sharp claws gleaming with a chilling light. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to embody an incredibly formidable essence of steel. Then, like a colossal mountain, it moved forward, its heavy steps deceptively swift, charging toward Dragonite, raising clouds of dust in its wake. The newly set arena appeared to be on the brink of yet another shattering crisis. Yu Cheng felt a pang of anguish that nearly soured his teeth. What misfortune had befallen him? To stir the wrath of not one, but two formidable deities in the New Star Cup, his platform was truly at risk of collapse. Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, undeterred, and responded with resolute command, Dragon Claw. Rampaging Dragon. As his words fell, the crimson hue in Rampaging Dragon's eyes deepened ominously. Whether it was merely an illusion of the audience, they could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with Rampaging Dragon. It had always appeared as though its body was forged from blood. Now, it seemed almost blackened by the carnage. Despite the absence of any tangible scent, both the spectators and those watching through the screen felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they witnessed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood from which it had emerged. The camera swept across, capturing the gaze of the audience. Those who inadvertently met its eyes quickly averted their gazes, their breaths quickening and hearts racing. Deep within, a sense of helplessness stirred, an instinctual response to the presence of an insurmountable behemoth. The overwhelming dragon blood coursed violently within Rampaging Dragon, igniting its temper. How dare this ironclad creature provoke it? What audacity! In all its matches, had any opponent dared to challenge it so brazenly? The mere presence of Rampaging Dragon would compel lesser beings to submit. After all, those who did not willingly yield had invariably been forced to do so by this mighty dragon. Thus, Boscodor was caught in the crossfire. Just as Rampaging Dragon had finished a battle, hunger gnawed at it, and Ye Lin usually provided it with the finest sustenance. However, upon encountering Boscodor, this creature not only refused to kneel, but also dared to delay its meal. Rampaging Dragon erupted in fury. The hidden dragon scales within its abdomen glimmered faintly, awakening a whisper of ancient bloodline. The oppressive aura emanating from Rampaging Dragon materialized into a terrifying tempest that ravaged the entire arena. Having evolved within the silent secret realm, it had absorbed immense dark energy, transforming it into a variant Pokémon. The wild forces within its body had been suppressed by Ye Lin's nurturing, but now, under the triple stimulus of the ancient bloodline's awakening, hunger, and rage, the power that had been restrained erupted forth. The dragon's aura, steeped in a blood-soaked dominion, mercilessly shattered the fragile spirits of the audience. Some, lacking in psychological fortitude, fainted on the spot, while Chu Yun, 100 meters away, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to his knees, managing only to grasp the railing at the edge of the platform to stay upright. Yet, his legs felt as limp as noodles, and without the support of his arms, his entire body would have crumpled. Even so, he was drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a pool. The judges, Yu Cheng, Xiao Shu, and Ling Ji, stood in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. The ferocity of Rampaging Dragon had reached unprecedented heights, distinctly different from its previous dragon dance, now infused with an overwhelming madness. Even Ye Lin instinctively raised a psychic barrier, glancing sideways at Rampaging Dragon, realizing that something was decidedly off. Suddenly, he glanced at the time and had an epiphany. Oh no, it's mealtime. Indeed. The wrath of a hungry creature was terrifying. He decided to distance himself. Ye Lin discreetly stepped to the side. In the next moment, Rampaging Dragon raised its claw, poised to strike Boscador, who was now within arm's reach. In an electrifying instant, the air vibrated with a high-frequency tremor. Chapter 129, Boscador's Hesitation. Chu Yun's composure shattered. In that fleeting moment, the air resonated with a high-frequency tremor. Claw met claw. One bore the weight of an indomitable will, glistening with a metallic sheen, sharp enough to draw blood. The other radiated the primal force of ancient dragons, as though a primordial beast had awakened. A terrifying clash of powers unfolded. Both Pokémon were colossal entities, capable of collapsing the arena with a mere punch, let alone delivering a blow infused with elemental force. As they collided, the air erupted into shockwaves, and the moment their claws met, the arena itself visibly distorted. Below their clash, a deep pit formed in the platform, appearing almost instantaneously. It was utterly jarring. The platform swayed perilously, and the nearby audience felt the onslaught of the shockwave, instinctively leaning back in fear. They were already a considerable distance from the platform, adhering to international safety regulations, yet the residual force from the battle reached them with terrifying potency. Countless spectators barely had time to comprehend the scene before being engulfed by the tempest raised by the platform, leaving them covered in dust and debris. The storm generated by the clash of their palms detonated like a bomb within the arena, flipping the entire venue upside down. Was it merely a trick of perception? Or did the front-row audience feel the surrounding temperature subtly rise, as if the air had been heated by violent friction? Yucheng swallowed hard. At that moment, Boscador faltered first, its claws trembling, the metallic sheen of its strike dulling. Then, like a lightweight stone, it staggered backward under the relentless thrust of Rampaging Dragon. In stark contrast, Rampaging Dragon, while sporting a displeased expression and eyes brimming with irritation, remained steadfast as a mountain. It appeared that Boscador's full-force strike amounted to little more than a mere inconvenience. Rampaging Dragon held its head high, regarding Boscador with disdain, exhaling a puff of dragon breath. Then dismissively turning its gaze away. It said nothing, yet conveyed an unmistakable message of utter contempt. The judges observed this exchange with clarity, puzzled by the outcome. Logically, Boscador's strength was formidable, exuding an aura comparable to that of a quasi-champion, while Rampaging Dragon, based on prior records, was merely a gym leader level. Above elite, but still a tier lower. The disparity between these ranks was significant. Take, for instance, the difference between a 6th-tier gym leader and a 1st-tier quasi-champion. Though only one level apart, their true capabilities were worlds apart. Upon reaching the quasi-champion level, one transcended the realm of ordinary trainers and became a strategic resource, automatically integrated into national personnel during times of crisis. With such responsibilities came substantial resources and privileges, far beyond what a gym leader could comprehend. Yet now, Rampaging Dragon appeared to render this chasm irrelevant, even surpassing it. The judges were at a loss to explain how this was possible. Even Ye Lin himself raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had unwavering confidence in Rampaging Dragon, yet he had not anticipated. The frustration of not being able to eat, compounded by the provocation, unexpectedly ignited the latent bloodline power within the dragon's scales. Is this what one calls a fortunate mishap? A faint smile curled at the corner of Ye Lin's mouth. On the other side, Chu Yun was blinded by rage, becoming the only one in the arena who failed to grasp the unfolding situation. He overlooked the bloodstains at the corner of Boscador's mouth. The strength of his hands was no match for the creature, not to mention its tail. He commanded once more, Iron Tail. Boscador, evidently less proud than before, wore a more vigilant expression, its gaze towards the raging dragon markedly altered. It had begun to realize its current disadvantage. Though their skirmish had been brief, merely a single exchange, it had already discerned that the formidable attack power it once took pride in was now inferior to that of the raging dragon. Boscador's awareness was keen. After all, it had been cultivated as a family's secret weapon, and had only been with Chu Yun for a mere month. The bond between them was hardly substantial, as Chu Yun had previously not participated in its evolution, feeding, or meticulous training. Thus, upon hearing Chu Yun's command, Boscador hesitated momentarily. This was instinctive. Even if only for an instant, Ye Lin seized upon it decisively. He narrowed his eyes, feeling increasingly at ease. If a true Quasi-King were to attack the raging dragon, he would indeed have cause for concern. However, facing a faux Quasi-King, accompanied by a creature that lacked a deep connection with its trainer and appeared somewhat dubious, all his worries dissipated entirely. With a swift motion, Bossicadora unleashed its iron-forged black tail. The air ruptured with a sonic boom as it cleaved through obstacles, sending countless shards of rock flying. The already precarious new arena became even less tenable, offering little ground to stand upon. Humph! Upon witnessing this, the raging dragon exhaled a stream of draconic breath, instantly frosting the surrounding air with a chilling presence. Before Ye Lin could issue further commands, the raging dragon elegantly countered with its striking crimson tail. A clash of red and black ensued. The moment the black tail made contact, it became rigid. Then, with a resounding crack, the bloodied tail swept down with the force of thunder, overpowering the black tail and pinning it firmly into the depths of a crater. Chu Yun, witnessing this turn of events, felt his composure shatter. He had anticipated that deploying Bossicadora, this trump card, would allow him to dominate and crush Ye Lin into the earth. Yet now, it was Bossicadora that found itself at a disadvantage. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. His eyes bulged with rage, veins standing out on his forehead, and the nerves at the back of his head taut as a bowstring. A splitting headache ensued. At that moment, he abandoned even the facade of his cultured demeanor, losing all semblance of a trainer's composure, and began to hurl curses. Bossicadora, exert more force. What is wrong with you? Have the Chu family spoiled you too much? Once this battle concludes, you shall face punishment. His expression darkened, the impatient desire for victory overwhelming his rationality. And he could not care less about the words escaping his lips. All he thought of was vengeance. He longed to rend Ye Lin into 1,000 pieces to assuage his fury. Outside the scene, in the Chu family estate, King Chu's expression soured upon hearing his son's first utterance. By the time the final words fell, he felt an ominous foreboding. This was disastrous. What was Yun'er saying? Such words on the battlefield could crush a Pokémon's spirit. Could he truly have lost his mind? Chapter 130. Diminished Affection. An astonishing transformation. This was disastrous. What was Yun'er saying? Such words on the battlefield could crush a Pokémon's spirit. Could he truly have lost his mind? King Chu, despite now being a mere shadow of his former self, could not shake off the experience and combat theories that were ingrained within him. Bossicadora, in truth, was a creature nurtured by a prominent breeding family with long-standing ties to the Chu household. Officially, its master was Chu Yun, yet in reality, it was a professional breeder within the family who had a closer affinity with Bossicadora. It was the favor of one of the female breeders that led Bossicadora to obey the Chu family. When Chu Yun had borrowed Bossicadora, he had cautioned it repeatedly to treat the creature with care, not to be as casual as he was with his own Pokémon. Yet now, his son's scathing insults were intolerable. Not only was Bossicadora not his Pokémon, but even if it were, it would surely be unable to endure such treatment. He understood all too well how the relationship between a trainer and their Pokémon could influence the outcome of a battle, let alone the fact that Ye Lin's concealed prowess far exceeded everyone's expectations. Not just the ordinary spectators, but even King Chu was taken aback by Ye Lin's strength, rendering the pseudo-Quasi-King utterly helpless. With a heavy heart, King Chu sank into his chair, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. The white hairs at his temples becoming increasingly prominent. Although only 2 exchanges had transpired, he felt as if he had already witnessed Chu Yun's impending defeat. Despondent, he hung his head, refusing to gaze at the battle unfolding on screen. Other members of the Chu family began to realize the gravity of the situation, their expressions growing increasingly grim. An eerie silence enveloped the entire Chu household, descending into a state of near deathly quietude. Within the arena, Bossicadora, upon hearing the words, felt its already wavering heart plummet further. Chu Yun was not its true master. Had it not been for its loyalty to King Chu, it would not have come here. At this level, it was distinctly different from ordinary low-tier Pokémon. Even within the Chu family, it was treated with utmost courtesy. It had never been subjected to such a barrage of insults. Moreover, Bossicadora's hands and tail still throbbed with pain, already bearing numerous injuries. After merely 2 moves, though it seemed the raging dragon had only a slight edge, in reality, Bossicadora's body had already sustained internal damage, causing excruciating pain. It was bewildered as to why. The moment the opponent's draconic energy made contact, it spread through its veins, blood, muscles, and bones. A peculiar force coursing through its body, as though it sought to pierce through. It did not wish to act slowly, but was rendered helpless. The energy of the raging dragon was too enigmatic. No one could empathize with the ordeal it faced directly against the raging dragon. Yet at that moment, Chu Yun's furious voice rang out once more. Bossicadora, why are you still not moving? Do you wish to die right now? You are merely a bug of the Chu family. When I say east, you must go east. Dare to defy your master's command, and you will find life unbearable. Unable to vent his fury towards Ye Lin, Chu Yun resorted to unleashing his frustration upon his own Pokémon. This was his usual method. Yet, he had forgotten that Bossicadora did not belong to him. It was merely borrowed from his father to resolve an urgent situation. With his words, the previously animated audience and online spectators immediately shifted their expressions. Has Chu Yun truly lost his mind? How can he speak to his own Pokémon like that? Such words are unbearably harsh. That is Bossicadora, one of the top Steel-type Pokémon. Is this the fate of those who suffer drought or flood? I have spent a lifetime yearning for a starter Pokémon, yet the son of the king brazenly insults a high-tier Bossicadora. What a cruel twist of fate. Was Chu Yun's previous image merely a facade? This grotesque display is truly unappealing. Is this all? How can he dare to compare himself to me, the great Demon King? This is a grave insult to my brother Yi. Viewers could no longer tolerate the spectacle, and the audience erupted in fervent outrage. As a trainer, cultivating a bond with one's Pokémon requires immeasurable dedication and effort. Even in private, should someone harbor disdain, they would seldom voice it aloud. But this was the Rising Star Cup. Currently, one of the grandest events in the Dragon Kingdom is unfolding. Countless pairs of eyes are fixated on the scene. And Chu Yun's remarks have starkly illuminated the darker facets of human nature. Any conscientious trainer would find this intolerable. Yu Cheng's expression turned grave as he stepped out from behind the judge's table, preparing to vociferously intervene and silence Chu Yun. Yet, in the next moment, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He beheld Bossicadora, inexplicably shifting its gaze towards Chu Yun, its azure eyes fixed upon him with a fury akin to a volcano ready to erupt. The intensity of its glare was astonishingly bright. Ye Lin was the first to sense something amiss. A timely alert emerged. The intimacy between Bossicadora and Chu Yun is plummeting rapidly, currently at a negative value. Potential for an impending transformation. Host, please prepare accordingly. Ye Lin's eyes widened, and he hurriedly advised, Violet Dragon, release your tail and step back slightly. As he spoke, he sought to placate the Violet Dragon by tossing it a cerulean energy cube. In an instant, the Violet Dragon opened its mouth wide, and the energy cube, seemingly possessing a will of its own, flew into its maw, buoyed by the energy. Upon ingestion, a satisfied gulp echoed, and the Violet Dragon beamed with delight, obediently releasing its grip on Bossicadora. The latter, feeling the surge of anger from its opponent, struggled beneath the pressure. Meanwhile, the oblivious Chu Yun remained blissfully unaware of the escalating tension. Observing that Bossicadora, rather than launching an attack, had merely turned its gaze towards him, his anger surged to new heights. Before the gathered crowd, he appeared almost deranged, striding towards Bossicadora with reckless abandon. Upon reaching the formidable creature, he audaciously stepped upon its claw with a resounding thud. How dare you gaze at me with such insolence, you worthless creature? The Chu family must be cursed to harbor such a pitiful excuse for a Pokémon. Though his strength was negligible and inflicted no damage upon Bossicadora's ironclad armor, the creature's 3 fingers clenched into a fist. The audience could hear the sharp sound of metal scraping. Utterly disregarding the pain of the steel spikes piercing its palm as it looked down upon the human who dared to insult it. Its expression shifted from rage and disbelief to a chilling indifference. No one could fathom what thoughts coursed through Bossicadora's mind in that moment. Chu Yun's tirade continued unabated. Suddenly, Bossicadora sprang into action. With a gentle lift of the foot Chu Yun had trampled, it sent him sprawling to the ground. In the next moment, a thunderous crash reverberated, akin to a lightning strike resonating within the hearts of all present. The crowd stood agape, watching in disbelief as Bossicadора's steel claw descended without hesitation upon the incessantly chattering Chu Yun. It was as effortless as squashing an ant. Not only that, but Bossicadора's massive foot rolled back and forth twice upon him. The previously clamorous voice came to an abrupt halt, silencing any cries that might have escaped his lips. The world was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Bossicadora finally lifted its foot, revealing the mangled remains of Chu Yun beneath. Blood and flesh spilled forth, oozing from the fissures in the ground. It could only be said that he was beyond salvation. Even the once arrogant visage had been reduced to a bloody pulp, unrecognizable. The 5 million online viewers, along with the 10,000 spectators present, were left in utter shock. No one had anticipated such a grotesque turn of events at the Star Cup. Pokémon murder. Yu Cheng and the others had already turned pale, their expressions swiftly darkening and growing grim. Since the incident had transpired, there was no point in prevention. They could only strive to mitigate the detrimental fallout. The reality of Pokémon murder was undeniable. However, what concerned the trainers even more was that a Pokémon had turned against its master. Such an act would undoubtedly incite a wave of panic. After all, within the confines of the secret realm, Pokémon murder was a common occurrence. Not to mention, human fatalities seemed to occur with alarming frequency. Yet, showcasing such brutality on the competitive stage was an entirely different matter. The official league and government had consistently endeavored to separate the secret realm from everyday life, regardless of the heinous robberies, brawls, or even murders that transpired within the secret realm. Reality had been painted in a veneer of peace. Now, however, a scene of unrelenting cruelty had been thrust into the limelight. It was intolerable for the average person, let alone the trainers. Upon witnessing Yu Cheng's shifting expression, Xiao Shu, realizing the urgency of the situation, decided to speak candidly. Chief Judge, I suspect the Chu family has violated regulations. Boss Kadora is not a Pokémon cultivated by Chu Yun. What? Yu Cheng turned abruptly, astonished at Xiao Shu's revelation. His mind raced as he quickly grasped the implications. Understanding why Xiao Shu had divulged this information before the investigation had concluded. If, as Xiao Shu claimed, Boss Kadora was not Chu Yun's Pokémon, but rather borrowed from the Chu family, then the repercussions of this Pokémon murder incident would undoubtedly be less severe. After all, Chu Yun had boldly proclaimed his superiority before an audience of over 500,000 viewers. Many had felt a sense of vindication at Boss Kadora's retaliation, surprised only by the excessive force that led to Chu Yun's demise. If the fault lay with the Chu family, then it would be their own folly, and they could not blame anyone else. Yu Cheng's expression softened slightly, a sigh of relief escaping him, tinged with an unacknowledged hope. Meanwhile, Chu Tianwang stared blankly at the screen displaying his son's lifeless form, unsteady and swaying. His eyes instantly filled with blood, and he let out a disbelieving roar. No, it cannot be. As he screamed hoarsely, shaking his head in denial, he stumbled backward, unable to accept the grim reality before him. He refused to believe that his only son had perished so abruptly. This had to be a lie. Meanwhile, the members of the Chu family sat slumped in their chairs, their faces ashen. The situation had escalated dramatically. They felt no sorrow for Chu Yun's death. Their only concern was the potential repercussions for themselves. After all, Chu Yun had been rendered unrecognizable, and the League and investigation authorities would undoubtedly intervene, exposing the Chu family's hidden secrets. They would be utterly doomed. One by one, the family members sat in a daze, utterly oblivious to their patriarch's frantic cries, murmuring to themselves, "It's over now. The good days for the Chu family are finished." They all recognized the severity of the consequences. Openly cheating in the competition, borrowing high-level Pokémon for personal gain, insulting Pokémon, leading to a retaliatory act under the public gaze. The ramifications were dire. Even with the emergence of a king among them, the Chu family would face obliteration. Their entire lineage's Pokémon would be reclaimed by the League. And for those family members, merely escaping with their lives would be a stroke of luck, facing asset liquidation. Those directly involved would find themselves imprisoned. On the arena, Ye Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It can happen like this? He was struck by a sense of enlightenment. Witnessing a spectacle he had never imagined, the slaughter of a trainer by their own Pokémon. How to describe it? There was an oddly satisfying feeling in witnessing such an event. After all, Chu Yun had been incessantly obnoxious, akin to a chattering sparrow, and Ye Lin had wished nothing more than to silence him with a single blow. Yet, as that thought crossed his mind, Boss Kadora had struck him down in an unexpected turn of events. It was utterly unforeseen. Nevertheless, a profound sense of vigilance surged within him. Bosco Dora had encountered human blood, marking a definitive shift in its essence. This thought had scarcely emerged when Bosco Dora slowly turned. Its cerulean eyes gradually shifted to gaze upon itself. A sudden tightness gripped Ye Lin's heart, awakening an ominous premonition. The nape of his neck tingled slightly, and with the absence of the incessant buzzing that had previously plagued him, Bosco Dora appeared invigorated, as if all its meridians had been unblocked, leading to an abrupt clarity of thought. It felt as though the heavy shackles that bound its body had been cast aside, igniting an insatiable desire for freedom. It yearned to escape this place. In the arena, the only obstacle it perceived was the formidable flying dragon it had just battled. While it was no match for the flying dragon, that was inconsequential. As long as it eliminated its master, the creature would achieve the same liberation. No longer would it be constrained by those detestable humans. At that moment, it was certain that its master would comprehend its plight and aid in resolving a significant dilemma. Without hesitation, Bosco Dora shifted its focus, setting its sights on Ye Lin. The judges in the audience suddenly sensed the impending danger. Lingji bit her lip, her fingers fidgeting around the pokeball at her waist. Yucheng swiftly pressed the emergency red button, preparing to evacuate the crowd from the venue. Bosco Dora's state was alarming. It had just taken a life, and in its fervor, its perspective on humanity might undergo a radical transformation. Uncertainty clouded Yucheng's mind regarding Bosco Dora's intentions. Yet, one thing was certain. The safety of the venue was no longer assured. Beeping urgently, the alarm resonated throughout the arena. The stunned audience was jolted into awareness, hastily roused from their stupor. Before they could grasp the gravity of the situation, they were ushered away by staff toward the emergency exit. Confusion etched on their faces. Many glanced back at the stage. They beheld Bosco Dora's enormous maw agape, an unending torrent of terrifying energy converging toward its mouth. Just as the audience began to evacuate completely, the brilliance emanating from Bosco Dora's mouth rivaled that of the sun, sending forth an aura of profound dread that rippled outward, extending far beyond. Destruction Beam. Chapter 132. The transformation of the Destruction Beam, merging into one. Destruction Beam. This was the final scene witnessed by the departing audience. Once outside the venue, they finally surfaced from their daze, engaging in agitated discussions. Could it possibly turn against its master? Isn't Bosco Dora supposed to be Chu Yun's Pokémon? It's quite possible. I've seen trainers with low affinity who merely maintain a strained relationship with their Pokémon. But turning against them is unheard of. What about Ye Lin? Chu Yun is truly misguided, sacrificing himself while dragging my brother Yi down with him. Luo Hao was frantic, unable to see what was unfolding inside. Yin Xia and Luo Jingjing's faces had turned pale, resembling sheets of paper. The students from Baisun were nearly beside themselves with anxiety. Fortunately, one astute individual suggested, "We can watch the live stream." Indeed, though they were evacuated, the cameras inside the venue were still operational. The audience hastily opened the official live stream channel. The viewer count had inexplicably surged to 7 million, increasing by the second. Meanwhile, the chat was inundated with comments, obscuring the screen. I came from the trending search about Pokemon killing. Can someone explain what is happening? Bosco Dora has turned into a murderous fiend. It's going to attack Ye Lin. This is it. The Destruction Beam is a powerful move. My Dark Lord might not escape. Oh heavens, where are the League officials? Why haven't they arrived yet? The Destruction Beam is too potent. Unless the Flying Dragon can unleash a similar force, mere physical resistance is futile. Could it be that my brother Yi will meet his end today? TSK. No matter how dazzling one may be, death renders everything meaningless. I'd rather preserve my own life. Indeed, the shot bird gets shot. Standing out will inevitably attract envy. Survival is the most crucial thing. The barrage of comments varied widely. Most were anxious, wishing they could personally rush in to rescue Ye Lin. Of course, there were also those who relished the spectacle. Among them, several familiar IDs frequently appeared, recognizable to Ye Lin's fans, as they often criticized him. They would seize any opportunity to emerge, as Ye Lin's rapid rise to fame naturally bred jealousy. Yet, at such a critical moment, they acted like troublemakers, disturbing the peace. Fans could no longer remain passive. They targeted those IDs, locating their profiles and launching a coordinated attack. Unbeknownst to Ye Lin, a tempest brewed online. While the audience had been evacuated, several judges remained at the table. Additionally, numerous formidable trainers voluntarily stayed behind, preparing to face a daunting challenge. Behind them, legions of Pokémon flickered into view. Yet, even so, no one could prevent Bosco Dora on the stage. Though it seemed the Destruction Beam had yet to be unleashed, time was running short. The energy buildup had created an invisible, robust magnetic field, binding Ye Lin, the Flying Dragon, and Bosco Dora tightly together. Entering was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone escaping. Energy attacks occurred in the blink of an eye. Many could no longer bear to watch. The Destruction Beam within Bosco Dora's mouth swelled ominously, the surrounding space warping, rippling with waves of distortion. With a power capable of annihilating all, it surged forth. No. Ling Ji's beautiful eyes widened, her heart gripped tightly in fear. Yucheng gasped, as though on the verge of fainting at any moment. For the first time, he felt disheartened by his inability to be the champion. If he were truly a champion, he could break through the overwhelming pressure created by the Destruction Beam and successfully rescue the individual in peril. The so-called best under the champion was ultimately not a true champion. Yucheng sighed softly, ready to avert his gaze. But the next second, he was horrified anew. In the arena, the previously motionless flying dragon suddenly closed its eyes, as if stimulated by something or having an epiphany. In a flash, its scarlet eyes snapped wide open as it unleashed a roar toward the sky. The latent darkness within it erupted under the stimulus of the dragon's bloodline. A surge of chaotic energy surged forth. 3 distinct powers began to mutate within its body, swirling erratically. Alert! The flying dragon's destruction beam skill is undergoing a transformation. Please guide the host promptly. Ye Lin had already sensed something amiss. The ordinary destruction beam should not manifest in such a manner as seen with Bosco Dora. At that moment, even the impending attack was disregarded. Through his psychic sight, he swiftly discerned the internal changes occurring within the flying dragon and urgently commanded, "Flying dragon, do not resist. Attempt to merge the 3 powers into one." His command struck like a thunderbolt, instantly cleaving through the agony brought on by the chaotic energy. In the next moment, the blood-red flying dragon obeyed without hesitation, channeling the 3 powers together. The crimson, black, and azure energies began to gradually converge. As it exerted continuous effort, the 3 forces fully merged, compressing frantically. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Yu Cheng and the others had yet to comprehend what had occurred. What they witnessed was the instant Bosco Dora unleashed the destruction beam. The blood-red flying dragon slightly parted its massive maw, compressing the boundless, terrifying power into several beams of blood interspersed with black. The black rays converged before him, coalescing into a mass of crimson and obsidian light so immense it threatened to eclipse the heavens. Subsequently, they surged through the sky with a ferocious velocity, as though capable of devouring all in their path, warping the surrounding space. A slender black fissure tore through the air, only to close rapidly. Yu Cheng beheld this spectacle, mouth agape and mind in a haze. Could it be a spatial rift? He found it hard to believe, repeatedly dismissing the notion in disbelief, questioning whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. At the same moment, Bosco Dora sensed an ominous aura, a surge of crisis blossoming within its heart. It felt an inexplicable regret, realizing it perhaps should not have provoked that human. Yet, before it could ponder further, it was thrust into action. Before countless online spectators, the terrifying blood-black light, capable of annihilating all life, shot forth towards the destructive beam of light across from it. The altered destructive beam of light clashed against the quasi-king level destructive light. A thunderous collision erupted in midair, with a resounding roar that echoed for miles. The venue erupted in blinding radiance, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Energy dissipated, shockwaves surged, and the arena collapsed. Blood-black light splattered forth as the energy of destruction erupted, the ground and sky around them violently severed by the terrifying energy of their clash, splitting them asunder. The earth cracked, revealing horrific chasms. A mushroom cloud rose from the collision of energies, the shockwave blasting apart the venerable Ninghong sports arena, which had stood for over a decade. Amidst this cataclysm, Ye Lin's mind was suddenly pierced by a notification sound. Chapter 133, The Pinnacle Move of the Quasi-King. Another self-created technique. Within the turmoil, Ye Lin's consciousness was jolted by a notification. The destructive beam of the violent dragon has undergone a mutation. The inherited skill has transformed into a self-created skill. Altered destructive beam, enormously powerful, comparable to the pinnacle moves of the Quasi-King level. It contains the insatiable power of the abyss and the ancient might of the dragon. The charge time is exceedingly brief. Once unleashed, it depletes all physical energy, requiring time for the Pokémon to recover. As strength increases, recovery time will shorten. A self-created beam of destruction. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The mutation of the destructive beam had yielded such delightful transformations. Its power rivaled that of the Quasi-King's peak. What an astounding revelation. Currently, the violent dragon was merely a 5th-tier arena master, yet it could unleash the might of a Quasi-King's pinnacle move. This was undoubtedly a trump card. Ye Lin took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Previously, Kairu Lian had acquired a legendary move exclusive to Mutuo, enabling it to perform far beyond its inherent rank. Lucario's Thunderwave missile had also been an adaptation of its original skill. Uncommon indeed. Although the hyperactive monkey lacked particularly formidable skills, its innate strength was already extraordinarily overwhelming. The violent carp dragon was a leader among its kind. In summary, his Pokémon had long since surpassed their respective tiers in terms of power. Overcoming opponents of higher ranks had become a common occurrence. Now, the once ace violent dragon had a self-created skill, undoubtedly adding another card to his hand. At the very least, Even in the face of a quasi-king level trainer, even with Yu Cheng's current strength, he felt no fear. As for the consequence of exhausting all physical energy, recovery was assured. Moreover, it would only diminish with increased strength, akin to the side effects of a mental breakdown. However, one involved total energy depletion, while the other was a cooldown for skills. In gaming terms, it was akin to requiring mana restoration. Most importantly, the reason a self-created technique is referred to as such is that it is autonomously crafted by the Pokémon, possessing a unique quality. Furthermore, once the violent dragon ascended to a higher level, stepping into the threshold of the quasi-king, the altered destructive beam might even rival the power of a king's strike. His excitement surged, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the violent dragon had discreetly shielded him amidst the explosion, lifting him into the air. Simultaneously, a crack resounded, and the camera shattered, plunging the live broadcast into darkness. Just as the viewers, momentarily blinded by the brilliance, were regaining their senses, they discovered that the live stream had gone dark. Panic ensued. Fortunately, after a brief moment of darkness, the broadcast adjusted itself, though the resolution was far from the previous clarity, and the image remained somewhat blurred. Fragments of the scene were discernible, albeit from a considerable distance from the center of the arena. The perspective was exceedingly narrow. Yet, even so, over 7 million viewers couldn't afford to be critical. Their curiosity about the unfolding events only intensified. Upon closer inspection, they were nearly struck dumb with shock. The sight before them was utterly horrifying. Following the eruption of the mushroom cloud, the raging tidal wave of energy surged forth in an unstoppable torrent, sweeping in all directions. Even now, the colossal wave had dissipated, yet the residual energy continued to affect the surrounding temperature, rendering the arena swelteringly hot, surpassing even the most oppressive summer days. The audience seating had not escaped unscathed. Seats lay toppled, debris scattered everywhere. The entire arena was a scene of utter devastation. The arena itself was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace of its former existence. It resembled the aftermath of a missile strike, a sight too grim to behold. At the center of this chaos, where Boscadora had clashed with the violent dragon, the so-called arena was no more, replaced by a gaping pit dozens of meters deep, its radius encompassing half the sports hall. Those who had been observing the unfolding situation, including Yu Cheng and other high-ranking trainers, found themselves inexplicably airborne, seated upon their Pokémon, their faces a mixture of fear, trepidation, and bewilderment. Some wore expressions of complete blankness, jaws agape as they inhaled dust. They gazed down, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if their minds could scarcely comprehend what they beheld. In the depths of the pit lay the unconscious Boscadora, stripped of its combat capability. To their astonishment, the once impenetrable steel armor, reputed to be capable of reducing vehicles to scrap, lay shattered around the comatose body of Boscadora, its once majestic azure eyes now closed. It appeared near lifeless, struggling for breath. As for the long-deceased Chuyin, his remains had long been obscured beneath the rubble and dust generated by the explosion. Yu Cheng swallowed hard, clutching his Soundwave Dragon, seeking warmth from his Pokémon to soothe his frayed nerves. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure, his gaze lifted and locked with that of the violent dragon, which was hovering near the edge of the pit, its flight speed slightly reduced. When his eyes met the fierce, crimson gaze of the dragon, Yu Cheng nearly recoiled in terror, remembering that he was the chief referee, with an official live stream and millions of viewers watching. He forced himself to suppress the urge to retreat, managing a strained smile as he stammered, "The violent dragon wins." His words were succinct, omitting even the customary prefixes. Yu Cheng was undeniably rattled. After all, despite his role as chief referee, this was his first time presiding over such a complex New Star Cup, and he was faced with a trainer like Ye Lin who defied conventional logic. He cast a furtive glance at the violent dragon, fearing it might notice him, and quickly diverted his gaze, internally marveling at the dragon's formidable strength. Just moments ago, he had withstood that attack, and he hardly stood a chance. This new generation of talent was astonishingly formidable. The Dragon Kingdom was truly on the verge of transformation. Even Yu Cheng, the foremost figure beneath the kings, was left in awe. The other referees were equally taken aback. Xiao Shu had not anticipated such a grand surprise from Ye Lin. After all, Boscadora possessed the strength of a quasi-king. Indeed, he has the capability to annihilate them. Just how formidable is his strength? I had underestimated him. And it is no wonder my father often says there are greater talents beyond one's own. It seems the plan will surely be executed more swiftly than anticipated. In contrast to Xiao Shu's exhilaration, Ling Ji's reaction was more intricate. On one hand, she was utterly astonished. After all, To defeat a quasi-king level Pokémon like Boscadora is a testament to Ye Lin's prowess, indicating he has reached that echelon. Yet, during their last encounter, his abilities were far from such heights. This only underscores the terrifying pace of Ye Lin's growth. In a mere span of time, he has risen to her level. On the other hand, a hint of melancholy shadowed Ling Ji's delicate visage. It was as if a masterpiece had been washed in shades of gray, still beautiful, yet imbued with an unwarranted sense of sorrow. However, such emotions, fleeting as they were, dissipated just as quickly. She was, after all, a prodigy worthy of selection for the World Championship, often referred to as a goddess. Soon, she regained her composure, her gaze towards Ye Lin brimming with fervor. Chapter 134. The support crew of the Violent God, provincial qualifiers confirmed. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she beheld Ye Lin. For within him, she glimpsed the resurgence of the Dragon Kingdom, reclaiming its place on the international stage and wielding influence. Though the livestream appeared rather unclear, rendering Ye Lin's expression indistinguishable from afar, Yu Cheng's words resonated clearly in every listener's ears. Instantly, the astounded netizens erupted in a frenzy. What? Are you telling me this is the destructive death ray? Having never tasted the meat of the scallion duck, I have seen it run. When did the destructive death ray become so terrifying, capable of slaying opponents of a higher tier and obliterating the iconic sports arena of Ninghang? I agree. Though the destructive death ray is seldom seen in the Nova Cup, it has appeared in the World Championship and professional matches. Yet never with such ferocity as exhibited by the Violent God. Violent God? The Violent Dragon truly embodies these words. One force shatters all laws. This is the sprite of my dreams. So domineering. In the face of absolute power, all covert tactics are rendered futile. The Violent God is indeed invincible. How did the Dark Lord cultivate such strength? I'm green with envy. Tears of envy flow from the corners of my mouth. At this moment, we are all lemon essence. In the next moment, the spectators watched in awe as the wings of the Violent Dragon suddenly accelerated, stirring a whirlwind of dust around the arena. The camera grew increasingly blurred. Once the dust settled, they beheld the very figure that had transformed them into envious lemons. Now comfortably positioned atop a prominent stone pillar, Ye Lin gracefully descended along the blood-red wings of the Violent Dragon, standing triumphantly on the pedestal. Elevated and visionary, he resembled a deity. The previously fearsome Violent Dragon, akin to a divine being, now gazed at Ye Lin with a playful glint in its eyes. Noticing the dust upon its master's white sleeves, with utmost care, it extended a claw to pat him down. Once it observed Ye Lin restored to pristine condition, the Violent Dragon beamed with a goofy smile, evidently satisfied. In contrast to the other trainers, who appeared disheveled, Ye Lin stood out like a crane among chickens. Just moments prior, he had obliterated the formidable Boscadora, and now the gentle demeanor of the Violent Dragon only amplified the stark contrast. Many exclaimed, "Violent God, you possess two faces." However, such treatment could not be envied by mere desire. Even Yu Cheng, the mightiest among those present, could hardly conceal his admiration. After all, none of his Pokémon had ever treated him with such endearment. They were indeed partners, yet nowhere near the level of intimacy exhibited by the Violent Dragon. This bond spoke of a shared journey of growth since childhood, where the trainer participated in every step of the Pokémon's evolution. Yet, as Yu Cheng pondered over Ye Lin's registered information, doubt crept in. Could it be true that Ye Lin was an ordinary person? How could an ordinary individual possibly nurture a dragon-type Pokémon from such a young age? Not to mention the hyperactive Aipom and Riolu he once possessed. Rumor had it, he also had a psychic-type Kirlia. The more Yu Cheng contemplated, the more conflicted and serious he became. When he finally looked up to see Ye Lin standing above, having endured all that transpired with an air of nonchalance, as if a transcendent sage, he was resolute in his conclusion. Perhaps he was a hidden heir of a prominent family. Little did he know, Ye Lin, perched high and distant, was on the verge of sneezing from the cold. The residual waves of energy had fully dissipated, and the temperature within the arena had returned to normal. The Violent Dragon had placed him in such a lofty position, a showy display indeed, yet the chill was profoundly biting. Summer was still a distant dream, and the temperature fluctuation between day and night was stark. It was, without a doubt, the coldest moment of the day. Standing aloft, Ye Lin felt the weight of the many eyes upon him, rendering it awkward to voice his discomfort. He could only repeatedly signal to the Violent Dragon. However, the creature, oblivious to his cues, wore an expression of utter confusion. Just then, an uproar erupted from outside the arena, the cheers resounding like thunder, reverberating throughout Ninghang. Ye Lin paused momentarily, only to hear the thousands chanting Dark Lord. This name, which had previously been a jest among Bison S alumni and certain netizens, had now been irrevocably stamped, becoming one of Ye Lin's well-deserved titles after the Violent Dragon's victory over Boscadora. The city of Ninghang erupted in a frenzy, as both the Violent Dragon's cataclysmic destructive death ray and Chu Yun's unexpected demise became hot topics of discussion. While the spectacle of battle was indeed grand, with the arena reduced to ruins, in truth, the confrontation between the Violent Dragon and Boscadora had lasted no more than 2 minutes. It culminated in a singular, decisive strike, once again establishing him as the king of absolute kills. The trainers of Ninghang revered Ye Lin, bowing in awe. Who could have anticipated that a title, initially chosen on a whim and prone to collapse under scrutiny, would endure to this day? Moreover, given the current trajectory, it seemed poised for continuous growth. Until the official live broadcast was abruptly cut, discussions of the match persisted, as the audience struggled to emerge from their astonishment. At that moment, an official announcement from the inspection agency propelled the events into an even more astonishing direction. Netizens, in a daze, stumbled upon a shocking revelation. The comment section exploded. What? The Chu family committed a transgression? Borrowing high-tier Pokémon to aid Chu Yun in blatant cheating during the Nova Cup. Am I dreaming? So much has transpired today. I feel like I'm in a whirlwind. Chu Yun had it coming. While I felt he brought this upon himself, I couldn't help but harbor a tinge of fear regarding the Pokémon. However, after reading the announcement, I suddenly empathized with Boscadora. If it were me, I would have crushed him long ago. Alas, the Chu family is finished. The king's son has truly brought shame upon himself. It has been proven that even the son of a king must bow before the Dark Lord. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Shu observed the shift in public sentiment. Although Chu Yun's death had an impact, it was within manageable limits. People were far more intrigued by the Violent Dragon's destructive death ray, and the name of the violent god resonated resoundingly in Ninghang. However, the one who suffered most was Yucheng. After lamenting Ye Lin's strength, he soon realized the arena was deserted, leaving him to face the aftermath of the devastation. This foremost trainer beneath the king nearly burst into tears. Yet, mindful of potential lurking reporters, he swallowed his anguish and prepared to address the aftermath of the match. Though the arena lay in ruins, the Nova Cup was far from over. The following day, the organizers arranged for another venue to host the competition. Compared to the Central Sports Arena, this location was significantly smaller in scale, yet it would suffice. The number of spectators permitted has decreased from 10,000 to 5,000. The qualifying rounds continue, and Ye Lin has successfully entered the top 13. Subsequently, whether by chance or through the collective recommendation of the competitors, he has advanced directly into the quarterfinals, becoming one of the top 8. Thus, the provincial competition slots have been officially determined, marking the commencement of the battle for the championship and the top 3 positions. Chapter 135, The Power of Dragons? The Evolution of Harkron. From this point forward, the provincial competition slots have been formally established, initiating the fierce contest for the championship and the top 3 spots. Ye Lin now stands at the zenith in Ninghang. As the demise of Chu Yun and the shocking defeat of Ding Zhe have not diminished the fervor surrounding the Rising Star Cup. Rather, they have propelled Ninghang's Rising Star Cup into the limelight. After all, each city was hosting the Rising Star Cup, while Ninghang ranks favorably within the nation. It is not the pinnacle. The level of interest naturally does not compare to that of Jing City or Magic City. However, with the emergence of Ye Lin, the formidable contender, the Rising Star Cup in Ninghang has gained substantial recognition, and the fervent discussions among the audience are on par with those in Jing City and Magic City. The mayor of Ninghang is practically beaming with joy. Even Yucheng, the overall coordinator, is experiencing a bittersweet mix of emotions. The destruction of the sports arena is a harsh reality. The collapse of Ninghang's iconic structure will require considerable manpower and resources for reconstruction. Yet, on the flip side, Ninghang's reputation has soared. Not only have the locals taken notice, but even the province of Zhejiang has issued significant documents to bolster resources in support of Ninghang. This back and forth has yielded benefits that far exceed the losses incurred from the arena's destruction. As the quarterfinals progress, the tension among the 2 competing contestants is palpable as they take the stage in accordance with the draw order. The official live broadcast is buzzing with lively commentary. These 2 cannot make it to the top 3. Neither Buanghua nor Alitos can compare to them. Indeed, Yulongjing is likely the greatest obstacle in the Demon King's path to victory. Yulong is from a prestigious family, with a foundation that is unparalleled, far beyond what the Chu family can contend with. The last time Yulongjing appeared, it seemed that its Harkron was on the verge of evolution. I wonder who will be stronger when it evolves, Harkron or Baophilong. It should be Baophilong. The truth about Chu Yun's Basadora was revealed later, showing that it was not comparable to a quasi-king in strength. Don't mention the deceased. It's morbid. Besides, that wasn't his. It was borrowed from them. If Harkron evolves, I bet on Yulongjing winning. For Yulongjing, Ye Lin is likely its only formidable rival. After all, among the current top 8. Few can truly challenge her. Why do I feel that the atmosphere in the contestants' backstage lounge is a bit off? As the competition unfolds, the reactions of the backstage contestants flash by in an instant. Only a handful take notice. And the commentary shifts back to discussing the competitors on stage and who will ultimately emerge as champion. Currently, the support is evenly split. Ye Lin is undeniably talented. Yet the formidable family background of Yulongjing casts a long shadow. The ordinary trainers can only look up to the Yulong family, which stands in stark contrast to the Chu family, now universally reviled and facing asset liquidation. In terms of reputation and strength, the Yulong family operates on an entirely different level. Were it not for the emergence of the prodigious Ye Lin in the Rising Star Cup, the discussion regarding the champion would be moot, with the audience already assuming victory for the Yulong family. Moreover, the betting odds reflect a negligible difference between the two competitors. In the audience, the tactical expert Zhang Rui, who previously championed Ye Lin, sits firmly in the front row, alongside another well-known tactical influencer from Ninghong. At this moment, one of them catches sight of the lively commentary on the central screen and, intrigued, inquires of Zhang Rui, which competitor do you favor? The newly arranged venue does not match the previous arena in grandeur, although the infrastructure is satisfactory, albeit with fewer large screens, as it features a central one that is surrounded for optimal viewing from all angles. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Rui furrows his brow tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, seemingly unwilling to express any opinion. He is aware that recording equipment is set up before him. Casual conversations will not be captured, but such a decisive judgment will undoubtedly reach the producer's ears, amplifying their discourse. Zhang Rui remembers the importance of discretion. His previous support for Ye Lin stemmed from recognizing his extraordinary abilities and disapproving of the Chu family's actions. However, the situation has changed. The Yulong family, represented by Yulongjing, is not a force he can afford to provoke. Ye Lin is a rare prodigy. Regardless of which side he supports, it seems fraught with potential consequences. Thus, he chooses silence to avoid attracting trouble. It can be said that Zhang Rui's ascent to his current position is not solely due to his keen insight, but also to his prudence. Although he refrains from making public statements, his fingers betray him as he pulls out his phone and edits a message on Weka, simply stating, Ye Lin will win. This sentiment resides in his drafts, and he captures a screenshot, noting the time before placing his phone down. Even in the face of the colossal Yulong family, he maintains faith in Ye Lin's capabilities, believing that he will once again astonish him. This screenshot, set to send at the appropriate time, ensures that when the results are announced, he will not be caught in a dilemma. If Ye Lin triumphs, it will validate his judgment. As for a potential loss, Zhang Rui's eyes flicker with determination. He possesses the courage for this gamble. Even if he were to lose, the outcome would merely reflect a miscalculation in tactical judgment, forfeiting an opportunity to align with the Yulong family. However, should Ye Lin prevail, his prestige will undoubtedly soar, propelling him into the upper echelons of tactical experts. Meanwhile, within the venue, the outcome of the contest is already determined as the second round commences. One of the selected competitors is Yulongjing, and his opponent appears somewhat disconcerted as he ascends the stage, gritting his teeth. Nevertheless, his displayed strength is commendable, managing to withstand several rounds without being bested by a single blow from Yulongjing. Following the first round, Yulongjing's opponent sends out his second Pokémon. This time, he seems to be all in, placing all his hopes on a fearsome Tyranitar. The imposing figure of this creature elicits gasps from the crowd. It is evident that the opponent is quite pleased, for Tyranitar is the final evolution of the Unova Rhyhorn, and raising a Pokémon to its ultimate form at this level is a remarkable achievement. Yulongjing's expression grows serious. As Harkron collides with Tyranitar, it finds itself overpowered and is forced to retreat. Tyranitar charges forward like a furious war chariot, bulldozing its way through. The ground trembles beneath them. Yet, the audience remains unfazed, having already witnessed the arena's cataclysmic destruction. This, in comparison, is merely a minor inconvenience. As the battle escalates to a fever pitch, just as Harkron seems to be falling behind, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Yulongjing unexpectedly raises her hands before her chest, executing a peculiar gesture. Ye Lin, watching from backstage, suddenly sits up in shock. Ding! Yulongjing is activating the power of dragons. Harkron is about to evolve. In the split second following the announcement, a tremendous surge of energy emanates from Yulongjing, rushing toward Harkron. The battle-worn Harkron embraces this energy as its tail sways in the air. A brilliant light of evolution bursts forth from within, enveloping its entire being. Chapter 136, Yulongjing vs. Ye Lin, the ultimate showdown begins. The battered Harkron fully accepts this energy. As its tail swings in the air, the dazzling light of evolution erupts from its body, completely enveloping it. The once elongated serpentine form expands and broadens under the radiant glow. As the light of evolution faded, the plump Dragonite made its appearance. Clad in a vibrant orange hue with a creamy underbelly. In stark contrast to its robust body, its wings appeared remarkably diminutive. Nevertheless, this did little to impede its speed. The Dragonite soared swiftly above the battleground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust, while the armored behemoth, the Rampardos, was rendered utterly impotent in its furious attempts to retaliate. The outcome was all but predetermined, as the Rampardos proved no match for the Dragonite, succumbing within mere moments to a single, crushing blow of its tail, thus rendered incapable of further combat. Ye Lin squinted at the screen, pondering the implications of the dragon power. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, feeling no surprise whatsoever. In such a prestigious family of extraordinary lineage, it would be illogical to lack a hidden ace. The longevity of the Yulong family's success undoubtedly owed much to the dragon power. After all, this exceptional ability significantly enhances dragon-type Pokémon and can gradually alter their innate qualities. Although this transformation occurs at a pace akin to Schrödinger's uncertainty, who can say whether it will take 3 years, 5 years, or perhaps 30 or 50? Yet, its effectiveness is an irrefutable fact. Furthermore, the dragon power naturally exhibits a certain affinity for both dragon and flying-type Pokémon. This is akin to the bond he previously rewarded his Pokémon friends with, as these two types inherently gravitate towards the master of dragon power. Thus, witnessing Hakron evolve under the auspices of Yulongjing's dragon power, he felt a sense of inevitability. Before long, his name echoed through the loudspeakers. In the subsequent matches, Ye Lin executed his strategies flawlessly, achieving decisive victories without a hitch, swiftly advancing to the semifinals. After 3 hours of intense competition, only 4 contenders remained in the fray. As fate would have it, the next draw was nothing short of astonishing. Yulongjing vs. Ye Lin. A collective gasp resonated through the audience. Ye Lin was set to face Yulongjing in the semifinals, an encounter that seemed to arrive far too swiftly. The two protagonists were momentarily taken aback, struggling to absorb the gravity of the situation. Just yesterday, the colossal clash between Boscador and the Crimson Gyarados had concluded, and now they were on the verge of an exhilarating ultimate showdown. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Compared to the other two trainers, the anticipation surrounding Yulongjing and Ye Lin remained unparalleled, marking them as the focal points of the Ninghong Rising Stars Cup. The roars of the audience crescendoed from mere whispers to a deafening chorus as the combatants prepared to take the stage, their enthusiasm echoing throughout the venue. Even Yucheng, amidst the tumultuous uproar, could not suppress a grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He understood that regardless of the outcome, this clash between two such formidable talents would undoubtedly etch itself into the annals of Ninghong history. This highly anticipated battle had everyone on the edge of their seats. After composing himself, Yucheng seized the microphone and solemnly delivered his pre-match speech. Logically, such proclamations would typically be reserved for the finals. Yet with 2 champion seeds meeting prematurely, he had to adapt to the circumstances. The audience had undoubtedly been eagerly awaiting the impending semifinals. These 2 contestants, though new faces this year, possessed power that was anything but novice. No sooner had he finished speaking than an avalanche of applause and cheers erupted from below. Yucheng, undeterred by the noise, beamed with satisfaction, raising his hand to restore silence. At the same time, the colossal rotating screen at the center displayed Ye Lin and Yulongjing, clearly outlining their previous match histories and opponents, down to the very second of match durations. Thus, the crowd could plainly see that Ye Lin's total match time was astonishingly brief, none exceeding 5 minutes, let alone 10. The longest bout had been against Chu Yun, whose unexpected maneuvers and repeated provocations had extended their duel to nearly 4 minutes. The livestream chat was inundated with exclamations of disbelief. Even though viewers had long recognized Ye Lin's prowess, the stark statistics laid bare before them underscored just how formidable he truly was. Is this even achievable by a mere human? Mother, he truly is not of this world. As a fellow trainer, I weep in the restroom upon witnessing these figures. The livestream audience swelled to nearly 8 million, following the recent scandal involving Chu Yun. The interactions between Pokémon and trainers had come under scrutiny, and the penalties for cheating were being enforced more stringently than ever. Suddenly, a thunderous background score filled the air. As the uplifting music played, Ye Lin emerged from the contestant passageway. This representative from Bison demonstrated his unparalleled might on the battlefield, proving himself to be a nightmare for his adversaries, a title he bore with merit. Amidst the fervent commentary, Ye Lin ascended the stage. In an instant, the arena erupted in cheers. The chants of Demon King reverberated through the air. Principal of Bison, seated prominently, nearly beamed with joy. The mere mention of Bison was enough to elevate their school's prestige. Ye Lin was indeed the beacon of Bison. Even a casual remark from the commentator led to an explosive surge in viewership, with the admissions office of Bison inundated with calls. Following this battle, Bison would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of Ninghong's educational institutions, all thanks to Ye Lin. The principal's gaze was fervent, almost ablaze with pride. As the audience gradually settled, the commentator proceeded to introduce the second contender, Yulong Jing, hailing from the illustrious Yulong family, renowned for their legacy of dragon power, and a mysterious challenger in this Ninghong Rising Stars Cup. As the thunderous applause resounded, the captivating yet frosty Yulong Jing made her way to the stage. The viewership numbers soared as the two contenders finally locked eyes. Yulong Jing remained as icy as ever, yet in the fleeting moment of their gaze, a flicker of warmth sparked in her beautiful eyes before vanishing. Ye Lin, unperturbed, exhibited an air of indifference, even under the scrutiny of such a striking beauty, slightly raising his chin as if to invite her to gaze her fill. Chapter 137. A Battle of Endurance. Is Kairu merely a tool Pokémon? It is uncertain whether it is mere coincidence, but the camera happened to capture the dialogue between the two individuals verbatim. Initially, the excited netizens were suddenly struck cold. Some suddenly recalled a detail from yesterday's post-match interview. There was a text announcement in which it seemed Ye Lin mentioned that the energy consumption of the Violent Dragon was excessively high, and thus it would not compete in the subsequent championship rounds. However, that media outlet was rather inconspicuous and quickly drowned amidst other interviews, garnering little attention. Only those who meticulously gathered information on Ye Lin would have noticed it. This led to the revelation of the news only now. Immediately, the audience erupted in despair. Some who had placed bets were filled with regret, nearly banging their heads against the ground. The Violent Dragon was universally recognized as a formidable competitor and a trump card. But if it did not appear, how could Ye Lin contend against opponents wielding the might of the dragon and the power of the Lord? Wasn't this a certain defeat? On the platform, Yu Chung observed that both parties were ready and promptly commanded, "Please have both sides send out their Pokémon." As a burst of light flickered, the celestial phenomena subtly shifted, and a Dragonite emerged with vigor from the radiant light, soaring majestically in the air, surrounded by a swirling torrent of water. Serving both as defense and an offensive maneuver, Ye Lin remained composed. The moment the Pokeball rolled out, all eyes were drawn towards it. Everyone was eager to see which Pokémon Ye Lin would summon in the absence of the Violent Dragon. Who else could possibly be worthy of rivaling the Dragonite? Even the referee, Xiao Shu, was fixated on the Pokeball on the ground, his throat tightening nervously amidst the dazzling glow. He was acutely aware that the Violent Dragon would not be making an appearance. Yet, having come this far, Ye Lin must be hoping for the opponent to advance further, whether for the sake of strategy or personal ambition. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, finally, as the white light dissipated, the true form of Shiny Curlia was revealed. Floating delicately in midair, her petite and charming figure exuding elegance. The moment she appeared, she twirled in her white dress, and even in the presence of the towering Dragonite, Shiny Curlia displayed no hint of fear, instead graciously nodding towards her opponent. Every movement was a delight to behold. The brutish Dragonite, unaccustomed to such politeness from an adversary, awkwardly retracted its fierce expression and mimicked a grin in the direction of the shimmering Curlia. Yet, that expression, no matter how one looked at it, appeared somewhat foolish, especially with its twitching claws, evoking an inexplicable sense of sympathy among the onlookers. Yulong Jing silently turned her head, reluctant to acknowledge that this bumbling creature was her Pokémon. How could her Pokémon, raised by a burly man, lack such refinement and elegance, while the opponent's was so exquisitely poised? Yulong Jing found herself questioning her existence. Just as she indulged in self-doubt, the barrage of comments and the live audience erupted in astonishment. What the heck? Sending out Curlia to face Dragonite. Am I blind, or has the Dark Lord lost it? Ye Lin is not the Ye Lin of old. Giving up so easily and sending out Kirlia is akin to throwing in the towel. Even if it is a shiny Pokémon, it makes no difference. Is this madness? Using Kirlia against a demigod? Can Shu Yun's insanity be contagious? I'm so disappointed. My dragon duel has just been dashed, sigh. Nothing left to say, I'm out. The renowned tactical experts in the front row wore grim expressions, their brows furrowed. After a few moments of contemplation, a strategist beside Zhang Rui suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. This is his strategy. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of realization. Being experts themselves, they quickly pieced together the sequence of events. It turned out that Ye Lin intended to adopt a war of attrition. Once Shiny Kirlia had exhausted a significant portion of Dragonite's stamina, he could then send out another Pokémon, greatly increasing his chances of victory. Especially since the Violent Dragon could not participate. I concur. However, while this strategy seems most fitting at present, it does not align with Ye Lin's usual style. Indeed, though such a sacrifice tactic is often observed in competitions, it is generally discouraged. If things go awry, a Pokémon treated as a mere tool may experience a destabilized mentality, affecting its future development. Alas, Ye Lin is still too hasty. The tactical experts, with unwavering confidence, reached their conclusions in a few terse sentences. Only Zhang Rui at the center remained silent. Everyone understood his reticence. After all, he had always been a staunch supporter of Ye Lin. Even if this strategy could lead to victory, it would be a hollow triumph, contrasting sharply with his previous decisive strikes. Zhang Rui's disappointment was entirely understandable. No one would choose to court disaster. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the expressionless Zhang Rui was contemplating something entirely different. Even though Shiny Kirlia and Dragonite appeared to be worlds apart, he did not believe Yulongjing was assured of victory. Instead, he was convinced that Ye Lin must have another plan in store, one that did not involve their so-called war of attrition or using a Pokémon as mere fodder. Zhang Rui himself was unsure where this inexplicable confidence stemmed from. However, from past competitions, it was evident that Ye Lin embodied unpredictability. Wherever he was, one could not rely solely on conventional reasoning. Meanwhile, on stage, Yulongjing, noticing the situation, furrowed her brows and her expression darkened. As a descendant of the Yulong family, she may not have been as ostentatious as Chu Yun, but her pride ran deep. In this City Star Cup, the only opponent she regarded with any significance was Ye Lin's blood-red Violent Dragon. But now, it was clear that her desires would not be fulfilled. The match commenced. The shrill whistle pierced the air. Dragonite, use Dragon Tail. Yulongjing commanded nearly simultaneously with the whistle's sound. Roaring, Dragonite let out a cry, rapidly ascending as the dragon energy surged within it, concentrating towards its tail. In the next instant, crack, like a whip, it swung violently towards the floating Shiny Kirlia. Chapter 138. The Power of Fairies, Kirlia's Bottleneck. Like a whip, it swung violently towards the floating Shiny Kirlia. The speed of Dragonite's tail was astonishing. Gasps erupted from the audience as they realized that previously, Dragonite had only exerted half of its power. Now, this strike was as fearsome as thunder, catching everyone off guard. It seemed Shiny Kirlia had no time to evade. The overwhelming dragon energy was about to descend. The tail, imbued with colossal force, approached with unyielding might. It appeared as if she had resigned herself, closing her eyes. Many spectators could not bear to watch any longer. After all, Kirlia's appearance ranked among the upper echelon of Pokémon, and the name Wife Beast was not without merit. Her popularity was among the highest. Instinctively, everyone averted their gaze. In the sky, the moment the sound of the sonic boom erupted, the arena was marred by a terrifying crack. Yet, the target, Shiny Kirlia, was nowhere to be seen. She had vanished. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Glancing at his watch, he turned his gaze back to the arena, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. As expected, she did not disappoint. Shiny Kirlia's teleportation speed had improved once more, now precisely at 0.1 seconds. Under the influence of her psychic abilities, she could sense the changes within herself. It seemed that stimulated by the dragon energy, her body underwent imperceptible transformations, with the latent fairy power gradually gaining dominance. Her momentum building step by step. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in his mind. The fairy energy within Shiny Kirlia began to undergo a transformation, influenced by the draconic energy. Breaking free from its constraints. Host, please provide the correct guidance. Leaf Lin was momentarily taken aback. A faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, the Shiny Kirlia had reached a plateau before the competition. It was clearly on the verge of evolution, yet for reasons unknown, it remained unable to ascend or even evolve. It felt as though it was caught in an awkward limbo. The system's notes indicated that the stimuli for Kirlia were insufficient, leading to unstable energy within. Unable to maintain balance. He had committed this to memory. Throughout the Nova Cup, he had refrained from sending out Kirlia. Why? For this moment. The fairy type had yet to be fully explored on Blue Star, with scant information available. Moreover, since Kirlia awakened its psychic abilities, acquiring a unique move from Mutwo, its psychic power had vastly increased. Coupled with Ye Lin's own psychic abilities, in this interplay of strengths, Kirlia's psychic energy naturally surpassed its fairy energy. Ye Lin had previously attempted to stimulate Kirlia using his Dragonite, but since they were both his Pokémon, their habitual companionship failed to instill any sense of urgency or danger into shiny Kirlia. Thus, he had to abandon that approach. Ever since the Nova Cup commenced, Ye Lin had been patiently waiting for a Dragon-type quasi-god. Otherwise, he would not have felt such excitement when Dragonite entered the fray. This was the moment he had been anticipating. Even when Dragonite evolved into Garchomp, his enthusiasm only intensified. For the stronger the Dragon-type Pokémon, the greater the stimulation for Kirlia. He was acutely aware that one must not hesitate to take risks. Even during his battle with Chu Yun, he had shown little interest. It was with Yulong Jing that he had felt a spark of joy upon learning the draw results, a rare display of emotion from someone usually stoic. In the previous life of the game, the fairy type had a distinct advantage over the dragon type. As long as he could awaken Kirlia as fairy energy, he was confident that its prolonged stagnation would naturally dissipate. Thus, despite appearing indifferent, Ye Lin did not hastily issue commands. Instead, he engaged in a mental dialogue with Kirlia, who had narrowly evaded a terrifying dragon's might. Kirlia, how do you feel right now? Is an unprecedented impulse igniting within you? Do you wish to teach that foolish opponent a lesson? Don't worry, it too is part of your energy. Maintain harmony. You can do it. I believe in you. Initially, Kirlia, feeling the chaotic fluctuation of temperature within its body, was overwhelmed by the sudden emergence of energy akin to that of the fairy type. However, upon hearing Ye Lin's voice, its racing heart calmed significantly. Trusting Ye Lin, it felt no doubt. Any resistance vanished, naturally accepting and perfectly integrating the energy into its being. A surge of warmth coursed from its feet to its head. At that moment, Garchomp suddenly sensed an inexplicable aura of danger, turning its head warily from side to side in search of the source. It seemed, whether by instinct or coincidence, that this sense of peril was intensifying, instilling a growing fear within Garchomp, which involuntarily emitted a low, throaty growl, a warning, or perhaps a sign of fear. Yulong Jing, possessing the dragon's power, was acutely aware of Garchomp's alertness and immediately inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" She was not the type of trainer to disregard her Pokémon's feelings. Should Garchomp truly be in distress, she would abandon the long-anticipated match to attend to its needs. Garchomp hesitated before shaking its head. It suddenly felt the danger dissipate. Yet its vigilance remained unyielding. Yulong Jing furrowed her brow in concern. She sensed that Garchomp had something to convey but was at a loss as to why it withheld this information. To avoid any prolonged uncertainty, she swiftly issued commands. Garchomp, use Fire Spin. As soon as she spoke, Garchomp flapped its small wings, its expression serious as it opened its mouth wide. A massive vortex of flame erupted forth, swirling with terrifying heat. As the intensity of the heat escalated, the temperature in the arena soared, causing nearby spectators to break into a sweat. In the next instant, a spiraling mass of flames erupted from Garchomp's mouth, shooting forth. The closer to the center, the fiercer the flames burned. The air visibly shimmered, warped by the heat as the fiery vortex twisted through the arena. Fairy Wind, Ye Lin commanded solemnly. Kirlia. In an instant, the brilliant blue hair of shiny Kirlia danced in an invisible wind, a fierce gust rushing towards the fire vortex. The fairy wind proved unexpectedly powerful, redirecting the fiery vortex elsewhere, scorching a large area of the arena and eliciting gasps from the audience. Seizing the opportunity, Garchomp followed up with Dragon Pulse. Yet to Ye Lin's surprise, he did not issue a command. Under the gaze of millions of viewers, he gently spoke to Kirlia. Do you feel it? Feel what? The audience was left bewildered. They questioned whether Ye Lin had lost his mind, uttering words that seemed disjointed. Was he giving up before the battle had truly begun? But in the next moment, they were left in stunned silence. There in the arena, shiny Kirlia nodded in understanding, closing its mesmerizing eyes as a radiant light enveloped its form. Chapter 139, Ultimate Form, Psychic Queen Galade. The arena witnessed shiny Kirlia's transformation. Enveloped in a cocoon of evolution light that shielded it entirely, even its blue hair remained untouched, except for the tips shimmering with a white glow. The fairy power soared to its zenith, equaling the psychic energy within Kirlia, reaching a new threshold. An immense energy coalesced into particles, swirling around its body, gradually integrating into its being. This scene was nothing short of extraordinary. While the arena floor turned charred black, with remnants of flames lingering, Kirlia floating above experienced an astonishing metamorphosis. Perhaps due to the influence of fairy power, the light of evolution shimmered with hints of purple, forming a protective layer around Kirlia. During the battle, as the Pokémon evolved, Yucheng had no hesitation and decisively declared, "Match paused. Yulongjing, please command your Pokémon to cease its attack." According to the rules, once a Pokémon evolves, it must complete its evolution before the match can continue. Yulongjing nodded gravely, her previously concealed pride replaced entirely by caution. Although she had not voiced it, she genuinely believed she would not lose against Kirlia. And Garchomp, having spent much time with her and influenced by the dragon's power, naturally resonated with her emotions. However, in that moment, Yulongjing's confidence wavered. Not only had Kirlia completed its evolution, but Garchomp's sudden display of fear intensified her unease. As its trainer, Yulongjing was both surprised and perplexed. Who could instill such fear in her Garchomp, which had just evolved and considered itself the strongest? Even disregarding the match itself, she eliminated countless possibilities in her mind. The final result, no matter how astonishing, remains the correct answer. Within the venue, apart from the backstage, the only fairy present is the Cerulean before us. Although Yulongjing could not comprehend why this Cerulean instilled a fleeting moment of fear in the Dragonite. As a descendant of the Yulong family, she possessed the qualifications to make the most accurate judgment and would not overlook any unbelievable clues. From that moment, she completely set aside her underestimation. Until this very instant, she proved her conclusion to be correct. On the other hand, Dragonite felt a deep sense of frustration. As the saying goes, with a single surge of momentum, one can strike like a tiger. Yet just as it was building its power, its opponent suddenly evolved, causing the long-accumulated momentum to dissipate in an instant. Its draconic aura was significantly weakened. However, this was a regulation of the competition established to protect trainers, and thus beyond reproach. The once indomitable aura of Dragonite diminished, leaving it to fix its gaze unwaveringly upon its opponent, waiting for the evolution to conclude before launching an assault. The spectators were the most astonished, with some feeling even more anxious than Dragonite itself. Yet, even upon witnessing Cerulean's impending evolution, they remained skeptical about Ye Lin and his Pokémon. After all, the adversary was a Dragonite, among the top contenders. Its trainer was a member of the illustrious Yulong family, the very experts on Dragon-type Pokémon. Even with the unexpected turn of events in the match, the audience's initial predictions did not waver. I am not mistaken. This is indeed Ye Lin's strategy to buy time. Otherwise, why would he choose to battle with a Cerulean on the verge of evolution? Indeed, it seemed that Dragonite had indeed expended some of its stamina, confirming the notion of a war of attrition. I felt a tinge of disappointment in Ye Lin. I never anticipated that the great Demon King would resort to such tactics. It seemed that the recent surge in his fame had led to an inflated ego. Logically speaking, even if one were to engage in a war of attrition, it could be considered a reasonable strategy within the competition, albeit not entirely above board. However, to label it as underhanded would be a gross exaggeration. If it were another trainer, such conduct might not even provoke a whisper of criticism. Rather, some might view it as a prudent measure of self-preservation, displaying great intellect. Yet Ye Lin was different. Since the inception of the competition, he had consistently annihilated his opponents without encountering any obstacles. This had cast a flawless filter over the audience's perception of him. Thus, when the speculation of a war of attrition emerged, even though it hardly constituted a blemish, the perfect filter began to crack, especially with detractors stirring the pot, leading to an escalating fervor of discussion. Luo Jingjing, upon seeing the barrage of comments, bit her lip in frustration, creating a line of indentations. Her fists clenched tightly, her gaze resolute. Brother Yi is not what you allege him to be. As time trickled by, the fervor of public opinion escalated to even more exaggerated levels. A slew of declarations of unfollowing began to surface online, although anyone with discernment could tell it was the work of trolls attempting to incite discord. The casual observers remained unaware of the machinations behind the scenes, genuinely believing that Ye Lin had incurred dissatisfaction among his fans, with some even switching to opposing camps. Luo Hao and Principal Bai Sun were frantic. They desperately attempted to explain the situation to those around them, persuading many spectators. Yet, a portion still felt disillusioned as the filter shattered. At that moment, Dragonite, which had been fixated on Cerulean, suddenly flashed a look of terror, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread coursing through its being. It swallowed hard, an impulsive thought surging forth. If it were to intervene now, it need not fear the consequences of Cerulean's evolution. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed in Dragonite's mind. Its feet shifted slightly as it took a step toward Cerulean. The first to notice something amiss was Jing. Her expression grew grave as she intently observed the luminous figure before her, raising her hands slightly to channel a gentle draconic energy toward Dragonite. In the next instant, Dragonite froze, returning to its senses, suddenly realizing the gravity of its actions. It shook its head in astonishment, meeting its trainer's concerned gaze, which seemed to inquire what was wrong. Dragonite lowered its head, emotions swirling within, unable to articulate its turmoil. It sensed a terrifying energy emanating from the luminescent figure that filled it with an unprecedented fear. Jing, witnessing this, furrowed her brows even tighter, her gaze subtly shifting toward the opposing figure. Finally, as the last purple spark merged with its body, Cerulean's radiance erupted, as if banishing all shadows. The crescendo of the evolution's light intensified. Once it completely dissipated, it revealed a breathtakingly transformed Pokémon, the ultimate evolution of Ralts, the Psychic Queen, Shinado. Under the watchful eyes of all, Shinado's lips curled into a slight smile as it spun gracefully toward Ye Lin, performing a familiar gesture and bestowing upon him a dazzling smile. Chapter 140. The God of Life, Xerneas, and the Mastery of the Earth. Under the watchful eyes of all, Shinado's lips curled into a slight smile as it spun gracefully toward Ye Lin, performing a familiar gesture and bestowing upon him a dazzling smile. Simultaneously, a melodious feminine voice resonated in Ye Lin's heart. Master. In an instant, a powerful fairy-type energy erupted, enveloping the arena and radiating throughout the venue with an unparalleled force. Ye Lin felt this surge of energy acutely, a smile gracing his lips. As expected, his meticulous planning bore fruit. Shinado did not disappoint. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification chimed in succession. Ding! Congratulations, Shiny Shinado has successfully evolved. During the evolution, attention peaked at 1 million. Reward now released. It has arrived. A gleam of excitement sparkled in Ye Lin's eyes. Just like the evolution of Lucario during the match, the rewards for evolving during the competition were particularly generous. Evolution Keystone Fragment, X1. Exclusive Skill Fragment of the God of Life, Xerneas, Earth Mastery, X2. Xerneas' exclusive skill fragment. A wave of elation surged within Ye Lin. He could hardly contain his excitement. Even his hands trembled slightly. This represented the rebirth of Xerneas, revered as the guardian of the earth, and thus its exclusive skill was Earth Mastery. This skill was extraordinarily potent. Once activated, it simultaneously elevated the user's special attack, special defense, and speed by 2 levels, and when paired with a strong enhancement item, it could achieve formidable boosts in just 1 turn. Truly a terrifying enhancement skill. This allowed Xerneas, despite being solely a fairy type, to carve out its own niche. Not to mention the skill's additional effects, which could even revive all things, genuinely mastering the earth beneath its feet. Ye Lin was astonished that this reward pertained to Xerneas. Moreover, he now possessed 3 evolution keystone fragments. Just a single fragment away from complete collection. His heart raced with excitement. Shinado's evolution stone and Lucario's evolution stone were already in his possession. Now that both Pokémon had completed their evolutions, once the evolution keystones were fully synthesized, he would be able to witness the mega evolutions of Shinado and Lucario at the critical moment. At that time, the power he unleashed during battles would undoubtedly rival that of the Elite Four. Ye Lin was exceedingly confident in this regard. As he absorbed the fragments, he silently envisioned the moment, and 2 fragments surged into the crevices of his backpack, beginning to merge with the evolution keystone, forming a gemstone that was almost complete, with just a small corner missing. Meanwhile, the other 2 fragments, shimmering with a rich purple glow, abruptly fused into the newly evolved Shinado's body. The already abundant fairy energy surged to even greater heights. The surface of Shinado's skin had imperceptibly acquired a hint of translucent purple, barely noticeable unless one approached and observed closely. Even the camera lens failed to capture it. Ye Lin took a moment to truly gaze upon the evolved Shinado. Its azure locks floated gracefully in the air, exuding an unmatched charm, while its pristine white gown, set against the charred ground, appeared utterly untainted by dust, as if transcending the earthly realm. If Cerulean resembled a youthful girl in her teens, then the matured Shinado was the epitome of a queen. Its bearing was extraordinary. A mere glance from it could invoke an involuntary sense of submission. Beneath its beautiful exterior lay a terrifying, commanding presence. The system prompt flawlessly presented Shanedo's post-evolution attributes before Ye Lin's eyes. Pokémon, Shanedo, shiny. Nature, aloof and loyal. Strength, Gym Leader level 3. Ability, copy, upon entering the battle, copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Second ability, telepathy. This ability allows the Pokémon to read its partner's actions, preventing attacks from them, making it an exceedingly important trait in double and triple battles. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Moves, Scream, Tackle, Charm, Shadow Clone, Psychic, Misty Terrain, Drain Kiss. Hypnosis, Teleport, Fairy Wind, Mystical Shield, Psyshock, Life Dew, Baby Doll Eyes, Heal Pulse. New evolution moves, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam. Potential, Champion level. Friendship, 96, 100. Remarks, absorbed fragments of the Earth control ability from Xerneas, enhancing the effectiveness of Fairy-type moves against foes, delivering double the power. Not only had it transcended its previous tier, it had leapt 3 levels and increased its friendship. It had acquired both Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, 2 Fairy-type moves. More importantly, although these were merely fragments of abilities and not the complete Earth control, they still influenced Shanedo's Fairy energy, allowing it to unleash double the power and significantly enhance its effectiveness. Ye Lin was overwhelmed with joy, his fists clenching unconsciously. Although he had anticipated Shanedo's transformation, seeing the actual data laid out before him still stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Previously, Cerulean had been stuck in a bottleneck, firmly anchored at Elite Level 5, making no progress whatsoever. But now, with a single evolution, it had ascended directly 3 tiers. It had entered the mid-tier of Gym Leader level, its strength formidable. How could Ye Lin not be exhilarated? Not to mention, even though he had not mastered Xerneas' Earth control, the mere increase in the power of Fairy-type moves was immensely satisfying. On the other side, the audience gasped in admiration at the sight of the shiny Shanedo. How beautiful! My wife, forever. Nonsense, she is my wife. You bunch of losers, stop daydreaming. It's too stunning. I've never seen a blue-haired Shanedo before. It's simply breathtaking. TCH, what's the use of being pretty if it can't fill your belly? It's the Dragonite, that's my god. This match is already decided. Ye Lin simply could not win against Yulong Jing. Right now, it was merely a matter of stalling for time. However, these spectators were blissfully unaware that the so-called god, Dragonite, was trembling irregularly the moment the shiny Shanedo appeared. Even it itself was oblivious, with only its dragon eyes wide open in shock. As an unspeakable terror surged within, its rational mind felt an incredulous disbelief. The most powerful dragon type in the Blue Star, an undefeated king of attributes, the universally acknowledged strongest type. How could it be afraid of this diminutive creature, which was hardly half its size and seemed born merely for cuteness? Its claws trembled, and it forced itself to maintain composure. Yet, while others were oblivious, its trainer, Yulong Jing, immediately noticed Dragonite's unusual reaction. Her expression turned even colder. She finally realized that Dragonite was afraid. Chapter 141. It's my turn, watching the moon mid-match? This revelation plunged Yulong Jing's heart into despair. Her sense of vigilance heightened. This was the first time she had encountered an opponent that could instill fear in Dragonite. No matter how powerful the opponent had been before, Dragonite had never displayed such clear signs of anxiety. In fact, the stronger the opponent, the more excited it became, as if it were eager for a fierce battle. But now Yulong Jing gazed deeply at the shiny Shanedo across from her, her mind swirling with uncertainties. And for the first time, confusion flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, the online comments were ablaze with excitement. Ye Lin is incredibly lucky. Another Pokémon evolved at a crucial moment in the match. Indeed, not to mention it has delayed some time. And the Pokémon's health will be restored to peak condition post-evolution. This war of attrition now favors him even more. No wonder he is so clever. He truly cannot be underestimated. What a pity that looks alone are of no use. The opponent is a quasi-god. If it were any other Pokémon, there would have been a significant chance of victory. Amidst the audience's chatter, Yu Cheng observed the completion of the evolution and spoke at the opportune moment. Ye Lin, your Pokémon has completed its evolution. Let the match continue. With this command, as if signaling a signal, the battle once again commenced. Yulong Jing, sensing the need for a trial, could hardly believe her ace quasi-god would fear such a diminutive creature, promptly issued her command. Dragonite, summon a hurricane. Roaring. Dragonite was finally roused, realizing that it, a mighty dragon type, had been intimidated by a small Pokémon. it instinctively felt a mix of shame and rage. With a tremendous roar, its small wings vibrated at an alarming frequency, gaining speed rapidly. A hurricane gradually formed before the audience, the wind force colossal. In the blink of an eye, it had completely materialized, occupying the center of the arena. It whipped up countless particles of dust, and, as it surged towards the shiny Shinado, it split into 3 sharp vortices, inching closer to the floating Shinado. The wind's power indeed diminished, but due to the extreme compression of space, the opponent had no choice but to confront it head-on. As the move was executed, a referee immediately exclaimed, "Beautiful!" The 3 azure hurricanes, while advancing, grew increasingly robust, swelling to 3 times their initial size. Even the slenderest parts were roughly estimated to be 2 to 3 meters wide. In an instant, the arena was filled with the sound of rushing winds, rendering everything else inaudible. The front-row spectators instinctively closed their eyes, hands shielding their faces to avoid the painful gusts. Yet, within themselves, they reached a conclusion. Dragonite seemed to be unleashing its full power. The shiny Shinado was destined to falter. But just then, Ye Lin issued the same command as before, Fairy Wind. Despite the move being identical to before, Shinado's aura transformed dramatically. Her blue hair swayed without wind, revealing an elegant, beautiful eye with a hint of orange glimmering at its center. Yet in that fleeting moment, a terrifying hurricane, no less formidable than the tornado, materialized before her, shimmering with purple. As the 3 azure forces approached, the fairy wind boldly surged forward to meet them. The next second, the first approaching tornado was immediately torn asunder and devoured, without even a moment for respite. Following closely was the second. Without a shred of doubt, it too, like a helpless prey, was mercilessly crushed by the hunter, leaving no trace of blood behind. If it weren't for the swirling dust on the ground rising and falling rapidly, many spectators might have believed they were ensnared in a dream. As the first 2 azure tornadoes vanished in succession, the last one seemed to momentarily freeze, as if it were merely an illusion, before it surged forward. Compared to the other 2, it appeared more like the main body, immensely robust. Were it to materialize in a forest, no one would doubt its capacity to uproot countless towering trees. Even at the scene, many front-row spectators found their hats and sunglasses whisked away. They barely managed to emit a gasp before witnessing their belongings spiral upwards, instantly torn to shreds as if caught in a meat grinder, with not even a quarter of the lenses remaining intact. More terrifyingly, the fairy wind finally converged with the last azure tornado, through the powerful high-speed lens of the divine beast SI. The precise transformation of solid objects into fragments was captured in stark clarity. In mere moments, the garments of 5 distant judges were swept into the air. Ling Ji felt fortunate that she hadn't donned a skirt today. Otherwise, she might have faced an embarrassing mishap. Yu Cheng, taken aback, was pondering which tornado would prevail when he saw the stout tornado, seemingly the main entity, ensnared by the fairy wind. Yet it only lasted less than 2 seconds longer than its predecessors before it abruptly dissipated. It vanished completely, devoid of any resistance. Yu Cheng's eyes widened in sheer horror, his face a canvas of disbelief. After all, in his understanding, dragon-type quasi-deities were unparalleled symbols of strength. Even though he acknowledged Ye Lin's prowess, he believed they would at most be evenly matched. Yet the current outcome was evidently beyond his expectations, leaving him momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the reality. At that moment, he heard Ye Lin's calm voice resonating beside him. "Now, it is my turn." Yu Cheng, along with the audience and millions of online viewers, was still trying to decipher the meaning behind Ye Lin's words, instinctively turning to look. They beheld Ye Lin raise his head, gazing at the sky above the venue, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Though the smile was subtle, it sent shivers down the spines of countless onlookers, especially Yulong Jing, who sensed impending doom. As the crowd followed Ye Lin's gaze skyward, many online viewers became increasingly perplexed. What is the Dark Lord staring at? That position, by my precise calculations, should indeed be the moon. The moon? Why is he looking at the moon during a match? Ye Lin is really pushing it. Does he not fear wasting time? Exactly. Thankfully, the New Star Cup is held at night. If it were during the day, would he be staring at the sun and risk being blinded? Something feels off. Just as the last comment was halfway through, the viewer beheld the scene before him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he rubbed them. Upon confirming that what he saw was indeed real, he exclaimed thrice in astonishment. Chapter 142, The Ultimate Strike, Power of the Moon. As he realized that what lay before him was not a figment of his imagination, he shouted in utter disbelief. It was not due to a lack of knowledge, but rather the spectacle before him shattered all bounds of his imagination. As Ye Lin directed his gaze towards the moon, the radiant, shiny Gardevoir experienced an epiphany. A powerful violet aura suddenly manifesting above its head, an overwhelming surge of fairy-type energy continuously coalescing. Even more astonishingly, as the fairy energy gathered, shiny Gardevoir's form began to rise higher and higher. Almost with every inch of energy gained, it soared an additional meter. Its momentum swelled exponentially. Before the energy was fully condensed, shiny Gardevoir had already ascended to a height comparable to that of Dragonite, with an evident inclination to rise further. This unprecedented occurrence filled Yulong-Jing with an overwhelming sense of dread. She suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily commanding with a look of alarm, "Dragonite, quickly use Dragon Dive." Yulong-Jing was indeed concerned. After witnessing all three of Dragonite's tornadoes devoured without exception, she was not only panicked, but also incredulous. After all, the tornado technique she trained with Dragonite was distinct from ordinary tornadoes, representing an extension of foundational skills. Previously, this move was invincible, unless faced with a dragon-type Pokémon of vastly superior strength, which could potentially neutralize it. Yet even against opponents of equal power, they would typically be caught off guard by this maneuver. However, just moments ago, her opponent not only effortlessly withstood the three tornadoes, but also consumed them without hesitation. She began to question her existence. Finally regaining her composure, her speech accelerated beyond her usual pace. If the timing were not critical, one might suspect she was a former rap artist. Nonetheless, despite her rapid-fire words, Dragonite, her longtime partner, instantly comprehended her intent. It forcibly suppressed its innate fear, unwilling to concede, soaring to greater heights, as a terrifying aura enveloped it, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath. The sky grew ominously dark as storm clouds gathered. The original moon was obscured partially by mist, and the ambience turned dreadfully somber. Outside the venue, in unlit areas, one could not see a hand in front of their face, rendering the surroundings invisible. Countless spectators, witnessing this scene, found their breaths quickening, their shouts fading into silence. The arena fell eerily quiet, save for the commotion caused by the two Pokémon's moves. Even the barrage of comments diminished significantly, becoming sparse. Just moments ago, the screen had been flooded with comments that completely obscured both Pokémon and people, but now half of it was blank, with only the occasional comment cautiously drifting by, replaced by ellipses to signify their presence. Hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously realized that an ultimate showdown was about to unfold. At the same time, shiny Gardevoir's fairy energy had reached its zenith, fused with the skill fragments of Xerneas, allowing it to unleash a power that far exceeded the current gym leader's third tier, rivaling a quasi-deity strike. It might even exceed that. Shiny Gardevoir floated to a height equal to Dragonite's, making it difficult for the naked eye to distinguish between the two Pokémon. Fortunately, the divine beast's eye captured their forms with clarity. The audience and online viewers focused intently on the unfolding spectacle. Countless fists clenched instinctively, though most had previously believed Gardevoir was no match for the quasi-deity Dragonite. As they approached the final confrontation, their hearts raced as if they were about to leap from their throats, beating like a drum. In an instant, shiny Gardevoir, who had kept its eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, unleashing a radiant purple light that sparkled like stars. Its gaze was fixed upon the moon, which was largely concealed by dark clouds. With a thunderous roar, an invisible force swept through the sky, dispersing the clouds and revealing a brilliantly luminous moon. The moonlight shone directly upon shiny Gardevoir. As the moonlight illuminated it, a smaller, violet-hued moon materialized above Gardevoir's head, casting a sacred glow upon its already enchanting form. As if a holy maiden had descended upon the earth, countless spectators gazed at this moment captured by the camera, their minds momentarily lost, suddenly unsure of the time or their own actions. The only ones able to remain alert were a few referees and the unique individual, Yulong-Jing, who possessed the extraordinary power of the dragon. Although she too was momentarily captivated, her senses swiftly returned, and her complexion changed dramatically. Above, the dragon had reached the zenith of its dive, its draconic pressure swirling around its form, its eyes glimmering with an eerie luminescence as it swallowed hard. With its jaws agape, displaying its teeth in a menacing snarl, it faced the direction of Shinado, attempting to feign indifference and strength, a facade that was ultimately hollow. Yet, the reasons for this demeanor eluded even the dragon itself. It did not wish to feel fear, but this sensation seemed ingrained within its very essence, as if a long-lost ancestor had once suffered defeat in a critical confrontation. Thus, facing such a seemingly feeble opponent, its imposing presence inexplicably diminished. Nevertheless, even so, it would not defy its master's command. After bolstering its resolve, the dragon surged forth with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, its velocity reaching unparalleled heights, creating a sound from the friction against the air. In an instant, it generated an extraordinary heat, evaporating a multitude of mist and forming a shimmering arc of light. The dragon's speed was so formidable that even the specialized recording equipment, the Eye of the Divine Beast, could only capture a fleeting shadow accompanied by a luminous trail in its wake. The sound of sonic booms echoed, yet the glimmering Shinado remained undisturbed, her expression devoid of emotion, seemingly unperturbed by the missile-like approach of the dragon. She merely lifted her gaze slightly, her placid demeanor radiating an air of haughty superiority, especially against the backdrop of the purple moon behind her, enhancing her enigmatic presence. At this moment, all derision and skepticism dissipated unnoticed. No one doubted the disparity in strength between the two. Instead, an inexplicable force lingered in the air, as cool and serene as the moon itself. This force was ineffable, lacking the ferocity of the crimson dragon, but instead embodying purity and gentleness. Yet, it was precisely this essence that permeated every individual present. Even those beyond the camera's reach felt its influence, their eyes betraying a glimmer of longing. As the moonlight power of Shinado surged forth, the dragon's dive abruptly descended. The once mighty draconic might was effortlessly neutralized upon contact with the pure lunar energy, transforming into a gentler form. All the dragon could perceive was a silvery radiance. And in the next heartbeat, it felt as if it were being torn apart, a terrifying force pressing down upon it with an immobilizing weight. Chapter 143. Have we really lost? The fabled dragon's defeat. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if its very being was being rent asunder, its form rapidly descending, unable to move under the immense pressure of an unimagined horror. Yet, an instinctive warning echoed within its consciousness. If it could not evade this fate, the consequences would be dire. Clenching its teeth, the dragon abruptly altered its dive. Although it merely adjusted its trajectory by a minuscule angle during the exertion, beads of sweat coated its brow. However, a sigh of relief followed, for it had narrowly evaded the peculiar energy that threatened to dominate it. The closest edge of its body singed, a faint pain registering. At that moment, Yulong Jing, observing through the lens, felt a slight relaxation of her brow. But in the next instant, her expression froze in horror. The purple moon behind Shinado flickered suddenly. Almost instantaneously, the mist-silver light executed a breathtaking reversal, locking onto the dragon as if it were a guided missile, unhesitatingly pursuing its target. Swiftly, it reversed course. The rush of wind behind it alerted the dragon to the imminent danger, and it instinctively sought to turn. Yet, the dragon's dive could not reverse direction, forcing it to exert every ounce of strength to evade at an awkward angle. Yet, that strange silver light relentlessly pursued. The dragon bore numerous abrasions, every muscle and bone feeling as though they were misaligned, the excruciating pain incessantly stimulating its nerves. It accelerated, the peculiar energy behind it intensifying. The two forces confronted one another like missiles, one soaring above while the other plunged below. The dragon found itself gasping for breath, nearly suffocating under the overwhelming pressure. In this scenario, even the blind could discern which side held the advantage. The audience gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths in shock, their eyes widening as the two luminous forms drew closer. Compared to the dragon's direct assault, Shinado, as a ranged spellcaster, displayed a far greater mastery. However, to harness a more potent energy, she maintained proximity to her lunar power, causing her descent to slow. Thus, to the spectators, the two Pokémon appeared to grow larger as they approached the visible range. Look, they're coming down. The crowd stirred with renewed energy, buoyed by the fairy-type energy from Xerneas. Shinado's control over the lunar power reached astonishing heights. The dragon, usually characterized by its relentless dominance during its dives, now found itself being pursued, its pride stifled. Yet, it could do nothing against the energy that suppressed its draconic lineage, compelled to continue its descent. The two beams of light streaked like lightning. In the live broadcast, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. The only sound was the rush of wind from their descent, drowning out all else. Yulong Jing clenched her fists tightly, her teeth inadvertently biting into her lip, leaving a deep mark, her gaze transfixed on the sky. Finally, the two beams converged and landed simultaneously. Shinado touched down, and the purple moon behind her had vanished without a trace. The remaining immense fairy energy surged forth, directly assaulting the dragon at the center of the brilliance. The arena erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! The platform shattered, sending debris soaring several meters into the air, completely obscuring the view of the battle, including the eye of the divine beast. Yulong stood paralyzed with trepidation. Despite her efforts to convince herself otherwise, her intuition warned of impending doom, especially intensified by Ye Lin's ever-calm demeanor, which exacerbated her anxiety. At the judges' table, Yuqing fixated on the dust cloud enveloping the arena, remaining silent. For words were futile. The outcome would be revealed once the dust settled. Xiao Shu's arm, strained from clenching, bulged with veins, yet he remained oblivious. Ling Ji pressed her lips tightly together, her heart racing with unprecedented tension. Simultaneously, the 800,000 viewers outside, watching the live stream, held their breaths, their hearts tethered to the unfolding fate. After several agonizing seconds, the swirling dust began to descend, gradually dispersing. The arena fell into a pin-drop silence. Everyone swallowed audibly, turning their gazes toward the center of the battlefield. Upon their gaze met the scene, they were rendered speechless. The once proud arena lay in ruins. A massive circular pit carved into its center. In the pit, the previously arrogant dragon now lay weakened, blood trickling from its mouth, its once vibrant orange skin charred black, and countless small wounds oozing crimson. Her eyes were only half open, clearly reflecting a state of confusion, not to mention engaging in battle. It would likely take a considerable amount of time for her to return to her previous state. In stark contrast, the shimmering Shinado hovering above the massive pit was illuminated by a beam of moonlight, exuding an ethereal quality. Her white gown remained untouched by even a speck of dust, pristine from head to toe, as enchanting as a celestial being. Yulongjing's astonished gaze widened in disbelief. How could this be? Her expression was rife with incredulity and panic, evidently overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. After all, even if the Dragonite were to falter, she had envisioned it merely losing by a narrow margin, rather than this dismal sight of being thoroughly defeated without the slightest chance of retaliation. Yu Cheng, witnessing the scene within the pit, was equally taken aback. Although he sensed something amiss when he later saw Shinado complete her evolution, he merely assumed that their strengths were comparable, predicting a likely outcome of mutual defeat. Little did he anticipate that Shinado would completely dominate the quasi-divine Dragonite, shattering all preconceived notions. The petite form of Shinado shook not only the trees, but also the hearts of millions. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly approached the edge of the pit in hurried strides and called out 10 numbers. 1. The countdown commenced. Dragonite remained utterly still. Yu Cheng inhaled deeply. Turning to the crowd, his voice trembling slightly. Dragonite has lost its fighting capability. Shinado wins the first round. Upon concluding his announcement, he instructed the team to carry away Dragonite. Due to its immense weight and size, and the challenging conditions in the deep pit, they ultimately resorted to employing a large crane. As the crane slowly lifted Dragonite onto a stretcher, the spectators were left in a daze. The quasi-divine Dragonite had lost. Yulongjing stood frozen in place, with no one knowing what thoughts crossed her mind during the brief moment Dragonite was being removed. After a moment of stupor, she gradually approached Yu Cheng. I concede. I choose to forfeit the second round.